Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1650 to Chapter 1732. Looking at the spreading thunderstorm crawling towards Ling Zhao's head, everyone in the Water Spirit Temple showed a gloating expression. In their view, Ling Zhao was definitely dead this time. This ignorant beggar of the Heavenly Dragon continent was finally going to die. What revenge was he trying to take? It was simply ridiculous. Did he really think that the White Tiger continent was a place like the Divine Phoenix continent? In the blood-red eyes of the number one hero's White Tiger incarnation, there was a cruel and bloodthirsty look. He didn't expect that Ling Zhao would actually take the initiative to fight him in close combat, which gave him an excellent opportunity to directly attack the opponent's vital points through the thunderstorm. All of this was Ling Zhao's own fault. This idiot would inevitably be turned into ashes under his thunderstorm. In the whole audience, perhaps only Feng Ming and Wu Yang had an indifferent smile on their faces. Although he couldn't see, he could clearly feel that under the heavenly demon incarnation, there was a strange energy flowing. This energy was constantly strengthening the heavenly demon incarnation's attack. It was just that this energy was hidden too deep, covered by the crazily sweeping thunderstorm and the terrifying dark energy. If it weren't for his sharp eyesight and outstanding perception, even he would have been deceived. What kind of energy is this? I feel that when Ling Zhao fought against the number one hero barehanded for the first time, he also used this energy, but it wasn't this strong. Violent thunderstorm swept across. The thunderstorm wrapped around Ling Zhao's heavenly demon incarnation and then raged wildly. In the eyes of most people, the number one hero had already won and Ling Zhao would be destroyed in this terrifying thunderstorm. Even if he didn't die, he would inevitably end up seriously injured. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang, who had sharp eyesight, discovered that although Ling Zhao was wrapped in the terrifying thunderstorm, those thunderbolts didn't cause the slightest harm to him. All the thunderbolts were repelled by a green and golden light. Not to mention Ling Zhao himself, even the heavenly demon incarnation was intact. This was completely different from the previous situation where the heavenly demon incarnation's arm was destroyed by the thunderstorm. This guy really has a trump card. Feng Ming and Wu Yang secretly nodded. They didn't choose to offend Ling Zhao. If he really offended this guy, he would probably regret it. You're really stupid. Just when the number one hero thought that victory was in his hands, Ling Zhao's cold and mocking voice suddenly rang in his ears. He was suddenly startled. Just as he was trying to figure out what went wrong, he suddenly felt that the heavenly demon fist in his bloody mouth had undergone some sort of change. The heavenly devil fist that should have been completely crushed by him suddenly became even more powerful. When the green and gold lights fused with the dark energy, not only did they not encounter any resistance, but they also greatly strengthened the terrifying attack. Not good. Number one hero sensed that something was amiss. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his white tiger avatar seemed to be sucked in by something. He could not retreat. Sky Devil Fist, 200 Heavenly Queen of Earth's power. Imperial Heaven Hutu, I, the unique reign supreme, kill. Not giving the number one meritocrat a chance to escape, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Together with the terrifying power unleashed by the 200 Empress of Heaven's Earth cells, using the Sky Devil Fist, he directly punched the White Tiger incarnation's mouth. Boom! A terrifying power directly exploded within the White Tiger incarnation's body. At that moment, the number one hero's internal organs burst like balloons. At that moment, his body was like paste, completely turning into a meat paste. There were no surprises. With the combination of the heavenly demon incarnation and the power of Heaven's Earth, the poor number one hero could not withstand that terrifying punch at all. Even though his body still looked intact, even though there was still wild thunder raging there. However, the number one hero's life was already gone. His body went completely limp, like a slime from a different world. Boom! The White Tiger incarnation fell to the ground, then turned back into the number one hero's original appearance. However, at that moment, he no longer had any breath. The burst of blood in his body finally flowed out from his 7 orifices. The scene was very terrifying. Everyone's gaze froze at that moment. Everyone's heartbeat reached the fastest at that moment, as if it was about to jump out of their bodies. The number one hero died just like that. For the warriors of the Water God Temple, that was a complete reversal of the situation. When they thought that Ling Xiao was about to be destroyed by the number one hero's thunder and lightning, Ling Xiao used his own actions to slap him in the face. He let the number one hero die tragically under his two fists. That was too shocking. It was also too hard to believe. For a moment, no one reacted at all. They stood there like lifeless puppets. It seemed that the number one hero's death was completely within Ling Xiao's control and calculations. The number one hero's white tiger incarnation biting Ling Xiao's sky devil fist was done intentionally by Ling Xiao. Even the destruction of the right arm of the heavenly demon incarnation was just to make the number one hero underestimate his opponent. All of that eventually led to the number one hero's arrogance and blindness. In fact, from that moment on, his death was already inevitable. However, even without those calculations, the power of Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying. It directly destroyed the thunder and lightning and blew up the number one hero's white tiger incarnation. That was something that had never happened before. The warriors of the White Tiger continent knew very well how powerful the defense of the White Tiger incarnation was. What terrifying power, what exactly was mixed in that punch? What exactly was that green and golden light? After a long time, Master Long Huang let out a long breath. Only now did he understand that Ling Xiao was able to create the Celestial Empire and unify the two continents of Divine Phoenix and Sky Dragon. That was definitely not a coincidence. It was not because of the Moon Lady or the Demon Liquor Sword behind him. Although those two people did help Ling Xiao a lot, they only accelerated the expansion of the Celestial Empire. Without them, Ling Xiao's ambition might be slower to realize, but it would definitely not stagnate. Sect Master, so you've long seen through that Ling Xiao was deliberately showing weakness, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Master Long Huang turned his head to look at Feng Ming and Wu Yang and asked. He's not a fool. It's impossible for him to fight the White Tiger incarnation in close combat for no reason. The reason he did that is naturally because he has a plan. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled and said, it's just that I didn't expect the outcome to be like this. The dignified White Tiger incarnation was actually completely destroyed with a punch. This more or less surprised me. However, after saying this, his brows furrowed again. What's wrong, Sect Master? Master Long Huang asked in confusion. He should still have a lot of strength left. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed. He sighed. It wasn't that he didn't like Ling Xiao's strength, but he was a little jealous. Such a young and promising genius was actually not nurtured by him. That's impossible. He's only at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. To be able to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, killing the number one hero is already his limit. Master Long Huang shook his head. You're wrong. He's not pretending to be weak. He's just testing the limits of his heavenly demon incarnation's defense. Even if he didn't do that, with that punch, the first hero would still die. Feng Ming and Wu Yang shook their heads and said, he's not fighting to the death. He's just using the first hero as a training ground. Do you mean that his absolute power surpasses the first hero? That's impossible. His cultivation is so weak. Dragon Phoenix still couldn't believe it. Haha, you'll know later. There will be another battle between him and the Dragon Prince. At that time, you'll know whether he used his full strength or not. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled and said, although your eyesight is bad, I still have to praise you. You've done a good job building a good relationship with Ling Xiao and not offending him. Dragon Phoenix was naturally happy to be praised by Feng Ming and Wu Yang. However, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao still had the strength to defeat the Dragon Prince. He looked at the Dragon Prince. Only then did he realize that the Dragon Prince was staring at Ling Xiao. The Dragon Prince's gaze was cold and filled with hatred. However, there was also incomparable shock in his eyes. The cruel reality told him that Ling Xiao could kill an early-stage Yin-Yang realm martial artist with one punch. Moreover, he was one of the best martial artists in this realm. The first hero's strength could completely look down on martial artists of the same realm. Moreover, this was the White Tiger continent. The first hero was killed after using all his strength. If it was the other 6 heroes' deaths, he could still use the excuse that there was a problem with the laws of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, the first hero was killed. This excuse was completely untenable. Ling Xiao was too terrifying, Could he really defeat this guy? The Dragon Prince, who was originally full of confidence, began to hesitate. No, definitely. Moreover, only I can defeat him now. The Dragon Crown Prince gritted his teeth and used self-encouragement to cheer himself up. His cultivation was stronger than the first hero's. His bloodline wasn't weaker than the first hero's. Moreover, he had a martial soul that the first hero didn't have. With all of these added together, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. He absolutely could not back down from this battle. Once he did, he would be completely finished. On the path of martial arts, being afraid of someone with a lower cultivation than oneself would cause one's faith to crumble completely. At this moment, his gaze collided with Ling Xiao's, and a blast of energy exploded in the air. Their gazes were like two sharp blades that clashed in the void. Among ordinary people, there were often people who said, if looks could kill, then someone would have died many times over. However, among the warriors, especially the powerful ones, it had already been proven that looks could really kill. Dragon Prince, the next one to die will be you. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth, and a casual sentence came out of his mouth. He said it so naturally, so naturally. It was as if he wanted to kill the Dragon Crown Prince, the Dragon Crown Prince would not be able to live. This was the White Tiger Continent, it was the territory of the Water Spirit Hall. Even the Dragon Phoenix Mountain had to listen to the Water Spirit Hall. After Ling Xiao killed the first hero, he didn't think of escaping, but killing the Dragon Prince. One had to know that in the Water Spirit Hall, the Water God's son and the Dragon Prince were the candidates for the successor of the Sect Master and Protector respectively. They were the top existences among the young warriors. Even the Tianhai Pearl, the daughter of the Water Spirit Hall's Sect Master, couldn't compare to them. Ling Xiao actually said that he wanted to kill him. Didn't this mean that he wanted to become enemies with the Water Spirit Hall? And he didn't have any fear at all? Very good. The Dragon Prince's tongue exploded like thunder as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. An incomparably powerful murderous aura surrounded his body. You killed the first hero. This prince hasn't taken revenge on you yet, and you say that you want to kill this prince. I think you're living too comfortably. You've forgotten how much you're worth. Everyone could feel the Dragon Prince's murderous aura. They all knew that the Dragon Prince really wanted Ling Xiao's life. The last person who said that was him, and he's already dead. Ling Xiao pointed indifferently at the first hero's corpse that had already turned into a ball and said with some disdain. You will definitely follow in his footsteps. Either you die, or I live. This was the current attitude of Ling Xiao and the Dragon Prince. This Ling Xiao, it seems that he really wants to show off his strength to the Water Spirit Hall as soon as he came to the White Tiger Continent. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled and said, although the Water Spirit Hall isn't considered a top sect in the White Tiger Continent, it is still a second-rate sect in the upper middle reaches of the Tianhai Empire. This brat is really arrogant. But I like it. Yes, this isn't just arrogance, it's courage. Terrifying courage. Venerable Master Long Huang sighed. No one would have thought that he would single-handedly slaughter his way to the White Tiger Continent. In the Water Spirit Temple's territory, he sought vengeance on the Water Spirit Temple's martial artists and even killed the #1 hero. This old man is ashamed of his heroism and boldness. Not to mention you, even I can't compare to him. Feng Ming and Wu Yang shook their heads and said, if I had such courage, I wouldn't have been suppressed by the Water Spirit Hall all these years. I deserve to be looked down upon. However, boldness was one thing, but his strength was the most shocking thing. Who would have thought that a 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist could kill an early 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with one punch? Sect Master is right. This brat is completely different from the Ling Xiao I saw in the dragon-slaying forest. At that time, Ling Xiao wasn't so powerful. Master Long Huang nodded and said. The two of them looked at the Dragon Prince. They wondered what the Dragon Prince would do in the face of such a powerful Ling Xiao. I have to say, your strength really surprises me. Your improvement is beyond my imagination. The Dragon Prince looked at Ling Xiao. He no longer had the confusion and fear from before. Instead, it was replaced with indifference and hatred. However, even now, I still have to say that you came to the White Tiger Continent alone to seek revenge. This is the stupidest thing to do. Do you think that Feng Ming and Wu Yang tacitly allowed you to fight with us here to help you? That's harming you. I'll give you a chance now. Become the new first hero of the Water Spirit Hall and I'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? The Dragon Prince's words made many martial artists of the Water Spirit Hall grit their teeth. They felt very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was the person who had destroyed the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Hall. How could they accept letting such a person become the first hero? However, with the Dragon Prince's strength, they didn't dare to object. They would do whatever the Dragon Prince said. However, in the face of such an invitation, Ling Xiao only smiled disdainfully and said, "I've said it before. Killing you is my main goal in coming to the White Tiger continent. That first hero only died once for you. If the Tianhai Saint Court invited me, I might consider it. However, what is the Water Spirit Hall? Are you worthy of making me, the Heavenly Emperor of the Tianhai Empire, your dog? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, courting death." The Dragon Prince was very angry. He risked offending his fellow sect members and disregarded his previous enmity to rope in Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually didn't give him any face. How could this not make him angry? In the midst of his rage, layers of scales actually began to form on the Dragon Prince's body. Those were dragon scales, shiny dragon scales. At the same time, a terrifying dragon aura was constantly released from his body, filling the entire battlefield, causing all the nearby beasts to tremble and lie on the ground. Do you know which race the Heavenly Dragon continent belonged to before it was occupied by you humans? The Dragon Prince suddenly asked a question. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "What occupation?" From the day the human king established the world, the entire profound world was ruled under the human sacred dynasty. Although all races were harmonious, humans were respected. Humans were the spirit of all living things. I have heard that in the former Heavenly Dragon continent, there was a powerful Heavenly Dragon country that belonged to the sacred dynasty. But when the True Devil Empire invaded, it was completely annihilated by the True Devil Empire. Humph. How much of the things in the history books are true? The Dragon Prince suddenly snorted and said, "You humans are the most lowly and despicable race in this world. If it weren't for you, the Heavenly Dragon country would not have been destroyed." Ling Xiao did not speak, he just listened indifferently. He wanted to hear what kind of bullshit this Dragon Prince could come out of his mouth. In any case, he had just experienced a battle and was somewhat exhausted. Since the Dragon Prince was not prepared to fight immediately, he could take advantage of this opportunity to recover. The Dragon Prince continued to speak. Heavenly Dragon Country is a country dominated by the Heavenly Dragon clan. The noble and powerful Heavenly Dragon clan is the guardian of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Even before the profound world was separated, when the Heavenly Dragon continent was still called the Heavenly Dragon domain, the Heavenly Dragon clan was already guarding there. Ling Xiao had heard of this matter. It was rumored that the Heavenly Dragon clan was a clan that possessed the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. Of course, they were different from the real Dragon clan. They were just mixed blood of the Dragon clan and humans. He could only be considered a descendant. The 10 ancient bloodline clans were all like this. After all, their history was too long, and the true ancient divine beasts were long gone. This was also why so many people were surprised when Long Chen revealed his identity as a member of the Dragon clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't quite understand. Why would the Dragon Prince say this? What does this have to do with his battle with the Dragon Prince? As if seeing through his doubts, the Dragon Crown Prince continued, "Tens of thousands of years ago, the True Demon Empire invaded the Sacred Dynasty. As a vassal state of the Sacred Dynasty, the Celestial Dragon Kingdom naturally had to fight against the True Demon Empire's Sea Race army. The army of the True Devil Empire was simply too powerful. With the True Devil Heavenly Emperor leading the army, they slaughtered their way into the Sacred Dynasty's holy city. However, after encountering the obstruction of the Celestial Dragon Country, this arrogant army came to a halt. The Celestial Dragon Country could be said to be the gateway to the holy city. One had to pass through here to reach the holy city. However, the army of the True Devil Empire was completely blocked there. The history books only recorded the battle between the True Devil Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Emperor Jiwu. However, there was no record of the battle between the Celestial Dragon King and the True Devil Heavenly Emperor. That battle was really evenly matched. This was also the first time the true devil Heavenly Emperor encountered such a terrifying opponent. Where did you see this from? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course from the history of our celestial dragon tribe. The Dragon Crown Prince said righteously. Originally, if the Holy Emperor Jiwu was willing, he could definitely join forces with the Heavenly Dragon King to kill the true devil Heavenly Emperor. This way, the army of the true devil empire would definitely retreat. However, Jiwu didn't do so. Instead, he was afraid that the Heavenly Dragon King's achievements would overshadow his master. He actually tricked the Heavenly Dragon King into coming to the Holy City to kill him. The Heavenly Dragon King had a heroic reputation, but in the end, he was schemed against by despicable humans. Even the Heavenly Dragon tribe suffered because of this and was almost completely slaughtered. However, Jiwu probably didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon King would pass down his Heavenly Dragon bloodline before he died. This person is my ancestor. And this Crown Prince is the inheritor of this generation's Heavenly Dragon bloodline. This bloodline is the bloodline that once fought the insufferably arrogant true devil Heavenly Emperor to a draw. As he spoke, the Dragon Crown Prince's aura suddenly erupted and he entered his half-dragon form. A clear and majestic dragon roar echoed in the sky for a long time, unwilling to leave. I didn't expect senior brother to be a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon tribe and have the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline. No wonder he calls himself the Dragon Crown Prince. Yeah, I always thought that the Dragon Crown Prince was the title of our Water God Temple. The martial artists of the Water God Temple discussed animatedly. They were all surprised and pleasantly surprised. However, Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Crown Prince indifferently and said, according to the history of the Sacred Dynasty, the Heavenly Dragon King colluded with the true devil Heavenly Emperor and killed the general sent by the Holy Emperor Ji Wu in an attempt to rebel. That was why the Holy Emperor Ji Wu personally killed him in the Heavenly Dragon City. It wasn't like what you said. That's nonsense, a distorted history. The Dragon Crown Prince roared. Well, you can think of the history of the Sacred Dynasty as the history written by the victors. It's fake. However, the author of the history of the mystic world was the historian of the Immortal Court continent. At that time, the Heavenly Dragon King did secretly meet with the true devil Heavenly Emperor outside the city. After it was over, not only did he obtain the true devil Heavenly Emperor's death exemption gold medallion, but he also directly poisoned the grand prize sent by the Holy Emperor. Although this book didn't say that the Heavenly Dragon King betrayed, it was just a fact. But this is far from what you said, isn't it? Your Heavenly Dragon race's history doesn't seem to be reliable either. Ling Xiao was knowledgeable, especially after he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit. He had the ability to remember everything he saw. As long as he saw something, he would remember it clearly. And the things recorded in this history book were what he saw in the Yuehua School's library. This old man has also heard about it. One of the speculations that everyone agrees with is that the Heavenly Dragon King is indeed very strong. There is no doubt about this. Although the true devil Heavenly Emperor could defeat him, he was worried that this person would join forces with the Holy Emperor Jiwu, so he used the sowing of dissension. And the Heavenly Dragon King is more tyrannical, coupled with his arbitrary behavior, so he was tricked by the true devil Heavenly Emperor. In the face of the Heavenly Dragon King's actions, the Holy Emperor Ji Wu could only kill him. He is the Holy Emperor, even if he shed tears, he has to uphold the rules of the Sacred Dynasty. Feng Ming Wuyang suddenly said. Bullshit. You are all bullshit. My ancestor, the Heavenly Dragon King, is definitely not that kind of brainless person. It was those despicable humans who killed him and even splashed dirty water on him. The Dragon Crown Prince's reaction was very agitated. Alright, I'm too lazy to judge your ancestor. Since you have obtained the bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon King, then I want to see how powerful your bloodline is. It was hard to say what was right and wrong in the past, but this didn't prevent him from fighting with the Dragon Crown Prince today. This was enough. That's right, the past can't be determined, but the power of Dragon King Tian's bloodline is undeniable. The Dragon Prince looked at Ling Xiao coldly as the terrifying aura on his body grew stronger. The blood of Dragon King Tian flowed in his body and let out a tyrannical roar. All the Dragon Prince held to the sky as his back bulged. Kacha! Suddenly, a pair of green wings drilled out from the two bulging places. The wings spread out and a tyrannical gale began to howl in the surroundings. The perfect green wings seemed to be condensed from the green gale. The feathers were so beautiful and seemed to be filled with power and destruction. Sky Dragon, legend has it that it was a divine dragon with wings, not a giant dragon. It controlled the power of the wind. Although its body was slightly shorter than an ordinary divine dragon, it had at most 8 pairs of wind and lightning wings. It seemed that the Dragon Prince had indeed grasped the power of Dragon King Tion's bloodline, but it had not reached that level. Because it was obvious that he only had a pair of wind and lightning wings. The Sky Dragon controlled the power of the wind, but when it flew, there was the sound of thunder. Therefore, it was called the Wind and Lightning Wings. It's not over yet. The Dragon Prince smiled coldly, and then the sound of thunder rang out. Behind him, a ball of lightning appeared. Then, it turned into the shape of a giant bird. Thunderbird Martial Spirit? Ling Xiao frowned and suddenly said coldly, "Hee, I didn't expect that not only did you inherit the power of Dragon King Tion's bloodline, but you also inherited the Thunderbird Martial Spirit that he took from General Thunderbird. Now I can be sure that the things in the history books of the mystic world are probably true. No matter what reason your ancestor had, he killed General Thunderbird first and was killed by Saint Emperor Ji Wu." "Nonsense, this is clearly the martial spirit that General Thunderbird gave to my ancestor before he died," the Dragon Prince said coldly. So that's how it is. To be able to fabricate such a history, it seems that the records of the Sacred Dynasty's history books are more realistic. Your ancestor is really shameless. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, neither Holy Emperor Ji Wu nor Heavenly Dragon King had anything to do with him. He did not need to protect anyone, but the history fabricated by the Heavenly Dragon race could probably be concluded. He even made himself sound so wronged. What a joke. Martial Soul Fusion. The Dragon Prince roared, and his body changed again. The original wings of wind and lightning had actually changed. One side was flowing with the power of wind, while the other side was flowing with the power of lightning. One side flashed with green light, while the other side flashed with purplish-blue light. He held a purplish-blue ball of lightning in one hand and a green ball of wind in the other. Originally, the Sky Dragon only controlled the power of the wind. But now, the Dragon Crown Prince could control the power of wind and thunder. How can this Dragon Prince be so strong? Esteemed Dragon Phoenix's body trembled slightly. He originally knew that the Dragon Crown Prince was stronger than him, but he had never imagined that the Dragon Crown Prince's strength would be so much higher than his. For a martial artist to grasp the power of wind and thunder at the same time, that was simply an inconceivable thing. However, the reality in front of him told him that the Dragon Prince could do it. The power of the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline coupled with the Thunderbird martial soul of General Thunderbird could be said to be a perfect match. He could clearly feel the pain of the wind cutting through his skin. He could also clearly feel the pressure of the roar of thunder. Interesting. Things are more interesting than I imagined. Feng Ming and Wu Yang chuckled. If the Dragon Prince was too weak, then today's battle would be meaningless. Ling Xiao did not have the power of bloodline. At least that was the case according to the rumors, and in his opinion, it was also the case. But Ling Xiao had many special martial skills, as well as a terrifying talent to improve his physical body, soul, and internal strength. These two people were like two tiger kings in the mountains, neither could tolerate the other. This battle would be very interesting. Even though it was still impossible to predict who would win or lose this battle. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would win, but that was when the Dragon Prince did not release the power of his bloodline and martial soul. Now, he really could not see through them. Even with his eyesight, he was unable to see through them. Between the two of them, no one knew who was stronger or weaker. Both of you are heavenly geniuses. Are you really not going to consider giving up? No matter which one of you dies, it will be a huge loss to the Tianhai Empire. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed. Although they knew that this kind of advice might not have any meaning, they still wanted to try. Otherwise, it would really be a pity. Impossible. He killed the #1 hero and insulted my water god temple. Now that I have shown my trump card, how can I not kill him? Feng Ming and Wu Yang, you can't be thinking that he will die, so you made such a suggestion, right? The Dragon Prince glanced at Feng Ming and Wu Yang and said unhappily. Ling Xiao also said, Senior Feng Ming and Wu Yang, today's battle is unavoidable. Not to mention you, even if the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire came here, he would not be able to make me stop. Meeting such a good opponent, how could Ling Xiao give up? It had been a long time since he had a hearty battle. Today, perhaps he could erupt again and test the results of his recent cultivation. He could try to master all kinds of techniques. After all, a battle between cultivators was not just a battle of strength. Wisdom also played a large part. If he faced the enemy head-on, he might not be a match for the Dragon Prince if he did not use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But he had many more tricks up his sleeve. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed and could only shut their mouths. Since they couldn't stop it, then they wouldn't. A true expert would eventually stand out after this battle. Perhaps this would be a good thing. Ling Xiao, I really admire you. Facing my trump card, you can still remain so calm. It's really rare. The Dragon Prince held Gale in one hand and Raging Thunder in the other as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He was really surprised that Ling Xiao did not choose to avoid the battle under such circumstances. In fact, he was really a little worried. If Ling Xiao accepted Feng Ming and Wu Yang's suggestion to stop the battle, then it would be very difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. After all, that old ghost Feng Ming and Wu Yang was not simple. But now, Ling Xiao had once again made a stupid choice. This made him very happy and a little impressed. Is this your trump card? It's not bad, but it's not enough to scare me away. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Since you're so sincere, I'll let you see something fun. With that, Ling Xiao directly removed the heavenly demon incarnation. Then, a complete primordial heavenly demon and a complete primordial golden crow appeared behind him. On one side was the power of darkness and evil, causing people to avoid it. On the other side was the power of blazing light, causing people to feel awe. I knew you had the immemorial golden crow and the immemorial heavenly demon battle intent, but so what? You're still no match for me. The Dragon Prince said coldly. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Immemorial heavenly demon and immemorial golden crow, fusion, 11th profound of light and shadow, evil god. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the fusion of the 11th profound of light and shadow. As he used the move, a strange evil god appeared behind him. It wasn't an illusion, but something that really existed. The evil god had 3 heads and 6 arms, a pair of wings on its back, and 2 strange spheres surrounded its body. One was golden, and the other was pure black. The evil god had 3 heads, one was the head of the golden crow, and the other was the head of the heavenly demon. The other one looked almost exactly the same as Ling Xiao, but its eyes were golden and black. It looked very strange and had a strong evil aura. 2 of its 6 arms looked like the claws of the golden crow, and the other 2 were the arms of the heavenly demon. The other 2 were human arms. These 2 arms held a black longsword and a golden longsword respectively. One was the dark demon sword, and the other was the light divine sword. Half of the wings on its back were golden, and the other half was reddish-black. The evil god was 7 to 8 meters tall, floating in the air, and the head with black and golden eyes in the middle was facing the Dragon Prince. Its eyes were filled with the aura of death and destruction. This guy. The Dragon Prince's face became gloomy again. Ling Xiao killed the first hero without using all his strength. How many trump cards does this guy have? And esteemed Dragon Phoenix was definitely more surprised than the Dragon Prince. Sect Master, it seems that you're right. Ling Xiao really didn't use all his strength to kill the first hero. This guy really has a trump card. Esteemed Dragon Phoenix looked at Feng Ming and Wu Yang. Don't worry, I think he should have other means. It's not just that. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled. Just now, they were just speculating, but this time, they were sure. Facing the powerful Dragon Prince, Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. This proved that Ling Xiao was very confident in facing this opponent. It would be impossible if he did not have a stronger trump card. Ling Xiao, this move of yours is indeed powerful. Is it the evil god? He was really powerful, but so what? You're only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. The difference between our cultivation levels is too great. You'll definitely lose to me. As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered, and the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped lightly. He was no longer where he was standing. Ling Xiao frowned slightly but did not move. He had to admit that the dragon prince, who had the wings of wind and thunder, was indeed very fast. However, if the other party wanted to compete with him in terms of speed, then he was simply courting death. He opened his Tai Chi eye and quickly caught sight of an afterimage. He could feel two terrifying forces coming towards him at the same time. They were very fast and from very tricky angles. He had to admit that if he did not have the Tai Chi eye, he would not have been able to detect these two attacks. But now, he sneered. Boom! Crack! Two sounds rang out almost at the same time. After the thunder, there was a gust of wind. The wind and thunder fused together and became even more powerful. However, the lightning ball and wind ball were blocked by two swords. The evil god floated in the sky and stabbed one sword at the lightning ball and the other at the wind ball. It was majestic and evil. Block? You can block it once, but can you block it a second time? Facing Ling Zhao's defense, the dragon prince smiled coldly. The wind and thunder wings glowed, and his figure became even more mysterious. Kaboom! Then, even crazier attacks came continuously. Raging lightning, terrifying wind, a dense barrage of attacks shot towards Ling Xiao. The evil god rushed left and right. Fortunately, it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to block these continuous attacks. This evil god was formed by the fusion of the primordial golden crow and primordial heavenly demon battle intense. Otherwise, if it was anyone else facing the dragon prince's attacks alone, they would have been torn to pieces. Even so, it was obvious that the evil god was suppressed. Ling Xiao was suppressed. Everyone saw this scene very clearly, and understood very well. Ling Xiao frowned. If the dragon prince was just an ordinary Yin-Yang realm level 6 martial artist, or even a genius like the first hero, he would definitely fight head-on. However, the dragon prince was not ordinary. However, the dragon prince wasn't a mediocre person. This guy was a true genius. He could even be considered a monster. Facing such a person, it was really difficult to challenge someone 3 levels above him. If he didn't use the Overlord Martial Soul, how could he win? Ling Xiao pondered silently as he defended against his opponent's attacks. The Overlord Martial Soul was his strongest trump card, but he couldn't use it easily. Unless he had no choice, he wouldn't use it. However, the Dragon Prince's attacks were really strong. If this continued, the evil god wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even the evil god, who was supported by the Emperor Heaven-Earth power, couldn't block it. This was why the Dragon Prince was so terrifying. The Dragon Prince definitely had the ability to instantly kill the first hero. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't huge, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Even so, Ling Xiao was still confident that he could defeat the Dragon Prince. That was because he still had more tricks up his sleeve. Ling Xiao didn't like to rely on his only trump card. Hence, he was very calm in every battle. Even if the Dragon Prince was stronger than he expected, he could still adjust his strategy and destroy the Dragon Prince. Kaboom! Finally, under the continuous attacks, the evil god's 2 arms were smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. The Dragon Prince laughed maniacally and took the chance to launch an even more ferocious attack. He destroyed 6 of the evil god's arms. In the end, the furious wind and lightning destroyed the evil god. Even though the attack took more than half an hour, it was definitely worth it to the Dragon Prince. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, did you see that? Your strongest trump card couldn't block my attack. What right do you have to reject my invitation? I'll give you one last chance. Follow me and prosper. Go against me and die, whether you live or die is in your own hands. I'll give you 3 minutes. Make your choice. After completely defeating the evil god, the Dragon Prince didn't continue to chase. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Victory was already in his grasp. This time it's impossible for Ling Xiao to make a comeback. He's dead for sure. The warriors of the Water God Temple had experienced the battle between the first hero and Ling Xiao, so they didn't dare to easily comment on the outcome. However, after seeing this scene, even the cautious ones like them felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to win. Master Long Huang looked at Feng Ming and Wu Yang, wanting to know what she meant. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang were also expressionless. Because he couldn't determine if Ling Xiao still had the ability to defeat his opponent. Feng Ming and Wu Yang believed that Ling Xiao had more than one trump card. However, his trump card might not be powerful enough to defeat the powerful Dragon Crown Prince. Strongest trump card? Who told you that the demon god is my strongest trump card? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. I've never tried this move before. I'm just trying it out to see how powerful it is. I'm actually very satisfied that it can block the attacks of a peak 6th level Yin-Yang realm genius like you for half an hour. Of course, I'm only satisfied with its defense. I don't think you've tried its attack before, right? As he spoke, the demon god that had been completely defeated gathered together again. Didn't anyone tell you that this is only one of my ultimacy moves? As long as I don't die, as long as I have enough inner strength and soul power, it can be resurrected repeatedly. How many times can you defeat it? Ling Xiao had a mocking smile on his face. The martial artists from the Water God Temple all looked as if they had lost their parents. They had forgotten that the demon god was not a summoned creature, nor was it Ling Xiao's actual body. So what if it was defeated? The Dragon Crown Prince's eyes were as dark as a black hole. He felt intense anger. He even felt like he was going to explode. He was pissed. He was a peak 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He had the Heavenly Dragon King bloodline and the Thunderbird martial soul. However, he felt so aggrieved when facing Ling Xiao, a mere 3rd level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He had only defeated one of Ling Xiao's moves in half an hour. He was actually so proud of himself. What was this? Had he always been afraid of Ling Xiao? Was this why he was so happy with such a small achievement? Good. Very good. I wanted to keep you as a dog by my side. Since you don't agree, then die. The Dragon Crown Prince was almost howling. His body started to grow rapidly. Since the start of the battle, he had been in his half-beast form. He had not entered his most powerful state. That was because he felt that there was no need to fight Ling Xiao. His most powerful state was for the White Tiger Storm meat. But today, at this moment, he really couldn't take it anymore. Ling Xiao was simply insulting him. This was unbearable for him. Sky Dragon Incarnation. It should be said that Dragon Prince's Sky Dragon avatar was very different from ordinary Sky Dragon avatars. His Sky Dragon incarnation was condensed from the bloodline of the Sky Dragon King. It was even more powerful than the incarnations of ordinary martial artists who possessed the bloodline of the Sky Dragon. The wings of wind and lightning on the slender dragon body were particularly eye-catching. The most surprising thing was that his dragon tail was in the shape of a thunderbird. Two-headed? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He had read about the heavenly dragon incarnation in books, but he had never seen such a form before. Then, the wings of wind and lightning flapped in the void. The wind was swirling in the sky. And it was getting bigger and bigger, gradually forming a huge tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This tornado was so terrifying that it swept up the mountain rocks and plants on the ground and threw them into the air. However, this was not enough. The dragon bird at the tail of the heavenly dragon incarnation spat out a bolt of astonishing lightning and fell into the huge tornado. Then, thunder and lightning roared in the tornado. The mountain rocks and plants that would have been thrown out were instantly torn into pieces by the terrifying lightning. The terrifying lightning tornado wreaked havoc in the void, tearing and distorting space-time and time again. The martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain in the distance saw the pitch-black sky as if doomsday had arrived. The killing intent was accompanied by this terrifying lightning tornado, releasing an astonishing power. Even the cultivators of the Water Spirit Temple were forced to retreat several hundred meters again. Feng Ming, Wu Yang and Master Long Huang also retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected by this terrifying tornado. This guy is really going all out. I wonder how much internal energy he will consume with this move. Feng Ming, Wu Yang retreated far away and muttered to himself. This is all forced by Ling Xiao. Master Long Huang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had never seen the Dragon Prince so angry. He was as violent as he was today. Indeed, the Dragon Prince did not intend to give Ling Xiao any chance. He wanted to tear this hateful guy to pieces and not give him any chance to beg for mercy. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao and let this ignorant guy know that the water god temple of the Tianhai Empire was not something that anyone could bully at will. He also wanted Feng Ming Wuyang to see that it was natural for the water god temple to step on the head of the dragon Phoenix Mountain. Feng Ming Wuyang's futile attempt to rely on Ling Xiao to attack the water god temple could only be a fool's dream. To tell the truth, Feng Ming Wuyang did not hold Ling Xiao accountable and instead let Ling Xiao fight with the martial artists of the water god temple here. This made the dragon prince's stomach full of anger. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to Feng Ming Wuyang, he would have directly killed them and then gone to destroy Ling Xiao. And now, the only thing he could do was to let Feng Ming and Wuyang understand that all their little tricks were useless. Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the terrifying tornado formed by wind and thunder. Although he was several hundred meters away, he could still feel the terrifying destructive power. If this guy is able to display such powerful strength in the Divine Phoenix continent, then the entire Divine Phoenix capital will probably be easily destroyed by this attack. Although the one standing in front of him was an enemy, Ling Xiao had to admit that his opponent's attack was very strong. This opponent was worthy of him using the Hell Dragon Talisman. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. With a thought, the Hell Dragon Talisman was released from his soul realm. It floated above his head and then a dragon's roar resounded. Blood Soul Talisman. He actually has a Blood Soul Talisman. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even Feng Ming Wuyang was shocked. He was well aware of how precious a Blood Soul Talisman was. Just yesterday, at an auction in the Xin domain, the lowest quality Frost Talisman had been sold for a sky-high price. It was said that the one who bought it was the Water Spirit Hall's Heavy Water Tower's young master Tian Haiyun. However, 2 hours ago, Feng Ming Wuyang received news that the Water Spirit Hall's Heavy Water Tower, including Protector Heavy Water, were all killed. The Frost Talisman's whereabouts were unknown. For a Frost Talisman, he actually dared to kill one of the Water Spirit Hall's 2 towers, the Heavy Water Tower. Not to mention the origin of this person, it was enough to see how precious the Blood Soul Talisman was. According to Feng Ming Wuyang's investigation, in the entire White Tiger continent, the only Blood Soul Talisman that had appeared was the Frost Talisman. The appearance of the Hell Dragon Talisman today was the second one. It was obvious that such a precious item was extraordinary. To be honest, the moment they saw the Hell Dragon Talisman, Feng Ming Wuyang's heart was filled with greed. It wasn't that such treasures didn't come from the Immortal Court continent, but they were too few. To be able to find one was already very lucky. Although Feng Ming Wuyang was greedy, he did not plan to snatch it. His reason was simple. Since Ling Xiao dared to take out the Hell Dragon Talisman, he was not afraid of others. Furthermore, although the Blood Spirit Talisman was precious, he did not care about anything below green grade. Because of this, he did not go to Xin Domain's auction. He guessed that many martial artists with similar cultivation as him would not go either. The Cold Ice Talisman was only white grade, and they did not care about it. Of course, the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill was an accident. Many martial artists did not expect that the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill would appear at the end of the auction. When they tried to figure out who had obtained the pill, they found that the Heavenly Demon Cult martial artist had been killed, and the pill's whereabouts were unknown. No matter how angry they were, they could not do anything. Thinking about this, Feng Ming Wuyang looked at the Blood Spirit Talisman in Ling Zhao's hand. It should be green grade, and used green inscriptions. Although it was better than the white Cold Ice Talisman, he did not care about it. At least, he would not become enemies with Ling Xiao because of it. Just as he was thinking, the dragon roar became louder. In the sky, the Scarlet Sun energy poured into the Hell Dragon Talisman. Terrifying black flames rolled and burned in the Hell Dragon Talisman. The terrifying heat continued to expand. The Hell Dragon Talisman seemed to have transformed into a small black sun. Facing the Dragon Prince's strongest attack, Ling Xiao did not plan to hold back other than the Tyrant martial spirit. A large amount of inner strength and spirit power poured into the Hell Dragon Talisman, and combined with the Scarlet Sun energy in the sky. The entire sky was filled with a terrifying destructive aura. Half the green leaves were ignited by the terrifying heat, and the flames spread in all directions. Seeing this, Feng Ming Wuyang anxiously used martial techniques to avoid the flames. Fortunately, it was only the energy that leaked out, and with his ability, he could block it. Otherwise, the terrifying flames would burn the entire mountain, and cause a huge fire in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. At that time, it would be troublesome. The tyrannical destructive aura continued to rise in the air. The Water Spirit Temple's cultivators were all scared witless. Ling Xiao was too scary. He thought he was at his wit's end against the Dragon Crown Prince. He never thought he would be able to release such a terrifying existence. Evil God, sacrifice! Ling Xiao roared and threw the giant demon god into the diabolical dragon talisman. The heat of the immemorial golden crow, the darkness of the primordial heavenly devil, the two types of energy coordinated perfectly with the hell dragon fire. In that instant, the infernal dragon talisman expanded once more. Amidst the terrifying heat, there was an eerie chill. No one was able to sense exactly what kind of flame it was. Was it the heat, or was it cold? However, no matter what it was, everyone could feel that terrifying aura of destruction. Destruction sword intent, smelt. Slaughter sword intent, smelt. The two terrifying sword intents were also infused into the infernal dragon talisman. The aura of destruction and slaughter began to pervade the entire battlefield. Even the nearby disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain could feel this extremely terrifying aura. Many martial artists who had come to watch the show suddenly stopped when they were nearby. The terrifying willpower prevented them from getting close. They didn't dare to approach him. Dragon Prince's thunderstorm tornado was also filled with terrifying destructive power. The two types of destructive power had yet to collide, but the aura was already entangled in the sky. Dragon Prince stared at the Hell Dragon talisman above Ling Zhao's head. His expression wasn't good at first. However, after a short moment, an excited smile appeared on Tianlong's face. You said that the evil god wasn't your strongest trump card. Then this blood soul talisman should be. It's indeed stronger than the evil god from before. But so what? I'll destroy your strongest trump card. I'll destroy what you're so proud of. I'll make you despair. Dragon Prince was very confident. That was because he felt that his cultivation was stronger than Ling Zhao's. In addition, he had already entered the heavenly dragon Thunderbird state. Whether it was Yingyang Yuan force or soul power, he should be more terrifying than Ling Xiao. In that case, his victory this time was absolute. How could Ling Xiao compare to him? With my body, I'll activate the thunderstorm tornado. Destroy Ling Xiao. You'll know that everything you've done is futile. Dragon Prince roared, and his huge body merged with the wind and thunder tornado. The terrifying tornado released an even more terrifying destructive aura. Then, with unstoppable power, it charged towards Ling Xiao. Facing such a terrifying attack, Ling Xiao couldn't escape at all. The thunderstorm tornado stirred up the surrounding air, causing the surrounding qi to become chaotic. A huge suction force pulled Ling Xiao towards the tornado. Even if he could break free from the suction force, his speed would definitely be reduced by a lot. In that case, he wouldn't be able to escape the opponent's attack. Instead, he would give his back to the opponent. Dragon Prince wasn't a fool. He knew that Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. If the thunderstorm tornado couldn't hit Ling Xiao, wouldn't he be an idiot? He dared to pour all his Yingyang Yuan force and soul power into the thunderstorm tornado. It was because he knew that Ling Xiao couldn't escape. He could only fight him head-on. But did Ling Xiao need to run? He didn't run. There was no need to run. He just stood there, watching the thunderstorm tornado approach. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. Come, life or death will be decided in this attack. Kill. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he activated the Hell Dragon talisman and charged towards Dragon Prince. His entire body merged into the Hell Dragon talisman and the terrifying black flames. The terrifying aura was burning everything. The rolling killing intent made countless living beings tremble. Rumble. Finally, the entire barren mountain shook violently with a loud bang that shook the heavens and the earth. The thunderstorm tornado roared and collided with the scorching Hell Dragon talisman. Lightning, wild wind, flames, destructive aura, the entire top of the barren mountain was in a state of frenzied destruction. The originally lush vegetation on the top of the mountain became barren in an instant. Ling Xiao and Dragon Prince were both involved in this terrifying calamity. Smoke and dust billowed. Energy surged. They couldn't even see their figures clearly. No one knew how the battle was going. In the eyes of the warriors outside, the entire barren mountain peak was completely wrapped in a frenzy of energy turbulence. They could only feel the terrifying destructive aura. They were all trembling in fear, but they didn't know who had won. Boom. Kacha. Chi-la. All sorts of ear-piercing sounds were constantly released from the energy turbulence. Sometimes, it was the roar of lightning. Sometimes, it was the roar of flames. Sometimes, it was the roar of wind. The energies tore at each other. No one was willing to admit defeat. They were completely entangled together. The terrifying energies devoured and attacked each other. The space was constantly distorted. Sometimes it was round, sometimes it was oval. Countless people didn't dare to blink. Is this really a battle between a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm and a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm? It's unbelievable. Yes, even a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm might not be able to achieve such terrifying destructive power. Those two monsters. Both of their attacks were too powerful. They were too terrifying. This time even Feng Ming and Wu Yang felt incomparably shocked. He had to admit that if he were to face these two attacks, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao and the Dragon Prince faced each other in the terrifying energy turbulence. They didn't have any other thoughts. At this moment, only one of them would die. They could only attack with all their might and completely destroy their opponent without leaving anything behind. Only then could they be completely at ease. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you have no way out. Today, you will definitely die here, but don't worry, the Water God Temple will take care of your heavenly empire. I guarantee that it will become our most loyal dog, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Dragon Prince felt that he had the upper hand, so he became more excited and arrogant. He was very confident that he had already started to plan what to do after killing Ling Xiao. Although he was afraid of the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword, he had the Water God Temple behind him. The sect master of the Water God Temple was as powerful as the Moon Lady. As long as he had the support of the sect master, he could completely control the entire heavenly empire. In the future, the resources of the Dragon Phoenix continent could be continuously sent to the Water God Temple. In a few years, the Water God Temple would definitely surpass the Tianhai Saint Academy and become the #1 sect in the Tianhai Empire. At that time, he believed that his cultivation would become even more powerful. Who would dare to be his enemy? Even the emperor of the Tianhai Empire would have to act according to his wishes. This was the benefit of power. Your daydream is really funny. Ling Xiao looked at the Dragon Prince and smiled. Unfortunately, it's just a daydream. Is it really good for you to be so conceited? Ha ha ha, so what if I am conceited? Have you used all of your yin and yang elemental energy and soul force to maintain the infernal dragon talisman? As for me, I still have the Sky Dragon incarnation. With the power of the Sky Dragon incarnation, even if I don't use any yin-yang energy, I can still easily kill you. What do you have to fight me with? The Dragon Prince laughed arrogantly. As he spoke, the Dragon Crown Prince's Sky Dragon avatar flew out of the tornado. He pounced on Ling Xiao. In the sky, much of the smoke and dust had finally dispersed. Some of the cultivators with better eyesight and higher cultivation could vaguely see the battle situation in the turbulent flow of energy. Ling Xiao is probably going to lose. He has placed all his hopes on the infernal dragon talisman, while the Dragon Prince's Sky Dragon avatar can easily tear his body apart. The one who spoke was Dragon Phoenix Mountain's vice sect leader, Tian Hai Song. Previously, it was mentioned that Dragon Phoenix Mountain was actually divided into two factions. One of them was the forces from the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent led by Feng Ming and Wu Yang. This force hoped to accept the geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, and turn the Dragon Phoenix Mountain into a cultivation base for the geniuses of the two continents. They were called the Foreign Faction. The other faction was led by the Vice Sect Master Tian Hai Song. They were the native forces of the Tianhai Empire. When the Dragon Phoenix Mountain was first established, these people helped a lot. However, in terms of ideology, they were obviously different from Feng Ming and Wu Yang. They looked down on the cultivators of the divine phoenix continent and the heavenly dragon continent. They hoped to recruit and nurture the native disciples of the white tiger continent. Hence, this faction was also called the native faction. Tian Haizong definitely did not like Ling Xiao. He did not like any of the cultivators of the divine phoenix continent and the heavenly dragon continent. Seeing Ling Xiao suppressed by the dragon prince, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was even certain that Ling Xiao was finished. The cultivators standing beside him nodded in agreement. After all, at present, Ling Xiao was indeed not a match for the dragon prince. This was not wrong. However, Ling Xiao's gaze towards the dragon crown prince was filled with mockery. It was as if he was mocking the dragon prince's ignorance. His strongest trump card, he could not help but want to laugh. The methods he could use were far more than these. He did not even need to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to play this conceited dragon prince to death. What's with that look? The dragon prince roared angrily. You can tell? I'm looking at you with a mocking gaze. Mocking you, idiot. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I'm going to dig out your eyes. Let's see if you still have the mood to mock this prince. The dragon prince looked at Ling Xiao's gaze and felt very angry. He really did not understand what Ling Xiao was relying on. At this time, he was still vainly trying to contend with him. He was simply courting death. Ling Xiao smiled and did not reply. Instead, he condensed his soul power and poured it into his right eye. His right eye slowly closed. When the dragon prince was less than 3 meters away from him, he suddenly opened it. 3-leaf demonic pupils, soul catcher. The moment his right eye opened, the 3 leaf-like pupils suddenly released a terrifying amount of soul power. Then it directly crashed into the dragon prince who was charging over. At that moment, the dragon prince felt his heart tremble. His flying movements suddenly slowed down and he began to fall down. His eyes also became blurred. 3-leaf demonic pupils, demonic flash. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Xiao's right eye shot out a black light and directly hit the dragon prince's body. A black wound appeared and dark red blood flowed out. Damn it! The injured dragon prince's soul was stimulated by the pain, causing him to wake up from his daze. He angrily roared, "Stinking brat, I did not expect you to have this kind of crooked trick. But this kind of trick is never the right way. With your little soul power, what can you do to me?" The dragon prince angrily roared. The injured area quickly healed and then he continued to charge at Ling Xiao. You're dead. Hee, is that so? Why do I feel like you're the one who's dead? Ling Xiao looked at the dragon prince with disdain. The 3-leaf demonic pupils had taken effect. This meant that the soul power deterrence was absolutely effective against the dragon prince. It was only because the dragon prince was currently in the heavenly dragon incarnation state. So he had a strong resistance against soul power. Therefore, a little pain would cause him to recover. Then what about the soul power that was even stronger than the 3-leaf demonic pupils? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile and then he closed his eyes. From his body, a complete soul floated out. Source soul leaving the shell, possession. Ling Xiao had not relaxed his cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Whether the primordial spirit remnant scroll had any other uses or not, just the advantage of increasing one's soul power was enough for Ling Xiao to go all out to cultivate. As the source spirit came out of his body, it directly entered the heavenly dragon incarnation. The invisible and terrifying source spirit entered the heavenly dragon incarnation without any resistance. In that instant, the dragon prince's eyes clearly became sluggish. The shaking of his body also became much smaller. You fellow, what did you do? The dragon prince roared in fear. Ling Xiao knew that his source spirit possession could not control the dragon prince's body. After all, this fellow's cultivation was too strong. But the effect of the source spirit possession was to make the other side lose their ability to fight and reveal a flaw. Like this, Ling Xiao would have a chance to win without using the tyrant martial spirit. Idiot, I've used up most of my internal strength, but my soul power is still very sufficient. Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh and then opened the Tai Chi eye. Heaven burning eye, Samadhi true fire. The Tai Chi eye rotated and in the sky, a giant eye that looked like it was made of flames appeared. Then, the eye spat out raging flames and charged at the struggling dragon crown prince. The seal in Ling Zhao's body was released ahead of time. That was because the human king's power had been used up. However, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate according to the direction that the human king had given him. Only by combining what he had learned before with his current battle, in a crucial battle, it would have a special effect. For example, the Samadhi true fire released by the heaven-burning eye. It was one of the divine flames that Ling Xiao had. The might of the divine flame could be imagined. Without the protection of the yin and yang spirit energy, even the heavenly dragon incarnation could not withstand this terrifying burning. In that instant, Tian Haitsong's face slightly changed and his brows tightly knit. He never thought that this Ling Xiao would actually be able to fight back in this kind of situation. This attack, no one expected it. The Dragon Prince would be miserable. Being burned by the Samadhi true fire, the Dragon Prince let out a pitiful cry. But this fellow was worthy of being a monster with the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline. Even in this kind of situation, he could still fight back. It turned out that his tornado of wind and thunder did not release all of his yin and yang essence force. At this critical moment, the Sky Dragon incarnation roared, and an astonishing aura erupted from its body, dispersing the true Samadhi fire. The true Samadhi fire immediately dissipated. However, Ling Zhao's face was still indifferent, without the slightest hint of surprise. He believed that no matter who it was impossible for them to use their full strength. They would definitely leave something behind. Therefore, from the very beginning, he did not expect his true Samadhi fire to burn the Dragon Prince to death. You blocked the first attack, but can you block the second one? Ling Xiao smiled and softly chanted, "Burning Heaven Eye, dark flames of death." The dark flame of death was still one of the 12 godly flames. It was different from the domineering heat of the true Samadhi fire. The death dark flame was filled with the aura of death and had an extremely strong corrosive effect. When the dark death flames enveloped the Sky Dragon incarnation, the Dragon Prince no longer had any yin and yang energy to resist. At the critical moment, this guy actually bit off his arm and relied on the stimulation of fresh blood to awaken him from the soul power's deterrence. Then he turned and dove into his own tornado. The tornado had been resisting the Hell Dragon talisman and had not been destroyed. Therefore, to the Dragon Prince, as long as he could hide in the tornado, he was sure that Ling Xiao would not be able to do anything to him. You wish, but do you think I'll give you this chance? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. A terrifying shadow darted out from behind him and firmly entangled the Dragon Prince. Child of Shadow, bind. After escaping the soul power, the Dragon Prince was instantly bound by the Child of Shadow. The dark flames of death continued to burn on his body. One could see that the tornado was gradually weakening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Zhao's Hell Dragon talisman transformed into a Hell Divine Dragon. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the tornado. The two attacks were originally evenly matched, but because the Dragon Prince's body was bound by Ling Xiao, the tornado collapsed. At this point, the battle could be said to be over. The Dragon Prince had lost all his yin and yang energy, and his soul power was extremely weak. The only thing he could rely on now was the Sky Dragon incarnation's defense. However, under the effects of Ling Zhao's Shadow Child's binding, his defense became increasingly weak. One could hear that the Sky Dragon incarnation was collapsing from the inside. Even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ling Xiao, stop. That's the Dragon Prince of Water God Temple. If you kill him, my Dragon Phoenix Mountain will not let you off. At this moment, Zoichi Amami saw that the situation was bad and rushed over with a roar. However, just as he arrived, he was blocked by the crazy energy turbulence. Even if his cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao, this terrifying energy turbulence was the result of Ling Xiao and the Dragon Prince's combined attacks. Even he couldn't pass through it. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He touched his storage ring lightly and pulled out Ice's Fury. Then, green and golden light appeared on his arm as the 200 Sovereign Earth Empress cells released all of their powers. 200 Emperor Heaven Earth Power, Ice's Fury. Kill. Actually, this move didn't have any special moves. It was nothing more than Ling Zhao's full Emperor Heaven Earth power combined with Ice's Fury. Even so, it was more than enough to kill the Dragon Prince now. Die. Dragon Prince. No matter how glorious your ancestors' battle achievements were, no matter how powerful your bloodline power or martial soul is, it's useless. Although you're strong, you've wasted this essence. Why don't you just give it to me? Pfft, Ice's fury pierced through the Dragon Prince's Sky Dragon incarnation. The terrifying Emperor Heaven-Earth power began to peel off the Sky Dragon incarnation layer by layer. The Dragon Prince's screams could be heard. However, it was useless. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for him. Hell Dragon Talisman, come. Ling Xiao thought. The Hell Dragon Talisman, which had just swallowed the tornado, turned into a black Hell Divine Dragon and flew over. Swallow him. I don't know what kind of magic treasure this guy has. If I don't crush him, I'm afraid he'll come back to life and take revenge on me. Ling Xiao ordered coldly. The Hell Divine Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the dying Dragon Prince. Then, it turned back into the Hell Dragon Talisman. One could clearly see that the Dragon Prince in the Hell Dragon Talisman was surrounded by layers of tentacle-like black flames and burned continuously. Even though the Dragon Prince was struggling with all his might, his struggle seemed so powerless and weak. There was no meaning. It was just a useless effort. Don't. I'm willing to be your slave, willing to be loyal to you. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die. The Dragon Prince's miserable voice came from the Hell Dragon Talisman. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. Because he had heard such words more than once. Almost every time someone was about to be killed by him, he would always hear similar words. He was tired of it. When these people had the advantage, they couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. But once they lost, they desperately begged for mercy. Truly despicable, the surrounding Water Spirit Hall disciples watched as the Dragon Prince was incinerated by the black flames. His body was gradually refined. Many people had already fainted on the spot. Some others turned around and tried to escape. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He came here today to kill everyone from Water Spirit Hall. How could he let a single one go? Three-leaf devil pupil, demon god bar. Eye of the Divine Tomb, skeleton general. Along with the release of soul force, two powerful summons madly pounced on the Water Spirit Hall disciples. Those who dared to flee were all killed on the spot. Xianxia fainted from fright, temporarily preserving her life, but death was unavoidable. When Ling Xiao wasn't killing, he was like a refined scholar. But once he decided to kill, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Because the people he killed were people he thought should be killed. These Water Spirit Hall martial artists not only committed evil deeds in the Divine Phoenix Empire, they even tried to kill him. As the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor, the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix continent. Those who had died were all his people. He could ignore other people's business, but he definitely couldn't let go of martial artists who dared to kill his people. Otherwise, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor was really too useless. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. This was too shocking. The pitiful Dragon Prince. Death was one thing, but Ling Xiao actually took his Thunderbird martial soul and merged it into the Hell Dragon Talisman, increasing the power of the Hell Dragon Fire's lightning. He even extracted the Heavenly Dragon King's bloodline. Even more terrifying was that his entire body was completely refined by the Hell Dragon Fire, turning into the power of the Hell Dragon Talisman. This made the Hell Dragon Talisman even stronger. The dignified Dragon Prince of Water Spirit Hall was killed just like that. Not only that, but Ling Xiao could also split his strength to deal with the other martial artists of Water Spirit Hall. This kind of strength was truly shocking. The 7 heroes of Water Spirit Hall, Dragon Prince, these were 8 of the 9 most outstanding young martial artists of Water Spirit Hall. Now, only Water Xianxia was left in the Water God Temple. And the one who caused these geniuses to die, Ling Dragon got. Almost every death test after a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put away the Hell Dragon Talisman. He looked coldly at the dead Water Spirit Hall cultivators and recalled the Skeleton General and Demon God Bar. Even though he was a little tired, he wouldn't back down if anyone wanted to fight. Are you going to try? Ling Xiao slowly looked at Tian Haizong, his cold eyes filled with madness. Tian Haizong clenched his teeth, but shook his head. I didn't let you kill Dragon Prince for your own good. But since you don't appreciate it, why should I? Let's go. Dragon Prince was already dead. Even if he killed Ling Xiao, Water Spirit Hall wouldn't thank him. Tian Haizong wasn't stupid. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Water Spirit Hall wasn't a righteous place either. Young hero Ling, why don't you return to Dragon Phoenix Mountain to rest? You don't need to think about other things. Rest first. At this time, Feng Ming and Wu Yang walked over and looked at Ling Xiao. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao had indeed exhausted himself in this battle. He really needed to find a place to rest. Currently, the safest place in the entire White Tiger continent was Dragon Phoenix Mountain. He could also see that Feng Ming and Wu Yang wanted to befriend him. Since that was the case, why should he keep them at a distance? Apart from enemies, people naturally needed friends. From Sky Dragon Continent to Divine Phoenix Continent, Ling Xiao had never lacked friends. It was the same in White Tiger Continent. No need to thank me. Your talent really surprised this old man. Lord Long Huang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of young hero Ling. Water Spirit Hall will probably come looking for trouble. I'll think of a way to stop them. Feng Ming and Wu Yang praised Ling Xiao, then instructed Lord Long Huang. Don't worry, Sect Master. Leave everything to me. Lord Long Huang was really shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Originally, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Now, it wasn't just optimism, it was worship. Complete and utter worship. Young hero Ling, come with me. Lord Long Huang glanced at Ling Xiao. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao was very tired from the battle and needed to find a place to rest. At the same time, he also benefited a lot and needed a place to cultivate. He estimated that as long as he could completely refine the Dragon Crown Prince's power, it shouldn't be difficult to break through to the third level of the Yin Yang realm. He never dared to slack off when it came to cultivation. He might have killed the #1 elite and the Dragon Crown Prince today. But if Tian Haizong really wanted to make a move, he would probably choose to escape in the end. Tian Haizong's cultivation was on par with Feng Ming and Wu Yang. He wasn't an opponent he could deal with. Even if he was in peak condition, he wouldn't be able to do it, let alone now that he was injured. Ling Xiao arranged a separate courtyard for Lord Long Huang, and he personally guarded the door. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony at all. He opened the window and sat cross-legged in the room. He allowed the Scarlet Sun energy to continuously enter the room. In the depths of his soul realm, the Hell Dragon Talisman had already refined the Dragon Crown Prince's body until only a ball of wind with lightning was left. The rest was all absorbed by the Hell Dragon Talisman. And this ball of wind with lightning was the essence of the essence. Ling Xiao wanted to use it to raise his cultivation. In Ling Xiao's body, his blood turned greenish gold as if it had fused with the power of the Heaven-Earth Queen. It seeped into the Scarlet Sun energy and emitted a strange light, causing Ling Xiao's body to become even stronger. A large amount of the Dragon Crown Prince's life essence and wind and lightning essence fused into the 200 Heaven-Earth Queen cells in his body. Ling Xiao could feel that the breakthrough he had been waiting for was about to arrive. Although he closed his eyes, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi fused with the Scarlet Sun energy and crazily surged into his body. It actually formed a terrifying energy vortex outside the room, crazily sweeping the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. When the spirit chi flew past, the withered flowers bloomed. The originally dying insect suddenly became alive and kicking. The terrifying energy merged into a long river and entered Ling Xiao's body. Then, it was quickly refined and merged with the Dragon Prince's life essence and origin power of wind and lightning. At this moment, there were many exquisite spiritual stones and demonic beast crystal cores in front of Ling Xiao. The spiritual stones were all middle-grade spiritual stones. The weakest of the demonic beast crystal cores was at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. These crystal cores were obtained by Ling Xiao from the demonic beasts that he had killed along the way from the Sin domain. Each and every one of these demonic beast cores exuded an incomparably powerful vitality. They were emitting a strange glow. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his hand and a middle-grade spiritual stone and a first-level Yin-Yang realm demonic beast crystal core were sucked into his mouth at the same time. Then, he swallowed them. These two crystals directly entered the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, and in an instant, they were refined into pure elemental energy. If other martial artists saw him swallowing the middle-grade spiritual stone and demonic beast crystal core, they would be shocked. The middle-grade spiritual stone was fine. Although the energy was a little mixed, he could slowly refine it as long as he was careful. However, the power of the demonic beast crystal core was extremely complicated and terrifying. Even martial artists who were stronger than Ling Xiao would not dare to do such a thing. Because if they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. In the best-case scenario, their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would bleed from their 7 orifices or even be smashed into pieces. It was not as if such a thing had never happened among martial artists before. The best way for martial artists to use the demonic beast crystal cores was to refine them into elixirs before consuming them. Ling Xiao had done this in the past. After all, he was a pharmacist and knew how to refine elixirs. After refining them into elixirs, the demonic aura of the demonic beast crystal cores would be assimilated and the effects of the elixirs would increase. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was in a hurry to use the demonic beast crystal cores and did not care so much. Anyway, he would not be killed. The Sky Tyrant martial soul had the terrifying ability to contain everything. No matter what entered it, it would be impossible for it to come out intact unless Ling Xiao was willing to do so. The Hell Dragon talisman flew into the Sky Tyrant martial spirit from his soul realm. After that, the Hell Dragon fire was released to help burn the demonic beast's crystal core. After a short while, the demonic beast's crystal core could be directly converted into essence energy. Although this was a bit of a waste, what Ling Xiao lacked now was time, not these demonic beast cores. If it was a waste, then so be it. He didn't care. Mid-grade spirit stones. One after another, demonic beast cores appeared. Large amounts of infernal dragon fire surged into the infernal dragon talisman. Combined with the power of the heavens, these things were refined in an instant. I've accumulated enough energy. I can try to break through now. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he stopped swallowing the spirit stones and demonic beast cores. His hands moved in front of him, forming a strange Tai Chi pattern. At the same time, the energy in his body merged into one and transformed into a terrifying energy dragon. It charged towards the barrier of the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, the entire room seemed to have been completely isolated, becoming an independent space of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Looking from the outside, the room looked like it was wrapped up by a terrifying dragon coiling around it. As for the divine dragon, it was actually an image condensed from energy. This scene was truly shocking. Swoosh, Ling Xiao suddenly dashed out of the room. He opened his wings of light and flew into the distance. Esteemed Master Long Huang was stunned. He then shook his head helplessly. He could understand Ling Xiao's actions. He definitely couldn't trust them completely, so he planned to find a safer place to break through. Just as esteemed Master Long Huang thought, Ling Xiao couldn't completely trust Feng Ming Wuyang and him. Just in case, it was best to find a more secluded and safe place. After ascending into the clouds, the wings of light absorbed the power of the red sun. Suddenly, they flickered and disappeared from the sky above the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. At lightning speed, Ling Xiao flew for about an hour and arrived at the pitch-black Demon Lake in the Sin Domain. The Demon Lake occupied a large area and was located in the Sin Domain. It was filled with an evil and terrifying aura. Very few martial artists dared to approach this place. It was said that there were terrifying vengeful spirits in the lake. However, to Ling Xiao, such a place was an extremely good place to cultivate. He removed the wings of light and opened up the wings of darkness. Then, he entered the state of Hell Physique. Only then did he jump into the Demon Lake. Hell Physique could allow him to maintain the aura of a dead person for 2 hours. It should be able to avoid the attacks of the vengeful spirits. He estimated that his cultivation would definitely not exceed 2 hours. Although this calculation might not be that precise, it was definitely not off by much. Entering the bottom of the lake, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. He could see that there were huge ghost fish swimming nearby. However, after smelling his scent, they avoided him. There shouldn't be any martial artists coming here. I can cultivate in peace. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In the Demon Lake, that terrifying and evil aura continuously poured into his body. he actually did not reject it. The energy in his body began to attack the barrier of cultivation. Again and again, the impact caused the demon lake to tremble. This commotion was indeed quite big. As expected, the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to break through. With my current accumulation of energy, breaking through should be a piece of cake. However, it's still so difficult, let alone in the future. Xiao sighed in his heart. However, he did not stop his actions. No matter how difficult it was, one could not stop on the path of martial arts. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Xiao had seen too many tragedies of martial artists who lived in seclusion and gave up on the path of martial arts. One could give up on hatred and wash one's hands. However, others would not. While one was stagnating, others would be cultivating like crazy. When he thought of that, Xiao's motivation to cultivate was even greater. Close to 2 hours later, a dragon's roar rang out from his mouth, and the water around him was sent flying. It actually formed a vacuum of water. Early stage of Yin Yang realm. I've finally broken through. Xiao laughed heartily. It was not easy to reach this step. He had relied on the energy he obtained from killing the Dragon Crown Prince and the energy he obtained from killing the heavenly demon cult cultivators outside the Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Coupled with a large number of medial-grade spirit stones and demonic beast crystal cores, he had today's breakthrough. I should use this opportunity to refine the Frost Talisman. Xiao had always felt that the Frost Talisman was not strong enough and was too eye-catching. If others saw him using the Frost Talisman, they would know that he killed the Heavy Water Tower's people. Then, they would think that he had the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. The Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill was different from the Frost Talisman. It could attract terrifying experts. Even Rebirth Realm experts might appear. If Xiaochen wanted to modify the Frost Talisman and change the inscription's attribute had to match the Frost Talisman's attribute. It should be of the Dark attribute. As for how to modify the Frost Talisman. In fact, Xiao already had a backup plan, which was the 18 Hell Talisman. The Yin Yang realm had 18 levels of Hell. Xiao felt that it would be a waste if he only used the 18 levels of Hell to train his soul and communicate with Yin and Yang. Each of the 18 levels of Hell had a special effect. If he could make a Blood Soul Talisman, it wouldn't be any worse than the Hell Dragon Talisman. As for the Hell Dragon Talisman, he also had an idea, which was to make a Primordial Dragon Talisman in Sin City. The Primordial Hell Dragon was only one of them. He also wanted to get his hands on the other primordial mystical dragons and smelt them. Xiao already had the Primordial 5 Elements Dragon, Primordial Natural Dragon, and Primordial Golden Dragon King, but he lacked the inscriptions. Next, he would work hard to find and perfect his Primordial Dragon Talisman. Just the Hell Dragon alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy his needs. Of course, that was for the future. Right now, he needed to modify the Frost Talisman into the 18 Hell Talisman. After all, he had already obtained the Hell inscriptions before. Like the mystical dragon inscriptions, they were green in color. Thinking of this, he took out the Frost Talisman. The lake water instantly froze, and the surrounding demons were also frozen inside. This cold air is really good. It's a pity to waste it. I can save it first and use it in the future. Xiao stored the cold air in the depths of the Frost Talisman, and then inserted the Hell inscriptions. Forging, Hell of Tongue Ripping. The first stage of the 18 Hell Talismans was to create the Hell of Tongue Ripping. As the inscriptions were inserted, a gate of hell appeared above Xiao's head. Not long after, Xiao actually visualized a gate of hell that was almost exactly the same. Merge. The visualized gate of hell was merged into the 18 Hell Talisman. Then ghostly energy filled the air, and ghosts wailed and howled. One could clearly see that the original Frost Talisman had completely changed. In the green grade 18 Hell Talisman, one could clearly see a gate of hell with the words Hell of Tongue Ripping written on it. When used, it could summon ghosts that could drag martial artists into it and turn them into ghost servants. It's done. As the 18 Hell Talisman formed, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. This thing could finally be used openly. 2 blood soul symbols required a large amount of soul power to maintain. There weren't many people who could do this. Even for that flying kite, even if she had many blood soul talismans, if she really used them, she could only use one at a time. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, could use two at the same time. However, considering the terrifying consumption, he would naturally choose the more suitable blood soul talisman for normal battles. If we don't go back now, I'm afraid that Lord Long Huang will get anxious from waiting. Ling Xiao calculated that he had already spent a day and a night cultivating to modify the frost talisman. He didn't know if his friends from the Dragon Phoenix continent had already rushed over to the White Tiger continent, but he still had to go back and greet esteemed Dragon Phoenix. No matter what, Lord Long Huang had treated him well, and he had to repay his kindness. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he discovered that the martial artists who were preparing to head to the Tianhai Empire's capital city, Tianhai City, had all arrived. Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Xiaozong, Long Chen, Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, plus him, Ling Xiao. This was a total of 8 people, all from the Dragon Phoenix continent's Heavenly Dynasty Empire. There were also 2 other people who emitted a special aura belonging to the sea race. One could sense it with a sniff. Ling Xiao didn't know these 2 people, but he could feel that they weren't friendly towards Ling Xiao. Other than the 10 martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent, there were 4 other young elites from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. These 4 people, Ling Xiao still didn't know them. However, Feng Ming and Wu Yang still introduced them to everyone. At the very least, Ling Xiao knew their names: Feng Minjing, Feng Jiu, Tian Hailan, and Feng Mo. Feng Minjing and Feng Jiu seemed to be very friendly towards Ling Xiao and the others because of Feng Ming and Wu Yang. At the very least, they even greeted them. Tian Hailan and Feng Mo were obviously Tian Heizang's people. They looked at Ling Xiao and the martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent with disdain. Do you really think it's useful to have more people? Why didn't your Dragon Phoenix continent send all the young martial artists above the Yinyang realm? Tian Hailan snorted and looked at Ling Xiao and the others. Their Dragon Phoenix mountain only sent 4 people, but the Dragon Phoenix continent sent 10. 8 of them were even martial artists from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. This made him somewhat indignant. Whether it's useful or not, we'll see at the White Tiger Storm meet. It's not about who has the loudest voice and who is powerful, Dan Feng said indifferently. However, Ling Xiao's attitude was even more radical. He looked at Tian Hailan coldly. This person's cultivation wasn't weak, but he wasn't as powerful as the number 1 hero, let alone the Dragon Crown Prince. If he wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Why don't we try and see if you're more powerful than the Dragon Crown Prince? Ling Xiao stared at Tian Hailan with disdain and said provocatively. Tian Hailan opened his mouth, his face flushed red, but in the end, he was unable to say anything. He didn't dare. He was present when Ling Xiao killed the Dragon Crown Prince. That terrifying scene was still fresh in his mind. Since you don't dare to fight, then shut your mouth. No one will treat you as a mute. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. Tian Hailan lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Feng Ming and Wu Yang laughed. Ha ha ha, we're all outstanding martial artists representing the Tianhai Empire at the White Tiger Storm meet. Let's not fight among ourselves at this time. Young hero Ling, you just came back. If you need some time to prepare, I can give you some time. No need. I'll go with you. Ling Xiao had already accomplished half of his goal in coming to the White Tiger continent, which was to kill the Dragon Crown Prince and the others. His other goal was to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet and see the young talents of the White Tiger continent. He wasn't someone who looked down on everyone. The White Tiger Storm meet was an opportunity for him to train. He definitely wouldn't miss it. Alright. In that case, let's set off. Feng Ming and Wu Yang took out a whistle and blew it. 5 phoenixes flew through the air. The journey to the Heavenly Sea City is rather long. Although everyone can fly, it is unavoidably inconvenient. These 5 phoenixes are all meticulously nurtured by our Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Each one can be ridden by at most 4 people. Feng Ming Wu Yang smiled and said, it can also make everyone's journey more comfortable. Back in the Divine Phoenix continent, Ling Xiao was already used to many martial artists riding on demonic beasts to travel and even fight. even though that wasn't common enough. On the White Tiger continent, this was a common sight. The 5 phoenixes of Dragon Phoenix Mountain were all Yinyang realm demonic beasts. They were faster and had longer endurance than most Yinyang realm martial artists. Their weakness was that they weren't strong in combat. After all, the focus was on speed and endurance. There were gains and losses. In any case, Dragon Phoenix Mountain didn't expect them to fight. Feng Ming Wuyang led the team this time. He, Dragon Phoenix Mountain's Feng Mingying, and Feng Jiao jumped onto one of the phoenix birds. The rest also jumped onto their respective phoenix birds. Basically, 5 phoenixes just happened to be able to carry 3 people each. A total of 15 people, just nice. But what gave Ling Xiao a headache was that Feng Ming Lian, Ji Luoyu, and Cold Plum all wanted to go with him. Fortunately, this phoenix bird could carry 4 people. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. He also couldn't go and refuse these 3 girls' warm intentions. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Big brother Ling, when we go to Xianxia City, I'll bring you around. I basically toured the entire White Tiger continent with my father. Xianxia City is no exception. There are many fun places. Ji Luoyu's injuries were already healed at this time. Furthermore, her divine essence was restrained. Clearly, her cultivation had improved greatly. Even Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate her. Then I have to thank you. Our Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists are basically all newcomers. You have to be a good host. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ji Luoyu frowned slightly. Of course, she wanted to be alone with Ling Xiao. But since Ling Xiao said so, she also couldn't refuse. After all, everyone was old acquaintances. This kind of thing of valuing a lover over a friend, Ji Luoyu, was really a little embarrassed. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ji Luoyu smiled, as beautiful as a peach, making the other young elites involuntarily stunned for a moment. Especially the few Dragon Phoenix Mountain and Sea Race martial artists. They were truly endlessly jealous. Of the 15 people on this trip, only 3 were women. But they all stayed together with Ling Xiao. It was impossible to say that they weren't jealous. The phoenix soared into the air like a sharp arrow piercing through the void as it sped forward at an accelerated speed. While flying, horrifying air currents bombarded everyone continuously. However, this kind of airflow was nothing to a Yinyang realm martial artist. Almost everyone had elemental energy to protect their bodies, and the air current flowed along their bodies to the side. The martial artists who came from the Dragon Phoenix continent, including Ling Xiao, were all looking down at the great rivers and mountains below the clouds. They were very excited. Coming to the White Tiger continent from the Dragon Phoenix continent was a pleasant surprise for these people. After all, he had been to the White Tiger continent before. However, it was the first time Long Chen and the rest had come to this place. Previously, when they were passing through Xin Domain, because Dan Feng led the way, nothing happened. Although it was safe, it was somewhat boring. At this moment, sitting on the Phoenix and sensing the completely different aura of the White Tiger continent and the Dragon Phoenix continent, it would be unrealistic to say that he wasn't nervous or excited. Ling Xiao was also deeply moved. From the day he entered Tianfeng City's Ling family, he swore to become the strongest martial artist. This was something that had not changed even now. Even though he had tasted many difficulties and even failed in the process. But he had persevered until today. This road was very difficult to walk, but every time he cleared the obstacles and crossed the difficulties, it would always give him a strong sense of accomplishment. Perhaps in the future, he would not easily step into the Dragon Phoenix continent again. If that day really came, he would probably trample the White Tiger continent and become the overlord of the White Tiger continent. His ambition was greater than most martial artists. Other martial artists might just want to walk out of the continent they were in and see what the outside world was like. Or maybe they just wanted to pursue the endless peak of martial arts. But Ling Xiao did not only have these dreams. He even swore a great ambition to reunite the 13 continents of the mystic world as one, to dominate the White Tiger continent. This White Tiger storm meet was only the first step. He wanted to see his position among the young martial artists, recognize the reality, and then work harder to fight. Just like everything he had done in the Divine Phoenix continent. It was just that this road, the further he went, the more difficult it would be. Now, in terms of martial arts, he was already a yin-yang realm powerhouse who could communicate with yin and yang. He had achieved what he did not dare to imagine before, and soared in the sky. There was an even stronger direction on this road, and there was almost no end to it. Any one of the experts from the primordial era could easily crush him to death in the present. On the road to domination, he had already unified the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Next, he wanted to dominate the stronger and more dangerous White Tiger continent. Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, and Cold Plum all looked at Ling Xiao. From Ling Zhao's deep eyes, they seemed to see the endless ambition in this 17-year-old youth's chest. How far did his vision reach? How great was his ambition? What was his ultimate goal? The unconventional Ling Xiao had an extremely warm and gentle side when it came to his own people. The three of them had felt this before. It was also because of this that they could not forget Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had already decided on the Moon Maiden, this did not stop them from pursuing Ling Zhao's footsteps. And this Ling Xiao also had a domineering and cold side. Almost no one could stop or persuade him once he had decided on something. Some people said that he was the benevolent heavenly emperor, while others said that he was the tyrant demon emperor. However, to the three of them, Ling Xiao had never changed. He only had one principle, and that was to act according to his heart, regardless of whether it was good or evil. This was because he had been bullied since he was young and had seen through the hypocrisy of this world. What bullshit truth, kindness, and beauty were worthless in his eyes. Whoever treated him well was a good person. Whoever did not treat him well was an enemy. It was that simple. Be careful. We will pass by the snowy plains of the White Tiger continent. Based on the Phoenix's speed, it will last for about 2 hours. During this time, there will be terrifying cold winds. Martial artists below the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm had better prepare for defense in advance. Otherwise, you will be injured. Feng Ming Wu Yang's voice suddenly rang out, and called the 3 girls back from their dazed state of mind. The 3 of you can continue to rest. Don't mind it. Ling Zhao's voice rang out. Haha, that's great. Thank you, Big Brother Ling. Although the 3 girls' cultivations were not weak, it was the first time Feng Minglian and Cold Plum had stepped into the snowy plains, so they were naturally nervous. Ji Luoyu, on the other hand, understood how terrifying the astral winds were and looked extremely nervous. That was why Ling Xiao said that. Since he allowed the 3 girls to ride the phoenix with him, he should protect them well. Ling Xiao flew in front of the phoenix and in the middle of the group. He could already see the snowy plains in the distance. When he was 1,000 meters away, he could already feel the bone-chilling cold. However, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid, he even revealed a smile. This cold air was perfect for tempering the 18 hell talismans and his mystic world body. The mystic world body was a body tempering technique. The harsher the environment, the better the tempering of the mystic world body. It was an excellent opportunity to temper his body with the help of the cold air. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, but he still had 400 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen cells. He did not awaken any new cells. When he was at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm, he had already awakened 400 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen cells. However, he had only used 200 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen cells at most in the recent battle. It was because he did not want to expose his abilities completely. His mystic world body was his new trump card. He had to hide it so that his enemies would not be able to figure it out. Now, he wanted to continue awakening the 400 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen cells in his body so that he could awaken 500 of them. That way, he would not need to use his inner strength or soul power when facing a martial artist at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. He only needed to punch to kill his opponent. 18 Hell Talisman. With a thought from Ling Xiao, a blood soul talisman broke through the air and enveloped the entire phoenix. At the same time, the phoenix happened to fly into the sky above the snowfield. Terrifying cold air kept attacking. However, as long as it got close to the 18 Hell Talisman, it would be absorbed and refined. The energy entered Ling Zhao's body through the blood soul talisman and started refining Ling Zhao's mystic world body. The 3 girls sat there. Not only did they not feel any cold air, but they also could not feel any airflow. It was as if they were in a room. Feng Ming and Wu Yang were shocked when they saw that Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually had two different blood soul talismans. Although they were both of green quality, wasn't this fellow's luck a little too good? Did he really have some kind of connection with the immortal court? Feng Ming and Wu Yang could not help but think so. After all, something like the blood soul talisman was not easy to obtain. He shook his head to get rid of the wild thoughts in his mind and looked at the other martial artists. Only a few people were completely unafraid in the face of the terrifying cold wind. They even maintained the same sitting posture as before, as if the cold wind posed no threat to them. However, most of the martial artists had to think of all sorts of ways to reduce the wind's disturbance. For example, Long Chen had already entered his half-dragon form. Relying on the dragon clan's characteristic of having thick skin and flesh, he was completely disdainful of this astral wind. There were also martial artists who released large amounts of yin and yang essence force to resist the cold astral winds. It seemed a little strenuous, but at least they didn't make a fool of themselves. Haha, that Ling Xiao is really a piece of trash. Facing this kind of astral wind, he actually still has to rely on the power of the blood soul talisman. Tian Hailan, who had been suppressing his anger for a long time, looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, I really don't understand how he beat the Dragon Crown Prince. Shoo, keep your voice down. That fellow isn't someone to be trifled with. If you anger him, he'll really annihilate you. A sea species warrior sitting on the same phoenix said with a smile. Although these words were persuasion, it was obvious that they were adding fuel to the fire and instigating them. Tian Hailan, that idiot, looked at Ling Xiao with eagerness. Wind Witch, have the phoenix approach Ling Xiao. Tian Hailan said. That's not good. Your sect master is watching. Besides, that Ling Xiao isn't simple. You'll be at a disadvantage if you do this. The sea species warrior continued to add fuel to the fire. It seemed to be persuasion, but in fact, they were saying that Tian Hailan was not as good as Ling Xiao and did not dare to make a move. Bullsh***, get closer. Tian Hailan was obviously the kind of idiot who was easily provoked. Under the provocation of the sea species warrior, he directly fell for it. The Wind Witch shaman controlled their phoenix to approach Soaring Cloud. Tian Hailan stood up and circulated a ball of yin and yang essence force in his hand. His body was full of killing intent. In the distance, Feng Ming and Wu Yang frowned. They wanted to stop him, but found that the three women on the phoenix that Ling Xiao was on stood up almost at the same time. Tian Hailan looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his face gloomy. But he still didn't make a move. Whether it was Cold Plum, Feng Ming Lian, or Ji Luoyu, they were not embroidered pillows. Each of them could make Tian Hailan suffer. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. At this time, he was in a difficult position. He couldn't make a move, nor could he not make a move. He was in a deadlock. Tian Hailan, go back. At this time, Feng Ming and Wu Yang's voice also sounded. Tian Hailan suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned. He really didn't expect that the pressure that the three delicate girls brought to him was not inferior to that of Ling Xiao at all. Fortunately, Feng Ming and Wu Yang's order gave him a way out. After all, he still had to listen to the sect master's order. The sea species warrior on the same phoenix as Tian Hailan did not laugh at him. Instead, he stared at the three girls. He originally wanted to provoke Tian Hailan to find out more about Ling Xiao's background. However, he lost on the swings, but gained on the swings. It made him confirm that the three women around Ling Xiao were all powerful. Feng Mo manipulated the phoenix to stay away from Ling Xiao. Tian Hailan sat there and did not say a word. Although he was extremely depressed, he could not vent it. He was really scared just now. The three girls sat back down and started chatting happily as if nothing had happened. They knew very well that even if they did not stand up, Tian Hailan would not be able to hurt Ling Xiao at all. But since they were here, they could not let anyone disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. This was their simplest idea. 2 hours later, the phoenix crossed the snowy plains. Ling Xiao also slowly opened his eyes. His two sharp eyes looked directly at Tian Hailan. Die. Spitting out a word coldly, Ling Xiao suddenly moved from his phoenix to near Tian Hailan. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao directly chopped off Tian Hailan's head. Tian Hailan did not react until the moment of his death. From the moment you tried to kill me, you were destined to die. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then he looked at the sea species warrior and said, you better watch your mouth. I will spare your life this time. Next time, you will go back to the sea to feed the turtles. Cold, domineering, he killed without hesitation. Unlike Tian Hailan's hesitation, Ling Xiao never showed mercy to those who tried to kill him. Sigh, young hero Ling, why do you have to do this? Although he wanted to kill you, he did not do it. Feng Ming Wuyang sighed. Tian Hailan was Tian Haizang's man, not his man. He even often went against him in Dragon Phoenix Mountain. But after all, he was the sect leader of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, and Tian Hailan was a disciple of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. It was not good to keep silent. Senior, I prefer to strike first to gain the upper hand. Today, he gave up killing me out of fear. But next time, if I am injured, he will definitely take advantage of the situation and kill me. I, Ling Xiao, will not let such a threat go. Ling Xiao said indifferently, also, thank you for calling out to him just now. Otherwise, my 3 confidants would have their hands stained with blood. His words seemed to be saying that he had done something very insignificant. Seeing how Ling Xiao killed Tian Hailan in an instant, everyone sighed. The martial artists of the Heavenly Empire were not surprised. They knew Ling Xiao's temper and were not surprised to see Tian Hailan killed. But the Dragon Phoenix Mountain and Sea Clan's martial artists were shocked. Ling Xiao was still so arrogant in the presence of Feng Ming and Wu Yang, not giving the other party any face at all. This guy was really like the rumors, doing things his own way. A few people secretly thought, it's better not to provoke this person in the future. Even if there's a grudge, we can't do it openly. Otherwise, we won't be able to take revenge and get killed instead. It'll be embarrassing if we end up like Tian Hailan. We're almost at Sky Sea City. At this moment, Ji Luoyu's voice sounded, waking everyone up from their shock. Less than 10 miles away from the snowy plains, there was a huge city. The area it occupied was about 10 times the size of the former Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. The huge city had a huge number of martial artists. None of the White Tiger continent's 4 great empires were pushovers. 10 miles was just a matter of seconds. Because Sky Sea City was also protected by a formation, flying in the air was definitely not allowed. So when they arrived near Sky Sea City, Feng Ming and Wu Yang controlled the Phoenix to land. Everyone, pay attention. Experts are as common as clouds in the Sky Sea City. Although you are all genius martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent and the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, you still have to be careful. You must not act recklessly. Otherwise, your lives might be in danger, and even I won't be able to save you. When the Phoenix landed, Feng Ming and Wu Yang specially warned. Young hero Ling, this isn't the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. I'm afraid you need to restrain yourself. Feng Ming and Wu Yang specially added to Ling Xiao. Senior, I'm not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. Of course, if others provoke me, then it's a different story. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm talking about this. Sky Sea City's martial artists are more arrogant and might offend you unintentionally. I hope you can restrain your temper. After all, we're here to participate in the White Tiger meet, not to cause trouble. Feng Ming and Wu Yang smiled bitterly. I'll try my best. Ling Xiao said casually. If it was just a battle of words, Ling Xiao wouldn't care. After all, he had seen this kind of thing many times. However, if someone were to touch his reverse scale, not to mention the Phoenix Cry dance, no one in this world would be able to persuade him. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed and didn't say anything. He was well aware of Ling Xiao's temper, so there was no point in saying more. The Phoenix quickly descended and stopped about a few hundred meters away from the Heaven Sea City. Feng Ming and Wu Yang brought everyone to the city gate and showed their proof of entry. They didn't encounter any obstructions and smoothly arrived in the city. This time, the Tianhai Empire will not only have martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent participating in the White Tiger meet. There will be even more martial artists from the Tianhai Empire. The 4 great empires and the Jingyi school would each send 50 disciples to participate. This was especially true for the disciples of the Tianhai Sacred Academy and the royal family. All of them were absolute elites. At that time, we'll all be staying in the outstanding pavilion, so it's inevitable that there'll be some friction. Just bear with it if you can. Feng Ming and Wu Yang reminded again. He was still worried that someone would cause trouble. After all, geniuses had bad tempers. If they came to the Heaven Sea City and encountered something that didn't go their way, they would definitely flip out. If he couldn't remind them, anything could happen next. In other words, our Dragon Phoenix continent has 10 people, your Dragon Phoenix mountain has 4, and the rest are all martial artists from the Tianhai Empire? Mou asked. Actually, our Dragon Phoenix mountain and Miss Ji Luoyu can't be considered martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent. Your Dragon Phoenix continent only gave a total of 5 spots. Feng Ming and Wu Yang sighed. They felt that there were some things that had to be said. The remaining 45 spots all belong to the Tianhai Empire. So even though so many of you have come, unfortunately, not all of you can participate in the competition. How will the final spots be determined? Ling Xiao asked. This old man isn't too sure. The selection of spots is different every year, but I have to remind you of something. Almost every year, there will be a large number of martial artists who die inexplicably in the Heaven Sea City. Of course, in the past, there were basically no martial artists from the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent in the White Tiger meet. Even if there were, they would have come from our Dragon Phoenix mountain. Feng Ming and Wu Yang replied. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He then nodded and said, "Thank you, senior. I understand." He had roughly guessed it. Those martial artists who died or left inexplicably were probably the so-called eliminated ones. However, this kind of elimination wasn't done in public. Everything was done in secret. The Tianhai Empire obviously acquiesced to this kind of elimination. Perhaps in their opinion, only this kind of battle could truly show a martial artist's strength in all aspects. Interesting. Ling Xiao revealed a smile as he walked towards the outstanding pavilion. He liked this kind of battle. In fact, it was much better than the hypocrisy of competing openly in the arena but secretly using underhanded methods. The outstanding pavilion was a place the Tianhai Empire used to receive martial artists. Usually, it was used to receive martial artists who had sought refuge with the Empire. And when the White Tiger meet was about to arrive, this place would become a place specially used to receive participants. The outstanding pavilion was very large, and there would definitely be no shortage of rooms. Thus, under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any conflicts because of this. Unless someone was deliberately looking for trouble. When they arrived at the outstanding pavilion, Feng Ming and Wu Yang specially reminded them, according to the rules, we, the leaders, have to enter the imperial palace first to attend the emperor's meeting, and then listen to the emperor's arrangements. I'm afraid we won't be staying with you. So, from this moment on, your safety will depend on yourself. Unless you encounter something that requires my intervention, I won't interfere. Again, don't cause trouble, and endure more. Saying this, Feng Ming and Wu Yang turned and left. Brother Ling, we'll go to the outstanding pavilion first. What about you? Dan Feng glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. I want to walk around the streets. I'll have to trouble Brother Dan Feng to take Long Chen and the others to find a good place. It would be best if we could stay together. The period before the White Tiger Tempest meet is probably the most dangerous period. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. No problem. Dan Feng nodded and then headed to the outstanding pavilion with Mou, Zhu Xiaozong, and Long Chen. Ling Xiao, Feng Ming Lian, and Cold Plum looked at Ji Luoyu. Sister Luoyu, you said you were very familiar with Tianhai City. Do you know any places with especially delicious food? Let's go take a look first. Ling Xiao asked. You're already a Yin Yang realm martial artist, but you still crave delicious food like a foodie. Ji Luoyu giggled. Although Yin Yang realm martial artists can go months without eating, they can still enjoy delicious food. Alright, I won't listen to your grand theories. There really is a place in Tianhai City that has the best delicacies in the world. I'm just afraid you won't have the luck to taste it. Ji Luoyu smiled. Whether I have the luck or not, we'll know once we get there. Lead the way. Ling Xiao really didn't believe that there was a place where he couldn't taste the delicacies. Alright then, follow me. I reckon that there are already quite a lot of people there. The white tiger meet is about to begin, and the participants are coming from all over the Xianxia Empire. I reckon that they will definitely go to this place once they arrive at Xianxia City. Ji Luoyu skipped forward as she turned her head and spoke. This place you're talking about, where is it? Ling Xiao was even more perplexed and interested. This place is the Wonder Tower founded by the richest clan in the Tianhai Empire, the Fan clan. Wonder Tower? That's an interesting name. Why doesn't it sound like a place to eat, but more like a place to view the scenery? Ling Xiao had heard of the Fan clan before. It was a clan of the Tianhai Empire that was as wealthy as the Tianhai Imperial clan. However, this was the first time he had heard of the Wonder Tower. Haha, you'll know once we get there. They say that a day trip to the Wonder Tower will allow you to see all the beautiful sights in the world. These words aren't nonsense. Ji Luoyu smiled mysteriously, but didn't explain. Ling Xiao didn't ask any more questions. However, he was even more curious. Feng Minglian and Cold Plum were also puzzled. What kind of place would allow one to see all the beautiful sights in the world? The distance between the Hero's Tower and the Wonder Tower was actually only 1 street long, about 1 li. These 2 towers were the only landmarks in Tianhai City apart from the Imperial Palace. The Hero's Tower occupied a large area, reaching a height of about 30 meters. The Wonder Tower was even larger. It occupied twice the area of the Hero's Tower, and was also twice the height of the Hero's Tower. It practically reached into the clouds. When the wind blew, the Wonder Tower actually seemed to sway slightly. Generally, those who were not brave enough would not dare to set foot in it. Although the entire structure of Wondrous View Tower was also made of wood, this wood was resistant to fire and cold. Its toughness was not inferior to Frost Iron's 1000-year ironwood. 1000-year ironwood was extremely expensive. Even in the Tianhai Empire, aside from the super-rich Fan clan, no other clan would dare to use it like this. The Marvelous View Tower was located in a dense forest. This forest was probably the only ancient forest left in Xianxia City. The forest covered an area of about 1,000 mu, and there were actually demonic beasts roaming about. Even the weakest of these demonic beasts were at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Furthermore, they were extremely ferocious. Therefore, even though the Miracle Tower did not have any rules, the guests who came here were generally martial artists with a cultivation base at the half-step Yin-Yang realm or above. Otherwise, before they could even enter the Wonder Tower, they would be killed by the demonic beasts lying in ambush nearby. The Tower of Wonders was 60 meters tall, and each floor was about 4 meters tall. There was a total of 15 floors. From the outside, one would discover that every floor of the Marvelous View Tower had a completely different aura, as if they were in a different world within the same space. It was very peculiar. Before entering the tower, Ling Xiao already vaguely understood the general meaning of the Wonder Tower's name. However, it was still just a conjecture. As for what was inside, he would know once he entered. Oh right, Brother Ling, I forgot to tell you. The delicacies and wine in the Wonder Tower are extremely expensive, but you can enjoy them without paying. As they walked towards the Wonder Tower, Ji Luoyu suddenly said, "There's a test on every floor. As long as you pass the test, you can drink to your heart's content and eat the best delicacies and wine on this floor. You don't even have to pay a single spirit stone. Looks like I can enjoy the delicacies for free today." Ling Xiao did not have many spirit stones on him now. Recently, he had used up a lot of spirit stones to cultivate. After all, the higher his cultivation base, the more spirit stones he needed. It looked like he would have to think of ways to earn money in the future. Before he stepped into the Wonder Tower, a fierce white tiger suddenly leaped out from the side of the road. This fierce tiger had the strength of a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Moreover, it looked very strange with a huge horn on its head. Scram! Ling Xiao did not make a move. He only looked at the fierce tiger coldly and revealed a strong murderous aura. Roar! The fierce tiger roared and turned to flee. Hee, Brother Ling is indeed powerful. You can scare away such a strong fierce tiger with just your murderous aura. Looks like we will definitely enjoy the delicacies in the Wonder Tower today. Ji Luoyu had come here in the past because of her father. Later on, she had come here alone a few times, but she could not reach the level that her father had brought her to before. She still remembered the delicacies and wonders of the Wonder Tower. She could not forget them. Although the food on the first floor of the Wonder Tower was delicious, there was nothing special. They were all things that Xianxia had eaten before, so he was not very interested. Moreover, the scenery on the first floor was just the forest outside the window. There was nothing special about it. Brother Ling, let's not bother about this. The first floor is basically a place for half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Let's go higher. Ji Luoyu grabbed Ling Zhao's hand and said. Ling Xiao nodded. After hearing Ji Luoyu describe this place so mystical, Ling Xiao was really interested to see what secrets there were in the Wonder Tower. However, just as he stepped onto the stairs of the second floor, Ling Xiao felt a murderous aura descend. Looking up, there was a puppet martial artist at the end of the stairs. This puppet martial artist was very exquisitely made. Its appearance was almost the same as a human, except that it was cold. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi I could see through it with one glance. What is that? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Oh, that is a gourmet guard. Starting from the second floor, every floor has one. If you want to enjoy the delicacies, you have to defeat the gourmet guard first. Ji Luoyu answered, Brother Ling, you don't have to do it. I will do it. My cultivation is now at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. The limit I can reach is the fourth floor. After that, Brother Ling will have to do it. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. According to what Ji Luoyu said, Ling Xiao felt that he could reach the 8th floor of the Wonder Tower at most. He probably couldn't go any higher. He didn't expect that eating in Sky Sea City depended on one's strength. It was very interesting. He wondered when he would be able to reach the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower. Ji Luoyu defeated the gourmet guard easily. As expected, the second floor was basically filled with martial artists at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. The four of them didn't stop and continued going up. The third floor was the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. The fourth floor was the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. When they reached the 5th floor, Ji Luoyu had a hard time fighting against the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm gourmet guard. However, she defeated it in the end. The first floor was filled with martial artists at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Some of them might even be here to participate in the White Tiger meet. It was just that Ling Xiao and the others didn't know them. Where did this pretty boy come from? How dare he make a woman charge into battle? Little girl, why don't you accompany me? You are better than that useless pretty boy. The higher one's cultivation level, the more arrogant they would be. On top of that, due to jealousy, there was finally someone on the 5th floor who sneered at him. However, Ling Xiao ignored him. He was willing to listen to Feng Ming and Wu Yang. He didn't want to be too eye-catching and cause trouble since he was new here. However, his forbearance was seen as weakness by others. The person who mocked him was insatiable. He jumped over and blocked everyone's path. He even reached out to grab Ji Luoyu. While doing this, his mouth was still unclean as he scolded, a young lady with a gigolo is not a good thing. It's better to play with this lord. That was intolerable. Senior Feng Ming and Wu Yang, I'm sorry. A cold glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. If the other party had only mocked him out of jealousy, he could pretend that he didn't hear it. However, not only did the other party attack him, but his words were also very unpleasant. If he still tolerated it, wouldn't he become a green-haired tortoise? Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded on the 5th floor. Ling Xiao didn't give any warning or nonsense. He just chopped off the guy's arm. However, that wasn't all. He took another step forward and cut off the guy's tongue. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded again. The entire 5th floor instantly became much colder. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the guy who was rolling on the ground in pain and said, I don't care about you, not because I'm afraid of you. Then, he strode toward the 6th floor. Ji Luoyu felt sweet inside. She knew that Ling Xiao had never treated her as his woman. Even so, she still felt very happy that he would help her under such circumstances. That meant that this man still cared about her. He's going to the 6th floor? Looks like someone kicked an iron plate. Yeah, one has to be at least Yin Yang realm level 5 to reach the 6th floor. He's so young, but he has such a cultivation level. Young people nowadays are really scary. They must be people who came to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet. That's right. Such a young genius can only be here to participate in the White Tiger Tempest gathering. It looks like the White Tiger Tempest gathering this time will be even more exciting than the previous ones. Ling Xiao did not hear these people's discussions. The guards on the 6th floor were at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. To Ling Xiao, this was not difficult at all. He didn't even use the slightest bit of internal energy and defeated the puppet with a single punch. Luoyu, where is the highest floor that your father brought you to? When they reached the 6th floor, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. When my father was in Xianxia City, he often brought me here. The highest floor we went to should be the 10th floor. But later, his work shifted to other places and he never came again. That was 10 years ago. Ji Luoyu said after thinking for a while. Ling Xiao knew that Ji Qing was powerful, but he had not expected him to be so terrifying. According to Ji Luoyu's words, Ji Qing's cultivation level had already reached the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm 10 years ago. How powerful would he be now? Alright, I'll try my best to let you taste the delicacies that your father once tasted. Ling Xiao nodded. Since he had come here, he wanted to challenge his limits. The 8th floor was his highest goal. However, the guards here were only humanoid puppets. Compared to martial artists, the puppets' combat power was naturally weaker. Even if their cultivation level was higher, it was useless. After all, their combat skills could not be compared to a martial artist's. Hence, it might be possible for him to reach the 10th floor without using his tyrannical martial soul. Continue. On the 7th floor, Ling Xiao used some internal energy. On the 8th floor, Ling Xiao focused more on combat skills when facing the 7th level of the Yin Yang realm humanoid puppet. The battle took a little longer, but he ended the battle in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, he did not use much of his internal energy. There's a way. Maybe I can reach a higher floor. After the battle with the humanoid puppets on the 8th floor, Ling Xiao felt that his idea was correct. These humanoid puppets were powerful, but they were brainless. It was easy for him to fight them. His goal was set even higher. Luoyu, maybe I can bring you to the 11th floor. However, it's just a maybe. I'm not very confident. Don't have high hopes. Ling Xiao smiled and said. It's okay. I'll be happy if I can reach the 10th floor. Ji Luoyu was easily satisfied. On the 9th floor, they faced a 8th level of the Yin Yang realm humanoid puppet. Ling Xiao used about 50% of his strength to destroy it. Of course, the battle lasted longer this time, 15 minutes. Why don't we take a break on this floor before continuing? Although Ling Xiao was confident, he was not conceited. It would be very difficult for him to continue when he was not in a good condition. He thought for a while and suggested. Of course. We haven't enjoyed ourselves after running for so long. Why don't we drink some wine, eat some fruits, and soak in the hot spring before continuing? Soak in the hot spring? Ling Xiao was stunned. The 9th floor did not look any different from the other floors. How could there be a place to soak in the hot spring? Just come with me. Ji Luoyu chuckled and led Ling Xiao, Feng Minglian, and Cold Plum to the counter on the 9th floor. A jug of 900-year-old ice lotus wine, a large plate of 900-year-old scarlet fruits, and a bowl of 900-year-old red date porridge for recovery. Can 900-year-old red date porridge be eaten? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Country bumpkin. Hearing Ling Xiao's question, the two martial artists sitting at a nearby table said and then laughed. Ling Xiao ignored them. He was indeed a country bumpkin here. Big brother Ling, you misunderstood. The so-called 900-year-old red date porridge refers to the special red dates that have matured for 900 years and other condiments. It doesn't mean that the red date porridge is 900 years old. Ji Luoyu explained and then said to the beauty on the counter, in addition, add a hot spring. Just send the food to the hot spring. Do you want to take the test? The beauty asked. No need. Ji Luoyu shook her head and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Big brother Ling, this time it's my treat. When we reach a higher level, you can treat me again. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and felt that there was no problem. But when Ji Luoyu paid the bill, he was shocked. 3 kinds of food, and all of them were just appetizers, plus a hot spring. Ji Luoyu actually charged 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was really ridiculously expensive. Even if it was a carefully refined elixir, many would not have this price. This was robbery. When Ji Luoyu paid, the eyes of the 2 martial artists who ridiculed Ling Xiao for being a country bumpkin lit up, and then the corners of their mouths raised into a sneer. However, no one noticed their expressions. However, Ling Xiao felt that the aura of these 2 people seemed to be a little familiar. Ji Luoyu paid the bill, and the beauty at the counter took out a compass-like object. Then, she moved it, and the needle pointed directly at a pattern that looked like a hot spring. Alright, the 3 of you, this is your spatial compass. Take it and follow the needle to enter the hot spring. The things you want are already there. Many thanks. Ji Luoyu took the compass and led Ling Xiao and the other 2 forward. They followed the needle for about 50 steps, when the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The hot spring was steaming hot. Several plates floated above the hot spring, and on them were the things they wanted. Ling Xiao had just noticed that this should be a very advanced storage array, and the principle was somewhat similar to that of a storage ring. However, this storage array could directly store natural scenery, as if it was another space. This fan family was really frighteningly powerful. They even had this kind of thing. It was really shocking. In truth, he was a little envious just looking at it. Luoyu, why is there only 1 hot spring? Shouldn't it be separated? Ling Xiao looked around. The misty hot spring didn't have any barriers. If he wanted to soak, he could only do it with the 3 girls. He had never done such a thing before. Big brother Ling, the people of the Tianhai Empire are more open. It's not strange for men and women to bathe together. If you're shy, you can wait until the 3 of us go in, and then you can go in. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. Ling Xiao was embarrassed. No matter how powerful the enemy he had met was, he had never been as embarrassed as he was today. He waited for the 3 girls to go in before entering the water. Although the temperature of the hot spring wasn't high, he could clearly feel that there was some kind of medicine in the water. When soaking, all the internal energy in his body became active. Not only can this place eliminate fatigue, it also seems to be very beneficial for cultivation. Ling Xiao was no longer embarrassed. Instead, he was a little excited. Have a taste of the food. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and poured himself a cup of 900-year-old ice lotus wine before drinking it. Suddenly, he felt a strange chill in his body. It was as cold as the astral wind in the snowy region. Eat another scarlet fruit. Ji Luoyu said. Ling Xiao nodded and ate one of the scarlet fruits. This time, it was a strange heat. It was as if there was a fire burning in his body. Interesting, very interesting. Everyone, let's eat together. No wonder these things are so expensive. They are very beneficial to cultivation. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Ji Luoyu smiled and said, Big brother Ling, from the 1st floor to the 15th floor of the Marvelous View Tower, there are similar things to eat, but every time you go up a floor, the price of all the food will increase by 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For example, the 1st floor was 10,000, and the 2nd floor was 20,000. This 20,000 meant that all the food was at least 20,000, and the highest was 30,000. This is the 9th floor, so all the ingredients here cost at least 90,000, and the highest won't exceed 100,000. Of course, the hot springs are more expensive than the ingredients. Therefore, the consumption this time is also quite high. After enjoying the hot spring and delicious food, Ling Xiao not only felt that his cultivation had increased, but also that the physical strength and internal energy that he had used before had been completely recovered. It could be said that it was quite magical. The 4 of them stepped out of the hot spring space. When they were about to go to the 10th floor, the 2 warriors who had mocked Ling Xiao and called him a country bumpkin blocked their way. One of them laughed and said, Brother, we have offended you with our words just now. This is just a cup of wine. How about we let bygones be bygones? He smiled very brightly. However, in Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eyes, this smile seemed so fake. I didn't intend to make a fuss about it. It was just two dogs barking. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The warrior with a smile on his face froze for a moment, but then he recovered his smile and said, "Hee hee, brother, you really know how to joke. Then can we drink this cup of wine? We spent a high price to buy this. A jug of wine cost 95,000 low-grade spirit stones. At most, we can pour 10 cups. One cup of wine costs nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Brother, you have to give us face." Ling Xiao glanced at the wine in the cup, then picked it up and drank it in one gulp. The moment Ling Xiao drank, the warrior with a smile raised the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. The other warrior also had a sinister smile on his face. After a cup of wine was poisoned, Ling Xiao suddenly felt as if he was burning. He felt as if his liver and intestines were being cut into pieces. His face also turned red, and his expression was extremely ugly. "Ah. You actually gave my big brother Ling the hot 9-yang poison wine." Ji Luoyu saw the change in Ling Xiao and suddenly turned pale with fright. "Ha ha ha, that's right. It's the 9-yang poison wine. This wine contains crane's crown red and 9 other types of extreme yang poison. It is refined by fusing with special medicinal herbs. Those with high cultivation, after drinking a small mouthful, would need to spend a month to refine it. After success, one's cultivation will increase greatly. Hee hee, I wonder what cultivation this brat has. He actually dared to drink the entire cup of wine. I'm afraid he's not far from death." The cultivator with the smiling face laughed heartily. "What do you want to do? Why do you want to harm my big brother Ling?" Ji Luoyu's beautiful face was cold, and she was unable to restrain her anger. "I'm sorry, we were only entrusted by others. Who asked him to be greedy? He deserved to die. The dignified celestial emperor is only SOSO." The man said disdainfully. "Good wine." At this moment, a scene that caused the two warriors to be terrified appeared. Ling Zhao's expression instantly turned good. Not only that, he actually picked up the wine jug and drank the entire jug of wine. "It's really a good wine. This 9-yang poison wine is wonderful. Wonderful." Ling Zhao's face was flushed red, and his body felt like it was on fire. However, he was very excited. This was because the 9-yang poison wine could perfectly merge with the Crimson Sun power in his body instantly, greatly increasing his cultivation. It allowed him to advance to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but more than a dozen Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen cells had also awakened due to the blazing tempering. He could clearly feel that his body had become stronger, and his Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen power had also become denser. "You." The two warriors were dumbfounded. They looked at Ling Xiao as though they were looking at a ghost. They could not believe what they were seeing was real. "Go buy more. Spend all the spirit stones you have." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the two warriors before him. His cold eyes revealed a terrifying murderous intent. The two warriors instantly felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, they finally understood that Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. He was simply a monster. The two of them were both at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They only entered the 9th level by taking advantage of the situation. After all, the guardian puppets had a lot of weaknesses. Puppets were puppets after all. They were not as smart as humans. In fact, the two assassins had always been in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Every time Ling Xiao went up a floor, they would go up a floor as well. When Ling Xiao stopped on the 9th floor, they stopped as well. If they went any higher, they wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, even if they took advantage of the situation, they wouldn't be able to deal with the puppet guards above the 10th floor. They didn't have as many tricks as Ling Xiao. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They gritted their teeth and took out some spirit stones to buy 2 pots of 9-yang poison wine. Ling Xiao still drank it all. The moment the 9-yang poison wine entered his stomach, he felt intense pain. However, after a while, it turned into enjoyment. That feeling was really comfortable. "Go buy more. I know you have at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones in your storage rings. Go buy 10 more pots." Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't go overboard. Do you really think we're afraid of you? The cultivator with the smiling face was really unhappy. Even though Ling Xiao's aura was terrifying, their cultivation wasn't weak either. They were really unhappy to be bullied like this. Do you want to die or buy more wine? It's up to you. Ling Xiao said calmly. The two of them clenched their fists and stood there for a long time. In the end, they didn't plan to use force. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't alone. He had 3 female companions with him. These 3 female companions weren't just for show. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura of a powerhouse from them. The counter said that there are only 5 pots left. Usually, no one dares to drink this kind of 9-yang poison wine, so there aren't many left. The two of them came back with 5 pots of 9-yang poison wine and explained. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and drank 4 of the bottles. He could feel the energy surging through his body. He was wild with joy. His cultivation was about to break through again. Even though it was just a small step in the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, it was still very precious. One wouldn't be able to travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. The late stage of the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of white smoke, feeling extremely carefree. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you've treated me to such good wine, I'll split this pot between the two of you. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. What? The faces of the 2 martial artists instantly turned pale. This kind of wine, drinking a small mouthful was already the limit. If the 2 of them drank a jug, they would definitely die. Drink or not? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Fight it out with him. The 2 of them were very clear that once they drank the 9-yang poison wine, they would definitely die. Rather than that, they might as well fight Ling Xiao. However, before they could even make a move, they found themselves unable to move. Unbeknownst to them, the shadow-like tentacles in the darkness had firmly imprisoned the 2 of them. If you don't want to drink, then I'll feed you. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, the shadowy tentacles grabbed the wine jug and poured the wine into the mouths of the 2 martial artists. Then, the shadowy tentacles loosened, and the 2 of them fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Let's go. Let's continue going up. Ling Xiao didn't look at the 2 assassins again. He wasn't even interested in who was behind them. He had many enemies anyway. So what if they knew, sooner or later, this enemy would reveal his true identity? When they stepped onto the stairs, the 2 martial artists on the ground had already been attacked by the fire poison. As they screamed in agony, their bodies curled up like shrimps before they died. It was terrifying, as if their bodies were being burned by fire. Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao, what a terrifying fellow! In the crowd, some martial artists looked at this scene in horror and put down their weapons that were almost out of their sheaths. On this floor, there were many people who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, when they saw the miserable state of the 2 martial artists, they didn't dare to make a move recklessly. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat the puppet guards on the 10th floor with pure strength. Therefore, on this floor, Ling Xiao chose to take advantage of the situation. He used a formation to deceive the guards and entered the 10th floor. They didn't stop on the 10th floor. Instead, they continued to the 11th floor. Logically speaking, the guards on the 11th floor should be puppet guards at the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. However, when they stepped onto the stairs, they realized something was wrong. They were no longer puppet guards. Instead, they were humans who were alive. Go back. The 11th floor isn't a place where ordinary people like you can go. The guard sat there and drank from a jug of wine. He didn't look impressive, but his strength was extremely terrifying. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao and said, Big brother Ling, let's go to the 10th floor. I didn't know there was a real person guarding this floor. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't like to retreat before challenging someone. Of course, it was impossible for him to win against a 10th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, he had other tricks up his sleeve. He wasn't a gentleman, so he didn't need to use his strength to defeat the other party. The butterfly lady in the Mountain River realm had already reached the 14th level of Yin-Yang realm. The butterfly lady's cultivation seemed to be 10 levels higher than his. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Others said he was a monster, a genius. However, in his opinion, this little guy was the true monster. Even the word monster couldn't describe how terrifying this little guy was. Of course, since he encountered such a powerhouse, he wanted to test his own combat strength before summoning the butterfly lady to battle. Although he couldn't defeat the guard, this was a rare opportunity. "Kid, this isn't a place for you. Go down." The guard holding the jug of wine stood up. His originally sleepy eyes instantly became sharp and cold. As he spoke, the guard suddenly attacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of alcohol. The alcohol contained terrifying yin-yang origin energy. It sent Ling Xiao flying to the bottom of the stairs. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was prepared. He wasn't in such a sorry state and easily stood up again. As expected, he's a 10th level yin-yang realm powerhouse. The Fan family is terrifying. They can actually make such a powerhouse guard the door. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the cold guard at the top of the stairs. There was no fear on his face. Instead, it was filled with excitement. "Brother Ling, there's really no need. The 10th level is good enough." Ji Luoyu hurriedly shouted when she saw Ling Xiao injured. She didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao because of her. "Luoyu, stand aside and watch. A battle isn't just about strength. This person has been guarding the stairs for many years. He's been out of touch for too long. His battle style is outdated." Ling Xiao smiled. "Although I might not be able to defeat him, there's still a 30% chance of passing the stairs he's guarding." "Oh?" The guard looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and said, "According to the rules, as long as you can pass through the stairs that I'm guarding, you'll be considered to have succeeded. You and your friends can go up. However, can you really do it?" The martial artist guarding the 11th floor had a powerful cultivation base and combat power, so he looked down on Ling Xiao. This was not arrogance, but true confidence. To him, Ling Xiao was like a challenger who overestimated himself, trying to use the arm of a praying mantis to stop a wheel. Only death awaited him like this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. A dark demonic sword hovered above his head. He then merged it with the domineering yin-yang origin energy and stabbed the sword at the guard. Dark demonic sword, soul annihilation. Ling Xiao's current demonic world annihilation art had already been cultivated to the level where both the soul and spirit would be destroyed. This was also the greatest power that the dark demonic sword could achieve at the moment. He wanted to see if his sudden burst of ferocious attack could shake this 10th level yin-yang stage powerhouse. The violent dark aura gathered on the stairs as if a demonic creature was charging at the guard. The guard could not help but frown. Soon after, he revealed a disdainful sneer. Like before, he merely extended his right fist and punched towards Ling Xiao. Boom, a terrifying collision sound exploded in the stairwell. However, what was surprising was that the staircase was not destroyed. It was as if there was a special energy protecting the entire miracle tower. Bam, Ling Xiao was sent flying again and landed on the 10th floor. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the guard also took a step back. As expected, I can't defeat a 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist with my current cultivation base. Ling Xiao chuckled. He was not upset at all. Although he was defeated, he only suffered some internal injuries. He circulated his inner energy, and the alcohol power that he had not fully converted surged through his body. His injuries were basically healed. "Alright, since you know you can't do it, leave quickly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I'll show mercy again." The guard looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of approval. A mere 4th level yin-yang realm martial artist was able to force him to take a step back. This had never happened before. Although he had shown mercy in his punch earlier, an ordinary 4th level yin-yang martial artist would definitely be severely injured on the spot and would not be able to stand up at all. However, not only did Ling Xiao stand up, but he also looked fine. Retreating is out of the question. However, I can't play around with Senior anymore. If there's a chance in the future, let's fight fair and square. Today was just a cheap trick. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the stairway. A mere concealment technique. Do you really think you can fool this old man? The guard sneered and said, "Since you are so stubborn, this old master doesn't need to show mercy." All of a sudden, his berserk aura turned into a dense cloud of alcohol, enveloping the entire staircase. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao still passed through his blockade. Invisibility? Senior, you're wrong. This is called shadow profundity, a true profundity technique. When I completely transform into a shadow, I'm a true shadow. You can't hurt me, and of course, I can't attack you either. Ling Xiao had already appeared on the 11th floor. He looked at the confused guard with a smile and spoke. The guard was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Good, very good. I haven't seen such an interesting kid in a long time. You're very powerful. You can go to the 15th floor to participate in today's banquet. Banquet? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. I don't have the ability to go to the 15th floor. It's all right. If this old master says you're qualified, then you're qualified. Today, young Master Fan Ruahai of the Fan family has invited young martial artists to participate in the White Tiger meet. The minimum requirement is to be at the 5th level of Yin Yang realm, and you must be a martial artist from the Tianhai Empire. Of course, martial artists from other places must be approved by this old master before they are qualified to enter. The guard explained. Senior, you think so highly of me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The Celestial Emperor, the #1 young martial artist in the Dragon Phoenix continent. This old master is neither deaf nor blind. You're quite famous in the White Tiger continent. The guard smiled and said, Go. The Marvelous View Tower has the most beautiful scenery and the best delicacies. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation. Of course, there will be many people watching you, hoping to see you make a fool of yourself. So, it's up to you whether you have the guts to go or not. Senior, you're also a martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Legend has it that a few hundred years ago, there was a martial artist on the Sky Dragon continent who was known as the Wine Immortal. He went to the White Tiger continent and never returned. I didn't expect anyone to remember this old master. However, that's all in the past. Now, I'm just a watchdog for the Fan family, haha. As he spoke, the old man's face was a little dejected. There were hints of grief, indignation, and helplessness. Ling Xiao saw all this and guessed that something must have happened to the old man. He was about to call Cold Plum and the rest up. Suddenly, the old man said, Little friend, the White Tiger continent is not like the Sky Dragon continent or the Divine Phoenix continent. You have to be careful. Some people who look like friends may not be friends. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Thank you for the reminder, senior. In this world, there were indeed too many smiling tigers. This kind of person was even more terrifying than a savage enemy. For distinguished guests on the 11th floor, please make way. The Wine Immortal's voice directly traveled from the 11th floor to the 15th floor. Because of this, Ling Xiao was able to pass from the 11th floor to the 15th floor without any obstructions. On every floor, there was a terrifying martial artist. Their cultivation was stronger than the Wine Immortal, but they were all lethargic, as if they were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Looking at Ling Xiao, their faces actually revealed a slight smile. It was as if Ling Xiao's appearance, to them, was like a clear stream that was injected into a dry field. Although it was impossible to save the entire field, at least there was some hope. Ling Xiao did not speak to them, but he could clearly feel that everyone had some expectations for him. However, he was also a little worried. He did not know why. He did not want to know for now. This was because he understood that the strongest of these martial artists was an expert at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If they could not solve the problem, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was simply impossible to solve it. Since he could not solve it, there was no need to be concerned. The four of them went all the way to the 15th floor. Ji Luoyu was very nervous. She had never been above the 11th floor of the Wonder Tower in her life. She did not expect that she would be able to set foot on the 15th floor with Ling Xiao today. This was really like a dream. Just as the Wine Immortal said, there was a banquet being held on the 15th floor. The guests sat in front of a 1-meter-long wooden table, cross-legged, and tasted the fine wine and delicacies. One could clearly see that the delicacies on the wooden table were all good things that Ling Xiao had never eaten before. The meat of a 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm demonic beast, the 1,500-year-old scarlet fruit, the 1,500-year-old Saturn peach. There were also various good things that Ling Xiao did not even know the names of. Although there were many delicacies on the table, they seemed to be appetizers. The main course had yet to be served. The young martial artists were discussing and rejoicing. With their cultivation, they were not qualified to come here. If not for the banquet set up by Fan family's young master, Fan Ruahai, some of them might not even be able to break through to the 7th floor. The arrival of Ling Xiao and the other 3 made all the martial artists turn to look at them. 3 of them are at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, and 1 is at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How can such martial artists be qualified to come here? Old Manjiao must be dim-sighted. In the mystic world, if one's cultivation was higher than another's by 3 levels or more, one would be able to tell the other's cultivation level. That was the so-called eyesight. Although it was possible to make a mistake due to certain reasons, it was usually not wrong. Young martial artists at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm could be found everywhere on the 15th floor. They could easily see through the cultivation levels of Ling Xiao and the others. Of course, this was because Ling Xiao did not hide his cultivation level. Otherwise, even a martial artist at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm would not be able to see through his cultivation level, let alone them. Ling Xiao and the other 3 were obviously looked down upon as soon as they arrived. This was because the lowest cultivation level of the martial artists here was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Their cultivation levels were not high enough. They looked at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao looked back at them. The martial artists here were all below the age of 30, and their cultivation levels were quite high. He now understood why Feng Ming Wuyang said that there were at most 5 people from the Dragon Phoenix continent who could represent the Tianhai Empire in the White Tiger meet. Their cultivation levels were really too low. Even Feng Ming Lian, Cold Plum, and Ji Luoyu were considered the best in the Dragon Phoenix continent. But when placed here, it didn't count for much. There were more than 20 people here, and every one of them had a higher cultivation level than them. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that they were weaker than the others. The person sitting at the head of the banquet should be the young master of the Fan family, Fan Ruahai. This person was dressed lazily and casually. His chest was wide open, and his long golden hair fell on his shoulders. There was always a feeling of laziness. He couldn't tell what his cultivation level was. He probably cultivated some kind of technique to hide his cultivation level. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao secretly judged. To the right of Fan Ruahai sat a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Her appearance and temperament were outstanding. Her every movement gave off the feeling of a young lady from an aristocratic family. Furthermore, he felt that his strength was extremely terrifying. However, according to Ji Luoyu's secret introduction, this woman was actually Fan Ruahai's maidservant called Mu Wanchuang. And this Mu Wanchuang was one of the 4 most terrifying young experts of the Tianhai Empire. It was worth mentioning that Fan Ruahai was not among the 4 young experts. Hence, there were rumors that Fan Ruahai's standing in the Fan family was mostly due to Mu Wanchuang. Mu Wanchuang used to be an assassin, and she was the kind of assassin who relied on her life to complete her mission. The corpse camp she was in was the scariest assassin organization in the Tianhai Empire. There wasn't a single normal person among them, and countless people died every day. Moreover, it was said that the Walking Corpse Camp was a secret organization of the Dark God Palace in the White Tiger continent. Of course, these were all rumors and could not be taken seriously. However, Mu Wanchuang failed to assassinate Fan Ruahai and almost died. She was then rescued by Fan Ruahai and became Fan Ruahai's personal maidservant. These 2 people were probably the 2 most dazzling stars in the entire banquet. Even Ling Xiao could feel their terror. Fan Ruahai smiled lazily, then looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the daughter of Senior Ji Qing, the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Zai. Sorry for the disrespect. But you are far inferior to your senior sister." His voice was very warm and pleasant to the ear. However, Ji Luoyu felt unhappy. Sun Lingchan is Sun Zai's daughter. Sun Zai imparted all his skills to her. How can she not be outstanding? Ji Luoyu snorted coldly and said, and listen, I have already severed my master-disciple relationship with Sun Zai. Don't put me together with that guy again. Sun Lingchan, the daughter of the medicine king Sun Zai, was known as the Sacred Beauty. She was one of the 4 young geniuses of the Tianhai Empire. She was as famous as Mu Wanchuang. Then you will suffer a loss. The medicine king Sun Zai is a distinguished guest of the 4 great empires, including the Jingyi school. You have severed your master-disciple relationship with him. In the future, the supply of elixirs to your Tianlong trading company will become a big problem. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. You don't have to worry about this. We naturally have our own channels. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. In addition to being stronger than Ling Xiao in cultivation, the medicine king Sun Zai was not necessarily inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of alchemy. Ji Luoyu was naturally not worried. This was because the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Tianlong Trading Company had been very good since Princess Xianxia. They often cooperated. At this moment, in the banquet, everyone's eyes were on Ji Luoyu. Although Ji Luoyu's cultivation was not very strong, it was already very impressive for her to reach the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm at her age. Therefore, she could be considered a dazzling future star. Of course, there were also people who peeked at Feng Minglian and Cold Plum. Only Ling Xiao was completely ignored by everyone. Their cultivation was not very high, but the 3 women's outstanding appearances were obviously more eye-catching than a stinky man like Ling Xiao. Who passed old man Zhou's test? Fan Ruohai suddenly changed the topic and asked. Of course it's my brother Ling, Ji Luoyu said excitedly. Brother Ling? In the banquet, many young male martial artists suddenly felt a wave of jealousy. Ji Luoyu was as beautiful as a flower and had a powerful background. Everyone wanted to have a good relationship with her. However, this delicate beauty actually called an ordinary-looking young man with mediocre cultivation brother. This made them feel very unbalanced in their hearts. It was as if a white swan and a toad had become a pair. Oh? Miss Luoyu is talking about you, right? I'm Fan Ruohai, the young master of the Fan family. May I know how to address you? Fan Ruohai was very polite and appeared to be very magnanimous. This made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. I'm Ling Xiao from the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao answered calmly. He did not say that he was the Celestial Emperor because in front of these people, his cultivation was too low. The title of Celestial Emperor was too hateful. He did not have the right now. It would not be too late to announce his identity as the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire after he won the White Tiger meet. Celestial Empire? The rebel country that is not recognized by the 4 empires and the Jingyi school? Someone asked. Ling Xiao did not answer this question because there was no need to. This was because there was no need to answer. Ling Xiao didn't like the idea of a rebellious country. It was just that they did not agree to be a subordinate country of the Tianhai Empire, so it became illegal. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire was obviously being looked down upon by the forces of the White Tiger continent. This was also very normal because they were not the vassals of the 4 great empires and the righteous sect, nor were they qualified to be on equal footing with them. Impudent, this young hero is asking you a question, are you mute? One of the people in the seat stood up furiously, glaring at Ling Xiao. He was quite angry. Calm down, calm down. Today is a banquet, I hope no one gets angry. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. That person immediately swallowed back the swear words, and then sat down. This was the prestige brought about by strength and influence. The people present feared Fan Ruohai. It was that simple, so they would listen to Fan Ruohai. Brother Ling, right? Are you here to participate in the White Tiger meet? Fan Ruohai looked at Ling Xiao again, and asked with a smile. Fan Ruohai was already over 30 years old. Although he was only 32, he was already not qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. However, his maidservant Mu Wanchuang was only 22 years old, so she was qualified. The young people present were also all cultivators qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. Although whether they could go in the end still depended on the changes in the coming days. But for now, they were all potential participants. Ling Xiao was the same, and could be killed at any time, just like on the 9th floor. that's right. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruohai and answered, neither servile nor overbearing. Although he could not see through this Fan Ruohai, there was no need to fear him. How could the heart of a cultivator be fearful? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone instantly started discussing spiritedly. After all, Ling Xiao looked only 17 or 18 years old, which was really a little young. Generally speaking, according to the information of the past White Tiger meet, there were only a few cultivators under 20 years old in the final competition, and the rest were between 20 and 30 years old. The closer one was to 30 years old, the more cultivators there would be. In fact, this was very normal. The age of cultivation was there, and under normal circumstances, unless one was a peerless freak, the gap would not be too big. At Ling Zhao's age, he was actually chosen by the people of Dragon Phoenix Mountain to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet. Although he did not have an official identity, this was already enough to show his outstanding talent. However, even so, Ling Xiao was still looked down upon. Because in the eyes of the White Tiger Continent's martial artists, the martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent simply did not have the qualifications to compete with them on the same stage. This time, when the rules of the White Tiger Tempest meet were changed, the young martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent were actually met with great opposition. However, this was the result of the discussion between the organizers, the Four Empires, and the Jingyi School. It was basically impossible for anyone to change it. However, these people could not change the rules, but they could despise the martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix Continent. For example, the warrior that Ling Xiao had previously ignored. At this moment, he stood up again. Dressed in a green battle robe, he looked particularly eye-catching. Ha ha ha, are these the goods of the Dragon Phoenix Continent? What a joke. I advise you to go back to your kennel as soon as possible. This is not a place for a child like you. Otherwise, no one will pity you even if you die. There was a strong sense of mockery in his voice. The banquet roared with laughter. Almost all the martial artists thought that what the green-robed man said was right. Their laughter was filled with disdain and strong contempt for Ling Xiao. Only Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanshuang were indifferent. Fan Ruohai still looked unfathomable. He sat there lazily as if he was watching a show. On the other hand, Mu Wanshuang's face was cold. From the beginning to the end, there was no one else in her eyes. It was as if she only had room for Fan Ruohai. Actually, it was no wonder that those people mocked Ling Xiao. One must know that a fourth-level young martial artist was only qualified to be a stepping stone in the previous White Tiger Tempest meets. It was completely impossible for him to achieve anything. In the end, he would fail miserably with his tail between his legs. To put it nicely, he was going to participate in the competition. To put it bluntly, he was going to serve as a foil for others. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what these people were thinking. He had also read the information of the past White Tiger meet. Martial artists at the fourth level of the Yin-Yang realm would basically be kicked out in the first round. Some of them couldn't even make it into the main competition. They died mysteriously as soon as they arrived at the capital. If one wanted to enter the main competition during the White Tiger Storm meet, one had to at least attain a cultivation at the fifth level of the Yin-Yang stage. Only then would one barely qualify to enter the main competition. Moreover, this was only the qualification. Whether or not one could enter depended entirely on one's luck. If he met a powerful opponent, he would be done for. Of course, this kind of saying was only based on ordinary martial artists. Geniuses and monstrous geniuses were another matter altogether. In previous years' White Tiger Storm conclaves, there had been precedents of someone defeating an opponent 2 levels higher than them. However, this was extremely rare. However, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists just happened to be such an oddity. Although the White Tiger Continent's martial artists' cultivation conditions were very good, and the cultivation environment was very superior. However, the competition between the Sky Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists was even more intense. There were fewer geniuses, and it was even harder for them to stand out. Oftentimes, those who could stand out in the end were the most outstanding ones. It could be said that the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists were the cream of the crop in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. Although the 20 over people present were outstanding, Other than Fan Ruahai and Mu Wanchuang, they were not the cream of the crop. Haha, do you mean that if a piece of trash like you dies, people will pity you? You're only at the 5th level of the yin yang stage. You're 1 level higher than me, but you look more than 10 years older than me. How shameless are you to actually mock me? Ling Xiao smiled lightly and asked the person in return. Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that other than his terrifying abilities, this fellow's glib tongue was not bad either. His words were filled with provocation and mockery. How dare you? A martial artist from a tiny rebel country actually dares to spout nonsense in the Great Wonder Tower. You must be tired of living. The green-robed man's chest heaved up and down in anger. Haha, I'm afraid the one spouting nonsense isn't me, right? Ling Xiao smirked and said, I've seen many inspiring people and things that are worth learning from since I came to the White Tiger continent. For example, the unfathomable Wonder Tower. However, there are also some disappointing things. For example, a piece of trash like you actually occupied the quota for the White Tiger meat. What a joke. You're courting death. The green-robed man was finally enraged. He actually ignored Fan Ruahai's presence and suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not even look at the green-robed man's attack. He allowed the other party's fist to hit his head. Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao smirked and suddenly punched the green-robed man out of the window. Sorry, I've affected everyone's drinking mood. Everyone, please continue. After sending the green-robed man flying, many people looked at Ling Xiao differently. After all, martial artists respected the strong. After sending the green-robed man flying with a punch, Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruahai and said, Young Master Fan, we're here to enjoy delicious food, not to cause trouble. Since we followed the rules of the banquet, can we take our seats now? Ha ha ha, of course. Brother Ling, and the 3 fairies, please take your seats. Fan Ruahai laughed, showing the magnanimity and pride that he should have. Ling Xiao felt more and more that this person was not simple. This person's way of doing things was really smooth, and he had a maid like Mu Wanchuang by his side. He was definitely not simple. Ling Xiao waited for the 3 girls to take their seats before he sat down in an imposing manner. Because he had already tasted the delicacies of the Tower of Wonders on the 9th floor, he was even more curious about the delicacies on the 15th floor. He stared at the delicacies and tasted them himself. The others, however, were all staring at him. Perhaps they were all guessing what method Ling Xiao had used to send the green-robed martial artist flying with a punch without any fluctuation of inner power. What a pity. Although these things are good, the main dish hasn't been served yet, right? Ling Xiao tasted every dish, even though the effects were much stronger than those on the 9th floor. However, because he had already eaten those things before, the effect was naturally greatly reduced. Thus, he was not very satisfied. Haha, Brother Ling is right. Since everyone is here, let's serve the main dish. Fan Ruahai smiled and clapped his hands. Then, more than 20 women in bright clothes walked out with plates in their hands like floating clouds and flowing water. Their steps were like dance steps. There were lids on the plates, so they could not see what was inside. Fan Ruahai continued, to taste this delicacy, you have to be in the snowy plains to feel it better. Then, the scene on the 15th floor changed, and everyone seemed to be in the snowy plains. The cold wind was not raging, and martial artists with weaker cultivation had to use their inner power to expel the cold. But there were also those who did not care about the cold. Ling Xiao was one of them. They had flown over the snowy plains, so they had already experienced the cold air there. Although the cold air was stronger after the scene changed, his body could easily handle it. Open the pot. Fan Ruahai said. The 20 or so women opened the lids and saw that there was a steaming bowl of meat soup on each of their tables. The meat soup was very rich in ingredients. There were probably more than 100 types of ingredients. Furthermore, with just a light sniff of the hot air, he could feel a warm current flowing through his body. The cold air of the snowy plains instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao now understood Fan Ruahai's words. Only in this cold place could the food taste better. This dish is called Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Scarlet Young Malatang. It contains 108 kinds of precious ingredients, all of which are more than 2 years old. The seasonings are also carefully prepared. It must be cooked with a flame above a mortal fire. Fan Ruahai smiled and said, each of these 108 precious ingredients has a special effect. They can increase one's internal force, increase one's cultivation, increase one's soul force, strengthen one's body, and so on. Normally, only martial artists at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm and above were qualified to taste it. Moreover, it was extremely expensive. Probably not many of the people present could afford it. However, since it's a banquet today, of course, you can taste it for free. Young Master Fan, this is too little. I'm afraid you'll finish it in 2 mouthfuls. Someone said with a bitter smile. I can't help it. The ingredients are too precious. Even I can't get too much. If you want to eat more, you'll have to think of your own ways. Actually, all of you added up is the amount of food for an ordinary person. Fan Ruahai smiled. His words were very ordinary, but some people understood the meaning behind them. Everyone present was smart. They understood the meaning behind Fan Ruahai's words almost instantly. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, a battle for the position of elder began at the banquet. Ling Xiao was still observing the ingredients of the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang and replicating the method of making it with his Tai Chi eye. He wanted to make it himself in the future. However, suddenly, a shocking aura rushed toward him. The target was his heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang. This person was extremely fast. Moreover, his cultivation was even stronger than the green-robed man that Ling Xiao had sent flying earlier. Then, the second, third, and fourth chilling auras were released at the same time. Their targets were actually him and his 3 female companions. After all, they were the 4 weakest people in the banquet. If they really wanted to fight for the ingredients, they would definitely be targeted at the first moment. Cold Plum, Feng Minglian, and Ji Luoyu's heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang were snatched away in an instant. The attacker was a 7th level yin-yang realm martial artist. Although the 3 of them were stronger than ordinary 3rd level yin-yang realm martial artists and could even defeat 4th level yin-yang realm martial artists and challenge 5th level yin-yang realm martial artists, however, they stood no chance against the attack of a 7th level yin-yang realm martial artist. When the 3 of them were snatched away, many 5th level yin-yang realm martial artists had their heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang snatched away as well. At the same time, Ling Xiao's Malatang was targeted as well. After a wave of energy fluctuation in the air, a palm formed by yin-yang origin energy grabbed his table. Ling Xiao did not even look at it. He just waved his hand lightly and a blast of energy flew out. The palm was shattered immediately. I'll give you a chance. You'd better return what you snatched from my companions. Otherwise, you won't get anything and will be humiliated. He still placed the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang on the table. He did not even take any protective measures. It was as if he was giving others a chance to snatch it away. Then, his cold voice rang out on the 15th floor. Unfortunately, his words were treated as a joke. None of the martial artists above the 6th level yin-yang realm were afraid of him. Not only that, but the person who had failed earlier also attacked again. Perhaps he was resentful because he did not succeed the first time. This time, his yin-yang origin energy was even more powerful. His huge palm was able to grab the entire table. Fan Ruahai and Mu Wanchuang did not say anything as they watched the fight. They tasted the delicacies on the table while watching the fight. They were especially shocked by the situation on Ling Xiao's side. They had thought that Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated in the first round. They did not expect that the person who ambushed him did not succeed. In that case, how was Ling Xiao going to deal with the second attempt? Wanchuang, do you think he was bragging just now? Fan Ruahai asked with a smile. He doesn't look like it. Mu Wanchuang shook her head and said, most of the martial artists from Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent have to go through the Sin Domain. Even if they pass the test there, they will still be humiliated. However, this Ling Xiao seems to be different. Do you admire him a lot? Fan Ruahai's tone had a hint of jealousy. Fan Ruahai seemed to be jealous because Mu Wanchuang had a high opinion of Ling Xiao. Young master, if you don't like him, I can kill him now, Mu Wanchuang said. Calmly. Haha, that's not necessary. Haha, there's no need. If he really is a promising talent, keeping him around is still useful. The conflict between our Fan clan and the Tianhai clan is already on the verge of intensifying. Sooner or later, there will be a day when we will meet on the battlefield. Having more helpers is still beneficial. Fan Ruahai smiled and continued watching the battle. Bam! Bam! Ling Xiao only casually blasted out a punch, and that dustpan-sized elemental energy palm print was directly shattered into pieces. The shockwave caused the delicious food on the table to shake. Despicable. The attacker's heart was filled with hatred after failing twice in a row. He had only wanted to take the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Ma La Tang, but now, he wanted to attack Ling Xiao as well. As long as he destroyed Ling Xiao, the things in Ling Xiao's hands would be his. Thinking of this, he leaped into the air. A huge handprint descended from the sky and covered Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao had one hand on the table, but the other hand was secretly accumulating power. Stubborn idiot. I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't know when to stop. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm is so great? Ling Xiao casually took out a piece of alchemy stone. The alchemy stone shattered and wrapped around his table. Ling Xiao could not bear to waste the delicious food on the table. Then, he slowly stood up as a terrifying aura burst out from him. Green and golden lights flickered on his arms. He's still trying to fight back? The other martial artists were stunned. Logically speaking, a 4th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist would have a hard time defending himself against an attack from a 6th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist. Yet, Ling Xiao was still trying to fight back. This guy was a little cruel. Moreover, this was the Wonder Tower, the Fan family's territory. Generally, foreign martial artists would always be afraid of the slightest thing, not daring to casually make a move. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any such misgivings. He immediately launched a counterattack. You can talk big again if you can take this palm of mine. In the sky, sparks actually appeared on the hands of the 6th-level Yin Yang martial artist. They were in the snowy plains and yet he was able to start a fire with friction. This was enough to show how rich his Yin Yang elemental force was. What's wrong with that guy? He actually used 90% of his inner strength. Is it worth it? Even if he really wants to kill Ling Xiao, that would be too exaggerated. A voice came from the crowd, as if they did not quite understand this warrior's attack. That's right. It's like using an array to bombard mosquitoes. It's a complete waste of inner energy. The martial artists at the side also echoed. Both of them were martial artists at the 7th level of the Yin Yang realm. They took Feng Ming Lian and Cold Plum's Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Ma La Tang. It was just that he hadn't enjoyed it yet. This was because these 2 fellows were very ambitious. They were planning to divide up the remaining Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Ma La Tang. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. If Ling Xiao was seriously injured or died, the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Ma La Tang would be theirs. Get down here. Just then, they heard Ling Xiao's voice. When they looked up, they saw Ling Xiao actually stretching out his hand to grab the 6th-level Yin Yang martial artist in the sky. Was Ling Xiao crazy? That was what everyone was thinking. Including Fan Ruahai and Mu Wanchuang. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually managed to grab hold of that cultivator, and then abruptly pulled him down. The terrifying strength made that cultivator feel as if his entire body was being imprisoned by something. He could not release the Yin Yang elemental force in his body. Rumble, as everyone watched in horror, the 6th-level Yin Yang martial artist was thrown to the ground. His body bounced back, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, Ling Xiao still did not let him off. He directly stomped his foot down, and that cultivator's chest caved in completely. His eyes instantly became blurry. He looked like he was about to die. This scene caused everyone's pupils to contract abruptly. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Was Ling Xiao really only at the 4th level of Yin Yang realm? They were already shocked when he sent a 5th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist flying with one punch. This time, it was even more exaggerated. A 6th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist could not even unleash any of his strength. He was thrown to the ground like a bag of trash. Stepping on the martial artist, Ling Xiao scolded in disdain. Is this a genius martial artist from the White Tiger continent? What a piece of trash. His voice was cold and emotionless. The martial artist felt extremely humiliated. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, he did not even have the strength to speak now. He could only look at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. Brother Ling, we can fight, but not kill. After all, this is a place to eat. Dead people are inauspicious. Fan Ruohai finally spoke. He really did not want to help anyone. He just felt that dead people were inauspicious. I have to give face to young Master Fan. However, since you are here to plead for mercy, you should at least give something, right? Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruohai calmly. He did not like this person. Fan Ruohai was a scheming person like Feng Yinshan, but he was even more vicious and hypocritical than Feng Yinshan. Ling Xiao hated such a person. If not for the fact that he was weaker than Fan Ruohai, he would really want to cause a scene here. However, it was impossible for him to let this piece of trash off so easily. There was no way he would let this piece of trash go without any benefits. How dare you not give face to young Master Fan? One of the hostages asked. This is my business. Trash has no right to interfere. If you are not convinced, let's try. Ling Xiao looked at that person with a cold gaze. His gaze was filled with killing intent. The snowy plains were already cold enough, and Ling Xiao's gaze was even more terrifying. The person who spoke was stunned. Then, his face flushed red and he shut his mouth. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He did not even see how Ling Xiao won. If he had to fight with Ling Xiao, he might as well just admit defeat. He would definitely be humiliating himself. He really regretted that he had offended this madman from the Dragon Phoenix continent in order to flatter Fan Ruohai. Humph, you are worse than this piece of trash. Not only are you trash, but you are also a coward. The Tianhai Empire actually chose a piece of trash like you to participate in the White Tiger meet. I really wonder how many of you got in through the back door. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao no longer looked at that piece of trash. Instead, he looked at Fan Ruohai and waited for him to speak. Although he didn't attack that person probably even had the heart to die at this moment. After being humiliated in front of so many people and being called a piece of trash that brought shame to the Tianhai Empire, even if he returned to the sect, he probably would not be able to survive. The 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist clearly felt that it was embarrassing to admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. However, he was still scared to death and didn't dare to look for trouble with Ling Xiao. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even have his underwear left. His last bit of dignity was also completely lost. Most importantly, it was fine if he was the only one who was embarrassed, but he also dragged the Tianhai Empire into it. This was a little too much. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, give me some face. How about I give you a bottle of wine? Fan Ruohai wanted to show his generosity. He could not let Ling Xiao kill that martial artist, but he could not lose too much face. A jug of fine wine was extremely hard to come by for the martial artists who came to the Wonder Tower, but it was nothing to him. This wine is called Empty Valley Orchid. After drinking it, although it cannot increase one's cultivation, it can allow one to enter the ethereal state of being one with the world. It is extremely helpful for cultivation. How about it? Of course, it tastes very good. Fan Ruohai explained. Sure. Cultivation required one to enter a special state. This state could increase one's comprehension for a period of time and allow one to enter a state of epiphany. The Empty Valley Orchid wine was like this. He moved his foot away from the 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, and Fan Ruohai also ordered a female servant to bring over a bottle of Empty Valley Orchid wine. Ling Xiao stored it in his storage ring and did not drink it for the time being. It was more suitable to drink it during cultivation. Then, he looked at the 3 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said just now? Return the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot that you stole to my 3 companions." Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, do you really think you are someone? The person who laughed was dressed in purple and looked domineering and powerful. He was the martial artist who stole Ji Luoyu's Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot. He laughed loudly and said, I admit that your cultivation is not bad. You can actually defeat a 6th level Yin Yang realm martial artist who is 2 levels higher than you. This is rare even in the White Tiger mainland. However, to be complacent and self-righteous just because of such a battle record, that would be the height of stupidity. The Tianhai Empire is more than 100 times stronger than your so-called Celestial Empire. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. Under the sky, no, even if it's just within the 15th layer, there are plenty of people who can kill you. Seeing that you're new here and don't know the rules, I sympathize with you and don't want to argue with you. But don't be arrogant because of your talent and go too far. Otherwise, you might bully the weak today. The purple-clad man was extremely arrogant. When he spoke, he did not even look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he communicated with the other 2 7th-level Yin Yang martial artists by his side through his eyes. That kind of contempt and disdain could be seen by anyone. However, Ling Xiao did not respond to him at all. Instead, he looked at Fan Ruahai and said, Young Master Fan, if I steal the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot from these people, does it belong to me? That person did not look at Ling Xiao initially, but he was ignored by Ling Xiao at this moment. He stood up angrily and finally looked at Ling Xiao. However, his gaze was filled with intense anger. Of course. Fan Ruahai only wanted to watch the show. Of course, he also wanted to see how capable this arrogant Dragon Phoenix mainland martial artist was. How could he be so fearless against a 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist? That's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, he turned to look at the purple-clad man and said, I can return what you said exactly to you. To be honest, apart from young Master Fan and Miss Mu Wanchuang, I don't care about the rest of the martial artists here. If I want to kill you, I can take your life at any time. It's just that I'm new here and don't want to cause trouble. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over what you stole. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao's words caused an uproar. Apart from Fan Ruahai who smiled and Mu Wanchuang who remained expressionless, the rest of the people were filled with righteous indignation. However, only the 3 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artists dared to glare at Ling Xiao angrily. After witnessing how powerful Ling Xiao was, the rest of the people did not dare to provoke Ling Xiao openly. However, it was still possible for them to whisper behind his back. Arrogant brat, could it be that the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent are all as ignorant as you? The purple-clad man slammed the table and roared furiously. Self-aware? I think you should be the one to remember these words, not me. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think you can challenge me, a 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist, just because you're a 4th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist? You think too highly of yourself. People who like to spout nonsense usually die very quickly. The purple-clad man really wanted to kill Su Mo ever since his cultivation had reached the 7th-level Yin Yang realm. No martial artist below the 5th level of Yin Yang realm dared to talk to him like that. 7th-level Yin Yang realm? Is it that great? Ling Xiao's face was filled with disdain. If he had encountered a 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist when he had entered Sin realm, he would not have been able to win. However, he would definitely win now even if he did not use his tyrannical martial soul. After all, his cultivation had broken through from the 3rd-level Yin Yang realm to the 4th-level Yin Yang realm earlier today. After stepping into the Wonder Tower, his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the 4th-level Yin Yang realm. However, the arrogant purple-clad man was only at the early stage of the 7th-level Yin Yang realm. Moreover, he was only an ordinary 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist. He was not a genius like the Dragon Crown Prince or the #1 hero. It would be easier to deal with him. If the two of you want to fight, I have a suggestion. Fan Ruahai suddenly smiled and said, I'll use a complete Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Mala Hot Pot as the prize. Whoever wins will get the prize. I won't take a single cent. This prize definitely had a fatal attraction. Fan Ruahai did this because he wanted both of them to give it their all. This way, the show would be more exciting. He was also more aware of the true strength of this arrogant brat Ling Xiao. Young Master Fan, you're generous. Thank you so much. The purple-clad man cupped his fists and seemed excited. It was as if the complete Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Mala Hot Pot belonged to him. Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Young Master Fan, can I kill someone? Ling Xiao's words were special. Fan Ruohai frowned and said, it's not auspicious to have a dead person here. What if I don't leave the corpse behind? Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. If you can guarantee that you won't leave the corpse behind, then it's up to you. Fan Ruohai nodded and said, however, you have to understand that if it's a life and death battle, your opponent can also kill you. Are you sure you won't regret it? What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? If I'm not as strong as my opponent, what's there to regret about dying? Great. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? I like you. It's rare for an interesting young martial artist like you to appear in the Dragon Phoenix continent. Fan Ruohai smiled happily. Let's fight. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the purple-robed man. Shocking murderous aura surged out of his body and turned into a sharp blade that pierced towards the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man roared furiously. His powerful aura roared like a ferocious tiger. The two types of murderous aura exploded in the air, and the force shot out in all directions. As the battlefield was in the snowy plains and the two of them were far away from the banquet, they didn't have to worry about the dishes being destroyed. Kill. The moment the murderous aura clashed, Ling Xiao had already figured out his opponent's strength. Then, he flashed and Ice's Fury appeared in his hand in midair. Ice's Fury was a heavy sword with a cold attribute. In this snowy land, it was like an awakened beast that had become even more powerful. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, the purple-robed man sneered in disdain. He was a Yinyang Realm level 7 expert. His cultivation was 3 levels higher than Ling Xiao's. How could he be defeated by this ignorant brat from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He also had a sword in his hand. However, it was shining with purple light like a swimming dragon. Purple snake sword technique, Thousand Shadows. As he roared furiously, the purple sword in his hand pierced through the air and pierced towards Ling Xiao. Thousands of purple sword lights appeared in the air, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Almost the entire battlefield was enveloped by the purple sword lights. It was chilling. Flashy but useless. Useless sword technique. Destroy. Ling Xiao shook Ice's Fury. The Imperial Earth Queen's cells in his body started to circulate. The 500 Imperial Earth Queen's cells were completely released. The Imperial Earth Queen's power gathered on Ice's Fury and exploded with a shocking aura. Destroy, crush, intimidate, above was the heavens, below was the earth, in heaven and earth, only I am supreme. In an instant, the sword lights that filled the sky were destroyed by the terrifying sword aura. Not a single ray of light was left. Ling Xiao was already close to the purple-robed man. There were 2 terrifying forces spinning on Ice's Fury. It wasn't internal energy or soul power. Instead, it was a terrifying power that was beyond the 2 types of power. The purple-robed man was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword to block the attack. When the swords clashed, the purple-robed man felt as if he had been struck by a terrifying hammer. He lost control of his body and was sent flying. In the air, a streak of dark red blood splattered, looking so poignant. Bang, pung pung pung, after breaking several pine trees on the snowy plains, the purple-clothed man finally stopped and fell to the ground. The situation was extremely embarrassing. His face was filled with anger and shock. Oh no! When the other 2 7th-level Yinyang Realm martial artists saw that not only did Ling Xiao not intend to stop, but he even continued to pursue them, they stood up and attempted to join the battle. The 2 of you, sit there obediently. Don't embarrass the martial artists of our Tianhai Empire. Fan Ruohai's cold voice rang out, if I say it's a battle of life and death, then it's a battle of life and death. Are my words so worthless? I don't dare. The 2 of them shuddered and hurriedly sat down. Swoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Ling Xiao's figure transformed into a stream of light and instantly arrived where the purple-robed man fell. He was like a shadow following the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not even have a chance to retaliate. When he saw Ling Xiao's snow-white sword piercing towards him, the purple-robed man's heart was filled with fear and regret. He did not understand how his opponent could be so powerful. This had already exceeded his expectations. You said you didn't touch me because you pity me? You don't want to bully the weak? you're so powerful? What a joke. Ling Zhao's voice echoed continuously on the 15th floor. Everyone heard it loud and clear, and they could feel the burning sensation on their faces. The purple-robed man's eyes were blank, and his face was filled with fear. He thought it would be a piece of cake to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the complete Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Malatang. However, the terrifying reality told him otherwise. His opponent defeated him, who had a cultivation base at the 7th level of Yin Yang stage, with just one sword strike without using his inner energy. He could not even withstand one strike from his opponent. How could the gap be so huge? This sword strike had completely crushed his confidence, causing him to almost fall into a state of collapse. At the banquet, those martial artists who had spoken arrogantly and insulted Ling Xiao with filthy words were all trembling. This martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent was not human. He was a monster. I remember now. Suddenly, someone stood up and exclaimed. He's Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Who's Ling Xiao? The Celestial Emperor. In the White Tiger continent, many martial artists knew that the Celestial Emperor was called Ling Xiao. However, there were many martial artists in the Dragon Phoenix continent called Ling Xiao. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking kid who looked only 17 or 18 years old was the Celestial Emperor who had turned the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continent upside down. Fan Ruohai was pleasantly surprised. The difference between the Fan family and the Tianhai family was military power. If they could rope in Ling Xiao, the Fan family would not lose to the Tianhai family in terms of wealth and resources. Mu Wanchuang's beautiful eyes flashed, and her cold expression melted a little. She was surprised. After all, it was difficult for even her to defeat an opponent who was 3 levels higher than him. Die. The fury of ice pierced through the air and through the man in purple's head. However, just as the blood was about to spurt out, Ling Xiao suddenly had a thought. The 18 Hell Talisman floated above his head, and countless ghostly hands reached out and dragged the corpse in. This scene caused the crowd to be even more astonished. Even Fan Ruohai could not calm down for a long time. This Ling Xiao was too domineering and terrifying. He used the Blood Soul Talisman in the end, right? Fan Ruohai's eyes were filled with even more intense shock. Even he did not have the Blood Soul Talisman, but Ling Xiao had it and used it so well. This guy was even more frightening than he had imagined. Moreover, he had used a very strange and special energy to defeat the 3 martial artists. It was not internal energy, nor was it soul energy. It was as if it was the pure energy of heaven and earth, and no one dared to look at it. The Celestial Emperor is indeed extraordinary. To be able to stand out in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, this strength is normal. Fan Ruohai was now completely certain. This martial artist who called himself Ling Xiao was really the Celestial Emperor whose reputation spread far and wide. Of course, the so-called reputation spread far and wide on the White Tiger continent as a target of mockery. People often said, how dare a brat call himself the Celestial Emperor? Ridiculous. This was the common thought of all the martial artists on the White Tiger continent. Do the 2 of you want me to attack again? Ling Xiao returned to the banquet and looked coldly at the remaining 2 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artists. There was an unquestionable murderous intent in his eyes. You're indeed powerful. We submit. We'll return this Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot to you. The 2 of them looked at each other and finally chose to submit. They were not confident that they could defeat Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao could defeat martial artists of the same cultivation level as them with one strike. It should not be difficult for him to defeat them. Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, and Cold Plum took back their portions of Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot. Although it was only a small portion, it was still very rare. There's more. Ling Xiao looked around and said calmly, I've said it before. Don't make me angry. Once I'm angry, none of you can have any delicious food. Don't go overboard. Do you want us to hand over our Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot? Ling Xiao's words enraged one of the 7th-level Yin Yang realm martial artists. Go overboard? Did you think about going overboard when you attacked? Moreover, young Master Fan said that only those who are capable can have it. Do you bunch of trash have the right to enjoy such delicious food? Ling Xiao had never been a polite gentleman. Since it was within the rules, why couldn't he rob others if others could rob him? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the items, and you can keep your lives. If you don't, then you can die. Anyway, before the white tiger meet begins, the participants can kill each other. Ling Xiao said coldly. I didn't expect you to know about this rule. Fan Ruohai was a little surprised. What's so difficult about that? Every time the white tiger meet begins, the number of martial artists selected is almost double of the actual participants. During this period, there will be many deaths and disappearances. The killing will only be stopped when the number of participants meets the requirements. So, it shouldn't be against the rules if I kill them. I believe the emperor of the Tianhai Empire won't blame me. Ling Xiao said calmly. 2 breaths left. Ling Xiao did not forget to keep track of the time when he spoke to Fan Ruohai. Soon, some 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists gritted their teeth and took out the items and placed them on Ling Xiao's table. They did not want to die. Ling Xiao could easily kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What were they, even if the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang was incomparably precious, in order to survive, so what if he had to be a coward for once? 1 breath left. Ling Xiao's sword exuded a dense killing intent. I'm a man of my word. Whoever doesn't hand over the item will die. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold. They took out their own heaven spirit spicy hot pot and the ones they stole and gave them to Ling Xiao. With this, Ling Xiao would have 2 complete bowls of Tiangang Di Sha Mala hot pot in addition to the prize he had won. Let me remind you. It's best to only eat this once a month. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go. Ling Xiao had already gotten what he needed. He was not willing to waste any more time here. He still had to go back and improve his cultivation. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level Yin-Yang realm. He was only 1 step away from the 5th level Yin-Yang realm. He believed that with this heaven spirit spicy hot pot, he would definitely be able to break through. Every time he broke through a new realm, it was equivalent to having an additional life-saving ability for Ling Xiao. Living in the White Tiger continent, he was unfamiliar with the place. Strength was the only thing he could rely on. The 4 of them walked out of the 15th floor and walked down the stairs. Although there were windows in the Wonder Tower, they did not allow flying. If they really jumped out, they would directly fall to the ground. Ling Xiao did not mind, but the 3 girls could not take it. Moreover, he came here openly. There was no need for him to leave through the window. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao's back as he left. That figure quickly disappeared before Fan Ruohai's eyes. However, Fan Ruohai's gaze was still on that side. Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. What an interesting guy. He was looking forward to seeing how Ling Xiao would perform in the White Tiger meet. Wanchuang, don't let him surpass you. Fan Ruohai suddenly smiled. That's impossible. Mu Wanchuang's face was still cold. She said confidently, although he's much stronger than these good-for-nothings, compared to me, he's still too far away. Wanchuang, don't be careless. He's only 17 years old, and you're already 22. You're 5 years older than him. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. The girl he took in was very talented. He used to think so too. However, after seeing Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt that his usual discipline was a little lax. Mu Wanchuang had to be more servile. Otherwise, it was not impossible for Ling Xiao to catch up with her. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already arrived outside the Wonder Tower and were walking in the direction of the Hero's Tower. After we go back, 1 portion of the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot will be mine. You can share the other portion with Dan Feng, Long Chen, and the others. Ling Xiao had already thought it through. The Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot was very effective. He could not finish it in a few days. Food was different from elixirs. After a long time, it would definitely spoil. The effect would be greatly reduced. He might as well share it with his friends. These people were now his subordinates. They were all working for him. If he wanted them to work harder, he had to give them some benefits. As a king, he really could not be too stingy. Moreover, he had already obtained the method of making this thing. In the future, as long as he had the ingredients, he would be able to make it. He would not have to worry about not being able to eat it. You're very generous. However, these were all obtained by your hard work. How can we accept it? Ji Luoyu said with a wry smile. If you feel embarrassed, it's easy. When we go back, I'll give you a list of ingredients. You can help me find it. Your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is best at doing this kind of thing. Ling Xiao said with a smile. No way. You've obtained the method of making the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot? Ji Luoyu was so surprised that her mouth was as if an apple had been stuffed into it. Shoo, lower your voice. This is a secret of the Fan family. It's enough for the few of us to know. Don't spread it out. Otherwise, the Fan family will really fight with me. Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture. Oh, I know. Ji Luoyu hurriedly covered her mouth. However, she could not hide the excitement on her face. After a long time, she said, leave the matter of the ingredients to me. With this thing, the strength of our Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists will increase by a large margin. At the very least, it should not be a problem for them to increase by a realm. Ji Luoyu said that she could help with the materials. That's good. So don't say anything embarrassing. When you go back, just enjoy yourself. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I know. Ji Luoyu nodded and did not refuse. Oh right, you said that the Tianhai Empire has 4 young geniuses. I've seen Mu Wanchuang. She's as cold as ice and her strength is terrifying. But this woman is too scheming. I don't like her. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something else and said. You said that Mu Wanchuang is scheming? Why do I feel that she only has eyes for Fanruahai? Ji Luoyu was stunned. You haven't experienced political intrigue, so you don't understand. Fanruahai is very powerful, and Mu Wanchuang is not bad either. Both of them are 1,000-year-old foxes. They're very terrifying. Ling Xiao shook his head. Is Sun Lingchan as beautiful as Mu Wanchuang? What, you're interested in that woman? Don't forget, she's the daughter of the Medicine King, Sun Sa. Ji Luoyu was a little unhappy. Haha, I just want to know myself and my enemy. I should have a chance to fight with them at the White Tiger meet, right? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I see. Then I can tell you that Sun Lingchan is more terrifying than Mu Wanchuang. Mu Wanchuang only has a powerful cultivation and is scheming. Sun Lingchan, on the other hand, had more tricks up her sleeves. Under her pomegranate skirt, who knew how many experts with profound cultivation had bowed before her? Not only are there young experts, but there are also some old men who are hundreds of years old. Ji Luoyu spoke of Sun Lingchan with obvious disdain. Although Sun Lingchan is a disciple of her father, the Medicine King Sun Sa, she has learned many things. The most powerful things she learned from her father were knockout drugs and hallucinogens. You know these drugs. They can confuse a person's mind. In addition, she has outstanding looks. It's no wonder that she has so many love puppets. Interesting. It sounds like another woman with a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Ling Xiao had seen many such women, so after hearing Ji Luoyu's description, he quickly had a clear impression in his mind. Don't think it's funny. If you meet her now, you'll definitely lose. Anyway, I feel that she's much scarier than Mu Wanchuang. You're not even a match for Mu Wanchuang, right? Ji Luoyu reminded. I admit that, but so what? Mu Wanchuang is 5 years older than me. Sun Lingchan should be around the same age, right? Ling Xiao was very confident in his own cultivation speed. Yes, Sun Lingchan is 1 year older than Mu Wanchuang. Ji Luoyu nodded. Hee, as expected, what about the other 2 young geniuses? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. As for the other 2, one is the publicly recognized number 1, tyrannical Heavenly Ocean. He's the crown prince of the Heavenly Ocean Empire. There are even rumors that the Emperor of the Heavenly Ocean Empire has decided to pass the throne to him. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean rarely makes a move, but every time he does, it shocks the world. Mu Wanchuang and Sun Lingchan have both fought with him before, but they were both defeated. Therefore, the 2 of them can only be ranked together in second place because they have never had a clear winner. Ji Luoyu replied. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, what a domineering name. Ling Xiao frowned. He immediately thought of Phoenix cried Qishan. He was also a domineering person, but compared to Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, he was like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. The enemy was stronger, and Ling Xiao's pressure was greater. He was more eager to improve his strength. Right, didn't you just say that Sun Lingchan is stronger than Mu Wanchuang? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If it's a chaotic battle, that's naturally the case. Sun Lingchan's knockout powder is too powerful, but if it's a one-on-one fight, Mu Wanchuang has her own unique skills. She won't be afraid of Sun Lingchan. Ji Luoyu explained. Then who's ranked 4th? Ling Xiao asked again. Ranked 4th is Sacred Sword of Wind Devil from Heavenly Ocean Academy. Ji Luoyu replied, although these 4 are ranked differently, they're basically on the same level. There's not much difference in strength, so any one of them has a chance of winning. The first person after these 4 is the Water God, son of the Water God. He's your enemy, so be careful. TSK, Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanchuang, Sacred Sword of Wind Devil, Water God. Interesting. Ling Xiao was very excited. If Heavenly Ocean Empire had such powerful 4 people, then White Tiger Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and Full Moon Empire would probably have them too. As for Righteous Sect, whose influence was the largest and strongest, it was needless to say. The number of experts they had was probably even greater than the 4 great empires. To be able to spar with so many experts was truly a blessing. Seeing how excited you are, I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. You'd better not provoke the 5 people I mentioned before. Ji Luoyu reminded him, actually, if you want to find someone to spar with, other than the 5 of them, the other heroes of Heavenly Ocean Empire are enough. There are even some guys that I don't think you can win with your current strength. Oh? There are experts? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Don't forget that the small divine Phoenix Empire had 10 Phoenix sons. How could the Grand Heavenly Ocean Empire not have such a ranking? Ji Luoyu rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, actually, Heavenly Ocean Empire also has the 7 little saints of Heavenly Ocean. This is a ranking other than the 4 heroes of Heavenly Ocean. Water God is ranked 1st, and the 4 ferocious beasts of Heavenly Ocean Academy are ranked 2nd to 5th. The 6th is also a troublesome fellow called Ghost Hand Olgyo. It's rumored that one of his arms is a little strange. Even though the 7th is the weakest of the 7 little saints, he's not to be underestimated. He comes from the Heavenly Demon cult, but I don't know much about him. All I know is that others call him Little Thing. It's all thanks to you as a guide this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so much about the young martial artists of Heavenly Ocean Empire. Ling Xiao was truly grateful. Big brother Ling, my life was saved by you. There's no point in saying these things. Ji Luoyu shook her head. I only hope that you can always think of me as a friend. More than a friend. In my heart, you're already family. Ling Xiao smiled. But to be honest, it's only after coming here that I truly understand that the White Tiger meat is much more complicated than we imagined. In the eyes of others, the martial artists of our Heavenly Empire are probably cannon fodder and test subjects. They're used to test the strength of the martial artists of other empires. Big brother Ling, you're calmer than anyone else. Ji Luoyu sighed. You're absolutely right. I've always wanted to remind you, but I felt that it would be too cruel, so I never said it. If there's one person in the Heavenly Empire who can stand out, it can only be you, Big brother Ling. We'll pave the way for you. Thank you for your kindness. Ling Xiao was not an unreasonable person who would bite off more than he could chew. At least now, among the people from the Celestial Empire, only he and Dan Feng could enter the finals. The rest would probably be eliminated very soon. This was a cruel reality that he could not avoid. Perhaps these people would become stronger in the future. After all, they were still young. But at least now, it was not enough. But there is one thing that I will do even if I have to risk my life. I brought you all here, so I must send you all back in one piece. In Ling Zhao's heart, Ji Luoyu was actually already considered a martial artist of the Celestial Sea Empire. Although Ji Luoyu was born in the White Tiger continent, the Celestial Sea Empire, this did not hinder his absolute trust in her. While talking, everyone had already arrived at the outstanding building. Ling Xiao gathered everyone together and gave the other portion of the heavenly spirit earthly fiend spicy hot pot to Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Xiaozong, Long Chen, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, and Feng Minglian. He got one for himself. After that, everyone started to cultivate in the same place. It was safer to stay together like this. If something went wrong during cultivation, they could deal with it in time. Because he was worried that someone might assassinate him, Ling Xiao set up a 10,000 gate formation at the cultivation place before cultivating. This formation could be used to escape and trap the enemy, but also to block the enemy. It was very suitable. After setting up the 10,000 gate formation, the rest of the people had already finished their portions of the heavenly spirit earthly fiend scarlet sun spicy hot pot and were cultivating there together with the pills that Ling Xiao concocted. I should start too. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then took out the empty valley orchid wine and drank it. The moment the wine entered his stomach, he could clearly feel a clear spirit rising in his body. His entire person seemed to have been sublimated. All the troubles in the world were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. There was only the word cultivation. Originally, what people cared about the most about the heavenly spirit earthly fiend scarlet sun spicy hot pot was not the cultivation effect. It was its superb taste. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt the spiciness explode in his mouth, but it wasn't uncomfortable. This kind of heat filled his entire body, making him feel so carefree that he wanted to scream. His appetite was instantly aroused. Each of the 108 ingredients had its own unique taste. Coupled with the base of the malatang, the feeling was simply wonderful. If he wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation, Ling Xiao really wanted to taste the most delicious food he had ever eaten since he was born. But now, he was like a boar who didn't know anything about food, swallowing the food in big mouthfuls. If the diners of the Miracle Tower saw this, they would probably curse him for recklessly wasting natural resources and not knowing how to cherish them. Ling Xiao immediately felt a burning sensation all over his body as the whole pot of delicious food entered his stomach. A stream of hot air rose from his dantian and entered his 8 extraordinary meridians. Ling Xiao hurriedly swung his hand, taking out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones and elixirs for cultivation, including the remaining demonic beast cores, and placed them in the most convenient place around his body. The heavenly spirit earthly fiend scarlet sun spicy hot pot's effects were excellent. Naturally, it had to be combined with spirit stones, elixirs, and demonic beast cores to maximize its effects. The spirit stones, elixirs, and demonic beast cores were all directly swallowed by him. The cool air met with the hot air and then entangled with each other. His soul power, yin and yang energy, and royal heaven earth energy all fused together and started to circulate crazily. Now, Ling Xiao really understood why Fan Ruahai said that he could only eat this thing once a month. This kind of explosive release of energy was really too destructive to the body. When he ate the delicious food, he felt very comfortable. However, when he finished eating and started cultivating, his body started to feel extreme pain. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava to be burned. There was also a strange burning sensation in his body. He squinted his eyes and looked at the others. Although they also felt pain and discomfort, their reactions were not as big as his. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The other 7 people shared a portion of the spicy hot pot. And he alone had a portion. Naturally, the effects were even more terrifying. No longer looking at the others, he closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Inside his body, his meridians started to expand and strengthen again. His bones also started to strengthen under the scorching heat. The blood in his body was boiling, as if it was going to rush out of his body. Really, that kind of pain made Ling Xiao want to die. But he gritted his teeth and endured. Although his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he still gritted his teeth and endured. There was nothing that he could not endure. Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power played a crucial role at this moment. His tenacious spirit allowed him to maintain absolute clarity and perseverance in an environment of extreme pain. He could see all the changes in his body clearly, including the growth of his tyrannical martial spirit. Activating the light and shadow profound, the entire room suddenly became bright and dark. The energy of the spirit stones, elixirs, and crystal cores that he had eaten was driven by the light shadow profound meaning. It constantly attacked the high-temperature energy released by the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend Scarlet Young Mala Hot Pot. After the two types of energy were neutralized, they fused into one, turning into a gentler but more powerful energy. Then, it was absorbed by Ling Zhao's body. Open. Fourth level, Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. To cultivate in the yin-yang realm, he had to open the 18 levels of hell. If he could not open them, he would not be able to break through. A strange palace floated above Ling Zhao's head. Above the palace's door, there were the words Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. His soul came out of his body and pushed open the door of the Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. He could see many terrifying mirrors hanging inside. In these mirrors, he could see the deepest sins and the things he feared the most. If a normal martial artist's soul power was not strong enough, they would have already failed their cultivation and breakthrough. Because of the things in the mirrors, many yin-yang realm martial artists had gone crazy. Through the mirror of retribution, Ling Xiao saw the martial artists he had killed coming to take revenge on him. Each of them looked ferocious and terrifying. They cried and howled, wanting Ling Xiao to kneel and admit his crimes. However, Ling Zhao's expression remained cold and indifferent. He had never regretted killing someone. You pieces of trash. I was not afraid of you when you were alive. Now that you are dead, you want me to be afraid, a bunch of idiots. Terrifying soul power was released, and the mirror of retribution shattered. The scenes inside also disappeared. However, in the next moment, an even stronger threat appeared. An even larger mirror of retribution floated in the air. Inside it was the scene of Ling Zhao's parents being tortured. Kneel and admit your crimes, and we will let your parents go. The savage face of the murderer roared. Admit my crimes? What crimes have I, Ling Xiao, committed? Since you dared to hurt my parents, I will make you pay back 100 times, 10,000 times. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and released his powerful soul power. Plead guilty? What crime did I, Ling Xiao, commit? In that instant, he released his soul power and directly entered the karma mirror. That hideous face immediately shattered. The shadows of Ling Zhao's parents also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, the Moon Lady's figure actually appeared inside. Again? How boring. Do you really think I, Ling Xiao, will be afraid of this kind of trick? Ling Xiao did not wait for the karma mirror to ask and directly released his most terrifying soul power. A soul storm blew in the hell of karma mirror, and countless karma mirrors shattered. Then, his primordial spirit successfully stepped out of the hell of karma mirror and returned to his body. At this time, several hours had already passed, and the sky was already dark. Dan Feng, who was the first to finish cultivating, sat at the door to guard everyone. Dan Feng's original cultivation had actually already reached the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. This cultivation was the same as Feng Mingqi Shan's. However, these two people could not unleash their true cultivation when they were on the Divine Phoenix continent. Therefore, Feng Mingqi Shan dying in Ling Zhao's hands was really very unjust. If it was on the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao would definitely have been killed by Feng Mingqi Shan. At this time, Dan Feng's cultivation broke through another realm and reached the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Of course, this was all thanks to Ling Zhao's medicinal pills and the heaven spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Young Mala Hot Pot. Dan Feng's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm for several years. Even though he had traveled the White Tiger continent for a long time, he had been unable to break through. After all, he could not enter the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower. Therefore, he could not obtain the heaven spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Young Mala Hot Pot. Today, his cultivation broke through, and he was simply overjoyed. Originally, although he admired Ling Zhao's talent, he did not treat Ling Xiao as his superior. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was inferior to his. He was somewhat displeased to address such a person as the Celestial Emperor. However, Ling Xiao helped him open the Chang'e secret realm, allowing his cultivation to rise from the early 9th level of the yin-yang realm to the peak 9th level of the yin-yang realm. He even obtained some unexpected benefits. Today, he gave him the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Young Mala Hot Pot, which allowed him to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. His attitude towards Ling Xiao had already undergone a great change. If they had only treated each other as friends before, then now, they were really willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. One had to know that their previous friends could only be considered ordinary friends because he had never told Ling Xiao his true cultivation level. When he finishes his cultivation, I'll tell him about this. Dan Feng thought for a moment and then closed his eyes. After he finished cultivating, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation. Anyway, with the pills that Ling Xiao had concocted for him, this was not a problem. Time continued to pass. Long Chen, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, and Feng Minglian ended their cultivation one after another. Basically, everyone had a breakthrough in their cultivation. At the very least, he had broken through a realm. Feng Minglian even broke through 2 realms and reached the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Chen was even weirder. He had broken through 3 realms from the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When he broke through, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the Tower of Elites and attracted many martial artists. However, with the 10,000 gate formation blocking them, those martial artists could not enter. This guy is really from the Dragon Clan. His cultivation speed is not slower than Ling Xiao's at all? That's terrifying. Dan Feng was dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan was known as the strongest clan in the Archean era. They were the best in terms of combat power and cultivation speed. This was not just for show. However, Ling Xiao is even more terrifying. Long Chen is so terrifying, but he can't compare to him. TSK, this guy's talent is even more ferocious than the Dragon Clan. I really don't know what kind of blood flows in his body. Dan Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Dan Feng was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Chen was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Feng Minglian was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ji Luoyu was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Cold Plum was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Mou was at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Zhu Xiaocong was at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Everyone had improved a lot compared to when they first arrived. Next, it was up to Ling Xiao. After drinking the Tiangang Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Mala soup, his cultivation would definitely break through. There was no doubt about that. However, Ling Xiao's inner strength was too strong, and his physical body was terrifying too. Every time he broke through, his improvement would be several times that of other martial artists. It would not be easy to break through, but once he did, he would become even more ferocious. Whoosh, at this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a pitch-black space had appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the next moment, 2 types of constellations, the sun and the moon, appeared at the same time in this space. The glaring light connected heaven and earth. The scarlet sun in the sky seemed to be sucked in, and its power kept pouring into the room. Then, it merged into Ling Xiao's body. In an instant, the temperature in the room rose abruptly. Even the martial artists outside the room could feel the heat. They were puzzled. Who exactly was cultivating in this room? How could it cause such a shocking scene? What cultivation technique is His Majesty cultivating? It's so terrifying? Dan Feng looked at Cold Plum and asked. In this place, only Lin Mei was the most familiar with Ling Xiao. She was also the person who had followed Ling Xiao the longest. I don't know. Cold Plum shook her head. She really did not know. She was not lying. Who cares what he's cultivating? In my opinion, this cultivation technique's grade is probably very high. It should be at least an immortal grade martial art, Mou said with a smile. Mou smiled and said, Senior brother, the stronger the Sky Emperor is, the more benefits we'll get. Have you forgotten? When we came here, the Dragon Phoenix Continent's law had changed. The law that originally limited cultivation to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm has changed to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I believe it has something to do with His Majesty's cultivation. That's true. His Majesty is the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Continent. Even when the 7 rulers set the law, they would consider it based on his cultivation. Dan Feng looked at Ling Xiao. At first, he thought that he already knew this person very well. He was still far from it. He had never seen Ling Xiao's cultivation technique before. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not know what was happening in the outside world. The ice and fire in his body kept colliding and merging. Then, his cultivation kept accumulating and brewing. After activating the Hell of Retribution, the barrier to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm was completely broken. Next, as long as he brewed energy, his cultivation would naturally break through. The most difficult thing in the Yin-Yang realm was to activate the 18 levels of Hell. As long as he could do that, his cultivation would naturally increase. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to have enough energy to maintain it. Spiritual stones, elixir pills, and demonic beast crystal cores were the key for Ling Xiao to maintain this state. While he was cultivating, his mystic world body was automatically refined. The power of the royal heaven-earth kept merging into his body. Ling Xiao's cultivation was increasing. His cells were also awakening one by one. His cultivation and cells were awakening at almost the same time. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth also merged into his body in large amounts. The green and golden lights continued to collide and fuse together. Buzz! Suddenly, a blinding light shot out of the house and pierced through the clouds in the sky. Ling Xiao's divine light retracted. He slowly opened his eyes. Every time his cultivation broke through a new level, he would have a new understanding of his own power. He didn't actually have any inner strength cultivation technique. Instead, he cultivated with esoteric force. The quality of esoteric force was obviously a few levels higher than ordinary inner strength. This was also the secret of why he could challenge those of a higher level. Generally speaking, inner strength was divided into 3 levels. First, ordinary inner strength. This was also the inner strength that most martial artists possessed. Whether it was the vital essence of the past or the yin-yang essence of the present, they were all different forms of inner strength. In terms of grade, it was still ordinary inner strength. Second, special inner strength. This was inner strength that was infused with the changes of the 5 elements. Martial artists with special martial souls or special martial arts could have it. It was stronger than ordinary inner strength. Third, original inner strength. This was the core of inner strength. It was the essence and was very powerful. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't use original inner strength to fight. However, they would definitely use it when they were risking their lives. Fourth, esoteric inner strength. This was the strongest inner strength that Ling Xiao knew. It was even more terrifying than original inner strength. This was also why Ling Xiao's inner strength always had the upper hand when he collided with other martial artists. Ling Xiao had to thank the human king for this. If it wasn't for the human king's guidance, his inner strength would only reach the special inner strength stage. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for breaking through to Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. Dan Feng smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao, who had opened his eyes, and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We're all friends here." Ling Xiao smiled and said. This breakthrough allowed him to directly reach the late stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. Moreover, his cultivation was completely stabilized. This was enough to show how powerful the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala soup was. After Ji Luoyu found the ingredients, she would definitely make some personally. This thing could definitely greatly increase the cultivation of all martial artists in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. You all broke through as well? He opened the High Heaven Tai Chi eye and saw the cultivation levels of the others. After coming to the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao didn't expose Dan Feng's true cultivation. However, since Dan Feng didn't say it, he didn't expose it. His Tai Chi I was able to see through anyone unless the difference in cultivation was ridiculously large, at least 5 levels. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape his eyes. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, but before he could say anything, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. The voice was very pleasant, like the sound of an icy spring dripping into a valley. Judging from the voice, it should be a gentle girl. But there was a hint of weakness in her pleasant voice. She was clearly ill. She probably came here to look for Ji Luoyu. She probably wanted Ji Luoyu to treat her illness. Ling Xiao thought of many things in an instant. He casually removed the 10,000 gate formation and walked out with Ji Luoyu and the others. Although the voice was pleasant and gentle, it couldn't guarantee that the other party didn't have any hostility. After all, the hero's pavilion was in danger now. According to Dan Feng, a dozen or so martial artists had mysteriously disappeared while he was cultivating in the Tower of Heroes. Some of them were found dead, while others couldn't even find their bodies. After stepping out of the room, Ling Xiao noticed that there were many gazes looking at him. Some were curious, some were cold, and some were filled with killing intent. The owners of these gazes should be the martial artists who came to Heavenly Sea City to participate in the White Tiger meet. Among them, there were many martial artists with extraordinary strength. Even he wasn't confident of winning. "I'm Ji Luoyu. Why are you looking for me?" At this moment, Ji Luoyu's voice rang out, drawing Ling Zhao's gaze to the man and woman standing at the very front. The man was handsome, and his cultivation was not weak. He was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The woman's cultivation was weaker. She was only at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he guessed correctly, the man should be one of the candidates. The woman wasn't. Ling Xiao never cared about a girl's appearance. After all, he only cared about the Moon Lady. Although the girl was pretty, she was still very different from the Moon Lady. She was even worse than Cold Plum. How could he possibly care about that? "You're Ji Luoyu?" The girl had yet to speak, but the man's voice was filled with disdain. His words sounded like he looked down on Ji Luoyu. "I'm Ji Luoyu. What's wrong? Is there a second Ji Luoyu in Sky Sea City?" Ji Luoyu frowned when she heard that. She was very unhappy. "Miss, don't be angry. My cousin is such a person. He's more talented, so he's more arrogant. I'm deeply sorry that I spoke rudely to you after being selected as one of the candidates for the White Tiger meet." The man wanted to say more, but the girl stopped him. They were here to ask for help. The man's words were not words for begging. "Cousin, I think you're just wasting your time. Ji Luoyu's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. So what if she's Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple? Why don't you ask my cousin to go to the Medicine King Valley and get Mr. Medicine King to heal you personally?" The man continued to speak unyieldingly, his attitude extremely arrogant. Ling Xiao found it ridiculous. A mere 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist going to find Medicine King Sun Sa? Would he even bother? When Feng Ming Wuliang invited Medicine King Sun Sa, he spent almost the entire nation's resources and gave Sun Sa many benefits. Could this young man do it? Haha. Ji Luoyu laughed mockingly. Then you can go to the Medicine King Valley to find old man Sun Sa. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. If you meet Sun Lingchan, that demoness, you'll definitely become a subject under her skirt. How dare you? I, Sun Wuji, am a 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist. I'm a prodigy selected by the Sky Sea Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? The young man drew his sword and pointed it at Ji Luoyu as he spoke angrily. Cousin, if you continue to be like this, please leave. The girl was clearly angry. He was here to ask for help. Regardless of whether it was useful in the end, he had to have an attitude and no etiquette. Humph, I'll let you off this time because of my cousin. Sun Wuji snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. However, he didn't know that he saved his life because of this. Sun Wuji didn't know that by sheathing his sword, he had actually saved his life. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have dared to kill him as long as he drew his sword. Candidates were allowed to kill each other. If Sun Wuji didn't know what was good for him and dared to attack, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Seeing that Sun Wuji was silent, the woman said, "My name is Lu Lian, and I am from the Lu clan of Sky Sea City. I am not a famous clan, but I can be considered a rich one. Originally, I could have participated in the White Tiger Storm meet. However, my heart is higher than the sky, but my life is more fragile than paper. I fell seriously ill and my cultivation regressed. A terrifying demonic aura accumulated in my body and couldn't dissipate. This demonic aura tortured me so badly that I couldn't cultivate. Moreover, it often made me lose my mind. Therefore, when my illness acted up, I could only lock myself in the room and endure the torture. It's useless for you to say this. He has to apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't help you no matter what you say." Ji Luoyu also had a temper. After being insulted by others for so long, how could she help others in a good mood? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Sun Wuji said disdainfully. What does that have to do with you? Hurry up and leave with your cousin. This is the outstanding building, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Ji Luoyu said coldly. Plop. Lu Lian suddenly knelt down, looked at Ji Luoyu and said, Miss Luoyu, my cousin was just worried about me, that's why he said the wrong thing. No matter what, it's all my fault. Today, Lu Lian kneels down before you. I only beg that you can use the divine physician's sacred hands to relieve Lu Lian of her pain. This girl was really amazing. How much courage did it take to kneel down in front of Ji Luoyu in front of so many people? After all, she was a girl, and girls were usually very thin-skinned. Hurry up and get up. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ji Luoyu, am bullying you. Ji Luoyu was still a girl and was more soft-hearted. She hurriedly went forward to help the girl up. However, at the moment when the two of them collided, Ji Luoyu's expression changed. She hurriedly retreated. Between her hands, black gas curled up. Seeing this, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Ji Luoyu's hand and sucked the black gas into his body. It really is the demonic qi of the heavenly demons, and it's so pure. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This scene was also seen by Lu Lian. In the past, there were many pharmacists who were so frightened that they didn't dare to treat her the moment they touched her. Today, Ji Luoyu's situation was similar, but the young man beside Ji Luoyu was not afraid of the devil qi at all, which was really surprising. This is my big brother Ling. If you want to save people, it's more useful for you to beg him. His ability is more powerful than that old man Sun Zai. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. At the moment when Ling Xiao grabbed her hand, she really felt as if she was about to ascend to heaven. Her entire body seemed to be filled with delicious honey. It was indescribably sweet. So it's young hero Ling. Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao. Her originally gloomy eyes were now filled with anticipation. I can help you, but there are two conditions. Ling Xiao stared at Lu Lian and said with a smile, first, get that trash to apologize to my sister Luoyu. Be more sincere. Second, I want that Taiji stone on you. Hearing this, the girl suddenly used her hands to cover her body. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. How do you know that I have the Taiji stone on me? Don't be so nervous. I'm most familiar with the aura released by the Taiji stone because it's very helpful to my cultivation. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Lian heaved a sigh of relief. She put down her hand somewhat awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, young hero Ling. This Taiji stone is my Lu family's heirloom. Furthermore, it's very important to me. I can't give it to you. Ling Xiao said with a smile, the so-called help is actually helping you suppress the heavenly demon's fiendish aura, right? You originally had a relapse almost every day. With this thing, you only have a relapse once a month. Am I right? You're indeed amazing. Lu Lian became even more agitated. Let's make a deal. If I cure your illness, this Taiji stone will belong to me. How about it? Ling Xiao had indeed taken a fancy to that Taiji stone. That Taiji stone contained the two powers of yin and yang. They complemented each other and were rather mysterious. It would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. Now that he was about to participate in the White Tiger meet, it was very urgent for him to raise his cultivation. Obtaining this Taiji stone was absolutely necessary to him. He was not the kind of person who would snatch things. That was why he proposed a deal. Cousin, don't listen to him. I've already investigated this brat. His cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Do you really think he can help you with this cultivation? Sun Wuji said loudly, listen to cousin. Let's go. There's no need to talk nonsense with these two liars. They clearly only want the Taiji stone. Cousin, if you're unwilling to apologize, then leave. I won't force you. However, I believe in young hero Ling. I can make this deal with him. Lu Lian actually did not completely trust Ling Xiao in the depths of her heart. After all, it was their first meeting. How could she completely trust him? If she completely trusted him, then she would be a fool. The reason why she did this was because she had no other choice. She was very clear in her heart that she could not afford to hire Medicine King Sun Sa and Sun Lingchan. Her Lu family was only a small and wealthy family. He could destroy them all with a finger. How could she miss out on her only hope? Looking at Lu Lian, Ling Xiao could not help but secretly praise her. This girl was really amazing. Not only did she behave appropriately, but she also knew the importance of things. She also knew the pros and cons. She was not like many people who looked smart, but when doing many things, they often grasped the sesame seed and threw away the watermelon. In fact, even if Sun Wuji did not apologize and Lu Lian was not willing to make the deal, he would still help. This was because the pure demonic qi in Lu Lian's body was a great supplement for him. Apologize? That's impossible. Cousin, you've been bewitched by a scoundrel. You can't tell who's right and who's wrong. Fine, I'll kill these two liars today to wake you up. Sun Wuji suddenly drew his sword and a cold aura shot towards Ling Xiao. He was actually going to attack. Ling Xiao sneered. Since he was going to attack, then he did not need to talk nonsense. He also liked to solve problems with violence because it was simple and fast. However, at this moment, Lu Lian suddenly stood in the middle. She looked at Sun Wuji and said, "Cousin, are you crazy? They're my only hope." Sun Wuji seemed to really care about Lu Lian. He withdrew his sword that was about to stab out. He did not know that this was the second time Lu Lian had saved his life. Sigh, cousin is so educated and polite, but cousin is like an idiot. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Luoyu, do you want me to help you kill that kid? He doesn't look like he'll apologize. If he said he would kill, then he would really kill. Forget it, I won't lower myself to his level." On the other hand, Miss Lu Lian is quite sincere. Big brother Ling, do as you see fit. If you want to help her, then help her. I have no objections. After all, Ji Luoyu was not Ling Xiao. She was not as decisive as Ling Xiao. If it was Ling Xiao, Sun Wuji would have died long ago for being so rude. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao no longer looked at Sun Wuji. Instead, he looked at Lu Lian and said, "My sister Luoyu is magnanimous and will not bicker with your cousin. However, I will definitely add the Taiji stone into the deal. Is that okay?" "No problem." Lu Lian sighed in relief. She looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Thank you, Miss Luoyu." "No need. I just feel sorry for you and don't want to bicker with that idiot." Ji Luoyu knew very well that with Ling Xiao's strength, killing Sun Wuji would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he still knew about the Sun clan of Sky Sea City. They were much more powerful than the Lu clan. Moreover, they were a little bit related to Sun Sa, although they were distant relatives. However, if Ling Xiao really killed Sun Wuji, he would definitely get into trouble. According to Ji Luoyu's personality, she was naturally unwilling to do so. Sun Wuji was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he was unwilling to leave. He stood there trembling, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. "I advise you not to try to take revenge. Otherwise, the unlucky ones will be us." Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Wuji. He felt that killing this kind of trash was beneath him. Then, he looked at Lu Lian and said, "Let's go. Take me to your clan." Of course, he had to go to the Lu clan for treatment. Otherwise, if the Lu clan's elders refused to admit it, it would be troublesome. "Young hero Ling, please," Lu Lian said happily. Before Ling Xiao left, he stared at Dan Feng and said, "You are the strongest cultivator in our heavenly dynasty empire. Protect them well and try not to go out. Even if you go out, don't be alone." "Don't worry, I will." Dan Feng nodded and said. Then, Ling Xiao followed Lu Lian and left the Tower of Heroes. In the crowd, a few pairs of eyes stared at him. The moment he left the Tower of Heroes, they also left quietly. "Cousin, why are you bringing this kind of person to the Lu family? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he was a wild man you brought back from outside." Sun Wuji finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked when they arrived outside the outstanding building. "Cousin, I don't want to say too much. If you're still like this, then please leave. I don't need your protection anymore." In fact, Lu Lian didn't want Sun Wuji to leave. After all, although Sun Wuji's personality was a little bad, he still cared about her a lot. His cousin had always been obedient to him since they were young. Who would have thought that she would actually chase him away after meeting a wild man? The jealousy in his heart burned uncontrollably. Of course, Ling Xiao could feel his killing intent, but he didn't care at all. He just smiled secretly. He planned to teach this guy a lesson on the way. It was about 1 kilometer from the Tower of Heroes to the Lu family. The three of them were martial artists, so they didn't ride their mounts. They walked. However, it didn't take long. About 1 kilometer away from the Tower of Heroes, they arrived at a deserted street. There were dilapidated houses, beggars, and 3 people in tattered clothes everywhere. A dangerous aura came from the dark. Ling Xiao sneered secretly. For martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm want to assassinate me, they must be tired of living. He suddenly approached Lu Lian, grabbed her soft waist, and leaped into the air. Just as he leaped into the air, he heard a sonic boom behind him. Lu Lian wanted to scream, but she shut her mouth when she heard the sonic boom. Ling Xiao dodged with Lu Lian. Sun Wuji became the target of the sonic boom. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he was a 6th level of the Yin Yang realm martial artist. Faced with this predicament, he unsheathed his long sword. It glowed, and the sonic boom sent him flying and crashing into the wall. They were 4 strange hidden weapons. Sun Wuji, take your cousin and leave. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. The owners of the 4 hidden weapons were 5th level of the Yin Yang realm martial artists. They were also candidates for the white tiger meat. Sun Wuji turned to look at Lu Lian. He really wanted to leave. The 4 martial artists saw that Sun Wuji didn't attack, so they attacked Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao instantly appeared near Sun Wuji with his ghostly movement technique. As a result, Sun Wuji became a target again. Damn it. Sun Wuji, are you crazy? Damn it. You're the crazy ones. I'm not attacking, but you keep targeting me. Do you think I'm stupid? Sun Wuji was enraged by Ling Xiao. He vented all his anger on the 4 5th level of the Yin Yang realm martial artists. A sword light flashed. He killed one of them with just one move. A 6th level of the Yin Yang realm martial artist was much stronger than a 5th level of the Yin Yang realm martial artist. However, there were more of them. While one of them was killed, the other 3 had already closed in. Sun Wuji blocked hastily, but his arm was still cut. His protective origin energy broke. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. However, it was still very dangerous. Furthermore, the other party did not stop attacking. After dodging the first stab, another knife stabbed down at almost the same position. This time, Sun Wuji's arm was dyed red. However, he didn't have time to adjust before the third attack came. The 3 worked well together. It was obvious that they were from the same sect. Just as Sun Wuji's arm was about to be crippled, Lu Lian flicked her finger at the crucial moment. Lu Lian deflected the third attack by about an inch, allowing Sun Wuji to dodge. Then, Lu Lian took the opportunity to kill the second person with another attack. What a pity. Ling Xiao originally wanted to see Sun Wuji lose an arm. He did not have a good impression of this fellow. Even if this fellow died, Ling Xiao would not pity him at all. 4 people tried to assassinate Ling Xiao, but Sun Wuji killed 2 of them. When the other 2 saw that the situation was bad, they turned and fled. However, they had only taken 10 steps when 2 pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared under their feet. They were as sharp as sword qi and directly pierced through them. The shadows instantly vanished. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. The entire process was undetectable. Even Lu Lian, who was in Xiao Chen's arms, only felt a weak flow of energy. It's fine now. Ling Xiao placed Lu Lian on the ground and said, let's continue on our way. Sun Wuji looked at Ling Xiao, feeling very angry. However, just as Sun Wuji was about to roar in anger, he suddenly felt dizzy. His expression immediately changed to one of horror. Poison. Poison. The assassin was really sinister. He actually smeared poison on the short saber. Although the poison on the dagger was nothing special, if it was not treated in time, even a Yin Yang realm martial artist would be in trouble. Especially when the white tiger meet was about to begin. Even if they were not poisoned to death, they would have to withdraw from the white tiger meet if something happened. The goal of those 4 people seemed to be very clear. They wanted to eliminate Ling Xiao as much as possible. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll cure you. Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Wuji with a smile and said. I'd rather die than beg a liar like you. Sun Wuji roared. Liar, liar. Very well, then you can wait for your death here. This place is 1 mile away from the Lu family. When you get back, even a golden immortal won't be able to save you. Ling Xiao was really annoyed by this idiot Sun Wuji. This person had a strong character. Even now, he still refused to beg Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not interested in admiring him. He could only say that this guy was an idiot with a strong character. Cousin, just beg young hero Ling, otherwise, you'll really die. Lu Lian hurriedly advised. Ah. Sun Wuji could feel the poison entering his bones. He refused to kneel down and beg Ling Xiao, not because he had a strong character, but because he felt that he could save himself. It was just a poison. How could it do anything to him, a 6th-level Yin Yang realm martial artist? However, at this moment, his expression really changed. Not only was the poison not expelled, but it had also entered his bones. If he was not saved, he would really die. He suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao's leg. He cried, Hero Ling, please save me. If you save me, I'm willing to be your slave. Haha, so you're also a coward. I really misjudged you. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He took out an antidote pill and injected a gust of sinister demonic qi into it. Then, he fed it to Sun Wuji. After a while, Sun Wuji's expression improved. He stood up, looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, You'd better not tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Threatening me? Ling Xiao smiled inwardly but didn't say anything. He had long known that Sun Wuji was not a good person, so he had integrated his own heavenly demonic qi into the detoxification pill. I won't kill him for the time being. I'll keep him alive for now. Maybe he'll be useful. A cannon fodder at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm would definitely be useful at a crucial moment. Cousin, you've really disappointed me. Young hero Ling, let's go. Of course, the other reason Ling Xiao had saved Sun Wuji was to let Lu Lian see Sun Wuji's true colors. Let's see what it is. Sun Wuji followed behind with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. However, no matter what he did, everything was under Ling Xiao's surveillance. In the end, he could not escape from Ling Xiao's grasp. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Lu family. The Lu family was said to be a big family in Sky Sea City, but it was not even considered a big family. However, it was much bigger than many big families in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The White Tiger Continent is indeed the White Tiger Continent. Not only are the cultivators' cultivations much higher, but even the family's influence is also much stronger. A small family like this can definitely be considered one of the 8 big families in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao lamented for a while, and the heroic spirit in his heart flourished. Since when was it that the more difficult something was, the more worth it was to try? Sooner or later, the entire White Tiger Continent would belong to him, Ling Xiao. Seeing Lu Lian, the guards outside the door immediately came to welcome her. Young Miss is back. Lu Lian nodded, then led Ling Xiao into the house. The 2 guards glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed a little confused. However, since Lu Lian had brought him back, they couldn't stop him and allowed him to enter. 2 good-for-nothings, if that person was the one who kidnapped my cousin, wouldn't you care? Sun Wuji now had nowhere to vent his anger, so he began to flip out when he met someone. The 2 guards were not in the wrong, because Lu Lian didn't look like she was kidnapped at all. In the end, they were still scolded badly by him. After Sun Wuji entered, one of the guards said, I don't know what he's so smug about. He can't get young Miss Lu Lian, so he's always venting his anger on us servants. Shoo, lower your voice. Sun Wuji is a member of the Sun family. The Sun family is bigger than our Lu family, and even the old master can't afford to offend them. The other guard said. Oh right, who was that young man just now? Young Miss seems to be very respectful to him, could he be some otherworldly expert? One of the guards said. Otherworldly expert? Impossible, his aura isn't as strong as Sun Wuji's. He's probably a friend. The other guard said. Could he be an apothecary or something? An apothecary's cultivation is a little lower than ordinary warriors. The first guard said again. That's possible. Our young miss has been poisoned by some bastard, and she's in so much pain that her cultivation is constantly regressing. With her talent, it's possible for her to cultivate to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. That Sun Wuji is nothing. Do you think that Sun Wuji was the one who poisoned her? Don't talk nonsense, but I think it's possible. While the two guards were chatting, Ling Xiao had already followed Lu Lian to the Lu family's main hall. Lu Lian's parents, as well as the three elders, appeared there. According to Lu Lian's introduction, the three elders were the three elders of the Lu family. Their cultivation was at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and they were very terrifying. This kind of cultivation was indeed terrifying in the Divine Phoenix continent. However, Ling Xiao found it a little funny when he heard it now. He had already broken through to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and these three people were nothing to him. Lu Lian roughly explained the situation to her parents and the three elders. Lu Lian's father looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Then, he looked at his daughter and said, It's not that I don't trust this young man, but the demonic chi in your body has been there for 3 years, and no one has been able to break it. Are you sure this young hero Ling can do it? Parents were all concerned about their daughters. As a father, he naturally didn't want his daughter to be deceived by a swindler, so it was normal for him to ask. Uncle, I've already told my cousin. This person is just a swindler. What can he know? Before Lu Lian could reply, Sun Wuji interrupted. Cousin, how can you do this? Young hero Ling just saved your life. Lu Lian felt that her cousin was simply unreasonable. Wuji, tell us what happened. The leading Grand Elder asked. Sun Wuji briefly explained the process, but many things had changed. It became that he risked his life to protect Lu Lian, heroically got injured, and then got poisoned. Grand Elder, Uncle, I have a feeling that those 4 assassins were sent by this young hero Ling otherwise, how could he have cured the poison in my body in an instant? Sun Wuji explained in the end. That makes sense. Capture this Ling guy first and interrogate him slowly. We'll talk about the treatment later. The Great Elder pondered for a moment before slamming the table. Hold on. Lu Lian's father shouted, You're arresting him before the investigation is done? No matter what, young Master Ling saved Wuji. It's fine if we're not grateful, but how can we repay his kindness with enmity? Ling Xiao nodded secretly when he heard that. Although there were always a few scum in every family, this father was still a good person. Father is right. Young hero Ling is friends with Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, Ji Luoyu. I believe he won't lie to me. Lu Lian looked at her father and said. Elders, why don't we let young hero Ling try? Ji Luoyu's friend shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, we don't have any other choice. Lu Lian's father thought for a moment before speaking. As the head of the family, you're really magnanimous to let a stranger treat your daughter. Aren't you afraid that he's up to no good? The Great Elder said coldly, Now that the White Tiger meet is about to begin, all sorts of people will gather in Sky Sea City. Anything can happen. Moreover, what Wuji said just now is not without reason. If he's really a scheming person and takes the opportunity to sully Lian, our Lu family will have nowhere to put our face. He's just a 4th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. How can he be worthy of our Lu family's daughter? After Ling Xiao made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he hit his true cultivation level. This way, he could avoid more people from targeting him. Otherwise, if his cultivation speed was too fast, there would be more people who wanted to kill him. He did not care about ordinary martial artists, but he really could not deal with those who were too strong. In this world, there were not many people who could see through his cultivation level. At the very least, there was no one in the White Tiger continent who could, unless he was willing to let them see. However, the Great Elder's words were really interesting. Because Ling Zhao's cultivation level was low, it was a crime to sully Lu Lian. If his cultivation level was high, wouldn't it mean that he was not guilty? Ling Xiao did not even look at the great elder. Instead, he looked at the head of the Lu family, Lu Lian's father, and said with a smile, Lu family head, Lu Lian is your daughter. What do you want me to do? How dare you? How dare you look down on me? How rude. Seeing how arrogant Ling Xiao was, First Elder was instantly enraged. What a joke. If Lu Lian didn't beg me, I wouldn't come to your family. As the host, not only did you not serve me tea, you even tried to capture me. Who is the rude one here? Ling Xiao sneered and questioned the First Elder. Pa. Crack. The Great Elder suddenly slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. He furiously stood up and roared, Insolent brat, Lianer is young and has been deceived by you. Do you think we are all fools? Hee hee, this idiot is dead meat. Looks like I don't have to waste my energy. Sun Wuji snickered. He thought that Ling Xiao was stupid. He was so arrogant in the Lu family. He was looking for death. He thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Great Elder's cultivation level was one level higher than his. This brat was dead meat. First Elder, please don't be angry. Young hero Ling was just outspoken. He didn't mean to offend you. Besides, our Lu family's etiquette isn't up to standard. I hope you can forgive him. Lu Lian said hurriedly. She was frightened. Ling Xiao offended the Great Elder. It would be troublesome. She was afraid that the Great Elder would kill Ling Xiao on the spot, so she begged for mercy. Forgive him? If he kneels down and repents, I can consider cutting off his tongue. Otherwise, I'll kill him on the spot. The Great Elder sneered. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, which shocked everyone, causing them to be extremely puzzled. What are you laughing at? The Great Elder asked. I'm laughing at your Lu family. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. You're so stupid that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's a pity that Miss Lu, the only person with talent and foresight, can't make the decision. Forget it. For Miss Lu's sake, I won't argue with you frogs at the bottom of a well. Anyway, I'm only here to do business. Lu Lian, if you want to be treated, I can take you away from here. Once it's done, you can give me the Tai Chi stone. As for these idiots, you can ignore them. I believe you're a person with foresight, right? Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Lu family. He wasn't here to do business with the Lu family anyway. As soon as he said this, the whole hall was shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old young man actually didn't put the entire Lu family in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Even Lu Lian was shocked and did not come back to her senses for a long time. However, thinking about it carefully, was there anything wrong with Ling Xiao's words? He came here to treat Lu Lian's illness, not to look at the Lu family's face. And these people scolded him to his face and even said that he was trying to sully Lu Lian. They even wanted to capture him and cut off his tongue. It was simply laughable. He, Ling Xiao, wasn't a servant of the Lu family. It was fine if they didn't treat him as an honored guest, but they actually humiliated him like this. If it were any other time, he wouldn't be so good-tempered. It was just that he had just come to Sky Sea City and didn't want to easily cause a massacre and attract too much attention. Otherwise, based on what the Great Elder said, that old thing deserved to die. Impudent. You're going too far. How dare you look down on our Lu family? The Great Elder's face was ashen as he exploded with a terrifying murderous aura. Of course, this murderous aura was indeed terrifying to the others in the Lu family. However, to Ling Xiao, it wasn't worth mentioning. It was even a little laughable. Lu Lian, I'm waiting for your words. If you're not willing, I'll leave. You invited me here, not me shamelessly following you. Ling Xiao ignored the Great Elder and looked at Lu Lian as he said calmly. I'm willing. Lu Lian nodded her head and said, It's just as you said. I'm not someone's goods. My fate is in my own hands. I'm willing to believe you. Ha ha ha, good. I knew it. You're a good child with a bright future. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, completely ignoring the First Elder's face that had already turned the color of pig liver. Damn it. The Great Elder was furious. Great Elder, please calm down. I think that this young hero is right. We didn't do our duty as hosts. This is rude. We also made things difficult for him. This is even more rude. Young hero Ling is an honored guest of our Lu family. He should be treated with respect. Men, bring a seat. Serve tea. Serve good tea. Lu Lian's father had been watching the development of the situation. He frowned and finally made the final decision. Compared to the Great Elder's face, his daughter was obviously more important. To Lu Qing, his daughter was obviously more important than the First Elder's face. After all, as long as his daughter was cured, the Lu family would have their first Yinyang realm expert. They would be much more powerful than many large families. Moreover, judging from Ling Zhao's performance, he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have remained calm when facing the First Elder's murderous aura. Good. Very good. Lu Qing, you're really good. As the family head, you're helping an outsider when an elder is being bullied. Do you really think we don't dare to remove you? The First Elder said coldly. In the Lu family, the three patriarchs could depose the family head together. Do whatever you want as long as my daughter can be cured. Lu Qing was clearly determined. As long as his daughter Lu Lian could recover, even if he was deposed, there would still be people who would re-elect him. In this world, strength was everything. Thank you for understanding, father. Lu Lian was very touched. In this world, if even a father could not understand his daughter, how sad would she be? Good, very good. Let this kid try. If he can't succeed, he can forget about leaving the Lu family today. The First Elder said coldly. Lu Qing was still the family head and his words counted. Therefore, the First Elder had no choice. Great Elder, you're making things difficult for me. You know my problem very well. Even the Medicine King's son Sa doesn't dare to say that he has a 100% chance of curing me. Why make things difficult for young hero Ling? Lu Lian furrowed her brows. She really did not understand whether water had entered this First Elder's brain. Why did he keep opposing Ling Zhao's treatment of her? Could it be, she suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. No, impossible. Although the First Elder is old-fashioned and stubborn, he is still the First Elder of the Lu family. How could he harm me? Lu Lian shook her head. She could not believe her own speculation. Young hero Ling, are you confident? Lu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Just as Miss Lu said, no one is 100% confident in her situation. Ling Xiao said calmly. In fact, he was 100% confident. However, he wanted to see Lu Qing's attitude. Lu Qing frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, Young hero Ling, how confident are you? 3 points. He didn't say much, but it was worth a try. It all depended on whether the other party had the courage to do so. Alright, if that's the case, then please begin, young hero Ling. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. The entire Lu family will definitely help you. Of course, these were just polite words. How could the Lu family be of one mind? Thank you for your trust, family head Lu. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if there's a need, I'll ask. Soon after, he looked at Lu Lian and said, the method that I am using is a secret technique. A third person is not allowed to see it. Therefore, during the treatment, only the two of us can do it. Do you have any objections? No problem. Lu Lian hesitated for a moment. She immediately shook her lips and said. Although it was very risky, she was willing to try. Otherwise, with her current situation, she would sooner or later be defiled by someone even more disgusting. I have an opinion. How can a single man and woman stay together? What's more, Lian and my elder brother are engaged. Sun Wuji shouted. He liked Lu Lian, but Lu Lian was engaged to his brother, Sun Wushuang, a month ago. As for why, he didn't know. This matter had come too suddenly. He didn't like it at first, but now he could use his elder brother, Sun Wushuang, as a shield. Humph, the fox's tail has been revealed. Lu Qing, you heard it too. This bastard has ulterior motives. He wants to take advantage of Lian in the name of treatment. Are you okay with letting him be alone with Lianer? The first elder also snorted coldly. That's right, I think so too. At the very least, there should be someone watching from the side. The second elder also said. Lu Cheng's brows were also tightly knitted together. Ling Zhao's request was indeed a little unacceptable. After all, Lu Lian was already engaged. Although the engagement was forced, it wouldn't be good if word got out. Father, I'm not afraid. What are you worried about? Young hero Ling has so many women around him, and all of them are as beautiful as fairies. Even Miss Luo you can't be the best. Why would he like me? Lu Lian sighed and said. There was a hint of disappointment in her words. Her beauty was praised to the heavens in the Lu family. However, when compared to the women around Ling Xiao, she was really ordinary. Hearing this, Lu Cheng immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble young hero Ling. My Lu family has a secret room that no one can peek into. Thank you for your understanding, father. Lu Lian also clearly relaxed. She was really worried that Ling Xiao would fight with her family. At that time, she wouldn't know who to help. Young hero Ling, please follow me. Lu Lian led Ling Xiao out of the hall, and then through several corridors, came to a secret room. After the door of the secret room was closed, it was almost completely isolated from the outside world. Girl, you're really bold. Being alone with me in a room like this, aren't you afraid that I'm a lecherous demon? Ling Xiao smiled and said. As I said, none of the women around young hero Ling are worse than me. How could you possibly fancy me? Lu Lian sighed and said, moreover, if I'm destined to be so miserable, I'll accept it. It seems that Miss Lu has a lot on her mind. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't ask. He didn't care about other people's matters. He only cared about the Taiji stone. Miss Lu, take off your outer clothes and then take off the Taiji stone. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Lu Lian was stunned for a moment. She suddenly understood why Ling Xiao didn't allow outsiders to be present. It was because she had to take off her outer clothes. Although she still had her inner clothes underneath, it would still be very troublesome if others saw it and word got out. I didn't expect him to be so meticulous despite looking so arrogant. Lu Lian thought to herself. She also obediently took off her outer clothes. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely clear because he had already entered an ethereal state. In this state, the woman in front of him was just a pink skeleton. What do we do next? Lu Lian asked shyly. However, in the face of Ling Zhao's indifferent gaze, she felt a sense of disappointment. Women were like that. They were afraid of being remembered by others. If others didn't feel anything, they would be disappointed. After all, a woman's beauty still needed to be acknowledged by men. No matter what happens later, you don't have to be afraid. I cultivate a set of martial arts that can summon the heavenly demon fighting spirit and directly extract the demonic chi from your body. If you feel any discomfort later, you can tell me directly. However, don't panic, understand? Ling Xiao reminded her. I understand. Lu Lian nodded, but she was a little disappointed. She had heard of such words before. There was once a warrior who said it to her and tried it, but he failed in the end. The martial artist who treated Lu Lian was Xiao Budian from the Heavenly Demon Cult, an 8-year-old freak. Unfortunately, Xiao Budian did not succeed either. In her opinion, Ling Xiao had even less of a chance of success. However, Lu Lian did not say this out loud. She was afraid that it would dampen Ling Zhao's enthusiasm. Haha, Miss Lu, you don't seem to have much confidence? Lu Lian did not know that her expression could not be hidden from Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eyes. If the patient has no confidence in being cured, what else can I do? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said calmly. Young hero Ling, have you heard of the heavenly demon goo poison? Lu Lian did not answer Ling Zhao's question. Instead, she asked another question. No. Ling Xiao said calmly. That's right. The heavenly demon goo poison is the heavenly demon goo poison that the heavenly demon cult developed using real heavenly demons. The Sun family paid a huge price to get their hands on it, but they used it on me. Lu Lian sighed. You know what happened behind the scenes? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This girl was not as ignorant as she seemed. Of course I know. The one who used the goo on me was the first elder. He wanted to curry favor with Sun Wushuang from the Sun family because Sun Wushuang is a genius even more powerful than Sun Wuji. He is already at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm in his early 20s. His future is limitless. In addition, the Sun family is good at using poison and has a close relationship with the royal family. If he curried favor with them, the first elder's status in the Lu family would be even more respected. Lu Lian's lips trembled as she spoke. It was obvious that she had suffered too much in her heart. She just had no one to talk to. But he is not as good as you. Ling Xiao said calmly. Yes, Sun Wushuang is not as good as me. However, I am the only one in the Lu family. The Sun family has many geniuses in the military and the royal family. Moreover, Sun Wushuang and Sun Wuji are both disciples of the Tianhai Saint Court. Lu Lian sighed and said, you know that my father had to compromise and agree to Sun Wushuang's marriage to save me. Why did he insist on marrying you? Ling Xiao asked curiously, you're going through so much trouble, it can't be just to support that great elder, right? My physique is rather special. When I was young, I accidentally awakened the yin-yang fish martial spirit. As long as I have the pleasure of fish and water, I can greatly increase my cultivation speed. This is something that Sun Wushuang naturally wishes for. Lu Lian replied. Aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy? Ling Xiao smiled. Not to mention you, even a beggar would be better than being defiled by Sun Wushuang. Lu Lian said painfully, now you understand. In order to obtain me, the Sun family spared no expense to obtain the heavenly devil goo. It really isn't that easy to get rid of it. Hee, you don't have to think so much. You just have to trust me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're still so confident? Lu Lian was a little surprised. I've always been confident, and I'm not afraid to tell you that I lied to your father just now. I'm 100% confident that I can cure you, not 30%. Ling Xiao said indifferently, what heavenly devil goo? I'm a real heavenly devil. As his voice fell, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a heavenly devil. The terrifying and ferocious heavenly devil faced Lu Lian, scaring her so much that she almost screamed. Hee, you're not bad. You actually didn't scream. Looks like you're indeed a promising talent. A slightly rough voice came from the mouth of the heavenly devil incarnation, are you confident now? Yes. Lu Lian's voice trembled. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't know that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying identity. Good, it's good that you're confident. How can a mere heavenly devil goo defeat me, a real heavenly devil? Ling Xiao sneered. A terrifying aura was released and entered Lu Lian's body. At that moment, Lu Lian felt extreme fear, but there was also a strange sense of security. Don't be afraid. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm not afraid. Lu Lian shook her head. She endured the immense fear and the tearing pain in her body. She gritted her teeth and endured it. You don't have to endure it. You can scream out loud. That way, you'll feel more comfortable. Ling Xiao said, anyway, this is a secret room. I just did some tricks, so no sound will be transmitted out. Lu Lian screamed at this moment. The ear-piercing scream could alleviate the pain in her body, but it was still unbearable. But she had to endure it. Only by enduring this would she be able to recover and have a future to speak of. Otherwise, her cultivation would continuously regress and she would eventually become Sun Wushuang's plaything. In the secret room, a woman's cries and gasps intertwined, making it seem somewhat charming. Fortunately, the people outside couldn't hear it. Otherwise, who knew what was going on inside? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Lu Lian's performance. He knew that Lu Lian was enduring immense pain. It was really not easy for her to endure it. Bastard, this kid actually blocked the peeping bugs in the secret room. In the main hall, the Grand Elder roared furiously. It turned out that there were peeping bugs the size of ants in the secret room. They could see what was going on inside from the outside. However, after Ling Xiao entered, not only was the secret room's door sealed, but the peeping bugs inside were also killed. Naturally, he was furious. Lu Cheng, did you see that? This is what you've done. Your daughter might be sullied by that bastard inside. The Grand Elder roared. Grand Elder, you've gone too far. Lu Cheng's expression was gloomy. Are you trying to sully my daughter's reputation? Some words can't be spoken carelessly. Spoken carelessly? Do you really believe that trash who's only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm can cure your daughter? What a fool's dream. The Grand Elder said disdainfully. Why can't I believe him? Lu Qing said coldly, that person is Ji Luoyu's friend and was recommended by Ji Luoyu. Naturally, he has some ability. What's wrong with letting him try? Are you afraid that my daughter will be cured? What do you mean? The Grand Elder frowned and said, do you think that I don't want Lian to recover? Haha, Grand Elder, you know what I mean. There's no need for me to spell it out. Although Lu Qing said that, he was actually very worried. After all, that was his own daughter. If she was sullied by a stranger, he would be blamed. Humph, Lu Qing, just wait to make a fool of yourself. Lian is poisoned by the heavenly demon vermin. Other than the heavenly demon sex vermin, no one can save her, not even the medicine King Sun saw. The Grand Elder suddenly snorted coldly. This was also his truest thought. When the heavenly demon sex Xiao Budian tried to save Lu Lian, he was still worried. After all, that kid was a freak. He was only 8 years old but had a terrifying cultivation base. He surpassed many martial artists and was one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. However, that Xiao Budian also failed. What was there to be afraid of? The charming atmosphere in the secret room was even more intense. The treatment had already ended. Lu Lian crossed her arms in front of her, looking very lovely. Ling Xiao, who had already come out of the ethereal state, could not help but be tempted when he saw this scene. Although Lu Lian was not as beautiful as Ji Luoyu and the others, she was a delicate girl that made men want to protect her. He chuckled and shook off the inappropriate thoughts in his heart. He took the Tai Chi stone and said, Miss, you should change your clothes first. I'll wait for you outside the secret room. After speaking, Ling Xiao walked out of the door. At 17 years old, it was the time of puberty. It could be said that she was the most curious and sensitive about the matters between men and women. Ling Xiao was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something wrong. He was a domineering person, but he always had a bottom line and would not act recklessly. Young hero Ling, thank you. How should I address you? Lu Lian's face was red and shy. She lowered her head like a beautiful flower that was about to bloom. His heart was thumping wildly. It was the first time in her life that she was so honest with a man. Heavenly Dynasty Empire, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao answered with his back turned. After speaking, Ling Xiao stepped out of the secret room. The moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the secret room, he felt 2 gloomy cold chi attacking him from the left and right. Cold light flashed as they stabbed at his vitals. They clearly wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao had endured it before because the other party did not make a move. However, this time, no matter who attacked, he could not endure it anymore. He smiled coldly. He didn't even have to do anything, and the 2 cultivators who were attacking him died in midair. Outside the cold secret room, only a gloomy shadow flashed by. 2 trash at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm want to assassinate me? Isn't your Lu clan's first elder looking down on me? Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave immediately. After all, he had already obtained the Tai Chi stone and trapped the heavenly devil worm in the mountain river world. There was no point in him staying here. However, he suddenly did not want to leave now. He already had the intention to kill. At this moment, Lu Lian just happened to walk out of the secret chamber. Her delicate face revealed a bit of surprise. It was obvious that the corpses on the ground had caused her to lose control. She had originally dressed up meticulously for Ling Xiao to see. However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to do so. Young Master Ling, you should leave quickly. I know it's our Lu clan's fault, but you're no match for the Great Elder. You killed his men, so he won't let this go. Lu Lian felt that her heart had been snatched away by this man. There was even a moment when she felt that she could abandon everything for this man. Feelings were really strange and came out of nowhere. It was probably because of that charming treatment. Let's go to the lobby together. Ling Zhao's voice was very gentle. you've already recovered. Of course, we have to let your father know about such good news. Young Master Ling, you. Lu Lian could not understand how Ling Xiao could be so calm. If I said that I could destroy your Lu clan with just a flip of my hand, would you believe me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Miss Lu, you're very kind and tenacious. Your future is limitless. Your father is also not bad, so your Lu clan should have a good future. However, that great elder is a parasite in your clan. If he doesn't die, your clan will have no future. What do you mean, young Master Ling? It's very simple. I'll help you kill him, and you'll give me a Taiji stone or other treasures of equal value to the Taiji stone. Ling Xiao smiled. I really only have one Taiji stone. However, I do have other treasures of equal value. However, are you really a match for the Great Elder? Lu Lian could not believe it. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to explain. He directly grabbed Lu Lian's waist and carried her. Then, he rushed into the lobby at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in the lobby, Lu Qing was clearly starting to get anxious. After all, too much time had passed. He had no idea what had happened in the secret chamber. This situation made him very uneasy. Haha, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Since you're so anxious, why don't we go to the secret chamber together? The Great Elder mocked. Lu Qing was about to say something when a gust of wind blew in from outside the door. A figure stopped in the middle of the lobby. In his arms was the beautiful Lu Lian, who was dressed gorgeously and had a delicate appearance. This scene made Sun Wuji's eyes pop out of their sockets. Even Lu Cheng's expression did not look good. His daughter had never been touched by another man. Now, she was in the arms of a stranger. How could his expression be good? Young Master Ling, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Lu Cheng suppressed his anger and asked. Father, don't be angry. I've just recovered and my body is still a little weak. That's why young Master Ling carried me here. He didn't do anything out of line. Lu Lian hurriedly explained. Women of the pugilistic world were not like ordinary women. Under special circumstances, being carried would not be a big problem. What? When Lu Qing heard this, he was completely stunned and could not react for a long time. Father, are you listening to me? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already placed Lu Lian on the ground. Lu Lian walked closer to Lu Qing and said something. Only then did Lu Qing wake up from his shock. My dear daughter, did you just say that the heavenly demonic parasite in your body was expelled? Lu Qing asked again, thinking that he had heard wrongly. The three elders were completely stunned and could not believe it. Until now, they had not recovered from their shock. Even Xiao Budian, one of the 7 minor saints, could not get rid of the heavenly demonic parasite. But it was actually done by this unknown kid. Lu Qing hurriedly placed his hand on Lu Lian's hand and injected his origin energy into it. After a moment, his face revealed an overjoyed expression. It was actually true. At this moment, other than being a little weak, the heavenly demonic parasite in Lu Lian's body was naturally gone. There was not even a trace of demonic qi left. This was simply a miracle. The most shocking thing was that the cultivation that was originally devoured by the heavenly demonic parasite was actually released at this moment. He could feel that his daughter's cultivation was constantly rising even if she was not cultivating. This was really too miraculous. How did he do it? Great kindness cannot be thanked with words. If young hero Ling has any needs, just say the word. I, Lu Qing, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Lu Qing could be considered a truly considerate father of his daughter. He did not ask how Ling Xiao did it because he was very clear that this kind of otherworldly expert had a strange temper. It was not good to offend the other party. Anyway, his daughter had already recovered and her cultivation was also in the process of recovering. What was there to be dissatisfied about? However, although he was very satisfied, there were others who were very dissatisfied. At this moment, First Elder had already recovered from his shock. He coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly sneered. Good boy, now you've achieved your goal, right? Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Lu Lian asked in confusion. You don't understand? This brat must have colluded with the heavenly demon cult and poisoned you. Then, he came to get rid of the poison. He clearly has ulterior motives. The Grand Elder threw a bucket of sh*t onto Ling Xiao. He said coldly, otherwise, how do you explain that he could solve a problem that even Xiao Budian, one of the 7 minor saints, couldn't solve? You are simply unreasonable. Ling Xiao said coldly. The 2 people who ambushed me outside the secret room were arranged by you, weren't they? He didn't come here to ask for a reward. He had already gotten what he wanted. Now, he was here to find trouble with the Grand Elder. However, before killing this old thing, there were some things that he had to make clear. That's right. I sent them. So what? You have ulterior motives. For Lu Lian's safety, I naturally have to be on guard. Where are they? The Grand Elder was clearly questioning him. Dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What? You dare to kill the Lu family's martial artists in the Lu family? Lu Qing, you heard it too. Now, you still want to stop me from killing him? The Great Elder was really the one who complained first. Haha, if I don't kill them, should I wait for them to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Lu Qing wanted to say something but stopped. His daughter had already recovered, so there was nothing that he needed to ask of Ling Xiao. Therefore, although he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao, he didn't intend to protect him either. This made Ling Xiao's heart cold. Although this person loved his daughter, he was also a petty and ungrateful person. Father, young Master Ling is my savior. Are you going to watch as the Grand Elder harm him? Lu Lian's attitude was very clear. She stood in front of Ling Xiao. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the face to continue living. Miss Lu, please step aside. Ling Xiao's voice abruptly turned cold, causing Lu Lian's heart to tremble violently, feeling somewhat desolate. However, Ling Xiao had to do this. He could not let Lu Lian become the enemy of the entire Lu clan for him. Therefore, after he killed the chief patriarch, he would leave and no longer have anything to do with the Lu family. He would pretend that he had never met them. Sun Wuji, kill him. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Sun Wuji and ordered. When Sun Wuji heard Ling Xiao's order, he froze. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was originally standing behind the Great Elder. At this moment, he suddenly drew his sword and pierced through the Great Elder's heart. Although the Great Elder didn't die, he was seriously injured. He furiously turned around and sent Sun Wuji flying with a palm strike. However, as Sun Wuji flew out, the force of the sword had already destroyed the Great Elder's heart. Even a Yinyang realm martial artist would die without a heart under normal circumstances. The Great Elder quickly collapsed to the ground. He looked at Sun Wuji, who had been killed by his palm strike, in horror. He didn't understand. The plan that he had painstakingly devised had failed so easily. Why did Sun Wuji listen to that brat? He didn't understand at all. When he died, he was a muddle-headed ghost. This scene happened so quickly that Lu Qing and the other 2 elders couldn't react in time. Lu Lian also didn't understand what was going on. Then, she heard Ling Xiao say, Miss Lu, we'll meet again at the White Tiger Summit. The goo poison in your body has been removed. I believe that you can recover your former cultivation in about 10 days. If we meet again at the White Tiger Summit, don't show mercy. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and left. Stop. How can we let you leave so easily after killing the Great Elder? The second elder and the third elder quickly rushed out and tried to block Ling Xiao's path. I'll kill whoever dares to stop him. Lu Lian suddenly rushed out and stared coldly at the 2 elders. She said coldly, although my cultivation hasn't fully recovered, killing the 2 of you is a piece of cake. Her aura was much stronger than before, and it exuded a murderous aura. But he killed the Great Elder. The 2 elders said. So what if he killed him? The Great Elder deserved to die, he attacked my savior. Even if he didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Since when did our Lu family become such an ungrateful family? After recovering a lot of her cultivation, Lu Lian became more confident in her words. The delicate and easy-to-bully girl now had a real domineering aura. Elders, let's stop. Let young Master Ling leave. Lu Qing still favored his daughter more. Moreover, he felt that Ling Xiao was not a simple person and didn't want to offend him. Lu Lian heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the second elder and the third elder had given up. Although her aura was strong, it was just a facade. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly. It was just that her aura had recovered to its former strength. Lu Lian turned to look at Ling Xiao, but found that Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared. If Ling Xiao wanted to leave, who in the Lu family could stop him? She hurried out the door. No matter what, there were some things that she had to say. Moreover, she hadn't given Ling Xiao the reward she promised. Lu Lian chased out of the door, but she still couldn't see Ling Xiao. Her eyes became blurry. Do you really hate me that much? You won't even let me say a word of thanks? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her body become light. She was pulled up. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he stood on the roof. He just didn't want to see the faces of the rest of the Lu family. Lu Lian was still a good person. You didn't leave? Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Why should I leave? I didn't even get the reward. Ling Xiao said with a smile. By the way, I promised you that I would give you another treasure of the Lu family. Lu Lian suddenly became shy. Another treasure? Yes, the Lu family has another treasure other than the Taiji stone. That's great. As long as you're willing to give it to me, I'm naturally willing to accept it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Really? Lu Lian asked. Of course. Is there anyone who doesn't like treasures? Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why Lu Lian would ask this. Lu Lian smiled sweetly and said, all right, a man of his word can't be taken back. Don't go back on your word. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly had a very bad premonition. The other treasure of our Lu family is naturally me. Do you dare to take it? After Lu Lian said this, her entire body turned red like a blooming red rose. How can I take this? Ling Xiao was stunned. Why can't I take it? If you take me, Sun Wuxuan will definitely look down on me. After all, those people value reputation very much. Why would they like a broken shoe like me? The more Lu Lian spoke, the more confident she became. Her blushing face gradually returned to normal. It seemed that she had really made up her mind. I'm only 17. Ling Xiao avoided the topic. Even though he was usually handsome, he was still inexperienced when it came to women. How could he stand being seduced by a beautiful girl? So what if you're 17? On the White Tiger continent, there are plenty of people who get married and have children at the age of 16. Lu Lian bit her lips and said, unless you look down on me and dislike me. I already have a woman I like. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. I don't care. Lu Lian shook her head. She was very decisive and did not hesitate at all. It was as if she had already made up her mind. But I care. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Just as Lu Lian was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion below. Oh no, Sun Clan's Sun Wuxuan has brought people here. I'm afraid they're going to forcefully take young Miss away. Hearing this, Lu Lian frowned. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you're not willing, then I can only die today to prove my sincerity. In any case, I won't give myself to that Sun Wuxuan no matter what. Lu Lian jumped down from the roof and arrived at the courtyard. At this moment, Lu Qing and the two elders just happened to rush out. Lian you've caught up with young Master Ling? Lu Qing asked. Lu Lian nodded. She seemed to be at a loss. Sigh, my good daughter. If he wants to leave, then let him leave. It's impossible between you and him. Lu Qing sighed and said, even if you really like him, if you get together with him, you'll be harming him instead. Can he be stronger than Sun Wuxuan? He's weaker than Sun Wuxuan and even caused the death of Sun Wuxuan's younger brother, Sun Wuji. Can he live? It's not that I don't like young Master Ling, but the reality is too cruel. It's not up to us. Hearing this, Lu Lian's eyes gradually became clear. She was no longer in a daze. Yes, just like what her father said, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he had a strange ability, the huge gap between their cultivations could not be closed by that strange power. It turned out that he had almost harmed Ling Xiao. You rejected me because you're afraid of Sun Wushuang, right? Lu Lian raised her head to look at the sky and said disappointedly. This sentence made Ling Xiao, who was about to leave, stay. What a joke. Would he, Ling Xiao, be afraid of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm? At this moment, the Lu family's gate had become lively. Sun Wushuang brought people to the Lu family, which caused the whole street to boil. The Sun family was extremely powerful and could definitely be considered a big family in Sky Sea City. Among the younger generation, a total of 4 people had entered the list of candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet. Sun Wuji, Sun Wushuang, Sun Yuanji, Sun Little Magic Beast. Among the 4 of them, Sun Wuji was the weakest and had already been killed by Ling Xiao. One level higher than Sun Wushuang was the person who had set his sights on Lu Lian. Sun Yuanji was the half-brother of the 2 above, and he was even stronger. However, the most terrifying of them all was none other than Sun Xiao. He was one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. He was one of the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. He was also the Sun family's biggest backer. He was a wild child that the Sun family picked up from the outside. It was said that he was raised by a demonic beast until he was 7 months old, which was why he was named Sun Xiao. What a pity. If Lu Lian wasn't poisoned, her talent would be on par with Sun Xiao. That's right, but there are no ifs in this world. She's just a small martial artist at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm, but she's stalling for time and refusing to marry Sun Wushuang. This time, Sun Wushuang must have been forced into a corner. This Sun Wushuang is also very unreasonable. He doesn't give the Lu family any face. So what if he doesn't give face? Who asked the Sun family to be so powerful? Who asked Sun Wushuang to have a good brother, Sun Xiao? Moreover, the Lu family is just a big family. The Sun family is a prominent family. They're already giving face by being willing to marry Lu Lian as a concubine. That girl doesn't know what's good for her. Although there were some in the crowd who sympathized with Lu Lian, most of them felt that there was nothing wrong with what the Sun family did. In this mystic world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength and influence were the only criteria. If you were strong enough, you could surpass the rules and do what you wanted to do. Even if the Sun family really destroyed the Lu family, no one would care. This was the cruel reality. Ling Xiao sat on the roof and stared coldly at these people's discussion. His eyes were cold. Although he rejected Lu Lian's good intentions of marrying him, his good impression of this girl was not fake. Since he didn't leave, he would just observe the situation. When Sun Wushuang brought a group of martial artists from the Sun family to the Lu family, the 2 elders couldn't wait to welcome them. Young Master Wushuang is in good health. They really looked like the 2 servants of the Sun family. Good health, good health. Sun Wushuang waved his hand casually. Then, he looked at Lu Qing who was standing behind him and said, Father-in-law, I'm here to marry Lu Lian. I've specially prepared a generous gift. After he finished speaking, people carried out boxes of things and opened them. Spirit stones, precious herbs, pills, magic treasures, talismans, and all kinds of rare materials. There were hundreds of boxes full. They were priceless. The onlookers were jealous. They thought that it would be great if Sun Wushuang took a fancy to their daughter. However, Lu Qing didn't care about these things. His Lu family was a large family. They had these things. He couldn't really sell his daughter. Moreover, he was a father who loved his daughter very much. Young Master Wushuang, why don't you rest in the hall first? There are some things I need to report to you. The 2nd elder lowered his voice and said. At this time, the 2 corpses in the hall hadn't been dealt with yet. The 2nd elder clearly wanted to tell Sun Wushuang about Sun Wuji's death and then let Sun Wushuang take revenge for the 1st elder. Rest for what? As long as Lu Lian agrees, I can marry her and bring her back to the Sun family. She's my cousin. We can be considered relatives. Why do we have so many rules? Sun Wushuang waved his hand. The 2nd elder had no choice but to simply explain the matter in Sun Wushuang's ear. What? Sun Wushuang was furious when he heard this. Sun Wuji was his younger brother. He was also one of the Sun family's 4 candidates to participate in the White Tiger meet. How could he be killed? Who did it? Sun Wuxuang asked coldly. A boy with the surname Ling. He lives in the Xianxia pavilion and is familiar with Ji Luoyu. The second elder hurriedly replied. Ling Xiao? Sun Wuxuang was a member of the Sun family. Of course, he knew who lived in the Xianxia pavilion. When he heard the second elder's words, he immediately remembered. Yes. It's Ling Xiao. Not only did he kill Sun Wuji, but he also killed the first elder. This is a heinous crime. The third elder also came over and said. Second elder, third elder, you really know how to talk nonsense. Wasn't it Sun Wuji who killed the first elder? Sun Wuji was killed by the first elder's counterattack. How is brother Ling involved? The way Lu Lian addressed Ling Xiao changed 3 times in a day. This showed that her feelings for Ling Xiao had deepened. Lu Lian changed the way she addressed Ling Xiao. 3 times a day. Now, she even called him Big Brother Ling. This made Ling Xiao, who was standing on the roof, feel a little helpless. He could feel the girl's passion, but unfortunately, his heart was on the Moon Lady. The rest of the time, other than cultivation, it was cultivation. It was impossible for him to accept Lu Lian. Is that really the case? Sun Wuxuang asked coldly. Young Master Wuxuang, don't listen to that girl's nonsense. That Ling guy helped her break the heavenly devil insect goo. That's why she's protecting that Ling Xiao. Second elder said again. The heavenly devil insect goo was broken? Sun Wuxuang's figure suddenly flashed as he tried to get closer to Lu Lian. However, he was stopped halfway by Lu Qing. Young Master Wuxuang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Lu Qing said coldly. Lu Qing, calling you father-in-law is giving you face. Do you really think you're wearing a hat? Let me tell you today, immediately dress your daughter up and leave with me. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Lu family. Sun Wuxuang revealed his killing intent as he looked coldly at Lu Qing. He did not care about this future father-in-law at all. His cultivation was not inferior to Lu Cheng's. Not to mention his brother Sun Yuanji and his brother Sun Little Magical Beast. It was easy to destroy the Lu family. Sun Wuxuang, don't go overboard. Lu Qing was so angry that his body trembled. Overboard? My brother Sun Wuji died in your Lu family. Moreover, his death was unclear. Not only are you protecting the murderer, you're also trying to break off the marriage. Even if I destroy your Lu family, it'll be reasonable in front of the emperor. Sun Wuxuang said coldly, I suddenly thought of a good idea, hee. He suddenly smiled and said, go to the outstanding building immediately and capture that Ling Xiao. I'll only give you half an hour. After that, for every minute that passes, I'll kill 1 person from your Lu family. I'll go with you. Is that okay? Lu Lian did not want to see her father being forced like this. She also did not want to see her father and Ling Xiao become enemies. Therefore, she stood up. I can marry you now. You can do whatever you want. I'll accept it. An expression of despair appeared on Lu Lian's face, but there was determination in her eyes. Lian, you're crazy. Lu Qing shouted, your goo poison has been removed. You have a bright future ahead of you. Go back to your master, she will protect you. No, father, I can't just watch as the Lu clan is destroyed. Lu Lian shook her head and looked at Sun Wuxuang again. Let's go, Sun Wuxuang. Have you caused enough trouble? Hee, what's the use of saying these words? Even if you don't come with me today, I will still force you, so whatever you say is useless. On the contrary, your words make me very unhappy. You are actually willing to sell yourself in order to protect that Ling Xiao. I'm so jealous, very unhappy, Lu Qing, what are you waiting for? Do you really want me to start a massacre? Sun Wuxuang sneered. Suddenly, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He suddenly attacked and killed a warrior of the Lu family nearby. That martial artist didn't even have the chance to struggle before he died. Ah! Seeing this scene, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. This Sun Wuxuang was too rude and unreasonable. Not only did he forcefully snatch someone else's daughter, but he also wanted to kill everyone in the Lu family. This was simply bullying to the extreme. On the Lu family's side, there were already many martial artists who knelt down to Sun Wushuang. Young Master Wushuang, we are willing to submit to the Sun family. Please spare our lives. Other than those who were especially loyal, who else would be willing to give up their lives like this? What does my Sun family need trash like you for? Sun Wushuang coldly glanced at those people, then looked at the few martial artists who didn't kneel down to beg for mercy. Instead, they were eyeing him covetously. He smiled and said, "You people are not bad. If you are willing to submit, I can spare your lives." Sun Wushuang. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. It's best to leave a way out for yourself. Don't go too far. Otherwise, our Lu family won't let you have an easy time. As the family head, how could Lu Qing not have any hatred when his family was humiliated like this? The current him was simply about to explode from anger. The other party was really too much of a bully. Hoo-hoo, so what if this young master bullies people intolerably? So what if I'm unreasonable? Your Lu family killed my younger brother and even attempted to harbor the murderer. This young master gave you a chance to let you atone for your crimes. It's already giving a lot of face. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Sun Wushuang chuckled coldly and said, "Lu Qing, don't strut around there anymore. This young master isn't afraid of you. If forced into a corner, I'll even kill you too." He was really unbridled and unbridled. Because the Lu family's strongest were Lu Qing and head elder. And these two people were not his, Sun Wushuang's, match. This was the disparity between a large family and a prominent family. Moreover, right now, second elder and third elder also had the intention of submitting to him. The Lu family's hearts were long scattered. Lu Lian was currently very pained and shocked in her heart. She did not think that Sun Wushuang was actually so rude. She was already willing to sacrifice herself. Not only was the other party unwilling, he even wanted her father to go kill Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he only gave half an hour's time. She originally wanted to avoid this tragedy. In the end, she discovered how powerless she was. She really couldn't do anything about shameless people. "Young Master Wushuang, let's go kill that Ling Xiao." After all, second elder and third elder were members of the Lu family. Although the two of them wholeheartedly wanted to avenge head elder, they could not watch the Lu family be destroyed without doing anything. "You guys can't. I want that old thing Lu Qing, hee. This Sun Wushuang was really cunning. He wanted Lu Qing to kill Lu Lian's savior. This was completely to ruin Lu Qing's reputation. Lu Qing could neither agree nor disagree. He was simply caught in a dilemma. What if I refuse? Lu Qing took a deep breath and asked. "Then kill." When Sun Wushuang's voice fell, another scream was heard. Another martial artist of the Lu family was killed. This Sun Wushuang was really strong, and most of the Lu family's martial artists were too weak. They could not even withstand a single blow. In the crowd, most of the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This Sun Wushuang really killed without any hesitation. As expected of a prominent family, he did not put the large families in his eyes at all. If it was an ordinary person, wouldn't it be even worse? "Stop," Lu Lian said angrily. Then, she jumped and attacked Sun Wushuang. "If you want to kill, kill me. They are innocent." Lu Lian had been very gentle since she was young. Therefore, many people in the family loved and cared for her. She was also very concerned about those servants. Now that two people had died because of her, how could she just sit by and do nothing? "Go to the side and wait." Sun Wushuang threw a punch across the air. Lu Lian was directly sent flying into the crowd. Her body was weak and she spat out blood. She was already caught by the Sun family's martial artists. Although the goo poison has been expelled, your cultivation is still hard to recover in a short time. Hee, very good. You are willing to die for a group of servants. You are really noble. Sun Wushuang sneered. Just as Sun Wushuang was speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly attacked him. His mind shook and he hurriedly dodged, but the cold wind chased after him again like maggots in a tarsal bone. "Lu Qing, you really dare to attack." "Nonsense, you hurt my daughter, I'll take your dog life." This Lu Qing was definitely a father who cared about his daughter to the extreme. Two people from the Lu family died, but he didn't do anything. When his daughter was injured, he suddenly went berserk. His eyes were blood red, clearly disregarding everything and planning to go all out. Sun Wuxuang was continuously chased by Lu Qing and was really at a disadvantage for a while. The two's cultivation was similar. Lu Qing had more experience, while Sun Wuxuang's battle strength was slightly stronger. But the problem was that Lu Qing suddenly attacked, while Sun Wuxuang was passively defending. He was forced to the point that he couldn't attack, so this situation occurred. What are you two old things looking at? If you don't help, I'll kill you both after I escape. Sun Wuxuang suddenly roared at second elder and third elder. The two were stunned for a moment, then they clenched their teeth and actually attacked Lu Qing. They didn't want to offend the Sun family, otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to keep their lives. Under the joint attack of the three, Lu Qing was finally pushed back and fell to the ground, heavily injured. I beg you, save my father. Lu Lian suddenly shouted loudly. Even when she was in danger, she didn't think of involving Ling Xiao. But she only had one father. She couldn't just watch as her father was killed, so she finally shouted hysterically. Sun Wuxuang was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Lu Lian. He didn't understand why Lu Lian suddenly went crazy. Second elder, third elder, and even Lu Qing were confused. Could it be that Lu Lian's master came? How is the reward? A cold voice sounded, as if it came from all directions. No one could tell which direction it came from. My Lu family not only has a Taiji stone, but also a 10,000 ghost banner. You took the Taiji stone, so the 10,000 ghost banner is your reward for saving my father. 10,000 ghost banner, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This was a type of magic treasure that could absorb ghosts. For Lung Mei, it could not be more suitable. If Cold Plum had the 10,000 ghosts banner, her cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. She might even be able to catch up to him. That child had worked so hard to follow him and was always at his beck and call. He should reward him. Moreover, the stronger Cold Plum was, the more help she would be to him. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. Many people couldn't see anything for a moment. He waited for the gale to dissipate. Everyone was surprised to find that Lu Lian and Lu Qing were both standing behind a young man. This young man was naturally Ling Xiao. In fact, he had long wanted to save them, but he was afraid that Lu Lian would pester him. It was only when Lu Lian mentioned the 10,000 ghost banner that he found an excuse to make a move. Lu Qing's performance was not bad. In the end, he did not agree to Sun Wuxuang's request to kill him. Just based on this point alone, he would not refuse to save this old man. I'm sorry, big brother Ling. I still put you in danger in the end. Lu Lian had always felt that Ling Xiao was hiding his strength, which was why she asked Ling Xiao to save her father. However, she was also worried that even if he was hiding his strength, Ling Xiao would not be a match for Sun Wuxuang. He would not be a match for Sun Yuanji or Sun Little Magic Beast. She had selfishly dragged Ling Xiao into this. I'm not willing to help. It's useless for you to shout. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Moreover, didn't you say that your family's 10,000 ghost banner is mine? Big brother Ling, you're really a good person. Lu Lian was extremely moved. You didn't even consider whether the 10,000 ghost banner really existed. You just wanted to find an excuse to help, right? Good person? This is the first time someone said that to me, hee hee. Ling Xiao smiled. This feeling was really strange. He, Ling Xiao, had roamed the mystic world for a few years. There were people who called him a hero, a demon, and a heavenly emperor. There were even people who said that he was an executioner and a madman. However, no one said that he was a good person. Who are you? You dare to interfere with our Sun family's matters? Sun Wuxuang could be considered to have some eyesight. Although his eyes revealed a cold killing intent, after seeing Ling Xiao's movement technique, he did not directly make a move. Young Master Wuxuang, this guy is Ling Xiao. He's the one who killed young Master Wuji and Great Elder. Furthermore, this guy actually dared to stay in the same room with Lu Lian for 2 hours. This was simply not putting young Master Wushuang in his eyes. He clearly knows that Lu Lian is your fiancé. The second elder hurriedly tried to curry favor. That's right, that's right. It's this guy. If not for him, that old thing Lu Qing would not be so stubborn. The third elder also said. The two of you are really unworthy of being elders of the Lu family. Now that the Lu family is in danger, not only did you collude with the enemy to attack me, but you also spoke without thinking and insulted Lu Lian's reputation. If I, Lu Qing, have the chance, I will definitely kill you. Lu Qing used to think that although he and the three elders had different opinions, they were still from the same family. At the very least, their attitude towards foreign enemies could be the same. However, at this moment, he was really in despair. These two old guys were simply shameless. Kill us? You, Lu Qing, are already a half-dead person. Do you have the ability? The second elder said disdainfully, after you die, the two of us will naturally reorganize the Lu family under the wise leadership of young Master Wushuang and let the Lu family rise to become a big family in Sky Sea City. That's right. Lu Qing, you idiot. You actually offended young Master Wushuang for an unknown brat. How can a guy with a hole in his brain like you make the Lu family strong? The third elder also said. Nonsense. The Lu family grew from a small family to what it is today because of me, Lu Qing. You three old things are only elders of the family because you are older, but you are actually so shameless. Lu Qing was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. Hee, family head Lu, there is no need to be angry. I will give you a chance to clean up your family. Although I don't like you very much, compared to these two shameless people, you are really much better. Comparing people with people, I really don't dare to compare. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The shamelessness of the second elder and the third elder didn't surprise him much. From the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, and then to the White Tiger continent, he had seen too many shameless people like them. Therefore, he didn't find it strange at all. Really? Lu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Here are 2 elixirs. If you believe me, you father and daughter can eat them. Ling Xiao casually took out 2 elixirs and gave them to Lu Qing and Lu Lian. He didn't want to interfere too much with the Lu family's matters. It was better to let the Lu family solve it themselves. Lu Lian took the elixir and swallowed it without thinking. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment. However, when he saw his daughter eat it, he gritted his teeth and ate it. Because he had no other choice. Lu Qing could no longer tolerate the shamelessness of the Lu clan's second and third elder. He finally wanted to kill them. Hence, he ate the pill that Ling Xiao gave him. From today onwards, the two of you are no longer part of the Lu clan. I, Lu Qing, have no elders like you. After eating the pill, Lu Qing felt the effects of the pill taking effect. His injuries started to heal rapidly. He knew that he had made the right bet. He believed that Ling Xiao was right. Lu Qing, you're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Do you really think that this kid who came out of nowhere can change your fate? The second elder said in disdain, everything we did was for the sake of the Lu clan. Marrying Lu Lian to young Master Wushuang is the best choice. *T. I, Lu Qing, may not be a great hero, but I can't give my daughter to a good-for-nothing as a concubine and endure being bullied. Lu Qing said furiously. Well said, but don't be angry. You still need to keep your body for revenge. Ling Xiao said calmly. Kid, you haven't answered my question. Who are you? Sun Wushuang could no longer stand being ignored by Ling Xiao. His voice drowned out everyone else's. It was like a bolt from the blue. A shocking murderous intent appeared on his face. Didn't they already tell you? Why bother asking? Ling Xiao said calmly. Looks like you really are Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. How impressive. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're nothing. Sun Wushuang said in disdain, I was going to kill you for touching my woman. Since you're here, it's great. Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he was naturally not afraid. Are you sure you want to kill me? The last person who said that was the Lu clan's grand elder. He's already a corpse now. Ling Xiao mocked. Don't think that just because you killed the Lu family's head elder with a dirty trick, you can really fight with me. That head elder couldn't last more than 10 moves against me. Sun Wushuang said coldly. Ling Xiao then hooked his finger and said, since that's the case, then let me see your absolute strength. Big brother Ling, don't offend the Sun family. Even if you can defeat Sun Wushuang, the Sun family still has the stronger Sun Yuanji. He's ranked within the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's candidates. You're definitely not his match. Not to mention that little devil beast Sun, one of the 7 little saints. Lu Lian hurriedly said, I'm already very touched that you were able to save my father. Father, give the 10,000 ghosts banner to Ling Xiao and let him go. This girl was really kind. In the end, she was still unwilling to let Ling Xiao die for her family. Before Lu Qing could say anything, Sun Wushuang spoke again, leave? Unless Ling Xiao doesn't want to participate in the white tiger meet, where else can he go? Surnamed Ling, you should have heard of my elder brother Sun Yuanji and younger brother Sun Little Devil's fame. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and end your own life. That will save me a lot of trouble. I can guarantee that I won't find trouble with your companions. Sun Wushuang released a cold murderous aura and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. Sorry, what Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Devil? I've never heard of them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I only know that a piece of trash like you actually dares to call yourself a genius. The Tianhai Empire's strength really disappoints me. Impudent. Sun Wushuang's killing intent grew even stronger. After that, he looked at Lu Lian and sneered, damned girl, I know you've fallen for this pretty boy. Then this young master will humiliate him in front of you and then kill him. I'll let you know how lowly and useless he is. I'll let you know what the consequences of offending our Tianhai City's Sun family are. Finished talking, Sun Wushuang urged yin and yang essence energy. Above his 2 palms, a cloud of dark green energy actually revolved around. That energy had a pungent smell that assailed the nose. It was very unpleasant, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. Sun family's 10,000 gu poison palm. I didn't expect that Sun Wushuang actually cultivated to this realm. Terrifying. In the crowd, someone cried out in surprise. The rest of the people retreated one after another. It was as if they were afraid of being injured by this terrifying 10,000 gu poison palm. Sun Wushuang, stop. He's the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. If you kill him, it will attract trouble. Furthermore, he doesn't have any romantic feelings with me. The reason why he helped me is only for the 10,000 ghost banner. Why do you have to force him? Lu Lian suddenly leaped up. She, who had just recovered a little from her injuries, hurriedly blocked between Ling Xiao and Sun Wushuang. When people saw this scene, they could not help being somewhat shocked. Lu Lian already protected Ling Xiao more than once, and Ling Xiao was also willing to come forward to save her. These 2 people really had no relationship at all, they did not believe it. Sun Wushuang did not believe it even more. Within his eyes, flames of jealousy were practically spewing out. Once this girl is emotional, her brain won't work well. The more you protect Ling Xiao like this, the more it proves that you like him? Someone in the crowd sighed and said. Yeah, this instead harmed Ling Xiao. How can that young master Wushuang possibly let him off? Someone said again. What a pair of dog man and woman. Sun Wushuang's panting became much more hurried. He said coldly, to actually still be so affectionate in front of this young master. If I don't kill him today, I, Sun Wushuang, swear that I'm not human. You're simply unreasonable. Lu Lian said angrily, I already agreed to leave with you. Why make enemies for no reason? Moreover, I have no relationship with him in the first place. The reason why I'm protecting him is only because he helped me before. It's that simple. Shut up. You shameless stinking woman. Sun Wushuang said in rage, if not for the fact that you're still a little useful, not only would this young master kill him today, I would also kill you. Shameless, not abiding by the virtue of a woman. Lu Lian was so angry that her entire body trembled. Just as she was about to speak again, she was interrupted by Ling Zhao's voice. Miss Lu, you'd better go take care of your father. Originally, I didn't plan on interfering in the matters between your two families. But since this Sun Wushuang kept saying that he wanted to kill me, then I can only accompany him. Ling Zhao's voice played it down. As if dealing with Sun Wushuang was as easy as dealing with a chicken. She could not help but be a little confused. Just what strength did this Ling Xiao have? She discovered that she could not understand this person more and more. Big brother Ling, you have to think carefully. Even if you can really deal with him, the Sun family behind him is also something that you can't afford to offend. Lu Lian reminded. I don't want to offend the Sun family, but he keeps chasing after me and won't let go. Could it be that he really wants me to kneel down and end myself? Ling Xiao smiled and said, all right, you don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing. If the Sun family really can't get it straight, then I'll just destroy the Sun family. His tone was very relaxed, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. Annihilate the Sun family? This time, not only was Lu Lian shocked, but the crowd also felt that there was something wrong with this young man's head. That was the Sun family. Although the Sun family of Xianxia City was not one of the top families, it was still a prestigious family. It would not be a problem for them to be ranked in the top 20. You want to annihilate them just because you said so? How dare you boast? Before Lu Lian could make way, Ling Xiao stepped forward lightly. His body moved swiftly, and he was once again standing face to face with Sun Wushuang. The two of them were only a few meters apart. Facing Sun Wushuang's terrifying killing intent, he still had a calm smile on his face. You just said that you want to annihilate the Sun family? Sun Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Yes, what's wrong? Ling Xiao said calmly. What's wrong? Ha ha ha, so you're an idiot. Sun Wushuang was too lazy to explain. His Sun family of Xianxia City was not only one of the top 20 families in the Xianxia Empire, but they also had close ties with the imperial family. Annihilate them? That would be going against the imperial family. Idiot? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. To be honest, you're really unlucky today. If you didn't insist on killing me, you might be able to keep your life. But you just had to drag me down with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Ling Xiao walked forward slowly with a calm smile on his face. It was as if he was mocking his opponent for being an ignorant fool. Sun Wushuang frowned. He really did not understand. What confidence did a 4th-level young martial artist have to be so arrogant in front of him? How could he still smile? If he was not an idiot, he would not believe it. Although I really have nothing to do with Miss Lu, I'm still unhappy that I'm being called worthless. A piece of trash like you is really not worthy of such a kind Miss Lu. Ling Xiao shrugged. How dare you call me a piece of trash? Fine, then I'll really turn you into a piece of trash. A piece of trash who can't speak anymore. At this moment, Sun Wushuang no longer had any scruples. Ling Xiao had completely angered him. He raised his palms. As he circulated the power of the goo poison in his body, the green color on his palms became even more intense. The air was filled with a pungent stench. Many of the surrounding martial artists had no choice but to circulate their internal energy and hold their breaths, afraid that they would be poisoned. A few pitiful flies flew past and fell to the ground, dead. The closer he got to Sun Wushuang, the more dangerous it was. This 10,000 goo poison palm was truly terrifying. Within the force, there were countless goo worms that were hard to see with the naked eye. It was truly terrifying. This 10,000 venomous poison palm is a palm technique that allows the weak to defeat the strong. The poison is so terrifying that even warriors with higher cultivation than young Master Wushuang would not dare to face it head-on. He's dead for sure. That's right. His cultivation is not as good as young Master Wushuang's. Instead of running away, he continues to walk forward. He's courting death. Rumor has it that cultivators who die under the 10,000 goo poison palm have their bodies rotting away. Their condition is extremely miserable. I have never seen it before. Today, I am fortunate enough to see it for myself. The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all shocked by Sun Wushuang's 10,000 goo poison palm. As for Ling Xiao, they really did not see anything special about him. Because up until now, Ling Xiao had not shown any signs of being powerful, causing people to not have any confidence in him. Basically, everyone felt that he was dead for sure. Sun Wushuang thought so too. Die. Die in the torment of pain. These goo worms will teach you how to be a ghost in the future. Don't be so stupid when you reach the netherworld. Sun Wushuang sneered. As he spoke, both his palms had already blasted out. The horrifying poisonous palm spread out in the sky, erupting into a strange poisonous cloud. The air was also dyed green because of it. The pungent smell became even more intense. It's still not certain who will die. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. A heavenly demon suddenly appeared behind him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely hideous. After that, a black aura coiled around Ling Xiao's arms and rapidly condensed on his fists. The crowd felt an extremely intense killing intent and chill in that instant. Their bodies trembled. Boom, two fists and two palms collided. The green and black forces tore and devoured each other. Both sides were actually evenly matched in this collision. This made the crowd cry out in surprise. The second elder and the third elder were even dumbfounded. However, before their surprise began, Ling Xiao sneered. The black heavenly demon behind him rapidly merged into his body. Heavenly demon incarnation, heavenly demon fist, it was the same heavenly demon fist. Under the heavenly demon incarnation, the power of the heavenly demon fist increased explosively. Sun Wushuang also circulated his internal energy and blasted out an even stronger 10,000 goo poison palm again in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, after another collision, the horrifying heavenly demon demonic chi actually captured countless goo worms instantly. Those goo worms' eyes turned red. They actually flowed backward and coiled around Sun Wushuang's arms. The 10,000 goo poison palm was originally used to attack the opponent. At this moment, it backfired on its owner. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Sun Wushuang's mouth. His face was extremely horrified. He retreated rapidly and vented his anger on a few of his family's martial artists. Only then did he transfer the goo worms on his arms away. However, at this moment, his arms were basically crippled. His meridians were basically crippled from being bitten by the goo worms. Waves of excruciating pain continued to attack him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Sun Wushuang believe that not only did his domineering 10,000 goo poison palm not injure Ling Xiao, but it was countered by Ling Xiao and backfired on him? This kind of thing had never happened before. One had to know that the goo worms that their Sun family members used to cultivate the 10,000 goo poison palm were nurtured by the heavenly demon demonic chi. Unless it was a true heavenly demon, it was absolutely impossible to affect these goo worms. Could it be that Ling Xiao was a true heavenly demon? He stared blankly at the horrifying and sinister face in front of him. His heart kept trembling non-stop. He seemed to understand a little now why Ling Xiao could help Lu Lian get rid of the goo worms. Even if this fellow was not a heavenly demon, he must be possessed by a heavenly demon. What shocked him the most was that Ling Xiao's fist force was on par with his for the first time when he was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The second time, he was even stronger than him. How did he do it? He was shocked, but the crowd was even more shocked. The first collision was already shocking enough, but this second time, Ling Xiao actually crippled both of Sun Wushuang's arms with a single punch. This was completely different from what they had imagined. What was going on? Was young Master Wushuang not in his best condition today? Ha ha ha, young Master Wushuang? Is this how you prove that you're stronger than me? The sinister heavenly demon avatar sneered. The huge body stepped forward. Those who dared to stop him were immediately entangled by the black aura. Their bodies withered and died. So what if he crippled Sun Wushuang's arms? Ling Xiao's goal was to kill him. The thick black aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of Sun Wushuang. The huge hand grabbed Sun Wushuang, just like a person grabbing a struggling bird. Being grabbed by Ling Xiao, Sun Wushuang's face was pale and his heart was filled with fear. The Ling Xiao in front of him was completely different from the Ling Xiao who was indifferent and didn't have the slightest domineering aura. The current Ling Xiao was simply like a demonic god descending to the mortal world, terrifying to the extreme. Let me go. Quickly let me go. Otherwise, my Sun family won't let you go. Sun Wushuang struggled with all his might while shouting loudly. At this very moment, you actually dare to use such words to threaten me? Trash, you think you're worthy of Miss Lu Lian? Ling Zhao's hand gradually tightened. Shrill screams continuously sounded in the Lu family's courtyard. The frightened second elder and third elder saw this situation and wanted to turn around and escape. However, the Lu family had already blocked their escape route under Lu Cheng's lead. Both sides started to fight, and the scene became chaotic. However, the attention of the crowd outside was completely focused on Ling Zhao's palm. As long as the huge demonic palm used a bit more strength, the dignified young master Wu Shuang would be crushed. I said before that you shouldn't have provoked me. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to interfere with the matters between your Sun family and the Lu family. However, you don't know the difference between life and death, so don't blame me. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and emotionless. It was filled with killing intent. Let go of our young master. The Sun family's martial artists who followed finally reacted. If they allowed Sun Wuxuang to be killed by Ling Xiao, then when they returned, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Facing Ling Xiao, although they were frightened, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. The group of people used all kinds of martial skills to charge at Ling Xiao. However, the result was like an egg hitting a rock. Ling Xiao didn't even make a move. The black aura was released, and the dozen people were all sent flying. They fell to the ground and screamed. If you want to take my life, then don't do it. I'm only going to kill Sun Wuxuang. It has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao sneered cruelly. Only now did the crowd realize that Sun Wuxuang was cruel and tyrannical. This Ling Xiao was even worse than Sun Wuxuang. This fellow was indeed worthy of being the celestial emperor of the celestial empire. He truly had the domineering aura of a celestial emperor. Friend, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. There's no need to be so ruthless. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the crowd. He was wearing a bright yellow battle robe with a crocodile embroidered on it. This color and pattern could only be worn by members of the royal family. Scram! In the face of this imperial martial artist who had suddenly jumped out, Ling Xiao only said one word. The crowd was shocked. This celestial emperor was too overbearing and arrogant. That was a martial artist of the imperial family. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had the bloodline of the royal family. He actually dared to ask him to scram. Is this fellow really only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang stage? The terrifying heavenly demon battle intent and heavenly demon incarnation were like the descent of a demon god. They were terrifying, domineering, and ruthless. At this moment, Lu Qing, Lu Lian, and the other members of the Lu family who were fighting were even more shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao was weaker than Sun Wuxuang, but he had easily subdued Sun Wuxuang in a few moves. Even Lu Qing could not compare to him in terms of strength. The first elder said that Ling Xiao was not worthy of Lu Lian. However, it seemed like Lu Lian could not keep up with Ling Zhao's pace. No wonder even Ji Luoyu was willing to be his friend. This fellow is definitely hiding his strength. This had become everyone's common thought. They could not see through Ling Zhao's cultivation, so they assumed that Ling Zhao's cultivation was between the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang stage and the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Sun Wuxuang so easily. Moreover, he dared to tell the imperial martial artist to scram when he was persuaded by the latter stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang stage. The second elder and third elder were even more terrified. They only wanted to escape now and did not have the heart to continue fighting. However, the Lu family's martial artists did not care about the danger and kept attacking. As a result, the two of them could not break out of the encirclement no matter what. As Lu Qing recovered from his injuries and his strength recovered, it would be even more difficult for them to escape. Stop! Sun Wuxuang suddenly shouted in fear. I can give you that woman if you want. I'll give you anything you want. Let me go. I only want to keep my life. Finally, under the threat of death that Ling Xiao brought to him, his mentality collapsed. At this moment, he did not expect Ling Xiao to let him go because he was afraid of the Sun family. This Ling Xiao was just as the rumors said. He was a complete madman. Now you're not using Sun Yuanji and Little Devil's son to pressure me? Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. The strength in his hands increased again. To be honest, I've never heard of him. Ah. An even more shrill scream sounded. Sun Wuxuang's body was almost squashed flat. Let him go or I'll attack. The imperial martial artist pulled out a long sword and pointed the cold blade at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. He was an imperial martial artist, a member of the Sky Sea race. Even martial artists with higher cultivation than him had to give him face. However, the Ling Xiao before him did not take him seriously at all. This was humiliation, intense humiliation. He felt that he was being laughed at by the crowd like a fool. If you don't have the ability of Sky Sea tyranny, I advise you not to attack. Otherwise, your ending won't be better than his. Ling Xiao said indifferently, do the martial artists of the Sky Sea Empire have no self-awareness? Do you dare to meddle in other people's business? How dare you? Do you dare to kill me? I'm an imperial. Before he could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly attacked him. The imperial martial artist did not have time to react. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the courtyard wall. He vomited blood and was heavily injured. So annoying. Imperial family, I understand what you're saying. You don't need to say it so many times. Disappear right now. Otherwise, the next attack will kill you. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in the imperial martial artist's ears. That guy no longer had the domineering aura from before. He crawled up from the ground and ran away while crying. Just you wait. As if he felt safe, he cried out and continued to run for his life. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and did not care. That kind of trash could not pose any threat to him. If he wanted to kill him, he could cripple him at any time. Now, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Wuxuang in his hand and sneered. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Do you know that my elder brother, Sun Yuanji, is a peak Yinyang realm level 8 martial artist? My younger brother, little magical beast Sun, is a Yinyang realm level 9 martial artist. If you dare to kill me, you're courting death. Sun Wuxuang screamed helplessly. Sun Wuxuang originally hoped that the royal martial artist would be able to deter Ling Xiao. But in the end, he suddenly realized that this Ling Xiao was really a complete lunatic. He was simply impervious to everything. No matter what anyone said, it was useless. Once this guy made up his mind, even 10 dragons would not be able to change his mind. So what? Do you think I will be afraid? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. However, I still have to thank you. Now I finally know the cultivation level of the 7 minor saints. They are probably at the 9th level of the Yinyang realm. It doesn't seem like a big deal. So, you can really die now. Pooh. With more force, Sun Wuxuang couldn't even let out a miserable scream. His entire body was crushed like a mosquito being crushed. He had been killed so easily. You are worse than a pig or a dog. This way of dying is very suitable for you. Ling Xiao removed the heavenly demon transformation and returned to his original appearance. He looked coldly at the mangled corpse on the ground. His gaze was cold and emotionless. How terrifying. How cruel. How crazy. Originally, in the crowd, other than the royal martial artist, there were actually many people who wanted to curry favor with the Sun family and stop Ling Xiao. However, when they saw the end of the royal martial artist, they completely gave up on that idea. When they saw this scene, they felt very fortunate. It was right not to make a move. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to be killed like a mosquito. This celestial emperor was simply overbearing. He would kill anyone who wanted to kill him. He did not give the Sun family any face, not even the royal family. In any case, they had never seen such an arrogant person before. It was really terrifying. As for the Sun family martial artists lying on the ground, they felt like they had a terrible nightmare. If they did not see the corpse of their master, Sun Wuxuang, they would not have believed that this was real. Hey, do you guys think that the royal martial artist who just left will inform the Sun family? A voice came from the crowd. He definitely will. Sun Yuanji probably won't come. After all, he is one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Xianxia Sacred Academy. He wouldn't even bother to deal with a nameless nobody. However, Sun Yuanji will definitely come. There's going to be a good show now. Sun Yuanji is different from Sun Wushuang. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he's ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's candidates. Ling Xiao is definitely no match for him. Don't be so full of yourself. Be careful not to get slapped in the face. Haha, a miracle can happen once. Do you think it will happen a second time? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Most of the martial artists felt that although Ling Xiao was strong, he was absolutely not Sun Yuanji's match. All of you can scram now. Are you waiting for me to kill you one by one? Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at the warriors of the Sun family who followed Sun Wushuang and said coldly. After killing Sun Wushuang, the main culprit, to him, the massacre was already over. He didn't have any deep enmity with the Sun family, so there was no need to exterminate them. The group of people turned and left. They definitely wouldn't return to the Sun family unless they had a death wish. Then, Ling Xiao turned back to look at the other ongoing battle. There were already many corpses lying on the ground. They were all Lu family's martial artists. Although the second and third elders were shameless, they were still strong. In addition, a large number of Lu family's martial artists were fence-sitters. They didn't understand the situation and weren't willing to help either side. In reality, it was Lu Qing, Lu Lian, and dozens of Lu family's loyal martial artists working together to deal with the second and third elders. Lu Qing suppressed the second elder by himself. However, the third elder started a massacre. Die. Lu Qing finally found an opportunity. He raised his hand and slammed it towards the second elder's head. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the Lu family's courtyard. Enough. Killing each other in our own family. What a scandal. When this voice sounded, an old man who was so thin that he was almost skin and bones suddenly appeared. His aura was extremely evil. He was dressed in colorful clothes from head to toe, like a madman. He also looked like a monster. Old family head. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before retreating. The ongoing battle stopped instantly. Old family head? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the Lu family to have such a person. This old man's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His aura was much stronger than Sun Wushuang's. If he was willing to help, why would he be afraid of Sun Wushuang? However, this old man didn't appear in that situation just now. Instead, he suddenly appeared when Lu Qing was about to kill the second elder. Ling Xiao guessed that this person was most likely related to the second elder. Father, you're out of seclusion? The second elder was overjoyed. However, Lu Qing and Lu Lian looked bitter. As expected, Ling Xiao's guess was right. This old man was the second elder's father. Rumor has it that the Lu family was once a prestigious family. However, the family had offended too many people and angered everyone. Therefore, he was besieged and heavily injured. Since then, the Lu family declined and became an unknown small family. After that, the matter of Willow City's revival occurred. There were many well-informed experts in the crowd. These people had nothing better to do, so they liked to gather information. Moreover, this wasn't a secret in the Tianhai Empire. It was normal for them to know about it. Lu Qing, you've really grown up. Your family's elder was killed, but you didn't deal with it. Instead, you attacked your own family. Where's the logic in this? As soon as the old man appeared, he began to bombard Lu Qing with questions. Lu Qing's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to speak. Perhaps because his cultivation was inferior, he could only endure. Old family head, your words are unfair. When the second elder and the third elder joined forces with Sun Wushuang and almost killed my father, where were you? Lu Qing knew how to endure, but Lu Lian was furious. Of course, his words made sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. That's how it is. Old man, you're being too obvious by taking sides. Slap, suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in the Lu family courtyard. Lu Lian's body was sent flying. However, Lu Lian didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she was caught by Ling Xiao. Seeing Lu Lian's swollen cheeks, his face darkened. He could ignore the other members of the Lu family, but Lu Lian was deeply in love with him. Even if he didn't want to accept her feelings, he couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Lian be bullied. Lowly girl, since when did you have the right to tell your elders what to do? The old man looked coldly at Lu Lian and snorted. If you had been obedient and married Sun Wushuang, you wouldn't have had all this trouble. The Sun family is incomparably powerful. Why can't our Lu family have a big tree backing us, now that that brat killed Sun Wushuang? If the Sun family sends people to seek revenge, which one of you will be a match for the Sun family's Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast? Father, you're right. Your son also has the same idea. But Lu Cheng's brain was flooded with water. He was actually bewitched by that kid called Ling Xiao and went against the Sun family. The second elder said excitedly, but now, there's still a chance to mend our relationship. That is, we can capture that Ling Xiao and send him to the Sun family to apologize. Perhaps we can exchange it for the safety of the Lu family. Hee, this fart is really smelly. Ling Xiao finally couldn't help but say, old thing, I've always been puzzled about the source of the shamelessness of the two elders of the Lu family. Now I found the reason. It turns out that it was passed down by a shameless guy like you. When Sun Wushuang massacred the Lu family, what were you doing? Now you dare to hit Lu Lian, who do you think you are? The Lu family was completely dumbfounded now. The one who defended the Lu family today was actually an outsider. The one who helped them vent their anger was also an outsider. Instead, their old family head and two elders actually blamed the person who attacked them. Kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet. What do you know? Sun Yuanji and Sun Xiao are powerful. No one in the Lu family can compare to them. If they come for revenge, the Lu family will definitely be exterminated. Not only did you kill Sun Wuji, but you also killed Sun Wushuang. You're not afraid of the Sun family. If you want to die, our Sun family won't be happy. The old thing looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. That's right. Whether our Lu family lives or dies has nothing to do with you. The second elder seemed to have become lively because of this old thing's support. He shouted at Ling Xiao. As if Ling Xiao had made a big mistake by saving the Lu family. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you think too highly of yourself. I saved Lu Lian and Lu Cheng for the 10,000 ghost banner. I didn't plan to save you, nor did I plan to save your Lu family. But fortunately, I didn't plan to save you. Otherwise, if I saved you and was ridiculed for being a busybody, how much of a loss would I be? In the future, when the Lu family is in trouble, don't worry about them. Just watch the Lu family be humiliated to death. That's enough. These sarcastic words made many people of the Lu family lower their heads. Because they felt ashamed. No matter what Ling Zhao's motive was, objectively speaking, he had helped the Lu family. He had stopped Sun Wushuang from killing indiscriminately and prevented others from humiliating them. Now that the second elder had spoken such words, it was truly chilling. You. Don't pester us endlessly. How can it be the same this time? Your actions will only bring more trouble to our Lu family. The second elder stiffened his neck and said. So what? Are you qualified? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder in disdain and said, you really think you're something, huh? Lu. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder. He really couldn't understand how there could be such a stupid person in this world. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Lu family is important in my heart? If I want to save people, I only need to take Lu Lian and Lu Cheng. Do I need to explain anything to anyone? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, what's more, you're willing to be the Sun family's dog and think highly of the Sun family. I'm not afraid of the Sun family. Father, this kid is simply stubborn. You'd better make a decision early. The second elder couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This way, the Lu family can avoid the crisis of destruction. That's reasonable. The old man nodded and revealed a sinister smile. Old family head, don't you think this is a bit too much? I'm the family head of the Lu family now. You ruined the Lu family, and I revived the Lu family. Now you come out and pretend to be the boss? I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Lu Cheng wasn't the only one who didn't accept this. Many warriors of the Lu family also expressed their dissatisfaction. How could there be such a logic in this world? So what if you don't accept this? I'm stronger than all of you. I have the final say here. The old man looked coldly at Lu Qing and said, "You're the family head. If I say you are, then you are. If I say you're not, then you're not. Do you really think you're something? What's more, since you value the Lu family's current achievements so much, then all the more you should apologize. Sacrificing you and your daughter in exchange for the revival of the Lu family. Isn't that great? Old man, you're really shameless. You want to take away the foundation that others worked hard to establish with just one sentence? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Even if I, Lu Qing, am no match for you today, I won't let you get what you want." Although Lu Qing was afraid of the old man, there was a limit to his patience. The old man's actions had clearly crossed the bottom line of what he could tolerate. This was unbearable. "You're courting death." The old man suddenly raised his hand. On his pitch-black palm, there was a strange pattern. Then, a strange giant beast appeared behind him and pounced on Lu Qing with the force of a whale. Lu Qing hurriedly channeled his internal energy to resist in horror. However, the old man's attack was too straightforward. Moreover, this attack had clearly been prepared for a long time. His hasty response simply couldn't block it. What's more, he wasn't the old man's opponent to begin with. "It's over," Lu Qing thought mournfully. Bang! All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of him and forcefully repelled the old man's terrifying palm strike. The one who made the move was naturally Ling Xiao. "You want to kill him? I won't let you. He still hasn't given me the 10,000 ghost banner." Ling Xiao looked at the old man and said coldly, "What's more, you actually want to kidnap me and bring me to the Sun family? Do you have that ability? Lu Qing, didn't you want to kill the second elder? I'll give you a chance. I'll block this old man. Kill him in front of him." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Lu Qing and said, "All right." Lu Qing knew that since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the old man, there was no possibility of a good ending today. He must kill the second elder and the third elder. After saying that, Lu Qing suddenly rushed toward the second elder. His strength was originally stronger than the second elder. In the previous battle, he even injured the second elder. This time, it should be much easier to kill the other party than before. "Lu Qing, you're crazy. The old family head is here. You still dare to mess around?" The second elder hurriedly retreated. "Don't worry. If he dares to kill you, I'll kill his daughter," the old man said coldly. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just continued to hold Lu Lian in his arms with a cold expression. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. Since he had chosen to believe in Ling Xiao, there was no need to hesitate now. Looking left and right and hesitating would only make his situation even more awkward. "Kill." Lu Qing continued to charge forward. A green longsword appeared in his hand. It was filled with vitality. "Father, he really wants to kill me." The second elder became anxious and started to make a big fuss. "Third elder, why aren't you helping?" The old man did not attack. Instead, he shouted at the third elder. The third elder nodded. He was on the old bastard's side, so he had to take action. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if he didn't please both sides. However, just as he rose into the air, a strange cone pierced through his chest. Shadow cone, it was invisible. It was hard to see with the naked eye. As Ling Zhao's cultivation increased, the shadow cone's sneak attack became more effective. The third elder was as shameless as the second elder. It was not a pity that he died. Seeing the third elder killed, Lu Qing's morale was boosted. His attacks became more rapid and fierce. The second elder was beaten until he could not fight back. His injuries were getting worse. How could the old man stay still when he saw his son being tortured? He roared and was about to save the second elder. However, a figure blocked his path. It was not Ling Xiao. It was Lu Lian. "Lu Lian, I've already helped you release and transform the sealed energy in your body. Your cultivation has recovered to the 7th level of Yin Yang realm, but it's not stable enough. This battle with the old man is a good opportunity to stabilize your cultivation. Don't worry, you're stronger than him. Xiao did not plan to kill the old man himself because he was bored. Killing 7th level Yinyang realm martial artists would be a walk in the park for him. He was not interested in killing them at all. He would rather let Lu Lian fight by herself. Anyway, his Yin-Yang origin energy had circulated in Lu Lian's body and completely activated her Yin-Yang fish martial soul. The energy sealed by Lu Lian's goo worm was also released by him. However, the time was too short. Otherwise, Lu Lian could have recovered to the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. Of course, Xiao also benefited a lot from this. His Yin-Yang origin energy had been greatly enhanced by the Yin-Yang fish martial soul. His cultivation base that was originally at the late stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm actually rose to the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in an instant. Moreover, he was only a step away from breaking through. No wonder that Sun Wushuang fancied Lu Lian. Lu Lian's Yin-Yang fish martial spirit was indeed extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. It was simply too miraculous. Boom, a blazing flame appeared on his left hand, a ball of cold air appeared on his right hand, Lu Lian's body floated in midair, blocking the old man's path. She stared coldly at the old man before her. Since you are the old family head of the Lu family, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you apologize to Brother Ling and my father right now, and swear that you will never interfere with the affairs of the Lu family from now on, I will let you go. In your dreams. How could the old man be frightened by Lu Lian? The pitch-black beast behind him roared, and strange patterns appeared all over his body. After that, his hands trembled, and a pitch-black wind blasted towards Lu Lian. This guy is still quite strong. If Lu Lian can't continue to break through during the battle, she will definitely lose. Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the two people in the sky. Even though the battle had yet to begin, he could already predict the outcome. Unless Lu Lian's cultivation base increased even more, she would definitely not be able to face this cunning and experienced opponent. Boom! In the sky, the two people's palms collided, and a violent force raged in the air. Lu Lian retreated more than 10 meters before she could stop. As for the old man, he only retreated 2 to 3 meters. Although your cultivation base has recovered to the same level as mine, your experience and combat skills are far from mine. I will tell you that cultivation base isn't the only thing that represents combat power in this world. After I take care of you, I will also kill the man you like and send him to the Sun family to atone for his sins. The old man laughed coldly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. Don't worry about what he said. He's just trying to bewitch you. Xiao reminded Lu Lian when he saw that she was a little shaken. Lu Lian was also a little dissatisfied with herself. In the past, she would not be shaken when facing the enemy's provocation or bewitchment. However, she did not know why this time, but just one sentence from the old man made her uneasy. The old man laughed coldly, and then the shadow of the beast behind him became more solid. The ferocious beast originally only had one head, but at this moment, it suddenly condensed 5 heads. Each head let out an ear-piercing roar. What kind of martial soul is that? Why is it so strange? That's the 9-headed demon bird, right? Rumor has it that the more heads this monster has, the more terrifying it is. Someone in the crowd said. 9-headed demon bird martial soul? Doesn't that mean that the Lu family's old master's attack this time is much stronger than before? That's right. Can Lu Lian handle it? The crowd looked at Lu Lian in surprise. They wanted to know how this delicate girl was going to fight the old man. Do you think you're the only one who has a martial soul? Lu Lian said indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge Yin-Yang fish appeared behind her. Flames and frost reflected on the Yin-Yang fish, and it looked extremely eye-catching. At this moment, Lu Lian's aura also became stronger. That's the Yin-Yang fish martial soul? I didn't expect that in addition to increasing one's cultivation speed, its actual combat ability is also so strong. Seeing this martial soul, Xiao was also a little surprised. The 5 demon bird heads screamed and roared, releasing a terrifying black aura. A large number of strange inscriptions appeared in the air. Then, these inscriptions merged into the old man's palms. Kill. the old man attacked Lu Lian again. This time, he clearly wanted to kill Lu Lian completely. Yin and Yang fusion, Lu family spear technique, first move. Lu Lian shouted and raised her hand, and a long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear shook, and the Yin and Yang energies merged into the long spear, erupting with a shocking power. Then, she stabbed out, aiming at the old man's palm wind. Boom, the violent collision sounded again. This time, Lu Lian did not retreat. The black and white light released by the long spear was especially dazzling. Half of it was the flame sky. The other half was the frost sky. She was actually evenly matched with the old man. Bitch, I didn't expect you to have some ability. However, you still have to die. He roared, but he didn't retreat. The 9-headed demonic bird on his back actually grew 2 more heads. The power of his palms suddenly increased. In that instant, Lu Lian's spear light was completely engulfed. Even the long spear was destroyed as if it was a dried twig. You don't have a chance. The old man smiled coldly. The 9-headed demon bird behind him changed again, and there were now 8 heads. With 7 heads, Lu Lian was already unable to withstand it. With 8 heads of the 9-headed demon bird, wouldn't Lu Lian die for sure? A 9-headed demonic bird with 8 heads. Lu Lian can't be saved now. It's not that she's weak, but the opponent is too strong. She really has no chance. The crowd sighed. Lu Lian was once a famous female genius in Xianxia City. Her status was no lower than Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanchuang. However, she was going to die in such a cowardly manner. Do you regret it? If you really want to deal with me, you should wait until your cultivation has fully recovered. However, you won't have the chance today. I'll destroy your cultivation so that you'll never have the chance to kill me again. The old man revealed a ferocious expression. The 8 demonic bird heads behind him screeched in unison. The wind from his palm became even more ferocious and evil. You're the one who should regret it. Lu Lian looked at the old man indifferently and said, if you used all the power of the 9-headed demonic bird from the beginning, I might have died. However, you don't have the chance now. She looked at the old man with some sympathy. She never thought that she would have to kill the Lu clan leader with her own hands one day. However, she couldn't show any mercy now. If she didn't kill the old man, he would destroy her. The crowd was stunned when they heard that. What did she mean? Did Lu Lian have another trick up her sleeve? While they were puzzled, Lu Lian extended her right hand. Then, a spear formed by yin-yang energy appeared in her hand. It was a blazing spear. It was an ordinary frost spear. The energy of ice and fire flowed on the spear. The weapon was completely formed by true origin. It was even more powerful than the weapon that was destroyed earlier. The terrifying heat and the terrifying cold mixed together. The crowd was shocked and terrified. They all avoided the aura that attacked them. Otherwise, it would be extremely uncomfortable if the aura invaded their bodies. Her cultivation has increased again? Someone saw through the clues. Lu Lian's cultivation seemed to have recovered a little after the battle with the old man. Currently, she was at yin-yang realm level 8. Her cultivation was even higher than the old man's. You're asking me if I regret it? However, you're the one who should regret it the most. Lu Lian calmly looked at the old clan leader of the Lu clan. She felt the burning pain on her face and a deep hatred grew in her heart. The weak should be bullied. Only the strong could seek justice for themselves. Humph. So what if your cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm? Although the old man's face was solemn, he was obviously not afraid. The 9-headed demonic bird behind him let out an ear-piercing shriek. Then, the 9-headed demonic bird's 9th head finally grew out. When the 9-headed devil bird grew 9 heads, the old man's aura also became stronger. Black smoke billowed from his body. The thick smoke had a pungent smell that filled the entire courtyard of the Lu clan. Any martial artist who breathed in this black smoke would feel a piercing pain in their throat, and their bodies would become weak. Those with weaker cultivations fainted on the spot, and even their inner strength seemed to be continuously sucked away. There were only a few people who were not affected by the black smoke. Lu Lian watched all of this with an indifferent expression. Although she sympathized with the cultivators who were fainted by the black smoke, she didn't dare to relax in the slightest when facing this old man. The elemental energy spear in his hand became more and more dazzling. Above the long spear, a strange young fish gradually formed. A terrifying fighting spirit burst out from her frail body. She was fearless. 9 demons hunt. The old man roared in a deep voice. Then, he struck out with his palms, enveloping the terrifying 9-headed devil bird. Together with the black smoke that covered the sky, he charged towards Lu Lian. He wanted to kill Lu Lian on the spot. At this moment, he clearly had the intention to kill. Originally, he wanted to capture Lu Lian alive. However, after Lu Lian's cultivation recovered to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he was no longer confident that he could capture her alive. To be safe, he had to kill her. Lu Lian stared at the incoming opponent with a piercing sound. Then, she stabbed out with the ice-fire spear in her hand. Amidst the roars of ice and fire, the spear collided with the 9-headed devil bird. Boom! Boom! Ice and fire continuously collided and entangled. Lu Lian's powerful fighting spirit made her look like a valkyrie on the battlefield. She was extremely domineering. The 9-headed devil bird martial soul was pierced through by the spear. Then, the black smoke that covered the sky began to be burned by the flames. It was frozen by the frost. The power of the ice-fire spear reflected the old man's horrified expression. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Lu Lian has successfully used the old man to recover his cultivation and won the battle. It seems like she is the one who is favored by fate. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Then, blood splattered everywhere. Through the gradually dissipating black smoke, people saw the Lu family head's body fly out. His body was actually pierced with 2 eye-catching bloody holes. One was burning and raging. The other was freezing and eroding. Sigh. Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. After all, Lu Lian was not him. At the last moment, she was still compassionate and did not kill the old man. Instead, she used her spear to pierce the old man's meridians and cripple his cultivation. Lu Lian slowly descended and pointed her spear at the old man on the ground. Anger and coldness appeared on her face. Old family head, you committed a heinous crime against the family. My father let bygones be bygones and hid you away. He gave you the best cultivation conditions and allowed you to recover your cultivation. However, what did you do to my father? You actually wanted to kill him. You said that because you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Now that I have defeated you, you are nothing in front of me. Lu Lian looked coldly at the old man lying on the ground. Her voice was cold and emotionless. The crowd sighed. Hee hee, this old man is too shameless. Lu Qing was so good to him. How could he be so ungrateful? I saw it long ago. He was so arrogant that he wanted to send Lu Qing and Lu Lian to the Sun family to beg for forgiveness. In the end, he couldn't even defeat Lu Qing's daughter. Not only is he shameless, but he is also useless. At the same time, the second elder, who was beaten to the brink of death by Lu Qing, felt his heart fall to the bottom. The third elder was killed. The only person he could rely on, his father, was also killed. It was easy to imagine what would happen to him. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It was all because of that person. That terrifying young man. Not only did he kill Sun Wuji, but he also allowed Lu Lian's cultivation to recover to a terrifying level. How could such a terrifying existence come from such a weak place like the Heavenly Dragon Continent? Moreover, this young man was only 17 years old. With such terrifying strength, wouldn't he have a higher aptitude than Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast? If he was given a few more years, perhaps even Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast would not be his opponent. Die. Lu Qing cut off the second elder's head with his sword. Then, he turned to look at Ling Xiao. He was also shocked. Ling Xiao's talent and aptitude were too terrifying. Perhaps even his daughter, whom he was proud of, could not compare to him. Previously, Lu Qing thought that Ling Xiao was not good enough for his daughter, and he did not want his daughter to be with Ling Xiao. But now, he suddenly realized that perhaps his daughter was not good enough for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, he had chosen to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a terrible state. Lu Lian's heart was filled with gratitude and admiration for Ling Xiao. If it was not for Ling Xiao, she would have been brought to the Sun family by Sun Wuxuang. Then, she would be tortured and humiliated, and finally die in anger. But now, not only did she survive, but her cultivation had also recovered to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If she was given a little more time, she believed that her cultivation would definitely recover to its peak. By then, the Lu family would not have to fear the Sun family. The old man lay on the ground and looked at Lu Lian miserably. His eyes kept darting around as if he was thinking of something bad. He really did not expect such an ending. He really did not expect that the brat called Ling Xiao not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he could also help Lu Lian recover her cultivation. Who was this guy? Hee, B*TCH, you're good. I've lost today. It's been decades, and I finally recovered my cultivation to this level, but you crippled it. Even if I'm alive now, it's meaningless. Just kill me. The old man sneered and looked at Lu Lian. He knew that Lu Lian would not kill him. Because Lu Lian could not be so decisive. Old family head, it's already come to this. Why are you still so stubborn? I won't kill you, I'll only cripple you. In the future, the Lu family will treat you like an ancestor, but there's no hope for you to practice martial arts. Lu Lian shook her head. She really could not do it. After all, the old family head was her second grandfather, her father's second uncle. A cold smile appeared in the old man's eyes as he thought, do you think I can't cultivate just because you're watching over me? As expected, you still don't understand the power of this old man's cultivation method. There will be a day when this old man will kill you and your father together. Lian, get him to remove the black smoke. Lu Qing walked over and said. Lu Lian glanced at the old man and said, Old master, do as I say. You can suffer less. Are you really not going to kill him? If I'm not wrong, he should be cultivating the 9 nether devil arts. This kind of cultivation technique is already very strong, and coupled with his 9-headed devil bird martial spirit, even if he doesn't cultivate, he can still steal cultivation from other martial warriors. Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently, if you keep him, your Lu family will be destroyed sooner or later. You. The old man looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He did not understand how Ling Xiao knew such an unpopular martial art. You don't have to stare at me with such big eyes. I just read a little more. Actually, the reason he knew this was purely because of the Yuan Venerate's reminder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about the 9 nether devil art. Lian, kill him. In the end, Lu Qing was experienced and knowledgeable. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, his back immediately broke out in cold sweat. Back then, he had been too benevolent to let this old man live. Of course, he had also thought of using this old man to do things for him. However, no matter what, he had treated this person well. In the end, he had actually raised a poisonous snake. He absolutely believed in Ling Xiao's words. This old man was really capable of doing such a despicable thing. She can't do it, so let me do it. However, I will kindly accept his 9 nether devil art and 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. Ling Xiao did not need the 9 nether devil art. His blood soul talisman could transform the enemy's cultivation into his own. The 9 nether devil art was prepared for Cold Plum. Cold Plum's cultivation method was very compatible with the 9 nether devil art. The 9-headed devil bird martial spirit could also be merged with the ghost spirit martial spirit to form a new 9-headed ghost bird martial spirit. Not only could it inherit the characteristics of the ghost spirit martial spirit, but it could also obtain the overbearing power of the 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. If Cold Plum obtained it, her cultivation would definitely improve even faster. Speaking of which, other than the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao really loved Cold Plum the most. He was very clear that if the difference in cultivation was too great, Cold Plum would have to leave his side. This was not because of his will, but because of Cold Plum's personality. Cold Plum did not like to cause trouble for Ling Xiao and become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also liked Cold Plum to be by his side. Although this girl was ice cold and not as interesting as other women, she was more reassuring and reassuring. As he spoke, he slowly walked over. The eye of the immortal pot, above his head, a gourd floated there and sucked the old man into it. Even the black smoke scattered throughout the Lu family's courtyard was sucked in. An unexpected gain. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This time, he did not lose anything by helping. Lu Qing, give me the 10,000 ghost banner. I'm leaving. After dealing with the matter here, Ling Xiao did not need to stay any longer. This time, he came out for the Tai Chi stone. In fact, he had already achieved his goal. However, what happened later disrupted his plan. But fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. That was enough. Please accept it, young hero Ling. Lu Qing did not hesitate at all and directly took out the 10,000 ghost banner from his storage ring. This 10,000 ghost banner was actually refined by the old man who had just died. It was a powerful weapon used together with the 9 nether demonic art and the 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. Lu Qing did not have much use for it, so he did not feel bad giving it to Ling Xiao. Moreover, even if he felt bad, he still had to give it to him. If it were not for Ling Xiao today, he really could not imagine what the Lu family would be like. Not bad, you are a man of honor. Ling Xiao accepted the 10,000 ghost banner and praised Lu Qing. He actually did not hate Lu Qing, because it was impossible to expect everyone in this world to be as pure and kind as Lu Lian. Ling Xiao himself was not that naive. Therefore, he did not expect others to be like that. In fact, even if it was that old man of the Lu family, if he did not try to deal with him, he would not have to kill him. Young hero Ling, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Lu Qing suddenly said. Speak first. Ling Xiao would not agree to anything carelessly. I believe that young hero Ling can also see that my daughter Lu Lian is infatuated with you. Can you bring her along and let her stay by your side? Lu Qing was a very realistic person. He saw Ling Xiao's terrifying talent, so he was prepared to take a gamble. Even if Lu Lian could not become Ling Xiao's wife, it was not bad to become friends. In the future, the Lu family would definitely benefit. What's more, this was not an unreasonable request. You can follow me, but I can tell you clearly here that I, Ling Xiao, only like one woman. Lu Lian can only be my friend if she follows me. She can never become my woman. You have to understand. Ling Xiao was a very opinionated person. Especially for someone as successful as him, there were too many women who were willing to throw themselves at him. If he fell in love with every woman he saw, he would probably have more than 10,000 concubines by now. Ling Xiao did not even think about such a thing. A person who was obsessed with women would never be able to attain the great path of martial arts. He admitted that Lu Lian was a very good girl, just like Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, and Haim Mian Ko. However, if he did not like her, he did not like her. He would not force himself to fall in love with a woman. Lu Qing said awkwardly, do you think Lianer is not good enough for you? It's not a matter of whether or not she's good enough. Lu Lian is very outstanding, but I only have one woman. Ling Zhao's attitude was very firm. I, Lu Lian, have set my mind on you. No matter what you think of me, I'm willing to follow you. Even if I have to keep my chastity for the rest of my life, I won't hesitate. At this moment, Lu Lian suddenly spoke. For a girl to be able to say such words, she was really desperate. Shameless be *tch, you adulterer and thief, you killed my brother. How can I let you go today? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to answer Lu Lian, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Lu Qing and Lu Lian's expressions froze when they heard the sound. Fear appeared on their faces. Quick, young hero Ling, take Lian and leave. No matter if you treat her as a friend or a woman, leave first. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Lu Qing hurriedly shouted. Although his daughter Lu Lian had recovered to the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm, he still did not think that Lu Lian was Sun Yuanji's match. As for Ling Xiao, although he was talented, he was still young after all. He was also not Sun Yuanji's match. Leave? You still want to leave? Guard all the important roads and encircle the Lu clan. The voice exploded in the sky again. Then, hundreds of figures quickly rushed towards the Lu family, driving the onlookers away and surrounding the Lu family. They are the elite warriors of the Sun family. They are all in the Yin Yang realm. The Lu family is in trouble this time. That young man won't be able to escape either. The crowd looked on in horror. There were not many clans that dared to make such a big fuss in Xianxia Imperial City, and the Sun family was one of them. It's over, it's completely over. Sigh. Lu Cheng's face turned pale. If his daughter could escape, then even if the Lu family was destroyed, there would still be hope. But now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Sun Yuanji alone was already terrifying enough. He didn't expect this guy to bring hundreds of elite warriors from the Sun family. This clearly meant that he wanted to destroy the Lu family. Brother Sun, it's that person. His name is Ling Xiao, a candidate from the Dragon Phoenix continent. The one who spoke was actually the Imperial family's martial artist who had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Sure enough, this fellow had gone to inform them. Just in time, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. That's right, he did it on purpose. If he directly barged into the Sun family, it might be more dangerous. He might as well let this fellow go to the Sun family to get reinforcements. Not all of them would come. This way, he could continue to weaken the Sun family's strength. This was not for the Lu family, but for himself. Since they were already enemies, the weaker the Sun family was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Sun Yuanji was dressed in a bright silver robe. It was clearly pasted with silver foil. Under the sunlight, his appearance could not be seen clearly. Everyone says that Sun Yuanji is very flashy. Today, I see that it's true. Yeah, he's wearing such eye-catching clothes. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? What's there to be afraid of? How many people in Xianxia City dare to provoke him? Those who are weaker than him fear him. Those who are stronger than him fear his family. Moreover, the clothes he's wearing are not just flashy. They also have special effects. The crowd looked up at the sky and narrowed their eyes. Sun Yuanji stood there like a silver-armored war god. He was domineering and confident. No wonder he was one of the top 20 geniuses in the Xianxia Empire. Although he was not as strong as his younger brother, Sun Xiaoshou, he was already very powerful. Many people were in awe of him. Young hero Sun, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? There might be some misunderstanding between us. Lu Qing took a deep breath. Since things had developed to this stage, he could only try his best to minimize the losses. If he could sacrifice his old life and give the Lu family's treasure to Sun Yuanji to save his daughter's life, that would be enough. Haha, misunderstanding? Lu Qing, do you dare say that my two younger brothers, Sun Wuji and Sun Wushuang, didn't die in your Lu family? Sun Yuanji smiled coldly. He leaped into the air and arrived above Lu Qing. He wanted Lu Qing to look up and talk to him. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Yuanji. His Tai Chi eye spun. To be precise, Sun Yuanji's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. Among the large number of martial artists from the Tianhai Empire who participated in the White Tiger meet, those at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm were considered the backbone. However, there was a huge difference between those at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. From the early stage to the peak stage, each had their own differences. This Sun Yuanji was not considered too outstanding among these core forces, but he was still above many people. Ling Xiao was very interested in him. With his current cultivation, Ling Xiao could defeat a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. However, it would be difficult. However, it was precisely because of this difficulty that he could stimulate his potential and improve his strength. If he could not defeat Sun Yuanji, then he could not afford to offend a martial artist at Sun Xiaoshou's level. This time, it could be considered as a test for himself. Young Master Yuanji, Young Master Wuji and Young Master Wushuang's deaths were accidental. I'm willing to use my life as compensation. Also, the Lu family can give you the ice fire herb for free. You should know that the ice fire grass is very helpful to martial artists with fire and ice attributes. Young Master Yuanji, if you have the help of the ice fire herb, the yin-yang revolution technique that you're cultivating will definitely improve. Lu Qing knew that this matter would not be resolved easily. However, he was still willing to put in some effort to resolve this matter perfectly. Haha, why do you think I brought so many people here today? I want your life. I want the ice fire herb too. And your daughter. Since my brother is dead, she can reluctantly be a maid accompanying me in bed. Sun Yuanji sneered. The members of the Sun family were also arrogant and unreasonable. It seemed like their family was too powerful, but it was not always a good thing. If they did not educate them well, then their descendants would definitely develop in the direction of being more and more unreasonable and unreasonable. Sooner or later, they would kick an iron plate. Is there no room for negotiation? No. But I'm not in the mood to bicker with a piece of trash like you. Ling, you killed my 2 brothers, right? Sun Yuanji turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was on the imperial martial artist. It was as if he didn't hear Sun Yuanji's words. Instead, he said coldly, I let you live. I thought you would know the pros and cons and then go back to live your life as a member of the imperial family. But I didn't expect you to go to the Sun family to ask for help. Have you really gone crazy from wanting to die? Ling Xiao, don't boast shamelessly. Brother Sun will never let you hurt me. Moreover, do you dare to kill me? You don't dare. You let me go only because you're afraid of the imperial power. Although the imperial family's martial artist was a little cowardly at heart, he felt that his words were very reasonable. You don't dare? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He suddenly raised his hand, and a crimson sun all flew through the air. Under the clear sky, the crimson sun all absorbed the power of the crimson sun and became even more dazzling. The imperial martial artist looked at the fast attack in horror and hurriedly hid in Sun Yuanji's direction. Insignificant skill. With me here, he can't kill you. Sun Yuanji was already angry because Ling Xiao ignored him. Now that Ling Xiao dared to attack the imperial martial artist in front of him, he was even more furious. He wanted to show Ling Xiao who was the boss. Yin Yang rotation, 9 Yang fist. Sun Yuanji raised his right hand and a ball of blazing white light appeared on his fist. It was like the crimson sun. Then, he blasted it out. The crimson sun all was smashed into pieces by this punch. He cupped his fists and smiled coldly. Ling Xiao, you're quite strong. No wonder you can kill my 2 brothers. But if we meet again, you're dead for sure. If you want to kill my friend today, you'll have to step over my dead body. Really? But I don't think it's that difficult. Isn't he already dead? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly, it's really not challenging at all. What? Sun Yuanji hurriedly turned his head to take a look. Only now did he discover that there was a shadow all stuck in the throat of the imperial family's martial artist, almost invisible to the naked eye. In fact, Ling Xiao had already seen how powerful Sun Yuanji was, so he didn't expect his red sun all to be able to kill the royal family's martial artist in one strike. Therefore, the shadow all was the real killer move. I don't want to die. Before the imperial family martial artist died, the only thing he left behind were these few words. Don't do that if you don't want to die. I'm afraid of the imperial power, so I don't dare to kill you. Are you an idiot? Why don't you go and find out how I obtained the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, then looked at Sun Yuanji mockingly and said, I'm sorry, young Master Yuanji. I've slapped your face and embarrassed you. Good, very good. Very good. You killed 2 of my brothers. Stealing my younger brother's woman again. Now, you even killed my friend. How do you think I should kill you to vent my anger? Sun Yuanji was practically gnashing his teeth as he said these words. Ling Xiao had completely driven him mad. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he really wouldn't be able to calm down. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with incomparable rage and killing intent. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Now that my cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm, you might not be my match. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Lu Lian stepped into the air and floated in front of Sun Yuanji. She looked at Sun Yuanji coldly with a very calm expression. Ling Xiao had rejected her, but she was still infatuated with him. You're really a bitch. My younger brother's body hasn't even turned cold, and your engagement hasn't been annulled, yet you dare to protect your adulterer. You're simply shameless. Sun Yuanji said coldly, since you're so shameless, then I'll cripple you today and then kill that brat in front of you. I'll let you die in pain. He felt a strong sense of humiliation. He was a genius of the Sun family, but in Lu Lian's eyes, he couldn't even compare to a nobody from the Sky Dragon continent. His pride and self-esteem were torn to shreds. A terrifying murderous aura was released and directly enveloped Lu Lian, causing her to tremble in the air. "Miss Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but you're not his match. It's better for you to stand aside and protect your family. The elite martial artists of the Sun family are eyeing you covetously." Ling Xiao naturally had to deal with the opponent that he found himself. How could he let Lu Lian fight for him? Moreover, Lu Lian's cultivation had just recovered to the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although she was on the same level as Sun Yuanji, her cultivation hadn't completely stabilized, and her body was still weak. With all these factors combined, she really wasn't Sun Yuanji's match. "No, Brother Ling, you should leave. With your strength, I believe those people won't be able to stop you." "I'll stop Sun Yuanji. Although I might not be his match, it shouldn't be a problem to stop him for a while." Lu Lian shook her head and said firmly. "You'll die." Ling Xiao sighed. "What's so scary about death? I'm willing to die for the person I love." Lu Lian's attitude was very firm. "Hee, what a pair of adulterers. How dare you be so intimate in front of me? You don't have to give in because today, you're all going to die." Sun Yuanji was so angry that his body trembled. The terrifying murderous aura was released even more fiercely. Not only did it envelop Lu Lian, but it also enveloped Ling Xiao. "Forget it. Young hero Ling, take Lu Lian and leave. I'm not talented, but I have some special methods. It shouldn't be a problem to stop him for a while." Lu Qing didn't want his daughter to die, so he could only give up on his old bones. After all, he was old and didn't have much of a future. This person was really too good to his daughter. "Ha ha ha, I'm really touched to see how close you two are. Since that's the case, you two can die together. You can reconnect when you're in the netherworld." Sun Yuanji released his murderous aura again and enveloped Lu Qing within it. "I say, Patriarch Lu, Miss Lu Lian, did you guys misunderstand something?" Ling Xiao scratched his head and said helplessly, "He's only at the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm. Do you guys think that I'm no match for him? That I can only choose to run away?" He was really speechless. From Lu Qing to Lu Lian, and the surrounding martial artists, including Sun Yuanji himself, they all seemed to think that he, Ling Xiao, was no match for him. Although Ling Xiao had never defeated a martial artist at the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm, it wasn't because he didn't have the ability. It was because he hadn't encountered one yet. Lu Lian and Lu Qing looked at Ling Xiao. They didn't seem to understand what Ling Xiao meant. Were they going to fight if they didn't run? Sun Yuanji also looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a mocking smile. Was Ling Xiao scared out of his wits? At this moment, anyone could tell that other than running away, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Ling Xiao did not like to raise his head to talk to others. He instantly rose into the air and pushed Lu Lian towards Lu Qing. "The two of you should just stay at the side and watch." Then, he looked at Sun Yuanji and sneered. "Do you really think you're stronger just because you're looking down on others from the sky? Do you know that your behavior is really stupid? Your two younger brothers also lost their lives because of this self-righteous behavior. You're next." Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a look of shock. Could it be that Ling Xiao really planned to fight Sun Yuanji? In the next moment, they confirmed their thoughts. An extremely terrifying battle intent suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. This battle intent directly suppressed the killing intent released by Sun Yuanji. This made Lu Lian, Lu Qing, and the other Lu family martial artists much more relaxed. Was he really going to fight? Could this guy not see the difference between him and his opponent? Sun Yuanji was still high and mighty, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He looked at Ling Xiao in disdain, and his lips curled into a mocking sneer. A mere martial artist at the 4th level of dualism realm actually wanted to fight him, a martial artist at the 8th level of dualism realm. It was really funny. Were the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent brainless? Ling Xiao, you might be number one among the young martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent, but here, you're not even worth a fart. You should know the name of Sun Yuanji, right? All the martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent are not worth mentioning in front of me. Sun Yuanji was not very happy because he thought that Ling Xiao would either be scared witless by his reputation and run away, Or kneel down and beg for mercy. That would show his power and nobility. However, this kid actually wanted to fight with him. It was like a ridiculous rabbit shouting in front of a ferocious tiger. Although it was ridiculous, it made the tiger unhappy. Why should I run? You think you're a tiger and I'm a rabbit. Little do you know that you're just a sick sheep in a tiger's skin, and I might be a wolf in sheep's skin. Ling Xiao said coolly, after I came to the Tianhai Empire, there were many Tianhai Empire martial artists showing off their strength to me, looking down on me, a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, without exception, all of them suffered a crushing defeat or even died. Do you think you'll make a difference? Showing off? Sun Yuanji smiled and said, I don't need to show off at all. I, Sun Yuanji, am ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's young martial artists. This is my glory. If you had a little bit of self-awareness, you wouldn't be so pretentious in front of me. Because you're not worthy. Sun Yuanji looked down on Ling Xiao, and this had never changed. The Tianhai Empire was filled with geniuses that far surpassed the Divine Phoenix continent. The fact that Sun Yuanji was able to stand out and enter the top 20 was a symbol of strength. It was a symbol of status. He had reason to be proud. Especially when facing Ling Xiao, this kind of martial artist who came from a small place. He had even more such qualifications. Ling Xiao was merely a candidate martial artist who was invited to be cannon fodder. How could he compare to him, this kind of candidate martial artist who went through layers upon layers of selections and finally stood out? The surrounding crowd also had the same thoughts. Their gazes when looking at Sun Yuanji all revealed fear and reverence. People looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see the same reverence and fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, they were disappointed. When they saw Ling Xiao, what exuded from his eyes was iciness and disdain. The expression on his face was actually filled with mockery. Being able to participate in the White Tiger Tempest meet is very worthy of being proud? You said that you stood out through layers upon layers of selections. Could it be that our Dragon Phoenix continent's candidate martial artists all didn't go through selections? Ling Xiao gave Sun Yuanji a glance, truly feeling that this person was ignorant enough. For this White Tiger Tempest meet, on the Divine Phoenix continent, quite a few young geniuses died. He, Ling Xiao, was similarly nearly killed. And these efforts were actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of others? Isn't that so? You just didn't meet any of the Tianhai Empire's candidate martial artists. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? Sun Yuanji sneered disdainfully. Hee hee. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I didn't meet any? Looks like you really don't care about me. You didn't even investigate what I did after coming to the Tianhai Empire. You know Water God Hall's #1 hero, the Dragon Crown Prince, right? They were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet, but I killed them all, and you know Wonder Tower, right? When I was on the 15th floor, I accidentally killed a few of your Tianhai Empire's so-called genius martial artists. They were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet. Moreover, their expressions and tone at that time were simply too similar to yours right now. The same ignorance, the same idiocy. Oh, right, your younger brothers Sun Wuji and Sun Wushuang were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet, right? I'm sorry, they were too weak, so I killed them too. If you tell me that the Tianhai Empire's trash were all selected through a selection process, then I'll be very disappointed. I wonder where your arrogance comes from? As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately burst into cries of surprise. Many people felt like their heads were about to explode. The amount of information was just too much. They could only vaguely tell that this person surnamed Ling was a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent and seemed to be the celestial emperor of some celestial empire. However, they had no idea what Ling Xiao had done after coming to the Tianhai Empire. They believed that the worst candidate of the Tianhai Empire was stronger than the strongest candidate of the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, Ling Xiao's words were like a clap of thunder, blasting these people silly. Lu Qing stared at Ling Xiao, flabbergasted. He knew that Ling Xiao was exceptionally talented and daring. However, he never expected that this young man would kill several so-called geniuses participating in the White Tiger Tempest meet so soon after coming to the Tianhai Empire. Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao, and the adoration in her eyes did not change. She liked Ling Xiao, not because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because Ling Xiao saved her and her father. She felt that this man could be entrusted to her for the rest of her life. So what? It still doesn't change the fact that you're trash. Of those people you killed, which one of them entered the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's martial artist candidates? Although Sun Yuanji was also somewhat surprised, he was not overly surprised. With Ling Zhao's strength, if he could kill his younger brother, Sun Wushuang, then killing a few martial artist candidates was not strange. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered. As you said, I indeed haven't killed anyone who entered the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's martial artist candidates. However, that's only because I haven't encountered them. Today, you'll help me make up for this shortcoming. Arrogant. Sun Yuanji shouted. Your good luck ends here. As he spoke, his fighting spirit erupted, brimming with powerful fighting spirit. Ling Xiao must die. To Sun Yuanji, Ling Xiao was an unerasable stain on the Xianxia Empire. Only by killing him could he wash away this humiliation. Perhaps this is the end of your good fortune. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, similarly erupting with a powerful fighting spirit. He was like an unsheathed peerless sword, incomparably sharp. He faced Sun Yuanji head-on, not backing down in the slightest. Ha ha ha, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Although the White Tiger meet didn't officially invite martial artists from the Skydragon and Divine Phoenix continents, it did specially invite one or two of the strongest and most dazzling young geniuses from the two continents. But do you know what happened to them? You definitely don't know, or you wouldn't be so arrogant. This young master can tell you that they never entered the second round. They were all eliminated in the first round. Sun Yuanji's words were full of mockery. In the end, the White Tiger meet was a martial arts arena between the four great empires and the righteous sect. The other small countries, including the former Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, were nothing but foils. Perhaps they weren't even foils, but cannon fodder through and through, stepping stones for others to step on. Besides humiliation, there was only humiliation. That's all in the past. I, Ling Xiao, have set foot in the Xianxia Empire. This humiliation will be thoroughly washed away. Ling Xiao was very calm. He absolutely believed Sun Yuanji's words. But so what? The Divine Phoenix continent and Skydragon continent's martial artists weren't good enough not because of their aptitude, but because the mystic world's laws didn't allow them to become stronger. At the same time, they also lacked more powerful martial arts and better resources. But now, the situation was different. The Skydragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent had merged, and the mystic world's laws had changed. The resources that had been extinct on the two continents had reappeared. The Celestial Empire had to get a good ranking in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. He was one, Dan Feng was another, and perhaps Cold Plum and Long Chen could also obtain a good ranking. It was time to change the history of martial artists from the other side being cannon fodder. You are quite confident. However, every cultivator who has been invited to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet is very confident. They all thought that they could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, the ending is very cruel. Sun Yuanji sneered. Haha, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? Why don't we fight? We'll know whether you're laughably ignorant or I'm arrogant after the battle. However, after your crushing defeat, you must not cry. Otherwise, that proud hat of yours will definitely fall off. Ling Xiao knew that Sun Yuanji said so much just to strike a blow to his confidence. Unfortunately, no matter what his opponents did, they could not affect him. His will was as firm as a 10,000-year-old boulder. Fine, I'll let you know before you die. That way, you'll know how big the gap is between you and a true genius. Sun Yuanji did not want to waste his saliva. Anyway, no matter what he said, Ling Xiao did not seem to be swayed. After saying that, two strange balls, one black and one white, appeared behind him and began to revolve around his body. This is my martial soul, black and white mysterious jade. Sun Yuanji announced proudly. When the black and white mysterious jade works with my yin-yang revolution, even a mid-yin-yang realm martial artist would fear me. With this combination, I've already killed 2 mid-yin-yang realm martial artists. It's really a waste to kill you. However, to show you your ignorance, I'll do my best. From beginning to end, his words were filled with an overbearing arrogance. Big brother Ling, you must be careful. The yin-yang revolution can reverse the yin and yang. It's impossible to guard against it. Lu Lian hurriedly reminded him. No one knew Sun Yuanji better than her. After all, before she lost her cultivation, she had often abused Sun Yuanji. Both yin and yang came from the same source. Her yin-yang fish was stronger than Sun Yuanji's black and white mysterious jade. Reverse yin and yang? This is interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly thought of something interesting. There was such an ability in his light and shadow ultimacy. Perhaps he could test out its power today and give Sun Yuanji a shock. Wretched woman, you're protecting this adulterer. But so what? Even if he knows my abilities, can he withstand it? Sun Yuanji was very confident and his tone was filled with disdain and arrogance. Obviously, he had absolute confidence in killing Ling Xiao since he dared to reveal his martial soul and cultivation technique. I really want to know, when you're defeated by me, will your arrogance still exist? Ling Xiao's smile was filled with strong confidence. Divine Light Sword, Dark Demon Sword, Massacre Sword, Destruction Sword, Fusion, Dark Massacre Sword, Destructive Light Sword, Sky Demon Fighting Spirit. Golden Crow Fighting Spirit. Facing such an arrogant opponent, Ling Xiao planned to defeat him as easily as crushing dry weeds. He held the Destructive Light Sword in his right hand. It was blazing hot. He held the Dark Massacre Sword in his left hand. It was cold and emotionless. A Sky Demon and a Golden Crow appeared behind him. They released a strong fighting spirit that caused all the martial artists to tremble. Sun Yuanji had yang in his right hand and yin in his left. Ling Xiao was the same and he was even stronger than his opponent. Is the yin-yang revolution very powerful? Is the black and white Xian Jade martial soul very powerful? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. In terms of darkness and light, I'm not targeting anyone. In front of me, you're all trash. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands and was domineering. He was like a demon god floating in midair. His black pupils were filled with disdain and mockery. In the next moment, he opened the Tai Chi eye in his left eye. His black and white pupils were filled with wisdom and calculation. He opened the 3-leaf demonic eyes in his right eye. The 3 green pupils were like 3 leaves. They shot out a strange and soul-stirring light. You said that I can't block your attack. Why should I block it? I don't need to be so passive against you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao took a step forward and teleported right in front of Sun Yuanji as if he was just inches away. Now, you should think about how you're going to block my attack. The immortal light sword shone with a dazzling light. The golden crow fighting spirit behind him exploded and absorbed the power of the red sun in the sky. It made the sword even brighter. Even the air seemed to be burning. The dark massacre sword stabbed out from the shadows. The sky demon fighting spirit exploded and the black killing intent exploded in the void. Sun Yuanji's face turned cold. They were so close, such a terrifying sword intent of massacre and destruction, he found it difficult to adapt to such a terrifying power. In a hurry, he clasped his hands and punched out. A black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky. The power of ice and fire burned in the Tai Chi diagram and was released. Boom! However, the hasty attack was meaningless. The terrifying sword intent of the destructive light sword tore the void and cut the Tai Chi diagram in half. The sword of annihilation tore apart the Tai Chi diagram, and then the sword of darkness of massacre unleashed a cold killing intent that stabbed at Sun Yuanji's vitals. Sun Yuanji felt his entire body stiffen. Not daring to meet this attack, he fled into the distance. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running? Ling Zhao's cold and mocking voice echoed across the battlefield. The cold sword gleam instantly pierced through Sun Yuanji's origin energy protection. Sun Yuanji was shocked. Yin-yang rotation. Black and white reversal. He hastily let out a furious roar and instantly unleashed the trump card he had been hiding at the bottom of his chest. At that moment, Sun Yuanji's body turned into nothingness. Not far from him, his true body appeared. Yin-yang rotation, black and white fusion, fission. After dodging Ling Zhao's attack, Sun Yuanji's rage reached an uncontrollable level. He, the mighty Sun Yuanji, was being pursued by Ling Xiao like this. He had to counterattack. The strange Taiji diagram in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying energy charged at Ling Xiao. At such a close distance, Ling Xiao definitely couldn't dodge. A cold smile appeared on Sun Yuanji's face. But a moment later, he was once more dumbstruck. Annihilation. Ling Xiao coldly spat out these two words. Without using any technique, the Taiji had accurately grasped the flaw in his opponent's attack. And then the sword of annihilation stabbed forward. The sword of annihilation tore apart this terrifying explosive energy. After destroying this explosive energy, Ling Xiao charged at Sun Yuanji once more, not needing to adjust the two swords in his hands. Run! Terrified, Sun Yuanji repeatedly retreated, barely dodging Ling Xiao's sword gleams each time. But at this time, his clothes were already in tatters, and there were several dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. Although they were all superficial wounds, he was still in a sorry state. Haha, is this the strength of the top 20 geniuses of the Sky Sea Empire? Your so-called strength is just being abused? You look down on the Dragon Prince, but I think the Dragon Prince has more guts than you. At least he dares to face me head-on. Ling Xiao held his sword with both hands and looked coldly at Sun Yuanji, who was not far away. He laughed and mocked him. The other party's arrogance had long since disappeared. What replaced it was fear and depression. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Only then did Sun Yuanji catch his breath, but his face was ashen and extremely unsightly. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, thinking that they were dreaming. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao held the light and darkness divine swords in his hands, and the primordial heavenly demon and primordial golden crow battle were gathered behind him. He was like a demonic god from the ancient times, unstoppable. From the very beginning, he had suppressed Sun Yuanji with an unstoppable momentum. Sun Yuanji wanted to escape, but he was unable to completely escape every time. He would be swept by the sword beam every time. What was this? This was no longer as simple as having the upper hand. This was a complete suppression. This was simply too shocking. Actually, they were surprised. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, with Sun Yuanji's cultivation, he should not be so incompetent. He could only blame his mental fortitude for being too weak. He had probably never been challenged much in the Tianhai Empire. Unlike Ling Xiao, who had crawled out of piles of corpses several times. Now that I think about it, your arrogance is really laughable. I really don't know where your so-called pride and honor come from. Ling Xiao wanted to make the other party feel like they were on the brink of collapse, to feel disappointment and despair. Sun Yuanji's face burned. Such a wretched situation was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance and self-righteousness. It was really too miserable. You were the one who asked for it. Then don't blame me. Sun Yuanji's body began to change amidst his rage. Gradually, a huge crocodile appeared in the sky. He chose to activate the crocodile bloodline and directly enter the giant crocodile incarnation. He stretched 7 to 8 meters and swung his tail, causing the air to shake. The black and white jade was still suspended above his body. His martial soul and bloodline erupted together. It seemed that Sun Yuanji was really going to go all out. After the giant crocodile incarnation appeared, Sun Yuanji did not waste any more words. He was afraid that if he said anything now, he would be slapped in the face again. His huge body pounced directly at Ling Xiao, roaring continuously. As he closed in, his huge tail suddenly swung, and a ball of blazing flames descended from the sky. With a whoosh, it smashed viciously towards Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and spat out a ball of dense black gas, which enveloped his huge body. It was said that a dragon's head could be seen but its tail could not be seen. Sun Yuanji could only see a black fog and the whooshing of the wind. Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. The giant crocodile tail slammed into the sword of light destruction. Ling Xiao immediately felt as if 1,000 kilograms of force were pressing down on him. His body sank and he plummeted downwards. Boom! Ling Xiao's body crashed into the ground, creating a hole in the bluestone-paved ground. He raised his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he smiled. That's more like it. You really disappointed me just now. However, it's far from enough to kill me with such an attack. Pretentious. A rough voice came from the pitch-black fog. The area covered by the fog was getting bigger and bigger, and it gradually filled the entire battlefield. Many people could not see the situation within the fog. That Ling Xiao just now seems to be at his limit. Who knows? Isn't that kid still laughing? The crowd did not dare to jump to conclusions now, because they had been slapped in the face several times by Ling Xiao. In the black fog, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye released a strange light. In the distance, a huge figure wriggled rapidly towards him. Ignorant. I've seen this tactic many years ago. Can you really hide under my Tai Chi eye? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. He looked at his opponent coldly, and the two swords in his hands began to accumulate power, preparing to end the battle with the next attack. Die. A deep roar came from the black fog, and there was no definite direction. However, Ling Xiao caught sight of his opponent's figure, and then the two swords combined. Human King's sword, kill, a terrifying sword chi tore apart the black fog, and stabbed towards the figure in the black fog. Yin-yang reversal, black and white reversal. As if he had felt the terror of the Human King's sword, Sun Yuanji had already thought of a countermeasure. As yin and yang reversed, the black fog turned into a clear sky. And the clear sky turned into black fog. Black and white were reversed in an instant. Although it was only in a small area, it was enough to put Ling Xiao in danger. The place where his Human King's sword stabbed was no longer Sun Yuanji, but the air. At this moment, it was impossible to stop. However, Sun Yuanji appeared behind him, revealing his sharp claws and teeth and a sinister smile. Everyone could clearly see Ling Xiao being tricked by Sun Yuanji's yin-yang revolution technique. Because the black fog had disappeared. They looked at this scene in shock, feeling that Ling Xiao was doomed. Die, you stupid and arrogant brat. Sun Yuanji also made a declaration of victory. However, the corners of hot Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said before, in front of me, your yin-yang revolution technique is nothing more than a trap of your own making. Light and Shadow sixth profound killing move, reversing eye. As the light and shadow profound meaning energy circulated, Ling Xiao's Taiji eye released a strange light. In that instant, all the changes returned to their original positions, black and white switched again, the real body and the illusory body reversed again. Ling Xiao's sword once more stabbed at Sun Yuanji's giant crocodile avatar. Swish, swish. The Human King's sword pierced into the thick leather armor of the giant crocodile avatar with an immortal aura. Sun Yuanji let out a mournful howl like a wild beast. The giant crocodile avatar instantly collapsed, and Sun Yuanji returned to his half-crocodile state. This was the result of his lack of control over the power of his bloodline. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too strange. Just now, they had no idea what method Ling Xiao had used to break Sun Yuanji's yin-yang revolution. They only knew that in that instant, the yin-yang revolution had completely lost its effect. You truly disappoint me. The top 20 genius martial artists of the Tianhai Empire are not even worth mentioning. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out, and the Human King's sword once more stabbed out. Swoosh. Ah. The terrifying Human King's sword pierced through Sun Yuanji's chest with an unstoppable sharpness. A massive bloody hole took shape there. Then Ling Xiao flung the sword, and the deformed Sun Yuanji was flung away like a piece of trash. Aoo. Sun Yuanji fell to the ground and let out a painful howl like a wolf. He felt as if countless ants were biting his body, and the terrifying sword energy was still wreaking havoc in his body. Ling Xiao looked coldly at this 8th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Too weak, really too weak, he felt that it was easier than dealing with a 7th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. It seemed that cultivation was not enough to determine a person's combat power. Sun Yuanji was like a flower in a greenhouse that was instantly destroyed by the outside world. He was truly disappointed. He originally wanted to use this battle with Sun Yuanji to raise his cultivation level. But in reality, he had not even used 70% of his strength. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Sun Yuanji with a cold smile on his face. Have you never thought that you would lie on the ground like a dog and not be able to do anything at all? Nobility, what happened to your arrogance? What happened to your arrogance? Ling Xiao mercilessly mocked this so-called prodigy who had come with an imposing aura. Didn't you want to end my good luck? Let me see how powerful the Tianhai Empire's geniuses are. You want me to see it just like that? Your backward-facing wild goose landing technique is not bad, but unfortunately, it's not very useful. Don't come over. Sun Yuanji moved back in fear. Unfortunately, his body could no longer rise into the air. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to escape. Attack. The Sun Clan's elite martial artists who had been watching the battle from the periphery finally recovered from their shock. Among the hundreds of people, a few of the strongest ones pounced at Sun Yuanji in an attempt to save him. As for the other martial artists, they all charged at Ling Xiao. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao let out a roar, and countless sword chi suddenly condensed around his body before shooting towards the crowd. It was only one move. More than half of the so-called elite martial artists died. Only a few of the stronger cultivators managed to survive. They were so terrified that they turned around and fled, not even caring about Sun Yuanji. Elite martial artists? I think they're just trash martial artists. Ling Xiao sneered and quickly walked towards Sun Yuanji. Let your arrogance and nobility turn into blood and my energy. Ling Xiao released the 18 hell talismans. The terrifying ghost hand once again reached out from the blood soul talisman and dragged Sun Yuanji's body in. Mournful screams rang out continuously. But it was no use. Sun Yuanji was sealed in the 18 hell talismans and was completely done for. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who withdrew the blood soul talismans and stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, dazed. Terrifying, shocking, unimaginable, Ling Xiao's performance today completely overturned their understanding of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists. Cannon fodder, perhaps the Dragon Phoenix Continent's martial artists would truly become a dark horse in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. Especially this Ling Xiao. He was too terrifying. They did not see the scene where Ling Xiao killed the Great Elder and Sun Wuji. However, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Wushuang, casually killed the Third Elder, helped Lu Lian recover her cultivation, and then killed the Lu family's old patriarch. They had seen everything clearly. What they found most inconceivable was that Sun Yuanji came with hatred, noble, arrogant, and supercilious. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. However, Ling Xiao killed the imperial family's martial artist in front of Sun Yuanji, causing Sun Yuanji to lose all face. Not only that, Ling Xiao held his sword with both hands and soared through the air, completely crushing Sun Yuanji from beginning to end. In the end, Sun Yuanji, a martial artist ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire, was killed. This scene kept replaying in their minds. Many people still couldn't believe that what they saw was real. They thought that they were dreaming. Although this battle might not become a classic, it would definitely remain in their memories for a long time. Lu Qing swallowed his saliva. He had never imagined such an ending. Ling Xiao actually killed Sun Yuanji. To think that he had told Ling Xiao to run for his life at the beginning. It turned out that this youth was actually so terrifying. He had really misjudged. He had completely misjudged. Lu Lian looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of adoration. She had already completely fallen in love with Ling Xiao. Seeing the man she liked kill the Sun family's martial artists who had once tortured the Lu family until they pissed their pants in terror. Her heart was as sweet as honey. This kind of ending was really the most beautiful. Miss Lu, come over here for a moment. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Lian and suddenly said. Lu Lian did not know what he meant, but because she had complete trust in Ling Xiao, she did not hesitate to walk towards Ling Xiao. Sun Yuanji just said that your Lu family has ice fire grass? Ling Xiao asked. I dare not hide it from young hero Ling. We do have ice fire grass. Lu Qing hurriedly replied. Take it out and give it to me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Lu Qing froze for a moment. To tell the truth, he definitely would not be happy to hand over his Lu family's treasure. However, Ling Xiao had helped his Lu family out of a predicament today. Even if it was the ice fire grass, it was fine to give it to him. From Lu Qing's point of view, Ling Xiao was someone he couldn't offend. This young man was too scary. He was definitely the kind of person who would kill at the slightest disagreement. The crowd also felt that Ling Zhao's request wasn't excessive. After all, Lu Qing had already planned to give the ice fire grass to Sun Yuanji. Young hero, please wait a moment. Lu Qing left for a while. When he returned, he held a flower pot in his hand. In the pot, there was a strange plant made of ice and fire that was shining with a unique light. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Lu Qing's reaction. To be honest, if Lu Qing wasn't willing to hand over the ice fire grass, he would have turned and left. As for the Lu family's future, he didn't care. Fortunately, Lu Qing didn't disappoint him. Miss Lu, sit cross-legged. Ling Xiao instructed. Lu Lian nodded and sat cross-legged in the air, 1 foot above the ground. Then, Ling Xiao released the eye of the immortal flask and completely absorbed the energy of the ice fire grass. When the ice fire grass completely withered, Ling Xiao stopped absorbing. I'll help you recover to your peak. This way, even if Sun Yuanji comes, you won't have to fear him. After saying this, the immortal flask spat out a black and white light that entered Lu Lian's body. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Lu Qing and the crowd were stunned. After all this time, Ling Xiao didn't want the ice fire grass for himself, but for Lu Lian. The Lu family was really lucky to have such a person. After about 15 minutes, Ling Xiao put away the immortal flask. Lu Lian opened her eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. She happily turned to Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling, I've recovered, I've finally recovered. It's good that you've recovered. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qing and said, I'll take the remaining energy of the ice fire grass as a reward. Is there a problem? No problem. Lu Qing hurriedly replied. What kind of joke was this? Although the ice fire grass was good, it couldn't let Lu Lian recover her cultivation so quickly. Now that he was paying the price of the ice fire grass to let his daughter recover her cultivation, not only would his daughter regain the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet, but the Lu family would also be safe. This was simply a huge bargain. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Miss Lu, let's meet again at the White Tiger Summit. Ling Xiao smiled, then stepped into the air and left. With a wave of his sleeves, he did not take away a single cloud. He was still so carefree and at ease. Lu Lian wanted to call Ling Xiao but gave up in the end. She liked Ling Xiao, but she couldn't force Ling Xiao to like her. More importantly, the Lu family needed her now, so she couldn't leave easily. At the same time, Ling Xiao had returned to the Tower of Heroes. It was obvious that many battles had taken place here. The air was filled with the smell of death. Although the bloodstains had been cleaned up and the corpses had been disposed of, Ling Zhao's sense of smell told him that there was no way he would miss the remnants of the smell. Pushing open the door, Ling Xiao entered the courtyard where the other 6 martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire resided. Ji Luoyu went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to find her father, Ji Qing, to help Ling Xiao gather the ingredients for the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Scarlet Young Mala Tang, so she wasn't here. There was also a thick smell of blood here. However, Dan Feng and the others were still alive. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He didn't ask what happened because there was no need. He wasn't these people's nanny. Some things had to be experienced. He only took out healing medicinal pills and gave them to a few injured people to let them heal. At the same time, he gave the myriad ghost banner, 9 nether devil art, and 9-headed devil bird martial soul to Cold Plum, letting Cold Plum go into closed-door cultivation. There was still quite some time before the White Tiger Summit. As long as Cold Plum cultivated well, she would definitely have a breakthrough before the White Tiger Summit began. Brother Dan Feng, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao brought Cold Plum into his room and then took out the Tai Chi stone. He directly ate it in one bite. When others used the Tai Chi stone, they would absorb the energy inside. However, he was a little too overbearing. He actually ate it like it was candy. Cold Plum, if you encounter any trouble, just call me. Don't mess around. After reminding Cold Plum, Ling Xiao entered a cultivation state. The yin and yang energies released by the Tai Chi stone continuously poured into his meridians. Above his head, a brand new gate of hell appeared. Written on it were the words Steaming Hell. This was the 5th layer of hell. The appearance of the steaming hell also meant that Ling Xiao was not far from the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. The essence soul was placed in the steaming hell. Terrifying steam constantly attacked, making people feel like they were about to be melted. Ling Xiao's essence soul was entrenched in it and actually started cultivating. This kind of environment was very effective for tempering one's essence soul. Ling Xiao did not want to miss this opportunity. On the other side, Cold Plum also entered a cultivation state. She held the 10,000 ghost banner in her hand and the Yin spirit energy kept pouring into her body. The 9-headed demon bird martial soul began to merge with the ghost spirit martial soul. She circulated the 9. Nether demonic art and the Yin spirit energy started to temper her body and raise her cultivation. In the room, a sinister aura kept gathering. Even the souls that had just died in the Hall of Heroes were attracted by the terrifying and eerie aura and rushed into the room. The people outside the room could hear the cries of ghosts and hells. However, they did not need to worry. As long as Ling Xiao was inside, nothing would happen. Alright, all of you should cultivate too. Before the White Tiger Summit, raise your cultivation as much as you can. I will protect everyone. Dan Feng looked at the rest and said. It was already very difficult for his cultivation to continue breaking through unless he obtained a treasure that could break through the shackles or had a fortuitous encounter. Right now, what he needed to do was to continuously accumulate yin and yang energy. This way, when it was time to break through, he would naturally be able to break through. While the 7 martial artists of the Heavenly Empire were either cultivating or recuperating from their injuries. Sun Yuanji's death had already been spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sea City by many people. There were too many people watching the show. It was impossible to block this news even if they wanted to. Now, almost everyone in Heavenly Sea City knew that the top 20 martial artist candidate Sun Yuanji was killed by the Heavenly Empire's martial artist Ling Xiao from the Dragon Phoenix continent. This was a very shocking matter. All along, the martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent who came to the White Tiger continent had never entered the top 100 even if they were the most outstanding geniuses. But today, Sun Yuanji, who was ranked in the top 20, was actually killed. How could this not be shocking? The Liu family's residence once again became the gathering place of martial artists. Because little demonic beast Sun had come to seek revenge. Little demonic beast Sun's appearance was extremely rough and barbaric. He was also dressed like a savage. That seemingly sturdy body exuded an aura that was as terrifying as a wild beast's. The martial artists of the Liu family all looked at little demonic beast Sun in the courtyard with fear and trepidation. They did not expect that this revenge would come so quickly. Sun little demonic beast hadn't made a move yet. Because someone else had come. Ha ha ha, old Sun, your son Yuanji is too useless. He was killed by that Ling Xiao? The voice of the newcomer was quite rough, and his body was even stronger than Sun little demonic beast. While speaking, he stood directly beside Sun little demonic beast and spoke without reservation. Wang Xiang. Sun little demonic beast glanced at the newcomer and said lightly, "What are you doing here?" Ha ha ha, we are all one of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Can't I help you? Wang Xiang laughed. No need. Sun little demonic beast said lightly. Don't be so polite. I heard that the little girl of the Liu family is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm also here to admire her. Wang Xiang was not polite at all. Wang Xiang, what's the use of running so fast? You can't see the fun. Right at this moment, another 2 people arrived gracefully. One of them was skinny and had snake-like pupils, which made him look very strange. Changxi, you are slow, right? Another person appeared as he spoke. This person was extremely fat, but he could actually fly in the sky, which showed that his cultivation was profound. Bah, Junan, you still have the face to talk about me? Aren't you the slow one? Changxi said angrily. It's so lively. I didn't expect the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy to appear. It seems that I have come at the right time. Suddenly, the air was filled with a gloomy aura of death. A warrior in black with a thick black cloth wrapped around his right hand appeared. Judging from his age, he should be about 30 years old. Ghost Hand Old Jiu, what does this have to do with you? Why are you here? Wang Xiang frowned and said. I'm just here to watch the fun. Ghost-hand old Joe sat on the roof and smiled faintly. Humph, you'd better not make a move. Otherwise, the four beasts will not let you go. Junan snorted coldly. Even if I make a move, what can you do? Ghost-hand old Joe was surrounded by black gas. He was not afraid of the four beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. He, well said. I'll join in the fun too. This time, it was actually a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her laughter was like a silver bell, but it was filled with a very sinister aura. Tiny. There was probably no one in the Tianhai Empire who wouldn't recognize this 7 or 8-year-old child. Because in the entire White Tiger continent, there was no other child as powerful as him. He was only 8 years old, but he was already one of the 7 minor saints. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. You actually want to interfere? Little Devil Beast Son frowned. He couldn't figure out Ghost-hand old Joe, but at least he knew that his opponent's trump card was his right arm. But this little guy was completely unfathomable. I'm only here to see if Miss Lu Lian's body has really been purged of the goo worm. After all, this is a problem that even I can't solve. I didn't expect that it would be solved by someone else. I'm a little unwilling. Xiao Budian smiled and said. It's just little devil Sunday Sun Yuanji's strength is not weak. Will he really lose to that person called Ling Xiao? Little Devil Beast Sun's face was gloomy and he didn't answer. To be honest, until now, he still couldn't believe that it was true. If someone told him that Lu Lian had recovered her cultivation and killed Sun Yuanji, he could still accept it. However, the surrounding martial artists all expressed that they had seen everything clearly. It was that person called Ling Xiao who had killed Sun Wushuang, and then Sun Yuanji. It seems to be true. I'm just curious. Will Sun Yuanji's death alarm the four heroes? Xiao Budian said with a smile. The four heroes only care about themselves. They don't even care about the 7 minor saints. Why would they care about Sun Yuanji's death? However, the leader of the 7 minor saints, Water God Sun, should be here. Ghost-hand old Jiao suddenly said. Why? Don't you know? That Ling Xiao almost killed the 7 heroes and the Dragon Prince by himself. Will Water God Sun not appear? Ghost-hand old Jiao said with a smile. It can't be. I've seen the Dragon Prince. Although his cultivation isn't too strong, he's at the 6th level of Yin-Yang realm. Coupled with the Heavenly Dragon King bloodline, how could he be killed by a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent? Xianxia frowned and asked. Who knows? That's what the rumors say. I don't know how the 6 heroes of the 7 heroes died. However, when the number 1 hero and the Dragon Prince were killed, there were many martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix mountain present. That Ling Xiao seems to have the Blood Soul Talisman. Ghost-hand old Jiao replied. This Ling Xiao is probably the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Empire, right? Little Devil Sun suddenly asked. Maybe, but not necessarily. There were a few battles in the Heroes' Pavilion today and dozens of candidates died. However, none of the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire died. Ling Xiao wasn't present at that time. Do you think that there aren't any experts among the remaining candidates? Ghost-hand old Jiao's information was very timely and very complete. Since you know so much, then you should also know about Ling Xiao's cultivation? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Ghost-hand old Jiao. This voice sounded too abruptly and gave Ghost-hand old Jiao a fright. Just as he was about to flee, a hand had already landed on his shoulder, making him unable to move at all. Water God's child. Everyone looked at the person behind Ghost Hand. Old Jiao. That person was wearing a blue robe. Her face was delicate and cold. She was actually a woman. However, this woman was too terrifying. When she appeared, the others didn't react at all. The number 1 of the 7 minor saints wasn't bragging. Greetings, Water God's child. Ghost-hand old Jiao hurriedly said politely. The rest of the people also bowed one after another. Ghost-hand old Jiao, I ask you a question and you answer it. Is that okay? Water God let go of his hand and said indifferently. Of course, I will tell you everything I know. Ghost-hand old Jiao was really frightened by Water God's child. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. What's Ling Zhao's cultivation? Water God asked. According to my investigation, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm when he fought with the Dragon Prince and the first hero on Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ghost Hand Old Zhou answered. Really? Water God was obviously in disbelief. The Dragon Prince's cultivation was at the sixth level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he kill him at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm? Water God, I'm really not lying. He might have hidden his cultivation, but he was only at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm when he unleashed it. After that, he entered the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower and killed a few candidates in front of Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanchuang. At that time, his cultivation was already at the fourth level of the Yin-Yang realm. Fan Ruohai, young Master Fan, can testify to this. Mu Wanchuang, one of the four heroes, can testify as well. Ghost Hand Old Zhou said carefully. His cultivation speed is so fast? No, he must have hidden his cultivation. Continue. Ghost Hand Lao Zhou continued, when Ling Xiao fought with Sun Wushuang, he was obviously only at the fourth level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, when he fought with Sun Yuanji, he unleashed the power of the fifth level of the Yin-Yang realm. It seems like he did hide his cultivation level. However, is it possible for him to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm when he's only at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Water Shensi frowned. He was not the only one. The others also found it unbelievable. This was why little demonic beast Sun was unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Yuanji. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, a genius could challenge someone who was one level higher or even 2 levels higher. However, Sun Yuanji was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a genius martial artist. The black and white mystic jade martial soul combined with the yin-yang will technique was extremely powerful. However, Ling Xiao had managed to kill someone who was 3 levels higher than him. Was it possible? Lu Lian, come out now. Otherwise, we'll destroy your Lu family today. Little demonic beast Sun suddenly shouted toward the house. He needed a truth. Perhaps Lu Lian could tell him the truth. This was because Lu Lian was not good at lying. Even if she was lying, she would be able to tell at a glance. The others also hoped that Lu Lian could come out and explain, so they did not stop her. After a while, Lu Lian, who was wearing a pink dress, slowly walked into the courtyard. She glanced at the crowd calmly and smiled. I, Lu Lian, am really honored. I didn't expect the 7 small saints of Tianhai to be here. Hee, you've really recovered. Your cultivation level seems to have recovered too. Interesting. Xiao Budian was the first to fly to Lu Lian's side. After observing her for a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. I've recovered. It's all thanks to Brother Ling, Lu Lian said calmly. In fact, she was a few years older than Ling Xiao. She called Ling Xiao Brother Ling out of affection. It had nothing to do with age. Let me ask you. Were Sun Wuji, Sun Wushuang, and Sun Yuanji killed by Ling Xiao? Little demonic beast Sun did not care about Lu Lian's health. He was more concerned about his revenge. Are you questioning me? Lu Lian coldly looked at little devil beast Sun and asked. That's right, I am questioning you. So what? Little devil beast Sun Xiao released a barbaric aura from all over his body, covering the sky and covering the earth as he rolled towards Lu Lian. This clearly meant that if you don't cooperate with me, I'll kill you. Nothing. It's just that the Lu family doesn't welcome people like you. Get lost. Lu Lian's pupils shrank as she raised her right hand. A terrifying force broke through the air. This power broke through the breath released by Sun Little Magic Beast and then directly hit Sun Little Magic Beast, sending him flying out of the Lu family's house. What? The 7 small saints were shocked when they saw this. Although this attack was largely due to Little Magic Beast Sun not being able to guard against it, it was still obvious that Lu Lian's strength was stronger than Little Magic Beast Sun's. Huh. Interesting. This girl's cultivation has actually recovered to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Xiao Budian said excitedly, this Ling Xiao, I really plan to meet him. I also want to meet him. Little devil beast Sun gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He had no intention of fighting back. As a martial artist, and a genius martial artist at that, he knew that he was no match for Lu Lian with this attack alone. If he fought back forcefully, he would only embarrass himself in the end. After all, there was a huge gap between a 9th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist and a 10th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He was a genius, but so was Lu Lian. Therefore, he did not even dare to think about challenging someone of a higher level. If you want to find Brother Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be stupid. You're no match for him. Lu Lian said nonchalantly. Is his cultivation level the same as yours? Little Devil Beast Son asked with a frown. No, his cultivation level is only at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I can confirm this. Lu Lian said nonchalantly. Lu Lian, are you insulting me? Although I'm no match for you, and it doesn't matter if I'm kicked out of the 7 small saints, you're saying that I can't even defeat a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? Little Devil Beast Son was furious. Since you don't believe me, you can try. I just don't want the 4 geniuses of the Sun family to die in the hands of one person. It's fine if you don't believe me. Lu Lian's tone was cold, but she was actually worried about Ling Xiao. After all, even she felt that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Little Devil Beast Son, who was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm with his 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm cultivation level. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Although cultivation level was not the only factor to measure combat power, it was impossible for the gap to be so big. Unfortunately, Little Devil Beast Son did not buy it. He was a child raised by a demon beast, so he naturally had the ferocity and craziness of a wild beast. I don't believe it. If I, Little Devil Beast Son, can't even defeat a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, then I'll automatically be kicked out of the 7 small saints and give you my position. Little Devil Beast Son coldly snorted. He then turned around and left. Lu Lian, I will bring Ling Xiao's head to my 3 brothers. Everyone, we shouldn't miss out on such a good show, right? Wang Xiang smiled. He gently stepped on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. He then chased after Sun Xiao Magic Beast toward the hero's pavilion. Changxi and Junan also followed. Ghost Hand Old Jiao and Xiao Budian also followed. Water God Sun disappeared from the spot and turned into a blue light. He also headed towards the outstanding building. No, I have to go and take a look too. If Brother Ling is in danger, I might be able to help. Although Lu Lian believed in Ling Xiao, she was also worried about Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation level was not as powerful as she imagined. Little Devil Beast Son's attack was really worrisome. Anyway, the Lu family was not in any danger, so she did not have to stay at home. Thinking of this, she also tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. She instantly caught up with the few people in front of her. Among the 7 small saints, Water God Sun's cultivation level was the highest. He was only at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lu Lian's cultivation level was similar to Water God Sun's. Naturally, she was stronger than the 7 small saints. This was also why some people said that if Lu Lian was not poisoned, she might even become one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai. Outstanding building. Not long after the massacre, several figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Then, they directly landed in the courtyard. This scene alarmed a large number of martial candidates in the outstanding building. The 7 small saints are all here? Everyone looked at these 7 people in surprise. They were a little surprised. Where do the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire stay? Little Devil Beast Son asked directly. These people had special privileges and did not need to stay in the outstanding building. Therefore, they were not very clear about the situation in the outstanding building. Over there. Someone pointed in a direction. It was a very elegant courtyard within the Tower of Heroes. Such a courtyard is actually for the martial artists of the rebel country to stay in. What a bunch of trash. Little Devil Beast Son snorted coldly. He was even more unhappy. There were only 2 courtyards in the Tower of Heroes. In the past, those who lived there were all powerful candidates from the Tianhai Empire. Who would have thought that one of the courtyards would be occupied by the cannon fodder from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He broke through the air and the others followed. Little Devil Beast Sun directly stepped onto the roof of the courtyard and shouted, "Ling Xiao, get out here! Get out here! Get out here!" The terrifying roar was like thunder that continuously rumbled into the courtyard. A moment later, several figures rose into the air and stood on the roof. Dan Feng, Long Chen, Feng Minglian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaozong were all there. The leader, Dan Feng, looked very ordinary. However, under this ordinary appearance, there was an aura that made people not dare to underestimate him. Long Chen looked even more ferocious. He stood there like an ancient dragon, breathing in and out an aura that made people feel stifled. Feng Minglian was an outstanding beauty, and her cultivation was extraordinary. Her icy aura spread out, causing many martial artists to feel a chill run down their spines. Only Mou and Zhu Xiaozong were slightly weaker, but they didn't show any weakness. "Who are you? You dare to barge into the Tower of Heroes and disturb our rest?" Zhu Xiaozong looked coldly at Little Devil Beast Sunday. His expression wasn't very good. When they came up, they clearly felt that something was wrong with Cold Plum, who was cultivating. She was affected by that voice. "I am Little Devil Beast, son of the Tianhai Sacred Academy, one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. Which one of you is Ling Xiao?" Little Devil Beast Sun asked coldly. He didn't care about Zhu Xiaozong's question at all because he didn't put anyone here in his eyes. "Little Devil Beast Sun? I've heard of you, but my celestial emperor is in seclusion and is not suitable to receive guests. Please go back," Dan Feng said indifferently. Even an idiot could see that these people were here to cause trouble. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were in seclusion. Dan Feng definitely wouldn't allow these people to disturb them. Today, he has to see me whether he wants to or not. Little Devil Beast Sun didn't give Dan Feng any face at all. He rushed into the house and roared again, "Ling Xiao, get the hell out of here." His voice contained a terrifying amount of internal energy, causing the house to shake continuously. However, right at that moment, Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Their voices collided with each other in the air and then exploded. The walls of the courtyard collapsed and the door was destroyed, but the sound did not affect Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, who were inside the house. "Dragon roar? Are you the descendant of the legendary golden dragon of the Celestial Dynasty Empire?" Little Devil Beast Sun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be someone here who could block his roar technique. "That's right, it's me," Long Chen said loudly. "It's not easy for the descendants of the golden dragon to survive. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, all of you will die today," Sun Little Devil coldly said. "Die?" Long Chen curled his lips and said, "There are many people who want us to die. Just a quarter of an hour ago, there were more than a dozen corpses lying here. Why don't you try lying down as well? Arrogant. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're from the Dragon Clan. You're just thick-skinned. Your cultivation is too weak. You're no match for me." Little Devil Beast Sun coldly snorted. "I didn't say that I'm invincible. At least in our Celestial Dynasty Empire, there are many people who are stronger than me. But you, aren't you being too arrogant? Even if my brother Ling doesn't make a move, do you really think that you can do whatever you want?" Long Chen disdainfully said, "Why don't we exchange blows first? Long Chen, you're no match for him. Let me do it." Dan Feng secretly transmitted his voice. He could tell that Little Devil Beast Sun's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not to mention Long Chen, even Ling Xiao might not be his match. Among the martial artists in the Celestial Dynasty Empire, only he had the strength to fight with Little Devil Beast Sunday brother Dan Feng. I know that I'm no match for him. But since someone is looking for trouble, I don't want to retreat. There were 2 reasons why Long Chen wanted to exchange blows with Little Devil Beast Sunday. Firstly, the Golden Dragon's body was extremely strong. The chances of him being heavily injured or dying were not high. Secondly, he was anxious. After coming to the Celestial Sea Empire, he had seen many powerful martial artists. He could not help but want to increase his strength. The potential of the Golden Dragon in his body could only be stimulated in battle. Little Devil Beast Sun was definitely a good opponent. Even if he could not win, he still wanted to fight. "Fine, you go and try. I'll watch from the side." If you're in danger, I'll help. Dan Feng thought about it and agreed. With him and Long Chen's powerful talent, it was impossible for him to die. He might as well give it a try. Thank you, Brother Dan Feng. Long Chen had to listen to Dan Feng. This was an order from Ling Xiao. So if Dan Feng did not agree, he could not fight without permission. He took a step forward and looked at Little Devil Beast Sunday Kid. If you want to fight my brother Ling, you'll have to defeat me first. Otherwise, there's no way. You're courting death. Little Devil Beast Sun looked at Long Chen coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was very angry. Long Chen was only in the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. How dare he provoke him? This was too humiliating. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Chen was also a person who did not admit defeat. However, when facing Little Devil Beast Sun, he immediately entered his human dragon form. He knew that he was no match for Little Devil Beast Sunday. In his human form, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. Kill. Little Devil Beast Sun raised his right hand and a long staff appeared in his hand. He then smashed it toward Long Chen. Long Chen waved his dragon claws. He did not have any thoughts of retreating and directly faced the attack. Boom, in midair, there was an explosion. Long Chen was smashed into the ground by the staff. Bah! The difference in cultivation is too great. Looks like I have to go all out. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked up to the sky and roared. He directly entered his golden dragon form. Have a taste of my attack. He waved his huge claws toward Little Devil Beast Sunday. The long staff in Little Devil Beast Sun's hands instantly became huge. He did not dodge and directly faced the attack. However, this time, he had underestimated Long Chen's golden dragon form. The terrifying power not only broke the long staff, but it also smashed Little Devil Beast Sun into the ground. Ah! A furious roar came from the ground. Little Devil Beast Sun's body soared into the sky. The beast blood in his body began to boil. His body rapidly changed. He turned into a huge white ape. You're just a white ape, aren't you? You're a real beast. Long Chen looked at the huge white ape in front of him and said in surprise. This was not the power of bloodline. It was a real white ape. The white ape had cultivated into a human form. This scene not only shocked Long Chen, but also the other 7 small saints who had always been on par with Little Devil Beast Sunday. They had thought that Sun Xiao was a human with a bloodline power. They hadn't expected that she was actually a demon beast through and through. Long Chen, come back. When Dan Feng saw Sun Little Demonic Beast transform into a white ape, he knew that the situation was bad. Sun Little Demonic Beast's cultivation was much higher than Long Chen's. After transforming into a white ape, his combat strength increased exponentially. Long Chen was currently in a dangerous situation. Go back? If you can't win, do you want to retreat? Leave me with your life first. Sun Little Demonic Beast did not come here to spar with Ling Xiao. His 3 brothers had been killed by Ling Xiao. Today, he came here with great hatred. Now that he had transformed into a white ape, he wanted Long Chen's life. As he roared, he took a step forward and smashed his huge palm toward Long Chen. Long Chen saw that he could not retreat and decided not to. Facing Sun Little Demonic Beast, he did not show any weakness. He roared and pounced forward. The scene was too shocking. A huge white ape that was 7 to 8 meters tall was fighting with a huge golden dragon. The ground shook and the surrounding candidates turned pale. Rumble, rumble, bam, after continuous collisions, the golden scales on the huge golden dragon fell off piece by piece. Blood dripped from the dragon. As expected, Long Chen was no match for Sun Little Demonic Beast. He was beaten up badly. However, a golden dragon was a golden dragon. Even with such a huge difference in cultivation, he was not defeated immediately. Instead, he was able to fight back. The white ape's face was also hit by a claw. There were obvious wounds on it. I'll tear you apart alive. Sun Little Demonic Beast roared furiously. He grabbed the golden dragon's head with both hands and wanted to tear it off. Golden Dragon extinguish. At the critical moment, the golden dragon spat out a golden dragon extinguish. It was like a hot golden liquid. Although some little demonic beast was unwilling, he could only retreat and dodge. When the scalding golden dragon extinguisher landed on the ground, it instantly burned a deep hole in the ground. Terrifying. As expected of the primordial dragon tribe. He's too strong. He's only at the 4th level of Yin Yang realm, but he managed to last more than 10 moves against some little demonic beast, who is at the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. At this moment, even the rest of the 7 small saints could not help but praise Long Chen. He was really tenacious. So what if he's strong? He's still going to die. It's a pity that he's a living dragon. Wang Xiang said disdainfully. Is it a pity? It is said that the golden dragon's blood can be used to temper the body, and its scales can be used to refine magic treasures. Every piece of its body is a treasure. Xianxia chuckled. Brother Sun, don't continue damaging his body. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with him if he dies. Zhunan shouted at Sun Little Devil. The surrounding crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Sea Academy were truly ferocious. They actually wanted to skin the other party alive. At this moment, Long Chen's vision was a little blurry. His opponent was too strong. He knew that he was no match for him. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. The potential of the golden dragon within his body began to erupt. After being sealed and suppressed for tens of thousands of years, a large amount of potential had been accumulated in their bodies. At the moment when he was about to die, he crazily surged out. Roar! A roar came from Long Chen's mouth. His damaged body began to heal at an accelerated rate. His aura was also constantly growing stronger. This guy actually made the right bet. Seeing this scene, Dan Feng was extremely shocked. On the verge of death, Long Chen actually began to make a breakthrough in his cultivation? Brother Sun, quickly kill that guy. He's breaking through. Wang Xiang shouted. The golden dragon at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm was already so terrifying. If this guy was allowed to break through as well, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. The dragon tribe definitely could not be measured by ordinary martial artists. Sun Little Devil also noticed this. He did not care about having an unfair advantage. He was only here to kill. In a flash, his huge body leaped up. Then, he clenched his fists and smashed them towards Long Chen's head. Long Chen, who was in the midst of breaking through, did not react at all. Dan Feng sighed and finally prepared to make a move. At this moment, he had to make a move. Otherwise, Long Chen would really die. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly darted out and blocked Dan Feng's path. Just as Dan Feng was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura surging into the clouds behind him. Then, a pitch-black figure flew out from the house. His face lit up with joy, and he stopped rushing over. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had made a move. Moreover, for some reason, Ling Xiao was in a very bad mood. When he made a move, there was actually a powerful and violent aura. Scram! The pitiful Xianxia did not even see who flew out. He blocked Ling Xiao's path to save Long Chen. He only felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. It was filled with eeriness and coldness. Then, he was so frightened that he turned around and fled in a sorry state. But even so, he still suffered a punch to the back, causing him to be dizzy and seeing stars. His entire body directly fell to the ground like a dog eating feces, and his face was covered in blood. He was actually very lucky. Ling Xiao was in a hurry to save Long Chen and did not chase after him. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. Boom, White Ape's fists finally smashed down. However, the golden dragon had disappeared. His fists had struck the ground. The power of this punch was really huge. The entire ground was smashed open and almost flipped over. White Ape looked up. In midair, there was a person in snow-white clothes with a cold expression. His somewhat immature face revealed a cold killing intent and anger. You are Ling Xiao? Sun Little Devil asked coldly. You are Sun Little Devil? Ling Xiao was in a bad mood. He had just cultivated in the room when a roar mixed with terrifying inner energy came from outside. Although he was not affected, Cold Plum was injured and unconscious. Although her condition was stable now, she needed the awakening pill to wake her up. The awakening pill was a mid-grade black-grade pill. Although Ling Xiao could refine it, the core ingredients were not easy to find. Now that Ji Luoyu was not by his side, he could only think of a way himself. He planned to go to the market to look at the situation and get some ingredients. However, he found that Long Chen was being beaten up and was in danger. In his rage, he saved Long Chen. However, Ling Xiao still maintained his calm in his rage. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he had a chance of winning against Sun Little Devil, it was not high. It could only be considered a 50-50 chance. Hence, he did not block Sun Little Devil's attack. Instead, he chose to dodge. That's right. I am Sun Little Devil. You are the one who killed my 3 brothers, right? Sun Little Devil asked coldly. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't rashly launch an attack. He still couldn't accept Ling Xiao's strange movement technique until now. It was like teleportation. He easily saved the person he wanted to kill. Sun Little Devil's eyes shone with a golden light. This should be some kind of eye technique. The light shone on Ling Xiao. Sun Little Devil was stunned. 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm? He heard that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As expected, Water God's son was right. This guy should be good at hiding his cultivation. Little demonic beast Sun pondered. Firstly, he didn't think Lu Lian would lie. Secondly, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Sun Yuanji, who was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, he determined that Sun Yuanji was hiding his cultivation. Then, the 2 beams of golden light shot towards the others. Other than Dan Feng, who couldn't see through their cultivation, the cultivation of the others was not worth mentioning. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Heavenly Empire was indeed a country born on the 2 backward continents. The cultivation of the martial artists couldn't be too strong. As for the 7 small saints, the weakest was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They wouldn't take these people seriously. Ling Xiao naturally knew what little demonic beast Sun was thinking. Actually, after coming to the Tianhai Empire, he recognized the reality. Other than him and Dan Feng, who was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, the other people from the Heavenly Empire couldn't compare to the martial artists from the Tianhai Empire. Reaching the 2nd round was their limit. Because of this, he had been looking for ways to increase the cultivation of these people during this period of time. Ji Luoyu's departure was also for this matter. Of course, he also needed to continue to become stronger. There was no doubt about this. Everyone thought that the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire came here to be cannon fodder, but he wanted to stun them. Even the cannon fodder had to counterattack. You're here for revenge? Ling Xiao glanced at little demonic beast Sun and said, I remember that when I left the Lu family, I asked someone to tell you not to think about revenge. Otherwise, the 4 rare young geniuses of the Sun family will all die. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Facing little demonic beast Sun, who had transformed into a white ape, and the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire, this guy was still so arrogant. Was he stupid, or did he have something to rely on? Little demonic beast Sun's golden eyes were filled with hatred. What a joke. I'm little demonic beast Sun, one of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Academy. If word gets out, how can I survive? That's better than losing your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How arrogant. Little devil beast Sun was furious. Arrogant? The way I see it, you're the ones who are being arrogant. This is the Tower of Heroes. Since you dare to use force here, you should understand that no one will care even if you die. Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the rules of the Tower of Heroes, anyone who issued a challenge here, even if it was just a spar, would be considered a life and death battle. Even if they were killed, no one would pursue the matter. You think you can kill me? Little devil beast Sun sneered. Of course. Ling Xiao said resolutely. Brother Sun, you deal with that. Ling Xiao. We brothers will help you eliminate the others. This time, no one from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire should participate in the White Tiger Storm meet. In any case, it would be embarrassing if they participated. Xianxia was hit by Ling Zhao's palm. Although it wasn't a serious injury, it seriously hurt his self-esteem. As one of the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Ocean Sacred Academy, he had always been a revered existence. But here, he was injured by an unknown brat. This loss of face was too great. He had to take revenge, and the best way to take revenge was to kill all the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. In any case, there were only 3 people who were a threat in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One was Ling Xiao, one was Dan Feng, and one was Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't fight at all. The remaining 3 people weren't worth mentioning at all. He could wipe them all out by himself. His 2 companions, Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, should have no problem dealing with Dan Feng. Good idea. I'll also join in. Ghost Hand Old Jiao said with a smile, a martial artist from a small Heavenly Dynasty Empire should obediently lie down in the Heavenly Ocean Empire. I really can't stand such arrogance. I'm not playing. It's too boring to bully the weak. Xiao Budian shook his head and said. Although he was also one of the 7 small saints, he always acted alone. As for Water God, her eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. To her, Ling Xiao was definitely a person who must be killed. However, she didn't say a word. This woman could be considered to be cautious to the extreme. She couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's cultivation, so she planned to wait for Ling Xiao to fight with some little devil before making a decision. When the battle was about to begin, Lu Lian stood up. Whoever wants to touch my big brother Ling will have to defeat me first. Her current cultivation was not inferior to any of the 7 small saints. Standing in front of Ling Xiao and facing Sun Little Devil, she revealed a determined expression. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After Sun Little Devil transformed into a white ape, his personality seemed to have become much more tyrannical. His previous fear of Lu Lian had disappeared. However, although he said that, he did not attack. On the other hand, Wang Xiang, Chang Shi, and Zhu Nan pounced at the few martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire at the same time. Ling Xiao stood there and watched coldly. Although these 3 people were extremely powerful, Dan Feng was even more terrifying, so he was not worried about the result of this battle. Although Feng Ming Lian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaozong were not strong, the 3 of them could still deal with Changshi for dozens of rounds. The only troublesome one was Ghost Hand Old Jiao. However, as long as this guy dared to make a move, Ling Xiao dared to kill him with thunderous means. When the battle began, Ghost Hand Old Jiao temporarily stayed on the sidelines. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan attacked Dan Feng. These 2 people, one had the bloodline of the war elephant, the other had the bloodline of the wild boar. After activating the power of their bloodline, their battle strength was definitely not weak. Changshi had the bloodline of the ancient snake. Not only was he cunning, but his internal force also contained poison. Feng Ming Lian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaozong were very careful in dealing with them. The most exciting battle was the one between Dan Feng, Wang Xiang, and Zhu Nan. Dan Feng was fighting 1 against 2, but he was extremely relaxed. His left hand blasted out a palm, and his right hand punched out. At the same time, he collided with Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan. Bang, bang, almost at the same time, 2 loud sounds rang out. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan were actually sent flying backward. They only managed to stabilize themselves after more than 10 meters. One had to know that these 2 people were extremely sturdy. Wang Xiang's figure was tall and sturdy, while Zhu Nan was extremely fat. The 2 of them actually lost to Dan Feng in terms of strength. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable. Looks like this person is the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Water God's pupil suddenly contracted as he made a judgment. Ghost Hand Old Jiao was glad that he did not immediately make a move. This Dan Feng gave him a feeling that he was a bit like Water God. Both of them were not to be trifled with. War Elephant Incarnation. Wild Boar Incarnation. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan had suffered a loss, so they naturally would not let it go. Amidst their furious roars, the 2 of them entered their incarnation state. A huge elephant and a very large wild boar floated in the air, majestic and domineering. The 2 wild beasts roared and attacked Dan Feng again. Can't see your own strength clearly, how laughable. Dan Feng sighed. Originally, the opponent should have taken the initiative to admit defeat in the first exchange, but they were stubborn. Not everyone was like Ling Xiao, who could face genius martial artists and challenge those of a higher realm. For the vast majority of martial artists, the difference of one realm was huge. Facing Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, Dan Feng couldn't even raise his spirits because his opponents were too weak. Scram! A cold voice came from Dan Feng's mouth, and a weapon appeared in his hand. However, this weapon was extremely strange. It looked like a Taoist horsetail whisk. With a swing of the horsetail whisk, there was the sound of a raging wind in the air. Then, the two huge monster incarnations were blown away like pieces of paper. They landed in the crowd and couldn't get up for a long time. If the Tianhai Empire didn't rely on the superior laws of the mystic world, it really wouldn't be much. You people have been complacent for too long. 7 small saints? In my eyes, you really are nothing. Dan Feng was the martial artist ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list. He also had his own pride. How could he be looked down upon by these people? Although Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan were indignant, they couldn't do anything. At this time, they couldn't even stand up, let alone continue fighting. Their faces alternated between red and green. They were really depressed. Previously, they had solemnly vowed to kill the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire. However, the battle had only lasted for a short while, and 2 of the 4 beasts had already been defeated. Ah! At this time, Xianxia also let out a scream. His entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black gas. When he struggled to break free, there was almost no place on his body that was unharmed. He was even more miserable than Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan. Who ambushed us from behind? Shameless! Xianxia screamed and shouted at the same time. The one who injured him wasn't Feng Ming Lian, Mou, or Zhu Xiaozong. It was a black shadow that suddenly flew out from the courtyard. Cold Plum? Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw the black shadow clearly. It wasn't Cold Plum herself, but a hideous ghost face. 10,000 Ghost Banner? Ling Xiao looked into the room. Cold Plum had not woken up, but the 10,000 Ghosts banner in her hand kept flashing. It seems that although Cold Plum has fainted, her soul is not asleep. She is still cultivating. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. But even so, the Spirit Awakening pill is a must. Otherwise, Cold Plum will be in a vegetative state forever. Of course, he had a feeling that Cold Plum's cultivation would improve greatly after she woke up. There was truly a terrifying existence trapped in the myriad ghost banner. So these are the so-called 7 little saints of Tianhai? What an undeserved reputation. Among the crowd, there were also martial artists from other small countries under the rule of the Tianhai Empire. When they saw that 3 of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire were easily defeated by the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, they were somewhat disdainful. How dare you? Who said that? Little Devil Beast Sun coldly looked at the crowd. His killing intent was obvious. That's right. So what if I said it? The person who spoke was also a 9th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, he was not a native of the Tianhai Empire. Instead, he was a martial artist from one of the Tianhai Empire's subordinate countries. However, he also lived in the White Tiger continent. That was why his cultivation could reach such a level. You're courting death. Little Devil Beast Sun suddenly went berserk. His huge white ape body charged toward that person. That person used to be fearful of the 7 small saints. However, when he saw that 3 of the 7 small saints were easily defeated, he was filled with disdain. Therefore, this time, he did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward. However, the moment the 2 of them came into contact, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. The terrifying white ape's punch was too powerful for him to block. Crack, he felt that his arms were fractured. Then, his ribs shattered. Terrifying pain and intense fear filled his entire body. I'm finished. At that moment, that was the only word that came to his mind. However, Little Devil Beast Sun did not care about that person's fear. His punch continued until the poor 9th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was smashed into a meat patty. Silence, dead silence, the crowd was terrified. So, this was the true strength of the seven small saints. Was it not because they were too weak, but because the Celestial Empire's martial artists were too strong? They did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would anger Little Devil Beast's son and become the second sacrifice in his hands. However, Little Devil Beast's son did not look at them. Instead, he turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. Celestial Empire's Emperor. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one to the death? Perhaps it was because he had just killed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm that his confidence had multiplied. He became even more ambitious when he faced Ling Xiao. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. You'll be laughed at. Don't make it sound so dignified. To put it bluntly, aren't you just afraid of Miss Lu? If you can be afraid of a woman, why can't I rely on a woman to protect me? Who's the one being laughed at? Ling Xiao said in disdain. Since Lu Lian was here, he had to change his plan. He would first go to the market to buy the herbs to refine the awakening pill. Revenge could be put aside. Saving people was more important. Therefore, he did not care about Little Devil Beast's son's provocation. Anyway, he would have to kill this guy sooner or later. Are you afraid? You're afraid because you saw how easily I killed that 9th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? Little Devil Beast's son mocked. How old are you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. 20. Little Devil Beast's son said proudly. Being one of the 7 minor saints at the age of 20 was something to be proud of. Therefore, he answered straightforwardly. Haha, you're at the 9th level Yin-Yang realm and 3 years older than me. I really don't know what you're so proud of in front of me. If you give me 3 years, I'll be more than 10 times stronger than you. Genius, you're just a piece of trash. At this point, Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to Little Devil Beast Sunday. Instead, he looked at Lu Lian and smiled. Miss Lu, I'll have to trouble you and Dan Feng to protect the courtyard first. I have some matters to take care of in the market. Of course. Lu Lian nodded. To her, Ling Xiao had a favor to ask of her. This was a reward for her. Thank you. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. However, Xiao Budian, Old Ghost Hand, and Water God's child blocked his path. Why? Do you want to gang up on me? Ling Xiao sneered. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. Although my heavenly demon cult has a grudge with you, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to see your strength. Why don't you fight with Little Devil Beast's son and broaden my horizons? Xiao Budian giggled. Same. Water Xianxia said indifferently. Her words were a little insincere. Xiao Budian was speaking the truth. However, Water Xianxia wanted to see Ling Xiao's strength. If Ling Xiao left without a fight, wouldn't her trip be in vain? Little Devil Beast's son caught up and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Today, you have to fight whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. After saying that, Sun Little Magic Beast did not care about what Ling Xiao was doing. His terrifying white ape body jumped over and smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. The terrifying killing intent caused the candidates to retreat. That terrifying punch from Little Demonic Beast's son just now was still vivid in their minds. This guy clearly wanted to force Ling Xiao to fight. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fight. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao intended to end the battle quickly. His cold eyes revealed a shocking murderous intent. A huge golden crow appeared behind him. Fusion, golden crow incarnation, his body merged with the golden crow, and a bird's cry came from the void. In the sky, the rays of the red sun shone down and merged into the golden crow's body. Ling Xiao's golden crow incarnation released a shocking light, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Sun Little Magic Beast felt that he was not pouncing on a person, but a sun. That blazing energy made him feel as if his body was about to melt. That moment of hesitation doomed him to be beaten. Fury of the Golden Crow. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body flickered, and a glaring light turned into a flying arrow that shot towards the huge white ape's body. The blazing air swept through the entire courtyard, and everyone felt the terrifying heat. The nearby plants were burning because of it. The flames rose, and the air seemed to be completely burned. Some little magic beast suddenly woke up and hurriedly waved his fists to block. He did not expect that his moment of hesitation would be used by his opponent. Boom, the blazing light collided with the white ape's arm. The terrifying heat instantly attacked Sun Little Magic Beast's body. He screamed in horror and turned around to retreat. Godly light travel. Under the Golden Crow incarnation, Ling Xiao used the godly light travel. Not only was his speed terrifying, but anything that touched the blazing heat would instantly melt. His speed was extremely fast. Sun Little Magic Beast could only escape in a hurry. He did not even have time to counterattack. Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. Damn it! Sun Little Magic Beast had never encountered such a depressing battle. It wasn't that he couldn't block his opponent, but that he simply didn't have the time to accumulate his strength. Ling Xiao's attacks came one after another at an astonishing speed. Every time, he could only react hastily. Of course, this was also Ling Xiao's tactic. Ling Xiao knew that if he were to face the enemy head-on, he would only have a 50% chance of defeating Sun Xiao Magical Beast. Because he was in a hurry to go to the market to buy medicinal herbs, he couldn't afford to waste any time. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, this was the only way. From the beginning, he had to pursue and attack fiercely, not giving the other party any chance. Tyrant Earth Fist. Little Devil Beast Sun knew that he couldn't continue to run away. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning today's battle. Seizing a gap, he unleashed a ferocious fist technique and blasted a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was launched at the risk of being injured. Because he had no other choice. If he wasn't injured, he could only keep running. This guy was quite decisive. Rumble, the sound of collision rang out again. High temperatures rushed out once again. However, this time, Sun Little Magic Beast Sun's arms were actually protected by layers of yellow earth. The heat couldn't penetrate at all. Therefore, Sun Little Magic Beast Sun didn't retreat this time. He heaved a sigh of relief and was about to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Unless the cultivator who was suppressed by him was much stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to regain the upper hand. 500 Heavenly Earth Empress Earth Cell Explosion. The power of the Heavenly Earth Empress swept out from his body and poured into the Golden Crow incarnation. The originally terrifying impact suddenly contained an extremely powerful force. This change was really too fast. Sun Little Magic Beast Sun was completely caught off guard. His huge white ape body was directly blasted out and broke several trees in succession. In the end, he crashed into a wall before coming to a stop. This attack blasted Sun Little Magic Beast Sun until he was dizzy. However, before he could stand up, he realized that Ling Xiao's figure was attacking him again. Sun Little Magic Beast Sun is suppressed by his opponent. It's impossible for him to turn the tables around. Looks like whoever wants to defeat Ling Xiao has to attack fiercely from the start. They can't give him any chance. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Xiao Budian smiled happily when he saw this. Although this battle was said to be one-sided, it was very interesting to watch. However, at least to him, this was definitely a battle of wisdom and strength. It was very interesting. Water God's eyes were cold. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Lian's beautiful eyes moved around. Her understanding of Ling Xiao had obviously improved. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fearless when facing Sun Little Magic Beast Sunday. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew that if Sun Little Magic Beast Sun had come a few minutes earlier, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. The reason why he could suppress his opponent now was that his cultivation had just broken through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His overall strength had increased by a large margin. Xiao Budian, you've underestimated Sun Little Magic Beast. Not only is he a white ape, but he also has a martial soul. Ghost Hand Old Jiu was indeed an expert in information. He knew more about the two people on the battlefield than anyone else present. Just as he finished speaking, a long staff that shone with an earthen yellow glow appeared behind the white ape. The rod looked like a clay sculpture. However, it was covered with various special patterns. It looked very strange. Black tortoise rod. White ape roared. The long rod behind him suddenly smashed out and a black tortoise statue appeared in the air. The energy around his body was completely integrated into the strong wind of the long staff, wrapping around Ling Xiao. Black Tortoise Rod Martial Soul. It's a weapon-type martial soul. I haven't seen some little magic beast use his martial soul in a battle for a long time. This time, he's dead for sure. Xianxia endured the intense pain and sneered as he looked over. However, the rest of the people had different thoughts. Ling Xiao was able to force some little magic beast to use his martial soul that he hadn't used for a long time. It was enough to show how powerful he was. However, they didn't dare to recklessly judge Ling Xiao's cultivation level. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, who knew if it was his real cultivation level? Are you the only one with a martial soul? Today, I'll show you what a real martial soul is. When Ling Xiao saw the black tortoise rod coming towards him, he knew that other than using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had no other way to block the attack. He could defend himself. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to suppress his opponent. In the end, it would become a tug of war. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Only the Sky Tyrant martial soul could allow him to continue suppressing some little magic beast and end the battle quickly. Of course, there were many ways to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao would choose a more subtle way. Sky Tyrant, Ancient Golden Crow. In the dark universe, a dot of light suddenly flashed. It was as fast as a meteor and as fast as lightning. This light released an ancient and everlasting aura. When it got closer, it was a huge golden crow. The golden crow pierced through the dark universe and charged towards some little demonic beast who was holding the black tortoise staff. In the eyes of other martial artists, this vast universe was like an independent space. It was dark, cold, and filled with immense pressure. Being in this place, it was as if one was being swallowed by something. What martial soul is this? Water God looked at this scene in shock. He had never seen such a martial soul before. Not only him, but even Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Shaozong, and the rest were shocked. Ling Xiao possessed many martial spirits, but this was the only one they had never seen before. It was so powerful and so mysterious. However, why did it feel like this martial soul was not complete? Could it be that Ling Xiao was hiding something? That was what everyone thought. However, this did not affect Ling Xiao's attack. The Sky Tyrant martial soul that he released only had the Sky Tyrant universe and nothing else. Therefore, it was very different from the Mountain River martial soul. Basically, it was impossible for it to be related to the Mountain River martial soul. Even if they had doubts, they could not verify it. Kill. Some little demonic beast was also shocked. However, at this moment, he had no way out. The white ape waved the black tortoise staff in his hand and smashed it down. Boom, boom, boom. The black tortoise staff and the Sky Tyrant golden crow collided continuously, producing shocking roars. The energy spread in all directions and the space shook. The black tortoise staff could not withstand the terrifying heat and power of the Sky Tyrant golden crow. After 4 or 5 collisions, it burned and turned into ashes. Chirp. The golden crow let out a loud chirp. Its light was even more dazzling and the entire sky seemed to be dyed in gold. Then, it pounced on the white ape and waved its huge claws, wanting to completely destroy the white ape. Diamond body. At the critical moment, some little demonic beast roared and his body suddenly changed. It was as if he had turned into a white ape made of diamond. He stood there motionless. However, the golden crow's claws could not cause any damage. Your defense is pretty good, but it's a pity that you're just a target now. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The golden crow spread its wings, and a blazing star appeared in the vast universe. This star was connected to the red sun in the sky. It seemed to absorb the heat of the red sun and provide it to the gold crow. The temperature of the golden crow's body became even more terrifying. Some little magic beast's diamond body began to show signs of melting. Not enough, give me some true samadhi fire. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The golden crow's body suddenly burst into flames. It was the true samadhi fire, one of the 12 divine fires that Ling Xiao had obtained in the heavenly dragon continent. Compared to the hell dragon fire and death dark flames, although it did not have any special characteristics, its temperature was extremely high. Ah! A mournful scream came from the mouth of the white ape. Sun Zhao's diamond body could withstand most attacks, but in the end, it could not withstand the burning of the divine fire and the attack of the high temperature. He screamed and tried to turn around and run away. However, how could Ling Xiao give him such an opportunity? Child of Shadow, bind! A pitch-black shadow pounced forward and stretched out many tentacles, firmly entangling some little demonic beast. Sun Xiao would be able to break free from such a bind after a while. However, this little bit of time was enough for Ling Xiao to launch an even fiercer attack. Sky Tyrant Golden Crow, Sky Sun Claw. The sharp claws seized that moment and ruthlessly clawed at the white ape's body. Together with the terrifying power of the Queen of Heaven's Earth from the 500 Queen of Heaven's Earth cells. This claw directly sent the white ape flying. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sun Xiao, who was sent flying, thought that he could use this opportunity to escape. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would take advantage of him and arrive on top of him at a speed faster than he was sent flying. Shadows were released from his body, and once again, they tightly entangled him. He was unable to move. Ling Xiao's golden crow avatar was above him. Its terrifying claws were burning with shocking light and flames. Boom! Ah! The claws directly smashed down. Although the white ape's body was tough, it was still directly pierced through. The horrifying wound was extremely eye-catching. Sun Xiao, who was bleeding profusely, was blasted to the ground. He looked extremely miserable. Everyone stared blankly at the scene of the battle. They could not believe that Sun Xiao had been brutally beaten by Ling Xiao from the beginning to the end. The 7 small saints of Tianhai were unable to resist at all in front of Ling Xiao. Even after releasing the powerful Black Tortoise Staff Martial Soul, he still could not resist Ling Xiao's mysterious and terrifying martial soul. Die! Ling Xiao did not want to let Sun Xiao, who was severely injured, go. A heavy blow from the sky landed on the ground. At this moment, Sun Xiao was lying there. He no longer had the strength to move. His body was covered in blood. His expression was dispirited. He could barely open his eyes. However, there was extreme fear and despair in his eyes. The dignified little magic beast Sun had originally come here to avenge his 3 brothers, but looking at his miserable appearance now, it was actually worse than Sun Yuanji and the others. How savage! He actually wants to kill little devil beast Sun. The crowd looked at this scene in astonishment. Sun Xiao was one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. He was one of the outstanding disciples of the Tianhai sacred institution. If he really killed him, the grudge between Ling Xiao and the Tianhai sacred institution would be completely formed. Was he really not afraid? He has no strength to fight back. Can you stop now? A voice came from the crowd. It was powerful and majestic, with an unquestionable tone. Ling Xiao turned around to take a look. This person was wearing a crown and a long golden robe. He stood there like a king. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They looked at this person in awe. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, the strongest disciple of the Tianhai sacred institution. He actually appeared. Senior brother, save me! Sun Xiao let out a miserable cry. When he saw Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, he seemed to see hope. Don't worry. With me here, he won't dare to kill you. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon said lightly. He had no intention of attacking at all. It was as if Ling Xiao had to listen to his words. It was as if his words were more important than an imperial edict. Little Devil Beast Sun also thought so. In the entire Tianhai Empire, except for the 4 heroes of Tianhai, there was no warrior under the age of 30 who dared to disrespect Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon. Haha, Ling Xiao, you better stop. Otherwise, if you offend my senior brother, you won't be able to escape. Sun Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Idiot. Ling Xiao smirked coldly. Then, the claw that he had been accumulating finally struck out. Stop. The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon was no longer as calm as before. He suddenly attacked, and a terrifying sword chi shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to give up his attack. Although the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon blocked the attack, it was undoubtedly humiliating. Everyone could see that the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon wanted to use his authority to make Ling Xiao submit, but he had no choice but to stop him in the end. The moment he made a move, it was considered a loss of face. Ling Xiao floated in the air and looked coldly at the sacred sword of wind demon on the ground. This person was indeed one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai City. His cultivation was terrifying, and he seemed to have a way to hide his cultivation. Even Lin Fan's Tai Chi I could not see through him. However, the attack just now should be at least at the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. Lin Fan was no match for him. The gap was too big. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could only save his life. It was impossible for him to win. Didn't you hear what I said? The sacred sword of wind demon looked at Ling Xiao furiously. How dare someone not give him face? So what if I heard you? Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to what you say? Ling Xiao looked at the sacred sword of wind demon. He had no intention of backing down. You're courting death. The sacred sword of wind demon's face was extremely gloomy. You can try. Ling Xiao had something to rely on, so he was not afraid of the sacred sword of wind demon. After all, the butterfly lady in his mountain river world was at the 16th level of the Yin Yang realm. No matter how strong the sacred sword of wind demon was, it was definitely not a match for the butterfly lady. The butterfly lady's strength was always 10 levels higher than Ling Zhao's. She was also Ling Zhao's greatest reliance. Of course, he would not use the butterfly lady in most situations. After all, every time the butterfly lady fought, he would lose more than half of his spiritual stones and treasures. This little girl's appetite was too terrifying. Even he could not afford to feed her. However, when it came to a matter of life and death, he couldn't care less. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. Facing one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, the sacred sword of the wind demon, this Ling Xiao was actually not afraid at all. What kind of courage was this? Good. Very good. The sacred sword of the wind devil suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously. You are truly courageous. I can give you a chance. Receive a palm strike from me. If you don't die, then today's matter will be written off. When the White Tiger Storm meet begins, the disciples of the Tianhai Sacred Academy will absolutely not cause trouble for you. How about that? Senior brother, kill him. Little Devil Beast Sun shouted at the top of his lungs. But because he pulled at his wound, he was in so much pain that he kept coughing up blood. You think I don't want to kill him? Have you forgotten the rules of the White Tiger meet? In order to protect the other geniuses, the Tianhai Empire has set a rule that we can only use one move in private battles. If there are any more than that, they will be disqualified from the White Tiger meet. The sacred sword of wind fiend said telepathically. Little Devil Beast Sun froze for a moment and suddenly remembered this rule. It was said that this rule had been set down 10 years ago. The primary reason was that one of the 4 prodigies of the Tianhai Empire had gone on a killing spree in the Hall of Heroes, killing all the other candidates except the other 3 prodigies. This had caused a great deal of panic. After all, although some of these geniuses were still not very strong, it was only because they were young. If they were all killed, it would be a massive blow to the Tianhai Empire. Ever since then, this rule had been set down. Unless it was in self-defense, the 4 prodigies of the Tianhai Empire could only use one move against other martial artists. But even if it was only one move, the vast majority of martial artists would not be able to take it. The Tianhai Empire relied on this rule to determine whether a person had the right to be called a genius. Live, and you would be protected. Die, and you would be completely forgotten. Not interested. Ling Xiao shook his head. You're afraid? The sacred sword of wind fiend jeered. Afraid of you? Ling Xiao disdainfully said, if you can touch me, it'll be your win. But this bet is too much of a joke. How about this, if you can touch me in one move, I'll let that trash go. If you can't touch me, your Tianhai Sacred Academy can't make trouble for me or the Heavenly Empire's martial artists before the White Tiger Tempest meet begins. Moreover, that trash must die. How about it? Are you looking down on me? The sacred sword of wind fiend's expression darkened. No 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist had ever dared to speak to him like this. If he couldn't even touch this person, then his title as one of the 4 prodigies of the Tianhai Empire would be lost. Looking down on you? Haha, you can think whatever you want. Do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao asked. Nonsense, why wouldn't I dare? Just don't regret it. The sacred sword of wind fiend coldly said. A man keeps his word, not to mention that I am the celestial emperor of the heavenly empire. Ling Xiao indifferently said. You've got guts. As the sacred sword of wind fiend spoke, a terrifying aura began to surge out. A sacred sword flashing with white light suddenly appeared in his right hand. There was no referee. All the spectating martial artists were referees. Without a referee, the sacred sword of wind fiend could attack at any time. This was actually a great challenge for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was fearless. He had thought about it. If each of the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school had 4 young experts like the 4 prodigies of the Tianhai Empire, then there would be 20 of them. If the outstanding geniuses of the 4 great empires' affiliated countries were included, then the number would definitely climb to nearly 30. To be honest, if Ling Xiao couldn't rank in the top 2 or even first among the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, then he probably wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 30 of the White Tiger meet. The sacred sword of wind fiend was very powerful, but this was a very good test for him. Whether he could dodge the opponent's attack when there was a huge disparity in cultivation was very important to his survival. Of course, more importantly, from now until the start of the White Tiger meet, he would be free from the harassment of the Tianhai Holy Court and have more time to cultivate. This way, his cultivation could continue to break through. Therefore, to him, this attack was something he had to face. Ling Xiao stood there. He had already reverted to his original form and put away his tyrant martial soul. Then, he coldly looked at the sacred sword of wind fiend. His Taiji eye sped up, carefully capturing all of the sacred sword of wind fiend's movements. The sacred sword of wind fiend didn't attack for a long time, but the light of the sacred sword in his hand became brighter and more dazzling, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. This sword wasn't a magic treasure, but a sword of origin power condensed from powerful yin and yang origin power. It was a sword of sacred light. He didn't move, but Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. 500 Imperial Earth Queen cells bloomed in his body. The power of the Imperial Earth Queen surged into his body, making ample preparations for this dodge. He didn't dare to underestimate the sacred sword of wind fiend. He didn't even dare to dodge the opponent's attack. Kill! All of a sudden, the sacred sword of the wind demon roared and moved at an extreme speed. The sacred sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, a blinding white light was released, causing everyone to lose their vision. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to be fatal to an ordinary person. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye played a key role at this moment. Through the blinding white light, he determined the direction of the sacred sword of the wind demon. Hence, his body suddenly flashed and dodged to the side. He was very confident in his own speed. Flashing light god technique combined with body of light was inhumanly fast. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that the attack that he had dodged was still coming at him. What's going on? Ling Xiao was shocked, but he saw the sacred sword of the wind demon sneer disdainfully. You think you can dodge my attack because you're fast and have good movement skills? You're too naive. A strange mirror appeared behind the sacred sword of the wind demon. This mirror had 10 sides, and in each side there was a sacred sword of the wind demon. What a strange martial soul. This is the first time I've seen it. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his face was very calm. At this moment, the white light had dissipated. The crowd was shocked to see this strange situation. The 4 heroes of Tianhai are indeed the 4 heroes of Tianhai. The sacred sword of the wind demon is too strong. It doesn't matter how fast you are or how good your movement skills are. Water Xianxia muttered to herself, feeling jealous. However, everyone agreed with what she said. Shadow step, shadow body. Ling Xiao changed his move again, turning into a dark shadow and hiding in the darkness. However, it was still useless. The strange mirror emitted a strange light, and nothing in the space could hide from it. You'd better accept your fate. You don't stand a chance against my martial soul. The sacred sword of the wind demon sneered disdainfully. From the moment you made such a request, I knew that you must be a martial artist who specializes in movement skills and speed. However, I still agreed to it because I have enough confidence to suppress you. Who knows the outcome until the end? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then, I'll let you experience the true terror of my martial spirit. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was infuriated by Ling Xiao's stubbornness. He didn't change his move, so this was still considered one move. However, his martial spirit flew out from his back and suddenly enlarged, trapping Ling Xiao inside. Standing inside the martial soul, Ling Xiao could feel the strangeness and terror of this martial soul. It was said that there was an ambush from all sides. Ling Xiao was really being ambushed from all sides. The 10 mirrors stabbed out at the same time, making it impossible for him to dodge. Seeing this, little demon beast Sun was a bit excited. Great! From the looks of it, that brat won't be able to withstand one move from senior brother. The 4 heroes of Tianhai truly live up to their reputation. In fact, he had always been unconvinced by the sacred sword of Wind Fiend, but today, he was completely submissive. How could Ling Xiao dodge? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. They stared at Ling Xiao in the mirror, but at this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be motionless. It's over. It seems that Ling Xiao is at his wit's end. Mou looked at Dan Feng anxiously and said, Dan Feng, think of a way, or he will die. Don't worry. Since Ling Xiao dared to accept this challenge, he must have the ability. To be honest, even Dan Feng didn't believe such words. But at this moment, he could only watch, because he was no match for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend and couldn't help Ling Xiao. In this battle, even if it was just one move, Ling Xiao could only rely on himself. Humph, sacred sword of Wind Fiend, your trick should end now. Suddenly, Ling Xiao in the mirror snorted, his eyes revealing a cold light. Your martial spirit needs light to work, but what if there is no light at all? What? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through the biggest flaw of his martial spirit in such a short time. So what? In this world, no one can create a space without any light. Not even the sovereigns can. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's confidence was reignited. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but used reality to give the sacred sword of Wind Fiend a huge slap. Universe of domination, endless darkness. It was truly the descent of darkness. No one could see anything, and they could only sense the situation of the battlefield through their souls. The moment the darkness descended, the figures in the mirror all disappeared, and the sacred sword of Wind Fiend's attack was completely disintegrated. This is a world of darkness, there is no need for any light. Ling Xiao's voice was dignified and mighty, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. In the next moment, the darkness finally disappeared, and Ling Xiao appeared there, unharmed. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with great shock. The martial spirit that he was so proud of had been broken so easily. This was something that even Tianhai Tyranny, Sun Lingchan, and Mu Wanchuang couldn't do, but this Ling Xiao did it. He felt like his confidence had been shattered, and he was on the verge of collapsing, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. This blow was too big for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. The martial spirit that he thought was invincible had been broken so easily by a warrior from the Skydragon continent. This was worse than death. Senior brother lost. Sun Little Demon's face was ashen. It wasn't really a loss, but he had lost the bet, and he had lost his life. 18 Hell Talisman, keep. Ling Xiao didn't look at the sacred sword of Wind Fiend, but used the 18 Hell Talisman to keep Sun Little Demon. He didn't have much confidence in killing Sun Little Demon directly. It was difficult to kill a demonic beast that had gained intelligence and was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Blood Soul Talisman was the best way to kill them. What's more, Ling Xiao needed to refine the yin-yang energy of these powerful enemies to increase his cultivation. This was even more beneficial than demon cores. Kill. Suddenly, the ashen-faced sacred sword of Wind Fiend charged at Ling Xiao like a madman. He had really gone crazy. In his opinion, only by killing Ling Xiao could he continue to be invincible. Ling Xiao was his inner demon. If he didn't get rid of him, he would be restricted by this person in the future. Ling Xiao frowned, and the butterfly lady in the mountain river world received his thoughts. At this critical moment, his greatest reliance was the butterfly lady. Once the butterfly lady appeared, the sacred sword of Wind Fiend would definitely die. Unfortunately, he didn't plan on using the butterfly lady's power here. Just as he made up his mind to use the butterfly lady, the sky seemed to explode, and a pitch-black sword light fell from the sky, separating Ling Xiao from the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. Have you forgotten the rules set by the Tianhai Empire so quickly? A dignified voice came from the sky. In the sky, 3 black-cloaked martial artists stood there, their faces completely obscured, their voices cold and awe-inspiring. This sword truly gave Ling Xiao a fright. This attack was truly terrifying, much stronger than the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. Just who were these black-cloaked men? He was perplexed. But one thing was certain, these fellows were likely martial artists raised by the Tianhai Empire's imperial family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared at this time. The Demon Crocodile Guard. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon shivered as he looked at these 3, instantly coming to his senses. He hurriedly put away the sacred sword and retreated. The 3 black-cloaked men nodded. One of them looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Little demonic beast son is one of the Tianhai Empire's 7 little saints. He has a powerful cultivation and is rather talented. I hope you can spare his life." "And if I don't?" Ling Xiao knew that these 3 were very powerful, but he couldn't bow his head. However, his words gave the other martial art candidates a fright. The Demon Crocodile Guard was the true trump card of the Tianhai Empire. Even if they offended the Tianhai Holy Academy, no one dared to offend the Demon Crocodile Guard. Was Ling Xiao crazy? "You probably don't know who we are for you to be so rude." The man continued, "The Tianhai Imperial family has a sharp blade and a shield. The Shadow Crocodile Guard is that sharp blade, and we, the Demon Crocodile Guard, are that shield. We are also the Imperial family's strongest fighting force." "So what?" Ling Xiao retorted. "Do you know the consequences of offending us?" The man coldly asked, his attitude extremely arrogant. "I, Ling Xiao, came to the Tianhai Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet, not to offend the Tianhai Imperial family. But someone came here to kill me. Do you expect me to let him go?" Ling Xiao coldly asked. "Letting you go is giving you face. Otherwise, we would have taken him away. And if we hadn't intervened, you would have already died at the hands of the sacred sword of the Wind Demon." The black-cloaked man continued. "What big words. You can try and see if you can take him away." Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 3 black-cloaked men in the sky. He hated it when people threatened him. His words caused the 3 black-cloaked men to hesitate. Actually, the order they received was only to prevent the sacred sword of Wind Fiend from breaking the rules. This was because anyone who violated the rules would be barred from participating in the White Tiger meet. This would be a huge loss to the Xianxia Empire. Everyone knew that the royal family could not go back on their word. Otherwise, their foundation would be unstable. However, the 3 of them acted on their own accord. They thought that Ling Xiao owed them a favor and wanted Ling Xiao to release Little Devil Beast Sunday. They originally thought that this matter was a matter of course, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao did not fall for their trick at all. The 3 of them were now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. They didn't know what to do. "Acting on your own, you deserve to be humiliated. Come back." Just as the 3 men in black were in a dilemma and did not know what to do, a thunderous voice came from the direction of the imperial palace. It was about a mile away, but the sound was very loud. Many people could tell that this voice came from the head of Heavenly Ocean's 4 Greats, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The voice was domineering and dignified. "Understood, Your Highness." No matter how humiliated the 3 of them were, they had to listen to the orders of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, they would not be able to endure that person's temper. "Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend, you failed to kill your opponent in one move. Look at you. To be called one of Heavenly Ocean's 4 Greats with you is truly a disgrace to this Crown Prince. Go back and think about it. Until the White Tiger meet, you are not allowed to come out and humiliate yourself." Next, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny began to reprimand Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend. He scolded Sacred Sword of Heavenly Ocean's 4 Greats like a grandson. However, Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend did not dare to say anything. He only nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. "Kid, before the White Tiger meet, it's best if you don't die." At the White Tiger meet, I will show you my power. After saying this, he turned and left. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's voice did not come again. It was as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. However, inside the Eastern Palace, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny issued an order. Investigate. Turn this Xianxia upside down. I want all of his information. As the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny did not wish for any variables to occur in his future plans. On the other hand, Xiao's appearance made him a little worried. In the past, he had supported Phoenix Crime Mountain in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was almost like a shadow of his. He had originally thought that he could easily take over the Divine Phoenix continent, but in the end, this Xiao had turned the tables. He had always been brooding over this. Thus, he definitely did not want to make the same mistake a second time. If possible, he would personally kill this Xiao. After Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend left, Xiao did not stay. He informed Dan Feng and Lu Lian to help look after the villa, and then went to the market alone. The geniuses of the Sky Sea Empire looked at each other, their hearts filled with disgust. 3 of the 4 ferocious beasts had been injured, and 1 had been killed. The 7 little saints of Heavenly Ocean were now only 6. Even more ridiculous was that Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend, one of the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean, had not been able to kill Xiao. Instead, he had almost been driven mad. How vexing! The Heavenly Ocean Empire's geniuses all had their eyes on top of their heads. They did not even spare a glance for the Heavenly Ocean Empire's geniuses and affiliated countries. However, today's battle had truly caused them to lose face. Water God coldly glanced at Xiao's departing figure, gritted her teeth, and then followed. Xiao's performance today had indeed shocked her. However, as the strongest young martial artist of Water God Temple, she bore the burden of Water God Temple's blood debt. Thus, no matter what, she had to kill Xiao. And she believed that her only chance was now. If Xiao was given more time, perhaps even she would not be Xiao's opponent. Let's go too. Xianxia and the others did not dare to stay. Now that Sun Little Demonic Beast had been killed, Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend had left, and the 3 of them were heavily injured. If Xiao came back, the 3 of them would be in trouble. As for Ghost Hand Old Jiu, he had already quietly left. This person was really good at protecting himself. If he had also taken action before, he would probably have become one of the many injured martial artists. Very interesting. Let's meet again at the White Tiger meet. Although Xiao and you, oh right, you're called Dan Feng, right? Although the 2 of you are not bad, the others are still too weak. Xiao Budian giggled, as if he did not care about what had happened today. He treated everything as if he was watching a show. In the midst of his laughter, he turned around and soared into the sky. Although he was very small, his movements were very confident. In an instant, the spectating martial artists in the courtyard had all left. See, this is the Heavenly Ocean Empire. We are still far from it. Dan Feng's expression was very serious. Although he had defeated Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, don't forget that he was the number 1 expert on the Dragon Phoenix list. This was not something to be proud of. Dan Feng had no chance of winning against the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Even against Water God, he only had a 50% chance of winning. And right now, he was the strongest person in the Heavenly Empire. If this situation continued, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to obtain a ranking in the White Tiger Storm meet. I'm not trying to discourage you, but in reality, apart from Tianhai tyranny, the Tianhai Empire's martial artists are the weakest among the 4 great empires and Jingyi school. Dan Feng continued, the Jingyi school, the White Tiger Empire, the Yuelang Empire, the Silver Fox Empire, and the Tianhai Empire. This is the correct ranking of strength. If we can't even enter the top 10 of the Tianhai Empire, then we will really be cannon fodder at the White Tiger Storm meet. He said this mainly because he was afraid that some people would become arrogant. After all, their battle record today was quite good. Only by recognizing the gap could one face difficulties head-on. Dan Feng didn't dare to demand that everyone's cultivation be the same as his, but at the very least, it would be enough if they all improved on the day of the White Tiger Storm meet. I'm going back to cultivate. Mou turned and left. I'm going back too. Zhu Xiaozong and Feng Minglian left one after another. The pressure in their hearts was truly great. After watching today's battle, it could be said that their desire to cultivate had been completely aroused. Long Chen was still in his dragon form, the energy in his body constantly attacking the seal that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. This guy might become the third trump card besides me and Ling Xiao. Dan Feng glanced at Long Chen, then sat down cross-legged. He had to stay here and cultivate while protecting Long Chen. After all, Long Chen didn't have any combat strength before he finished cultivating. On the other side, the 2C race martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent were also very restless. They had been chosen to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet for the sole purpose of killing Ling Xiao. However, after witnessing Ling Xiao's performance today, the two of them instantly lost their confidence. Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as Dan Feng. Their cultivation was too weak. This was the biggest disadvantage of the Tianhai Empire martial artists. They had to continue improving. So this time, not only did he have to buy the ingredients for the Spirit Awakening pill, but he also had to find a map of a secret realm. The White Tiger continent probably had many more secret realms than the Dragon Phoenix continent. And the quality would definitely be higher as well. If he could find such a secret realm, then perhaps it would not be difficult to increase his cultivation. Even though he was already very strong, he was still not satisfied. After all, he had to consider using the Butterfly Lady against the Wind Fiend's sacred sword. This was a humiliation to him. He didn't want that. Moreover, using the Butterfly Lady once would consume a lot of energy. If two powerful existences like the Wind Demon's sacred sword appeared, then wouldn't he be dead for sure? Therefore, the key was still his own strength. Sky Sea City's largest trading market was many times more bustling than Divine Phoenix capital city. Regardless of whether it was the stalls on both sides of the street or the dazzling lineup of shops, they were all dazzling. Walking in the bazaar, Ling Xiao was thinking about his goal this time. The first was definitely the Spirit Awakening pill. That was the most important thing. The second was the map of the secret realm. It would be best if he had it, but if he didn't, he couldn't force it. The third was the fledgling dragon pill, to be consumed with the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Young Malatang. This fledgling dragon pill was a high-grade profound pill. Actually, back in the Dragon Phoenix continent, Ling Xiao had already planned to refine it. However, he didn't have the materials and his cultivation didn't meet the requirements. Now that he came to the White Tiger continent, he naturally had to give it a try. The fledgling dragon pill was a pill that stimulated a martial artist's potential. It was very precious and extremely difficult to refine. After consuming it, it could greatly stimulate a martial artist's body, inner strength, and soul potential. Even though it couldn't directly increase cultivation, it could make it easier. If it was consumed with the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Young Malatang, the effect would naturally be better. Currently, there was basically no need to worry about the materials for the Spirit Awakening pill. Even though many of the materials were very precious, with the development of Sky Sea City's bazaar, as long as one had enough spirit stones, there was no need to worry about not being able to buy them. However, the fledgling dragon pill required an extremely precious material, and that was the dragon blood grass. The dragon blood grass was the key medicinal herb to complement the fledgling dragon blood. It definitely couldn't be lacking. Otherwise, normal martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand the fledgling blood's might. As for the fledgling dragon blood, it wasn't a problem to Ling Xiao. He raised a group of dragons under him who concealed their identities. Before coming to the White Tiger continent, those people voluntarily donated some blood. Anyway, it wouldn't cause harm to the body. To them, this didn't count for much. However, Ling Xiao was still very grateful to them. After all, looking at the entire mystic world, the only person who could obtain this fledgling dragon blood was probably him, Ling Xiao. After all, before he rescued Long Chen and the rest, the dragon clan was basically already declared extinct. He did not go to the roadside stalls to search, but directly went to the shops to inquire. Ordinary precious medicinal herbs were very rarely encountered at roadside stalls. Unless it was a martial artist with special needs who would use medicinal herbs to exchange for medicinal herbs or medicinal pills. Otherwise, it was safer in the shops. Walking down this round. The Spirit Awakening pills materials were all gathered and could be refined at any time. However, the Mystic Realms map, this sort of thing, was still without any news. Thinking about it, Mystic Realms map, who would easily take it out and give it to others? If there was, that person would definitely use it himself first. Also, he did not find the dragon blood grass, which greatly disappointed him. One had to know that he was originally very confident in the Xianxia city's market. "Friend, do you have any requests?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave to refine the Spirit Awakening pill for Cold Plum to consume, a voice called out to him. It was a middle-aged man with a cultivation of about the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was exactly the same cultivation as Ling Xiao's current appearance. "That's right, do you have a way?" Ling Xiao asked. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I can tell you a good place that will definitely let you get what you want. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Here you go. Lead the way." Ling Xiao did not hesitate. Although he also doubted whether the middle-aged man was telling the truth, how would he know if he didn't try? Anyway, the middle-aged man could not escape from his grasp. If he dared to trick him, he would let the middle-aged man know his power. However, it turned out that his worries were unnecessary. Although the middle-aged man looked a little wretched, he really had to do things after taking the money. He brought Ling Xiao to a place. This is a free market specially opened by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Anyone can set up a stall here to sell their goods. Of course, the majority of the people who come here want to barter. If you need anything, you can take out your own valuable items and trade with them. The middle-aged man pointed to a huge square, which was actually filled with stalls. Every stall was different in size, but basically, there was a martial artist sitting cross-legged in front of each stall. Some of them even had a banner with the words, XX for XX, only exchange, not sale. In the free market of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, one only needed to pay a fixed rental fee. No matter what one sold, it was calculated according to the stall and time, so it was very cost-effective. The daily rental of a stall was 100 low-grade spirit stones, which was very cheap. For Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly a last resort, but it was definitely a good idea. He had a lot of very good pills that he could use to trade with others for dragon blood grass or a map of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked towards the free market management office and paid 100 low-grade spiritual stones as rent. Then, he obtained a fixed stall. He took out 10 exquisite Yin-Yang elemental energy pills from his storage ring. These Yin-Yang elemental energy pills were all perfect and belonged to the low-grade black-grade pills. It was suitable for all Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Its function was to strengthen Yin-Yang elemental energy, replenish Yin-Yang elemental energy, and promote cultivation. Although it was not a top-grade pill, it was very suitable for Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Before Ling Xiao came to the White Tiger continent, he had refined about 100 pills for his own use. There was absolutely no problem taking out 10 pills to exchange for things. Some people might ask, can low-grade black-grade pills really be exchanged for a map of the secret realm or dragon blood grass? The answer was yes. Because there were probably no more than 5 pharmacists in the entire White Tiger continent who could refine black-grade pills. Ling Xiao was one, Medicine King Sun Sa was another, and Sun Lingchan was probably also one. As for the rest, Ling Xiao did not know. After all, he was not familiar with the situation of the Jingyi school. However, since Medicine King Sun Sa was known as the Medicine King, there were probably only 1 or 2 pharmacists who were stronger than him. In any case, there were only 2 sources for Yin-Yang elemental energy pills in the entire White Tiger continent. One was Medicine King Sun Sa's Medicine King Pavilion, and the other was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Medicine King Pavilion was a place that specialized in selling finished pills, while the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's products were more complicated and the sources of pills were also very wide. They might even be goods from a more powerful continent. Anyway, they were very expensive. Young man, I advise you to put away these 10 pills as soon as possible. With your cultivation, you will definitely be targeted if you put these things out. The man who brought Ling Xiao to the market hurriedly said. Thank you for your concern. However, this is the only thing that can be exchanged for what I want. Ling Xiao now felt that one really couldn't judge a book by its cover in this world. It was really rare for someone with such a wretched appearance to be so warm-hearted. I've already said what I should say. If you insist on doing this, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company only provides stalls, but they don't provide any protection. If you really encounter trouble, they definitely won't intervene. That person sighed and hurriedly walked to the side, as if he was afraid of being implicated. Ling Xiao still smiled at him as a form of gratitude. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. There was nothing wrong with this person's actions. Anyway, this person did not have any special relationship with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had specially reminded him not to display such a precious thing. He had already done his utmost benevolence. Ling Xiao was grateful, but he had no choice. He had to do this. After putting the items on the stall, Ling Xiao personally wrote down what he wanted to exchange. Dragon's blood grass and valuable map of the secret territory. I don't want anything else. Only exchange. He wrote down this banner so that he would not waste his saliva later. After all, there would definitely be people coming over to inquire. In fact, when he had just placed the 10 perfect grade Yin-Yang elemental force pills on the stall, the warriors passing by seemed to have smelled the abundant energy of the Yin-Yang elemental force pills. Many pairs of eyes looked over and landed on those pills. Good pills. They look much better than the Yin-Yang elemental force pills sold by the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. How can such a young guy deserve a mysterious grade pill? Many people secretly thought in their hearts and looked around the stall at the same time. Noticing that there were no experts around Ling Xiao to protect him, the greed and ferocity in these people's eyes became more obvious. Ling Xiao's soul power was terrifying. With just a slight scan, he sensed the intentions of these people. However, this was within his expectations. He did not care. Instead, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating. Of course, this kind of cultivation was shallow and could be interrupted at any time without any side effects. He did not know when he would meet someone who really had the dragon's blood grass or the map of the secret territory. Hence, he could not waste time. He casually swallowed a Yin-Yang elemental force pill. The shocking Yin-Yang elemental force formed an energy storm around his body. Of course, this was an advertisement. He wanted to show these people that his Yin-Yang elemental force pills were much better than those of the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Then, he absorbed the energy storm into his body and started to break through the cultivation barrier. Currently, his cultivation was at the early stage of Yin-Yang realm. He dared not say that he could win against Sun Xiao demonic beast. He only had a 50% chance. Previously, he was able to defeat his opponent so easily because he had disrupted his opponent's rhythm at the beginning. In addition, he had used the Sky Tyrant martial soul at the end. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. Ling Xiao had already calculated that the current him could easily kill someone one level higher than him in an instant. It wouldn't take him too much time to challenge someone 2 levels higher. He would only need 70% of his power to defeat his opponent. Challenging someone 3 levels higher would require him to go all out and even use his Overlord martial soul. As for challenging someone 4 levels higher, that was simply impossible. Unless he got the help of the Butterfly Lady or a Yuan Venerate, he could only choose to flee. Thus, the refinement of the fledgling dragon pill was actually very urgent. It was for the sake of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martialists and, more importantly, for himself. Those people would only be safe if he was strong enough. Secret technique, appraisal eye. Among the crowd, there were a few people whose eyes flickered with a strange light. This was a very popular secret technique in the White Tiger continent called the appraisal eye. Only Yin-Yang realm martialists could use it and it consumed their soul power. After learning it, one could use the strength of their soul power to appraise their opponent's cultivation and the value of certain items. Of course, not everyone had the appraisal eye, not just because it required special cultivation manuals and materials. More importantly, it had a higher requirement on one's soul power. Most martialists simply couldn't meet the requirements. It's actually a perfect grade Yin-Yang essence pill. The person who used the appraisal eye first looked at the Yin-Yang essence pill, probably trying to determine whether there was a need to purchase it. It would have been better if he hadn't appraised it. However, he was shocked by the effects of the yin yang essence pill. It's really a perfect grade yin yang essence pill. Gosh, even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have never had such a good pill. Where did this young man come from? Another person cried out in surprise. Originally, the person who used the appraisal eye didn't want to say anything, but he subconsciously shouted out. It was too late for him to take back his words. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 people in the crowd who had the appraisal eye. Even if they didn't say anything, others would know. That kid's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. He's probably a disciple of a famous master. After discovering Ling Zhao's cultivation, many people became cautious. He had such good pills, but his cultivation was so low. If he didn't have someone supporting him, who would dare to display such precious pills here? They looked at the kid who placed the pills on the stall and was still cultivating. He was obviously not afraid that someone would come and snatch the pills. It wouldn't make sense to say that he didn't have anyone supporting him. People weren't fools. Moreover, the stronger a cultivator was, the more cautious they would be in many things. In their opinion, killing the kid in front of them and snatching the yin-yang essence force pills was not a problem. However, the problem was, once the expert behind the kid made a move, would they really be able to escape? What's more, with so many people eyeing the pill covetously, whoever went to snatch the pill would probably become the target of public criticism. Unless one was a lunatic or a fool, no one would make such a stupid mistake. Although they didn't dare to snatch the pills, it didn't stop people from inquiring. A man with a cold face walked out from the crowd. The most obvious thing about him was his triangular eyes. They were like the eyes of a snake, emitting a sinister and cold aura. Young man, I have a map of the secret realm. How about exchanging it for 10 yin-yang essence force pills? That person stepped forward and said with a smile. His smile seemed fake. Ling Xiao opened his eyes slowly and glanced at the man. Depending on the quality of the map, you can exchange it for different amounts of yin-yang essence force pills. Let me see the map. Why? You don't believe me? The man with the triangular eyes was stunned. Why should I believe you? We don't know each other. I don't even know if your map is real or fake. Of course, I have to appraise it. The man with the triangular eyes chuckled. That's true. He casually placed the map on the stone table in front of him. This stone table was in front of every stall. It could be used to store things or to block customers from entering the stall. He laughed in his heart. Although his map of the secret realm was fake, even the appraisal eye would not be able to distinguish it. The forgery technique was superb. He didn't believe that this stall owner could see anything. However, after a moment, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I want to exchange the map of the secret realm, not a fake thing. Please take out the real thing. Bullshit. You dare say that my map is fake? I spent a lot of money to buy this. How could it be fake? The triangular-eyed man was furious. Many people also used appraisal eyes to appraise the item, but they couldn't tell that it was fake. Hence, they started discussing among themselves. Young man, you don't have good eyesight. This map is indeed real. We have appraisal eyes, but you don't. Someone said directly to Ling Xiao. Is the appraisal eye very powerful? Ling Xiao looked at the man with disdain and said, whether it's true or not, he knows best. Don't pester him endlessly. He had heard of the appraisal eye's secret skill. If he didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he might find a way to get a set to learn. However, his Tai Chi eye was much more powerful than the appraisal eyes. Hence, there was no need for that. The triangular-eyed man clearly knew that the map of the secret realm was fake, but he was still pestering him endlessly. He was bullying him because his cultivation was weak and wanted to buy it by force. I wanted to make a good deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so rude. You can keep the map of the secret realm. I'll take all 10 yin-yang essence energy pills. There was killing intent in the triangular-eyed man's eyes. Of course, there was more greed in his eyes. No one stood out to speak for this young man. Even if this young man had a backer, he shouldn't be here. He didn't believe that the triangular-eyed man would be able to find him after he took the items. Are you planning to rob me openly? Ling Xiao looked at the triangular-eyed man mockingly. There was contempt in his cold eyes. This is called an exchange, not a robbery. You're just a martial artist at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, but you have so many yin-yang essence energy pills. You might have stolen them from somewhere. It's good enough that I didn't inform the royal guards. If you know what's good for you, you'd better accept this deal. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The triangular-eyed man's attitude became extremely tough. He looked like he was going to attack at the slightest disagreement. When the crowd saw this, they naturally sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, most of them were gloating. In this world, if you didn't have the ability, don't show off your treasures. Since you took them out, don't blame others for being greedy. Although it didn't make sense, this was the reality. In the mystic world, if you lost something or were killed, most people wouldn't blame the killer, but the trash who was killed. Since you knew you weren't strong enough, why did you keep the treasures with you? This wasn't a world that talked about reason. It was a world that talked about strength. It would be difficult for a newcomer to adapt to this situation. However, Ling Xiao had experienced too much. Although he was young, he had already seen through this world. What a nice way to put the blame on the victim. I won't sell it to you today. What can you do? He saw clearly that the triangular-eyed man wanted to snatch the yin-yang essence force pills from him because of his low cultivation. Hence, when facing such a person, the only way to solve the problem was to subdue him with lightning speed. The triangular-eyed man's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. In front of him, he was merely a hopping locust. Good lad, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I'd like to see what you're relying on. The triangular-eyed man sneered and reached out to grab the 10 yin-yang essence force pills on the stall. If the deal didn't work out, he would snatch them openly because he thought he was stronger than Ling Xiao. The triangular-eyed man had already thought of a way out. He had a secret technique that could temporarily hide his whereabouts. After snatching the yin-yang essence force pills, he would discard a few of them to attract everyone's attention. Then, he would use the secret technique to escape. As long as he could blend into the crowd, he wouldn't have to worry. This plan could be said to be perfect. However, the plan miscalculated a very important part. That was the strength of the stall's owner, Ling Xiao. You'd better withdraw your hand. Otherwise, leave this hand behind. Ling Xiao gave a final warning. This was also a warning before he attacked. However, the triangular-eyed man obviously didn't understand Ling Xiao's intention. He still extended his hand and had no intention of withdrawing it. Pfft! A strange black shadow flashed past. The triangular-eyed man's right hand was directly cut off from the shoulder. The hand spun in the air and landed on the ground under the crowd's gaze. Ah, a belated scream came out of the triangular-eyed man's mouth. He howled as if he had seen a ghost. The place where his right hand was broken was dripping with blood. The scene was very bloody. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting there as if nothing had happened. What was going on? Exclamations came from the crowd. Most people did not see what had just happened. Only a few warriors with higher cultivation and better eyesight saw the appearance of a black shadow. However, they still did not see clearly what the black shadow was. Do you think you can rob me just because you are stronger than me? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are an idiot who overestimates himself. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the triangular-eyed man with a sarcastic smile. Ghost, ghost. The triangular-eyed man turned around and ran away in horror. He did not even want his broken arm. He was really scared out of his wits. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even realize who attacked him and how he was attacked. To him, this was simply a nightmare. Hee, don't be nervous. If you are sincere about making a deal, bring the real dragon's blood herb and a valuable map of the secret territory. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled. Of course, if someone tries to rob me in vain, I will not just break his arm next time. If I attack again, I will kill him. He had a smile on his face, but he said very scary words. This made the crowd have a strong fear of this very young guy. This guy is a little strange. Yes, I did not see what was going on with the attack just now. What a pity. The dragon's blood herb is very precious. It is not easy to get. The same goes for the map of the secret territory. Most warriors use a good map of the secret territory for themselves. After all, the secret territory is something that can only be found by chance. Very few people will sell it. It seems that the yin-yang elemental strength pill is not fated to be with us. The crowd discussed animatedly. They could see that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. However, they were really unwilling to give up on the yin-yang elemental energy pill so easily. Furthermore, it was a perfect yin-yang elemental energy pill. But that wasn't important. What was important was that what happened here had already been seen by many people in the free market. With so many people here, there was a high chance that someone would have the dragon blood grass and the map of the secret realm. Even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would be tempted by a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill. On this point, Ling Xiao absolutely believed. Therefore, he only needed to wait here. Sooner or later, someone would come knocking on his door. There was an endless stream of people in the free market. Almost every customer who had just arrived would hear about the perfect grade yin-yang elemental force pill and come over to appraise it. It was a pity that when they saw the words "trade but not sell," they felt helpless. They had plenty of spirit stones, but they couldn't take out the dragon blood grass and the map of the secret realm. When there were no guests, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed, and he continued to cultivate for a long time. The pedestrians coming and going did not affect his cultivation. After an hour of cultivation, the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone was basically completely absorbed. His cultivation had also broken through from the early stage of yin-yang realm to the middle stage of yin-yang realm. Although it was only a small improvement. However, a big step was always accumulated from countless small steps. He was not in a hurry. He continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. After absorbing the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone, there was still the energy from the ice-fire grass. He used a portion of the ice-fire grass energy to help Lu Lian recover her cultivation, but that was only about 30%. The remaining 70% was enough to help him improve his cultivation by a large margin. In front of everyone, he still chewed the yin-yang elemental energy pill like a snack and digested it. The powerful origin energy storm attracted more and more people to watch. Among them, there were many martial artists from the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, as well as some disciples from the big families in the Heavenly Sea City. After all, a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill had never appeared in the Heavenly Sea City. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi here is abnormally abundant. It seems like the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company chose to set up a free market here for a reason. Another hour passed, and the sky was getting dark. Ling Xiao did not manage to wait for a real customer, but his cultivation was about to break through again. However, at this moment, a burly man appeared in front of the stall. Bang! A huge palm slammed hard on the stone platform. With just one hit, the stone platform was smashed into pieces. The terrifying sound was like thunder. Many martial artists were so frightened that they covered their ears. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the impact, did not look too good either. Just as he was about to break through, the man did that. Although it would not cause any harm to him, it made his cultivation go down the drain. His cultivation returned to the middle stage of yin-yang realm. Not only that, but he also wasted 30% of the ice-fire grass energy. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding, and his anger was burning. However, the burly man in front of the stall did not know what he had done. He pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Kid, I don't have the dragon's blood grass, nor do I have a map of the secret territory. But I have spiritual stones. I'll take your 10 yin-yang elemental force pills. Get lost." Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned blood red, and a terrifying voice rang out like a thunderclap. The burly man was stunned for a moment before he returned to normal. "Boy, what's with your attitude? I'll kill you if you continue to talk nonsense." Ling Xiao was trying his best to suppress his killing intent. He could sense that the burly man was just someone's cannon fodder. The real mastermind was standing in the crowd. He was waiting for him to flip out and take the opportunity to make a move on the yin-yang elemental energy pills. "Kill me? I haven't flipped out yet, and you're already flipping out? You're asking for death." The burly man suddenly took out a heavy sword from his storage ring. It seemed to weigh a few hundred kilograms. Then, he swung it at Ling Xiao's head in front of everyone. The heavy sword cut through the void, and a strong wind blew. The martial artists who were close to it could feel a chill in their limbs. It was terrifying. I've given you a chance. You're the one who doesn't understand how precious it is. The cold voice was like a voice from hell, and it made the burly man's body tremble violently. Three-leaf magic eyes, magic light attack. Ling Xiao's body still did not move, but his right eye released a black light. Not only did it send the heavy sword flying, but it also sent the burly man flying. He landed in the crowd dozens of meters away. His body twitched a few times, and then he stopped moving. Ling Xiao's attack was filled with hatred. Naturally, he did not show any mercy. Since the other party already had the intention to kill him, why should he show mercy? However, when he turned around to look at the stall, he found that the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills had disappeared. You're really fast. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. I've said it before. I'll kill anyone who tries to steal my yin-yang elemental energy pills. As his voice rang out, a crack appeared in the void. A martial artist covered in blood was pulled out from the crack. The 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills were taken back by Ling Xiao in perfect condition and placed back on the stall. What a terrifying young man. He can even find a martial artist who used a concealment technique. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They thought that the young man would admit defeat this time. Who knew that the one who fell in the end would be the martial artist who took the yin-yang elemental energy pills? Die. The martial artist who was pulled out tried to escape, but how could Ling Xiao let him go? Ling Xiao had already said before that whoever dared to make a move on his medicinal pills would be killed. Since someone disregarded his advice and insisted on sending himself to his death, he could not be blamed. With a casual flick of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the void and pierced the martial artist's head. The martial artist stood there in horror. His body was still in a running posture. It was a pity that he would not live to see tomorrow. Ling Xiao would not be soft-hearted when killing people. He would not kill those who should not be killed. He would not let any of those who deserved to die go. The most important thing was that the strongest martial artist who wanted to steal his pills was only at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm, the same as his cultivation. Such trash dared to provoke him. They were really overestimating themselves. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. Even though Ling Xiao had already killed 2 people, a hand still reached out from the ground and tried to steal the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills while Ling Xiao was not paying attention. A puppet beast? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye turned and discovered that it was a puppet beast with strange tentacles hidden underground. It was not a martial artist. This martial artist was smart to think of such a method. He thought that even if he failed, Ling Xiao would not be able to find him. He was too naive. Ling Xiao hit the ground with his palm. A shadow all pierced through the ground and hit the puppet beast. At the same time, he released his soul power and instantly locked onto the mastermind. That person saw that his plan had failed and turned to flee. He did not stop at all. Since you're here, why leave? Son of Shadow, Shadow kill. Ling Xiao did not leave the stall, but that person died dozens of meters away. The Son of Shadow's attack range was thousands of meters. After killing the 3 people, Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged. The 10 yin-yang elemental force pills were still placed on the stall, as if nothing had happened. The 3 of them had coveted the yin-yang essence force pill. In the end, all 3 of them died. This incident caused the martial artists who had been eyeing the yin-yang essence force pill to restrain themselves. After another hour, the sky was dark. Ling Xiao sighed. He had broken through to the late stage of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, he still had no clue about the dragon blood grass and the map of the mystery realm. He did not want to delay any longer. Since he could not get them, he would think about it later. Next, he had to refine the spirit-sobering pill and solve the problem with cold plum. Thinking of this, he packed up his stall and left. Returning to the Tower of Heroes, he spent a quarter of an hour to refine the spirit-awakening pill, saving Lin Mei from the separation of her divine soul. Long Chen was still cultivating at this moment. Cold Plum also returned to her cultivation state. After all, not everyone could break through as easily as Ling Xiao. He had the Tai Chi Eye and the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind came from outside the door. Ling Xiao did not even look at the gust of wind. Instead, he rushed out and chased after the person who shot the hidden weapon. The gust of wind must be a hidden weapon. With Dan Feng around, it could not hurt anyone. Young hero Ling, you're amazing. I didn't want to show myself, but you still found me. In a small alley a few hundred meters away from the outstanding person pavilion, the person stopped and looked back at Ling Xiao. He then cupped his hands and said, "Young hero Ling, don't be nervous. I'm a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have no hostility toward you." What did that mean? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I heard that young hero Ling needs the dragon blood grass and the map of the mystery realm, so I came to deliver the news. The martial artist explained. Ling Xiao was stunned. He felt that he was too nervous and misunderstood the other party. Who sent you? Master Ji Qing. The man replied, You're a VIP of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Since you need the information, we'll deliver it to you. Actually, you seem to have neglected your privilege. If you need it, you can use the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's intelligence system to serve you. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and scolded himself for being so stupid. He actually forgot such a convenient thing. He deserved to be tired. Then if young hero Ling has nothing else, I'll take my leave. The man cupped his hands and said, Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for the information. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others hurt him, he would not show mercy. It was that simple. After returning to the outstanding person pavilion, Dan Feng gave him a note. The information on it was very clear. If you want the dragon blood grass, you can find Sun Lingchan of the Medicine King Pavilion. If you want the map of the mystery realm, you can go to the Sky Sea Underground City to participate in the Death Arena. If you win, you'll definitely get a high-grade map of the mystery realm, but it's very dangerous. Dan Feng, please continue to watch over everyone. I have to go and try. If I don't come back, you don't have to wait. Do what you have to do. I won't die. Ling Xiao reminded, if you really meet an opponent that you can't handle, then use the formation refining stone I gave you to escape. Don't fight head-on. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You have to be careful too. The Moon Lady, the demonic liquor sword, and your grandfather Hong Qi are all not here. If you really meet a strong opponent, you can't be rash. Dan Feng was actually not worried about their safety. After what happened during the day, as long as they stayed in the outstanding person pavilion, they would not be safe. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had offended too many people. He was probably in the most danger. After leaving the outstanding person pavilion, Ling Xiao went to the Medicine King Pavilion of the Sky Sea City under the cover of the night. Now that the White Tiger meet was around the corner, the martial artists who were going to participate in the meet would probably come to the Sky Sea City. As one of the Sky Sea City's 4 heroes, Sun Lingchan would naturally come. Ling Xiao did not know Sun Lingchan, but this did not stop him from doing business with him. The Medicine King Pavilion in the night was brightly lit. One could see that the lights were all formed by small special arrays. They absorbed the light of the sun and moon and stored it before releasing it. The lights in the Medicine King's Pavilion could even show different colors. It was really magical. Ling Xiao could not help but take a few more glances. Hurry up. Fairy Ling Chan is going to distribute the pills. Don't miss it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Medicine King Pavilion, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. They were all rushing into the Medicine King Pavilion. Ling Xiao couldn't help but follow the crowd and walk in as well. On the first floor of the Medicine King Pavilion, one could see dozens of martial artists with powerful cultivation dressed in uniform standing around. Cold gazes were cast on all the martial artists who stepped into the Medicine King Pavilion. Those who need pills, line up. The rules are the same as usual. Only the martial artists who urgently need pills will be given out. I hope that some people who want to fish in troubled waters will be disciplined. In the pavilion, there was a woman wearing a veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could feel the otherworldly immortal aura exuding from her body. This woman should be Sun Lingchan, but she was a little different from Ji Luoyu's description. The one who spoke was the maidservant beside Sun Lin-chan. She was dressed in men's clothes and held a sword in her hand. She was very delicate and pretty. To be honest, even if it was this maidservant, she would definitely be considered a first-class beauty. The so-called distribution of pills looked a little like some kind rich people giving food to beggars. Could it be that this Sun Lin-chan was a kind person with a bodhisattva's heart? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He followed the crowd and approached the stall. Everyone was lining up. If he did not walk, he would be pushed forward. Brother, looking at you, you don't seem to care about those pills. Are you here to see Fairy Lin-chan? Behind Ling Xiao, a martial artist asked with a smile with saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao immediately understood. It seemed that many people in this crowd were here for Sun Ling-chan's beauty. Even if they could not see her face, seeing her flawless figure was also a kind of enjoyment. Ling Xiao understood these people very well. One had to know that Sun Ling-chan was barefoot at this time. Her feet were perfect as if carved from white jade. As long as it was a man who knew how to appreciate women, he wouldn't dislike her tender hands that stretched out of her clothes. Perhaps all men would want to hold her little feet in front of their chest and carefully admire them, letting those little hands caress their bodies. Yes. After responding casually, Ling Xiao ignored the man's nagging voice. He had seen women more beautiful than Sun Ling-chan, so his resistance was naturally stronger. The team continued to move forward, and Ling Xiao soon arrived in front of Sun Ling-chan. Sun Ling-chan glanced at Ling Xiao and asked softly, "What medicinal pills do you need?" "You can choose any medicinal pill below the profound grade and take it for free." "I want the dragon blood grass." Ling Xiao wasn't interested in elixirs below the mysterious grade. His purpose for coming here this time was for the dragon blood grass. What? Sun Ling-chan seemed to be taken aback for a moment before she let out a bell-like laughter. Under this laughter, many men almost entered a state of absent-mindedness and were infatuated. However, Ling Zhao's expression remained indifferent. This surprised Sun Ling-chan quite a bit. She smiled and asked, "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" "Why? Do I need a reason to make a deal? I can use 5 perfect-grade yin-yang elemental energy pills to exchange for it," Ling Xiao said lightly. His voice was calm, but the moment he spoke, there was a commotion in the hall of the Medicine King. It turned out that what happened in the free market during the day had already spread to many people's ears. "You're the young man who traded yin-yang elemental energy pills in the free market and killed 3 martial artists in the end?" Sun Ling-chan seemed to have heard about this too. "That's right." Ling Xiao didn't hide it. "Interesting. Hua, help me continue to distribute the medicinal pills. I want to have a chat with this young master." Sun Ling-chan smiled faintly and her voice was very sweet. However, this made countless martial artists who came to admire Sun Ling-chan envious. All of them stared at Ling Xiao with murderous gazes. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He only cared about Sun Ling-chan's dragon blood grass. He followed Sun Ling-chan to the lounge on the 2nd floor. This place was very spacious and should be a place for VIPs to rest. However, it happened to be empty at this time, so Sun Ling-chan used this place as her guest room. "You're Ling Xiao, right? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor?" Sun Ling-chan sat on the soft seat in a very ladylike manner. That posture gave off a feeling of superiority, as if she was a queen. "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded. "How do you know I have the dragon blood grass?" Sun Ling-chan asked again. "I guessed." Ling Xiao said lightly, "You're the daughter of the Medicine King's son Sa and the future successor of the Medicine King Hall. If even you don't have the dragon blood grass, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it in the entire Tianhai Empire." Hee. Sun Ling-chan just smiled faintly. As for whether she believed Ling Xiao's words, she didn't know. "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" Sun Ling-chan finally got to the point. "That's a very precious herb that can be used to refine many precious mysterious grade medicinal pills." "To refine medicinal pills?" Ling Xiao replied faintly, "To refine the fledgling dragon pill." He didn't lie. Lying in front of such a smart woman was purely self-deceiving. Not only would he not be able to deceive the other party, but it might also cause his image to collapse in the other party's eyes. If the other party wasn't happy, the dragon blood grass might not be willing to trade. Fledgling dragon pill, Sun Lingchan revealed a shocked expression. You can actually refine mysterious grade medicinal pills? Why not? Ling Xiao asked back. In fact, whether he admitted it or not, the medicine king Sun Sa would know about it. It was only a matter of time before Sun Lingchan found out. It was better to let the other party feel his weight and the success rate of this trade would be higher. Haha, I thought you were a promising young man and wanted to be friends with you, but I didn't expect you to boast so shamelessly. Even I can't refine a profound grade pill, how can you refine one? Sun Lingchan smiled coldly and stood up to see the guest out. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that Sun Lingchan, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. You can go ask your father, Medicine King Sun Zai, and see my ability in alchemy. Ling Xiao wasn't nervous. Instead, he laughed loudly and suppressed Sun Lingchan's arrogant aura. If you have the ability, you can be arrogant. It's the same with alchemy. No matter how beautiful you are, you still need to use medicinal pills. If I can refine mysterious grade medicinal pills, you have to look up to me. It's that simple. The corner of Sun Lingchan's mouth twitched. She immediately ordered someone to check the information. After a while, that person came back and whispered a few words in her ear. Sun Lingchan's expression couldn't be seen clearly, but after hearing that person's words, Sun Lingchan's attitude took a 180-degree turn. It was obvious that she had found some information about Ling Xiao, especially information about alchemy. I have 20 stalks of dragon blood grass here. It's the entire stock of the Medicine King Pavilion. This herb is very rare and hard to collect. I can give it to you for free. Sun Lingchan suddenly said. Fairy Lingchan, if you have anything to say, just say it. I, Ling Xiao, am not a kid anymore. I don't believe that there will be free deals in this world. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hee, if that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you 20 stalks of dragon blood grass for free. I want 15 fledgling dragon pills. Sun Lingchan said with a smile. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. Then tell me your price. Sun Lingchan's asking price was very high. Therefore, she wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao rejected her. Simple, 20 stalks of dragon blood grass. Moreover, you have to provide 20 fledgling dragon pills. After that, I can only give you 5 fledgling dragon pills. Of course, they are perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if it's not possible, then forget it. His attitude was very firm. This was because he firmly believed that even Medicine King Sun Sa couldn't refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This was his biggest advantage. Perfect grade. Sun Lingchan was a little out of control. Although she tried her best to keep calm, she still couldn't control herself. Young Master Ling, you're a little black-hearted. Black-hearted? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I can choose not to buy the dragon blood grass from you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company probably has it too. However, you definitely won't be able to find a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who can refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This is called a rare commodity worth hoarding. The market determines the value. Hee, young Master Ling is really eloquent. Alright, 5 pills it is. However, they must be perfect grade. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of toying with my Medicine King Pavilion. Sun Lingchan smiled and agreed. Just like what Ling Xiao said, there probably wasn't a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who could refine perfect grade profound grade elixir pills. Even her father, Medicine King Sun Sa, couldn't do it. I won't find trouble for myself. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wouldn't cause trouble for himself. Alright then. Hua Lu, go and get 20 stalks of dragon blood grass for this young master. Sun Lingchan smiled and instructed the maidservant beside her. The maidservant acknowledged and then left. About 15 minutes later, he returned with a box carved out of white jade. There were indeed 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass in it. In addition, there were 2 martial artists following behind him, carrying 2 chests. Inside the chests were medicinal herbs for refining the fledgling dragon pill. I prepared a total of 40 sets of medicinal ingredients. After all, there is still a possibility of failure. However, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want 5 perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills. If I can't do it, it won't be good for us. Sun Lingchan said the ugly words first, so as to avoid falling out with them in the future, which would make everyone look bad. Of course. Ling Xiao was secretly laughing in his heart. This was equivalent to him getting 20 sets of medicinal ingredients for free. These medicinal ingredients were worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. If he were to buy them, he would not be able to afford them now. In that case, Fairy Lingchan, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao kept the items in his storage ring and turned to leave. However, he did not expect a sudden chuckle from the door of the resting room. Sun Lingchan, didn't you say that your Medicine King Pavilion doesn't have dragon blood grass? When this voice was heard, a slender hand attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This person might not know Ling Xiao, but it was obvious that she was also thinking about the dragon blood grass. Ling Xiao did not fight head-on. Instead, he flashed and stood aside. He did not want to be the sacrifice in the battle between Sun Lingchan and others. She was stunned for a moment, as if she did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to dodge her attack. Don't be surprised. He could even dodge the attack of the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon. Dodging your attack is nothing. Another voice was heard from outside the door. It was also a woman's voice, but it sounded more noble and graceful. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a woman from a prestigious family. I don't believe it. The woman who attacked earlier pounced on Ling Xiao again. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw her face clearly. She was extremely good-looking. This woman was dressed as a man and had a heroic spirit. She was even more beautiful than Sun Lingchan's servant girl. She was valiant and formidable. Originally, Ling Xiao liked this type of woman very much. However, today, he was a little unhappy. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason. Take out all the dragon blood grass you have. I won't let you suffer. The woman pointed out her intentions as she attacked. It was as if she hoped that this would make Ling Xiao give up resisting stubbornly. However, once again, Ling Xiao easily dodged her attack and said indifferently, "You want me to take out something that's already in my storage ring? That's impossible. How much did you buy it for? I can buy it for 10 times the price." The woman attacked Ling Xiao again, and her voice was even sharper. Ling Xiao's heart was getting colder and colder. He was only giving face to Sun Lingchan, so he did not make a move, but the other party was actually so aggressive. It was simply unreasonable. Shangguan Qing'er, this is the Medicine King Hall. Don't go overboard. Giving you 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass is simply a waste of resources. How many people in your royal family can refine perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills? Sun Lingchan's voice was heard. This was her territory. How could she not care if someone was behaving atrociously here? Although the other party had a respectable status and even she had to be wary of them, it would be too embarrassing for her to let them hurt Ling Xiao here. Shangguan Qing'er was stunned for a moment and stopped attacking. She looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief, then looked at Sun Lingchan and said, "If you want to lie, you have to come up with something decent. Our royal family's imperial doctors can't refine a perfect-grade fledgling dragon pill, but they can still refine one with 80% perfection. Could it be that this lad can refine a perfect-grade fledgling dragon pill? That's right. He can refine it. I have already asked my father about this. Even my father highly admires this person." Sun Lingchan said calmly. "Impossible. What is his name?" Shangguan Qing'er asked. "Ling Xiao." Sun Lingchan replied. "Ling Xiao? I have never heard of such a powerful alchemy master on the White Tiger continent. Sun Lingchan, are you bullying me because I am not well educated?" Shangguan Qing'er was furious. I advise you not to attack. I am not afraid that you will hurt him, but I am afraid that you will be hurt by him." Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "Today, he killed 3 martial artists who tried to snatch the Yin-Yang elemental strength pills from him in the free market." Yin-Yang elemental strength pill? A perfect-grade Yin-Yang elemental strength pill? Shangguan Qing'er's focus seemed to be different from what Sun Lingchan had thought. Lad, sell me your perfect grade yin-yang elemental strength pill. I will give you double the price. Xianxia seemed to be used to being overbearing and rude. When she spoke, she was completely bossy and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Xianxia had an arrogant look on her face. It was as if whatever she said, others had to listen to her. If she wanted to buy Ling Xiao's elixirs, then Ling Xiao had to sell them. I'm not selling. Ling Xiao said plainly. I have already said that the yin-yang elemental force elixir is only for trade. If you don't have the dragon's blood grass or the map of the secret territory, then don't even think about it. Are you selling or not? Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao coldly, as if she wanted to kill him. If I'm not selling, then I'm not selling. Are you planning to buy it by force? Ling Xiao's gaze was equally cold. He had a special characteristic, which was that he could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If someone sat down and discussed it with him, then maybe he could sell it to them. After all, the dragon's blood grass was already in his hands. But now that the other party had such an attitude, how could he give in? So what if I want to buy it by force? Do you know who I am? Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, on account of your ignorance, I will not argue with you. Take it out, and I will give you spiritual stones. Otherwise, if you offend me, even if Sun Lingchan protects you, it will be useless. I don't care who you are, but I finally understand what you are. A dog raised by someone else to bite people. Is it because the leash is not tied properly? Ling Xiao's words were really merciless. He knew that the person outside the door was the real owner. As long as the person outside the door spoke, Xianxia would not dare to act recklessly. But now, it seemed that the person outside the door felt that what Xianxia did was not wrong. Xianxia's murderous aura was revealed, as if she did not care about Sun Lingchan's warning at all. She was really going to rob him. The murderous aura enveloped Ling Xiao, revealing a resolute murderous intent, as if she had seen her enemy. Facing such an unreasonable woman, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there and looked at her coldly, and an even more terrifying murderous aura was released. The two murderous auras in the air collided and exploded. Both of them took a step back. Qing'er, it's fine if you don't fight, but if you do, don't lose. The noble lady outside the door walked in and glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if she didn't care about him at all. Why would she take a martial artist at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm seriously? Greetings, Crown Princess. When Sun Lingchan saw this woman, he slowly stood up and said, Crown Princess. Ling Xiao finally understood why this woman was so overbearing. Crown Prince Tyranny Tianhai's woman. Rumor had it that not only was her cultivation terrifying, her status was also revered. You're welcome. The Crown Princess smiled slightly and then sat at the side. Her sitting posture was even more queen-like than Sun Lingchan's. She was completely used to it. Understood, Your Highness the Crown Prince Consort. Xianxia smiled slightly. Since she had the Crown Princess promise, she did not need to hold back. Her figure suddenly flashed, and she charged toward Ling Xiao at an even faster speed than before. Obviously, she had not used her full strength just now because of the Crown Princess. You're indeed an obedient dog. You bite whoever your master tells you to. You're quite pretty, but it's a pity that you're a blind dog. Ling Xiao did not intend to dodge anymore. Previously, he did not attack because he was giving Sun Lingchan face. However, it was obvious that Sun Lingchan did not want to interfere in this matter. Therefore, he could only fight for his own face. Hee, this guy is really daring. He even dares to scold the Crown Princess's maid. Sun Lingchan laughed happily. She had probably never seen such a daring person before. However, she did not know that Ling Xiao had even defeated Crown Prince Tyranny Tianhai. If he was afraid of a mere Crown Princess, it would be too embarrassing. You're courting death. Xianxia suddenly pulled out 2 broken swords. The blades were as thin as cicada's wings. For a woman, they were the best weapons. The sword aura tore through the void and slashed toward Ling Xiao with a strong gust of wind. This was no longer as simple as fighting for the yin-yang elemental force pill. She wanted to kill him. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Ice's fury appeared in his hand. A cold and gloomy aura circulated in the ice fury. The surrounding air became cold and gloomy. We don't know who's courting death yet. He smiled faintly and thrust out the ice fury. A terrifying cold aura broke through the air. Ding, dang, Xianxia's sword was blocked by the ice fury. She felt a strange cold aura enter her arms through the sword. It was so cold that she almost threw the sword in her hand to the ground. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt a strange and soft sword aura seeping into his meridians. It was trying to destroy his body. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. She was just a maid of the crown princess, yet her cultivation was so high. She was much stronger than the trash in the free market today. She was even comparable to the so-called 4 ferocious beasts of the heavenly ocean. Then how strong was the crown princess, how strong was tyranny Tianhai? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became even more obsessed with the dragon's blood grass. Whoever wanted to snatch it would die. The dragon's blood grass was the key to increasing his cultivation. Both of them took a step back and neutralized the sword aura in their bodies. You have some skills. No wonder you could kill those trash. But in front of me, Xianxia, you are still not worth mentioning. Xianxia waved the broken sword in her hand. The cold aura became even more dazzling. The soft sword aura was difficult to block. It was like using a stick to block the attack of a rope. There was no way to use force. Ordinary people would not be able to think of a reliable way to deal with this strange sword aura. However, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In a moment, he found the weak spot of this poisonous snake. Get lost. Ling Xiao waved the ice fury in his hand. A scorching aura suddenly rose. Then, a golden crow flew across the sky. The scorching flames burned in the lounge. The crown princess and Sun Lingchan were stunned. Third profound light, golden crow soaring sun. Snake shadow sword aura. Xianxia waved the 2 swords in her hands continuously. The strange and flexible sword aura instantly tore the golden crow into pieces. Hee, interesting. It's a pity that you don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't have any deep hatred for you. So, I will be merciful to you. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, my next move will end your life. Although he was smiling, his voice was very cold. However, Xianxia seemed to treat his words as fart. She did not care at all. She continued to attack with the 2 swords. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. A dark demonic sword hung above his head. Fusion, the dark demonic sword was wrapped in the ice fury. The power of the sword in his hand increased tremendously. Then, Ling Xiao pointed the tip of the sword at Xianxia. A dark night sky appeared behind him. In the night sky, there was a terrifying beast roaring. This voice caused many martial artists in the lounge to feel their hearts palpitate. A terrifying and dark aura was released continuously. It was as if some monster was stepping out from the dark void. Xianxia was stunned. However, she did not stop attacking. The 2 swords released a shocking murderous aura. A huge snake appeared behind her. The snake had 8 heads. It was extremely strange. Seeing the strange 9-headed snake martial soul behind Xianxia, Ling Xiao deduced that this woman's sword aura was cultivated because of the giant snake. The influence of a martial soul on a martial artist was indeed too great. Kill. There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was as cold as a devil. Since his opponent was courting death, why should he show mercy? Light Shadow's third profound, sure kill, Doomsday of Tao Tai. A giant black shadow stretched its head out from the void, its terrifying eyes staring at the enemy in front of it. A brutal aura rose continuously. Ever since Ling Xiao merged the martial soul of Tao Tai and the primordial heavenly demon fighting spirit, the power of Doomsday of Tao Tai had once again become the most terrifying attack among all of Ling Xiao's killing moves. If he used this move, it would prove that he really had the intention to kill. No matter who it was, as long as their cultivation level was not higher than him by 3 levels, they would definitely die. A terrifying sword light enveloped Xianxia. The roar of the Tao Tai caused the entire Medicine King Hall to tremble. The pitch-black shadow had already penetrated the entire resting lounge and was spying on the woman not far away. Roar, the sword light flew out, releasing the roar of a giant beast. At that moment, All of Xianxia's sword shadows were torn apart, and the shadow of the giant snake behind her disappeared as well. Her eyes were dull and filled with fear, filled with despair. She was going to die. How was this possible? She was at the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm, but she was going to be killed by a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm. How could her opponent release such a terrifying ultimate move? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. However, the shadow in the void was already attacking her, and it was useless to not believe it. Show mercy! Sun Lingqian and the Crown Princess actually attacked at the same time. The two of them released two even more astonishing auras, which directly destroyed the shadow in the void. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the three women in front of him. Xianxia was already very powerful. He had to use his strongest killing move to intimidate his opponents, and this was under the circumstance that his opponents did not know him well. Sun Lingqian and the Crown Princess were even more terrifying. His strongest killing move was not worth mentioning in front of these two women. As expected, the gap between them was still too big. However, he didn't intend to retreat. The dark demon sword in his hand was still circulating with a terrifying aura. His body was gradually covered by a white bone armor. He entered the state of hell body. At this moment, there were already many martial art practitioners gathered in the lounge. As they watched the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianxia, they were all extremely shocked. Xianxia was a martial artist at the 9th heaven of the Yin Yang realm. Although she was not ranked among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, it was not because she was not strong enough. It was because she was a female official in the palace and did not have the right to participate in the white tiger meet. Although she was called a female official, she was actually just a slave. However, there was no doubt about his strength. But in the face of an unfamiliar young man, he was almost killed. If Sun Lingqian and the Crown Princess hadn't intervened, what would have happened? They can think of it with their thighs. This young man was too terrifying. He was simply a role model for the younger generation. I will kill you. Xianxia, who had been rescued, screamed, then pounced forward with all her might in an attempt to take revenge. She was a slave. If she was of no use to her master, the consequences could be imagined. Enough. You are no match for him. The Crown Princess gently placed her hand on Xianxia's shoulder. Her gentle voice had a tinge of coldness. I have misjudged you. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, you are really skilled. With such strength, even in the Tianhai Empire, you can be ranked among the top 6. However, you still have to restrain yourself. Although the Tianhai Empire has the strength, there are many people who are not qualified to participate in the white tiger meet. Qing'er is a slave. Otherwise, her name would have been among the 7 little saints. Mu Wanshuang is also a slave. However, she is one of the Tianhai 4 talents. Whether she can participate in the white tiger meet or not depends on her master. Ling Xiao looked at the Crown Princess nonchalantly and said, haha, interesting, interesting. You are indeed the heavenly emperor of the Tianhai Empire. The Crown Princess laughed very casually. She no longer had the arrogance from before. You flatter me. The Tianhai Empire is just a small and weak country in front of the Tianhai Empire. It is not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao knew his own weight, and he also knew the weight of the Tianhai Empire. It was precisely because he was inferior that he had to work even harder to become stronger. Join the Crown Prince's guest delegation. You will definitely be put in an important position. The Crown Princess suddenly said. Guest delegation? Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Crown Princess's words to change so drastically. She was just praising him a moment ago, but now she was suddenly full of praise. That's right. With your talent and ability, under the Crown Prince's nurturing, you will sooner or later become one of the best on the White Tiger continent. The Crown Princess smiled. Will the Crown Prince allow a guest delegation to be stronger than him? Ling Xiao didn't refuse the Crown Princess's request. The Crown Princess froze for a moment, then chuckled. I understand. Your ambition is not small. Unfortunately, if your ambition is too great, you will sometimes be stuffed to death. Whether or not I will be stuffed to death is not up to you or the Crown Prince. It is up to me. Ling Zhao's confidence stemmed from his various abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still protect himself. As long as he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely surpass Tyranny Heavenly Seas. He had never doubted this point. Good, very good. You are really good. Fairy Lingchan, sorry for disturbing you today. Let's chat again tomorrow. Qinger, let's go. The crown princess looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then turned and left with Shangguan Qinger. Young Master Ling, you seem to have been targeted by Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Sun Lingchan sighed. Tyranny Heavenly Seas is incomparably tyrannical. They are the classic example of those who obey them prosper and those who oppose them perish. If you don't obey them, you have to be careful of their revenge. However, they actually sent the crown princess to personally test you. They really think highly of you. You really weren't injured by the sacred sword of the wind demon? In the end, Sun Lingchan suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. A hint of surprise flashed across Sun Lingchan's eyes. The sacred sword of the wind demon was ranked 4th among the 4 prodigies of heavenly seas. However, if they really fought, Shi and Mu Wanshuang might not be able to win easily. Of course, Tyranny Heavenly Seas was an exception. That guy was so strong that he didn't seem human. Ling Xiao could actually survive the sacred sword of the wind demon. This meant that she, Sun Lingchan, might not be able to control him. Thinking of this, she made some last-minute changes to her original plan. Forcing him became preparing to befriend him. Of course, this still depended on whether Ling Xiao could survive the encirclement of strong enemies. A martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent who was so dazzling in Heavenly Sea City would probably attract a lot of trouble. What's your cultivation like? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He couldn't see through Sun Lingchan's cultivation, so he asked directly. Hee, it's stronger than the sacred wind demon sword. Sun Lingchan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, you have to be careful of the crown princess. She's as scary as Tianhai Tyranny. She might be weaker in terms of strength, but she's very cunning. Fairy Lingchan is also a smart person. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sun Lingchan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. He didn't expect this young man to see through his thoughts. This person didn't cultivate appraisal eye, but his eyesight was terrifying. Goodbye. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned and left the Medicine King Pavilion. His next step was to go to the underground black market arena. It was for the map of the secret realm. Now that he had the pills, he had to get the map of the secret realm. Using both methods, together with the spiritual energy in the White Tiger continent that was much denser than the Divine Phoenix continent, he could definitely increase his cultivation in a short period of time. Not only him, but his comrades also needed to increase their cultivation. Although they couldn't increase their cultivation as quickly and fiercely as him, they might be able to hold their own and not have to worry about him all the time. He didn't dare to say for others, but at the very least, Long Chen could definitely keep up with his cultivation speed. Cold Plum still needed to depend on her luck. If she could successfully obtain the power of the 10,000 Ghosts banner, her cultivation would definitely increase quickly. The underground city was the underground world of Tianhai City. This was a world of chaos but also full of opportunities. Every night, when Heavenly Sea City was quiet, this place would become lively. The entrance to the underground city didn't have any restrictions. It was just a deep tunnel. Ling Xiao found the entrance according to the location on the map and walked in. Brothers, get ready to attack. This kid's clothes aren't bad. He should be rich. Let's snatch his storage ring. There were flickering fireflies in the tunnel. Between the flickering fireflies, many figures could be seen. These were the rats in the tunnel. They were terrifying bandits. They were used to reaping without sowing. They lived in the tunnel all year round and attacked strangers. They would never provoke powerful martial artists. However, they would naturally treat an unfamiliar brat like Ling Xiao who was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm like a fat sheep. Bandits were not allowed to exist in Heavenly Sea City, and they would be severely punished by the royal family. But the underground city was a chaotic and lawless place, just like the Xin domain. Ling Xiao's exposed cultivation level was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was definitely a top-notch expert in the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. Martial artists at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm could be seen everywhere. The average strength of this bandit group was around the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With dozens of people and such a powerful lineup, they thought that victory was already in their grasp. Even the martial artists passing by felt that Ling Xiao would become a nameless corpse in the tunnel tonight. However, what they didn't know was that the bandits had kicked an iron plate. They had encountered a killing god and were destined to suffer misfortune. Ling Xiao had long noticed this group of people. However, he didn't show any signs of slowing down, nor did he draw his sword. Instead, a subtle, blazing light gradually appeared on the surface of his body. The moment he passed through the encirclement, the light suddenly exploded. Then, the surroundings started to burn wildly. This horrifying scene caused many martial artists to tremble uncontrollably. Shrill screams followed one after another. The dozens of pitiful bandits were instantly melted and evaporated by the terrifying heat. Perhaps this was the rumored no corpses. Someone clearly saw the horror and disbelief in the bandits' eyes before they died. Unfortunately, it was already meaningless. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He didn't even attack, but dozens of Yin-Yang realm martial artists were instantly vaporized. When did such an outstanding martial artist appear in Heavenly Sea City? There were many experts passing by. Many of them were experts who frequently traveled between the underground city and Heavenly Sea City. They and the bandits seemed to know each other. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. He should be a candidate martial artist for the White Tiger meet. Why would a proper martial artist come to the underground city? Is he going to participate in the underground black market's single elimination tournament? It can't be wrong. I've seen candidates participate in the single elimination tournament because they lack money. However, many of them died forever below. If this person participates in the single elimination tournament, how many floors do you think he can reach? He should have no problem reaching the 10th floor. If he's still hiding his strength, he should have no problem reaching the 20th floor. However, if he wants to reach the 30th floor, his life will be in danger. In the underground city's single elimination tournament, there would be an arena master on every floor. Challengers could challenge each floor one by one. They had to win consecutively to go up. If they failed, it was very likely that they would die. Of course, if they were strong enough or met a kind arena master, they could still survive. That's right. The underground city's Hell Tower isn't that easy to climb. Before others understand him, he might be able to win consecutively. However, once others are familiar with his methods, he won't be far from failure. Moreover, the Fan family in charge of the Hell Tower won't allow anyone to win consecutively. Otherwise, their losses will be great. They will definitely send out powerful opponents to stop him. Ever since the Hell Tower opened, only 100 or so people have been able to reach the 30th floor. Only 50 have reached the 40th floor, and less than 30 have reached the 50th floor. The only martial artist who has truly reached the top, which is the 100th floor, seems to be the Crown Prince, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The key point is that the Hell Tower is very strange. After entering, any treasures are useless. You can only rely on your own strength. Therefore, many martial artists who rely on treasures to win will wither after entering. I heard that recently, a martial artist from a subordinate country came to participate in the White Tiger meet. His name is Ko Xiling. This person has learned a lot and his moves are ever-changing. It's very difficult to see through him. Therefore, he was fortunate enough to reach the 50th floor and become the arena master. There's also a martial artist from the sea race called Lan Jing. This person is quite strange. His appearance is extremely ugly, as if his entire body has been specially modified. He also reached the 40th floor and became the arena master. Don't forget about Fairy Macho from the Jingyi school. She has already reached the 41st floor. Why did someone from the Jingyi school come to Heavenly Ocean City? What's so strange about that? I heard that Fairy Macho is also participating in the White Tiger meet, but recently, she urgently needs a map of the secret realm. This time, she's going for the final reward. That's the reward for reaching the 100th floor. Can she do it? Why not? Fairy Macho is ranked 7th in the Jingyi school and is one of the 7 disciples. Her strength is comparable to the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean City. Interesting. Are they all going to fight tonight? Of course. Then let's hurry up. It'll be a waste of time if we miss the exciting battle. After Ling Xiao finished listening to these people's discussion, he followed them forward. He was unfamiliar with the underground city's arena. He didn't expect it to be a tower climb. The rules were simple. When he arrived at the bottom of the Hell Tower, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The immemorial heavenly devil battle intent in his body was showing signs of baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if something in the Hell Tower was summoning it. Perhaps there'll be a different harvest tonight. Ling Xiao was excited. He turned his head and looked at the sign at the entrance of the Hell Tower. It said, "Those who want to climb the tower can enter by paying 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Violators will die." The words were filled with a domineering aura. Compared to the person who carved these words, the person who carved them was also quite powerful. Ling Xiao casually threw 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones into the groove under the racket. Although it was a bit painful, if he could get the map of the secret realm, this trip would be worth it. After stepping into the first floor of the Hell Tower, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that it was filled with people. The ring-shaped auditorium was already filled with people. In the center was a huge battle stage that could be raised and lowered. Everyone could see it clearly. At this moment, deafening roars could be heard from the auditorium. The audience looked very excited. Ling Xiao casually found a secluded spot and stood down. Since there was no place to sit, he didn't want to attract too much attention. At this moment, someone was challenging someone. It was 2 Yin-Yang realm experts. This wasn't strange. Anyone who dared to challenge someone in this place was courting death unless they were Yin-Yang realm experts. The battle between the two quickly ended. A fashionably dressed middle-aged man jumped into the arena and let out a loud and clear voice. "Guan Hao wins and successfully becomes the champion of the first floor. In 10 minutes, you can challenge him. If you win, you'll receive the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones you paid. For every floor you climb, you'll receive 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you successfully become the champion of the 10th floor, you will be able to obtain the champion waist token of the Fan family. As long as a martial artist with this waist token went to the Fan family's business premises, they would be able to enjoy a special discount of at least 10%, 20% off on the 20th floor, 30% discount on the 30th floor, 40% discount on the 40th floor, 50% off on the 50th floor. The discount is huge. It's definitely something you can only dream of." The power of the Fan family was spread throughout the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. Therefore, obtaining such a champion waist token was definitely a dream of warriors. Moreover, there will be special rewards on the 50th floor. You can choose medicinal pills, magic treasures, martial arts manuals, slaves, and so on. There are more than a dozen types of choices. These words really stirred up the pride of countless people. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but clench his fists. To him, this was definitely an opportunity. Originally, he had only come here for the map of the secret realm. He did not expect to be able to earn spirit stones. He had consumed too many spirit stones these days, and he didn't have time to refine pills to sell. He didn't even have enough for himself. Now that there was such an opportunity, why not take it? As long as he could reach the 50th floor, he could get 500,000 mid-level spirit stones. This was definitely a generous income. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao was about to go on stage. Suddenly, a figure rushed out beside him. "Guan Hao, I'm here to challenge you for the champion position." Ling Xiao glanced at him. This person turned out to be a burly man in his 40s. It seemed that there was no age limit in this challenge tournament. It was estimated that the probability of a master appearing was very high. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. It seemed that if he wanted to climb to the 100th floor, he would have to use some extraordinary means. Otherwise, it would not be easy to rely on his own strength. "Ignorant man, are you ready to die?" Guan Hao looked like the kind of Jianghu bandit who killed without batting an eye. He was dressed in rough clothes, and there was a very obvious scar on his eye. His voice was also very fierce and murderous. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Although he knew that it was very likely that he would lose his life in this challenge tournament, since the burly man was already on stage, he naturally couldn't admit defeat. He waved the huge mace in his hand and smashed it toward Guanhao's head. Bang! Guanhao held a bloody dagger in his hand. The speed of the dagger was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the dagger had hit the weakest part of the mace. It had actually sent a burly man flying. "You're lucky." Guanhao's saber had directly sent the burly man flying. Therefore, although the burly man had failed, he had managed to preserve his life. He could be considered to be very lucky. Guanhao wins. I'll give you a cup of recovery medicinal wine. In 10 minutes, the second challenge will begin. The recovery medicinal wine was provided by the Fan family for free. It could restore the champion to his best state in the shortest time. Of course, the prerequisite was that there must be at least 2 champions. Damn it, this guy is too strong. The burly man returned to Ling Zhao's side, cursing and swearing. He was very unhappy, but he seemed to be glad that he kept his life. Ling Zhao glanced at him. This person's strength was actually not bad, but unfortunately, he was not as good as Guanhao. Next, who else wants to challenge the first level? As long as you succeed, you can directly enter the second level and get a free recovery medicinal wine to ensure that your combat strength is not lost. The host said loudly. Ling Zhao would definitely not miss this time. He took a deep breath. Guanhao's strength was actually not strong, so it was not a problem for him. He was actually worried about whether he could enter the 100th level. 10 minutes later, he broke through the air and went to the arena again. However, at this time a strong wind suddenly attacked. Someone saw that he jumped out first and tried to attack him from behind to make him fall to the ground. Although it was not full of killing intent, it was vicious. Ling Zhao's face turned cold, and then he turned around and punched, roaring, "Get out of my way." That person only felt a scorching heat on his face, and then his body flew out and fell to the ground. He did not want to kill Ling Zhao, and Ling Zhao did not kill him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. "Good boy, you have good skills, but it's a pity that you are still not strong enough to challenge Guanhao." When the burly man who had been defeated by Guanhao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he muttered to himself, "Guanhao's blood saber is extremely terrifying. It contains ice-cold saber chi and is extremely powerful. It's simply impossible to block it. Young man, I advise you to go down. You don't look more than 20 years old. It's a pity to die in the arena at such a young age." Guanhao looked at Ling Zhao indifferently and said, "No, you can't take my life." Ling Zhao shook his head gently and said. He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Guanhao, and there was no need to explain too much. Anyway, he just wanted to fight. Haha, as expected of a young man. His blood is boiling, but it's a pity that he doesn't have a strategy. It's hard to accomplish anything with just hot blood. Guanhao smiled and shook his head. A cold killing intent burst out, enveloping Ling Zhao. At this moment, there were actually 3 beautiful women sitting in the audience seats. "Sister, why did we follow this person here? Is there something about him that's worth your attention?" The woman who asked was wearing men's clothing, delicate and pretty. "Hua, you don't understand. This person is called Ling Zhao. He almost killed the crown princess maid, Xianxia. He's very powerful." The other woman, who was also dressed in men's clothing, answered before the leader could speak. "Is what you said true, Hua Lu?" Hua asked in surprise. "She's not lying. Why else do you think I'm interested in him? This person is very interesting. I wonder if he can break Tyranny Sky's record." Sun Lingchan said with a smile. She had participated in this underground arena before, and the highest record was only the 90th floor. The last 10 floors were a bit special. It didn't rely on strength, but on the versatility of one's abilities. If you were good at formations, talismans, etc., it would be easier to pass. Tyranny Sky was such a well-rounded person. Not only was he domineering, he was strong, and very talented. Even in the entire White Tiger continent, the Crown Prince of Tianhai Empire was definitely in the top 4. No one dared to look down on him. Fairy Lingchan's words are too much. Although that kid seems to be hiding his cultivation, there's no way he can break Tyranny Sky's record. At this moment, another woman's voice sounded. It was the person sitting behind Sun Lingchan. Jun Macho? That person was Fairy Macho, one of the 7 disciples of Xingyi school. Although she was ranked last, even the 4 prodigies of Tianhai didn't dare to look down on her. Fairy Lingchan still recognizes me? Jun Macho smiled. Of course I recognize him. However, Fairy Macho seems to be underestimating him. Perhaps he will soon surpass your current results. Sun Lingchan said indifferently. Is that so? I'll be waiting for him on the 41st floor. I hope he can hurry up. Otherwise, I might be the one to break Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's record. Lord Macho obviously didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. Sun Lingchan smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked back at the arena. The arena was very wide, but it was separated from the audience by a barrier and a gully. This was to protect the safety of the audience. Young man, since you refuse to admit defeat, then tell me your name. I, Guan Hao, do not kill nameless people. Guan Hao pulled out the bloody dagger and said coldly. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Guan Hao indifferently, then turned his head to look at the weapon rack at the edge of the ring. The weapons on it were all very ordinary, but they were relatively tough. According to the rules of the Hell Pagoda, martial artists were not allowed to use magic treasures. In other words, Ice's fury could not be used. All weapons could only be chosen from the weapon rack on the stage. Guan Hao's short knife was also chosen from the weapon rack, but it was stained with a lot of blood and looked a little red. No weapons? Guan Hao noticed that Ling Xiao glanced at the weapon rack, but he didn't seem to have any intention of taking any weapons. I don't need any to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Arrogant. I'll send you to the Western Paradise now. Guan Hao was furious. He stepped out with his right foot, and the entire arena shook. The short knife in his hand emitted an icy cold aura, which seemed to make the air in the arena much colder. In an instant, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ling Xiao in the next moment. The short knife in his hand pierced out, and the terrifying elemental energy fluctuation seemed to make the space in the arena chaotic. It felt as if an iceberg was piercing towards Ling Xiao. Defeat. Ling Xiao opened his mouth gently, and the 100 Heaven Queen Earth cells bloomed. The power of the Heaven Queen Earth wrapped around his arm. He threw out a punch just like that. In the next moment, Guan Hao flew out of the arena. You've lost. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist and glanced calmly at Guan Hao, who had fallen outside the arena. He didn't kill him because they didn't have a blood feud, so there was no need to kill him. What's going on? Guan Hao got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. It was really too terrifying. This kid was much more powerful than he had imagined. Someone in the audience had seen Ling Xiao in the tunnel, and he couldn't help but shout, this kid didn't even attack in the tunnel. He killed dozens of Yin Yang realm bandits with his strange inner energy. Are you talking about the White Wolves bandit gang? That's impossible. The average cultivation base of the White Wolves bandit gang is at the 4th level of Yin Yang realm. How could he do that? Obviously, most people didn't believe it. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. He'll probably continue to challenge people. Just watch and you'll know. In the arena, the host appeared again and gave Ling Xiao a cup of recovery medicinal wine. After drinking it, his recovery sped up as expected. Young hero, you're really powerful. Will you continue to challenge people? Or will you continue to challenge people after receiving the reward? According to the rules of the Hell Tower, if someone defeated the champion and wanted to continue to challenge people, then the champion could continue to stay in the arena. Continue to challenge people. Ling Xiao said calmly. Okay, young hero, please step onto the 2nd floor's mechanism ladder. Also, if there's anyone who wants to go to the 2nd floor to watch the battle, you'll have to pay 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The Fan family really knew how to make money. Paying 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones just to watch the battle was too much for many martial artists. Of course, Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho didn't care about this little bit of money. They walked up the stairs and entered the 2nd floor. Ling Xiao was sent to the 2nd floor's arena by the mechanism ladder. On the second floor, the rules were different. The audience couldn't challenge people casually. Only martial artists from the previous floor could challenge people. Haha, someone finally came up. Otherwise, I'd be bored to death. The second floor's champion was a young man in blue clothes. He held a long sword in his hand. Of course, it was also a long sword taken from the weapon rack. He stood there like an unsheathed sword. Just by looking at it, he was really powerful. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and shook the long sword in his hand. Are you ready? Ling Xiao nodded, but still didn't take a weapon. The second floor's champion was obviously angered by Ling Xiao's actions. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. So he stabbed with his sword. This person's sword technique was really good. His attack was swift and fierce, and the angle was tricky. Unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao. Boom, another punch. Again, he only used the power of 100 Imperial Heaven Queen Earth, and the arena master was blasted off the stage. Ling Xiao wouldn't kill anyone unless it was a fight to the death. First, it was easy to make enemies, and second, it was a waste of energy. At this moment, the arena master suddenly understood that it wasn't that Ling Xiao looked down on him, but that he was too weak. What the hell, this guy is so strong. It's so fun to watch. The 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were well spent. The burly man who thought Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Guan Hao also came to the second floor to watch the show. Although this guy wasn't strong, he looked like a nouveau riche. He threw down mid-grade spirit stones without batting an eye. Seeing Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't help but feel excited. Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho's expressions didn't change. If Ling Xiao couldn't even pass the first 10 floors, then he really didn't have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. Next was the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 8th floor, the 9th floor. Ling Xiao only used one punch in all of his battles. There were no variations. His fighting style was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. But it was also frightening. Fairy Macho, the arena master of the 10th floor should be your maid, right? Can she stop Ling Xiao? Sun Lingchan suddenly turned to look at Jun Macho. My maid isn't weak. He's dreaming if he thinks he can defeat her with one punch. Unless he shows a new ability, he won't be able to continue. Jun Macho had brought 4 maids and 4 bodyguards to Sky Sea City this time. And these 8 people were all arena masters of the Hell Tower. The weakest one was the arena master of the 10th floor. This guy was clearly looking for trouble. After taking the arena master's seat, he mocked the Sky Sea Empire's martial artists. He seemed very pleased with himself. His ability is stronger than you think. Sun Lingchan smiled. You'll be very surprised. Is that so? My maid has cultivated an extremely profound movement technique. Although her overall strength may not be comparable to this. Ling Xiao, if he can't defeat my maid within 100 moves, then he'll have failed the challenge. Jun Macho was still very confident. That's why I'm sure he'll stop here today. However, it's still not bad. For a young man who looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old to be the champion of the 9th floor, it's something to be proud of. Jun Macho looked very proud as he spoke. After all, the Jingyi school was the #1 sect on the White Tiger continent. Even the 4 great empires had to obey the orders of the Pope. Interesting. Where did this kid come from? He has actually already stepped into the 10th level? From the 10th floor onwards, special VIP rooms would be set up for the audience of high status. These VIP rooms could be moved up and down automatically. They could go up and down at will without walking out. This was the privilege of a VIP. There was tea and snacks in the VIP room, and the environment was very comfortable. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting in a VIP room on the 10th floor. The leader was actually the eldest son of the Fan family, Fan Ruahai. The other person was naturally one of the 4 talents of Tianhai, Mu Wanchuang. There were 2 other people sitting across from them. One was the 3rd young master of the Fan family, Fan Ruolin. The other was Fan Ruolin's friend, an expert from the White Tiger Empire's Dark Shrine, Yin Meng. Although Fan Ruolin was not as famous as Fan Ruahai, he did not belong to the 4 talents of Tianhai or the 7 small saints of Tianhai. However, when it came to him, there was no one who did not know him. It was only because he had publicly expressed his disdain for the title of the 7 small saints of Tianhai, and because he could not enter the ranks of the 4 talents, he simply did not want any title. This person was very arrogant. Of course, he had the capital to do so. The one who had just spoken was Yin Meng from the Dark Shrine. Fan Roland smiled and said, "But this kid is really unlucky." It was not easy to climb to the 10th floor, but he met June Macho's servant girl. That little girl is very strong. Yes, this little servant girl has fought with me before. Although she is not as good as me, her movements are quite strange. Generally, warriors of the same cultivation level as her would find it very difficult. Those with a higher cultivation level than her can't do anything to her. This Ling Xiao is so strong. We can't let him be too proud and think that our Fan family's Hell Tower is easy to climb. It's good to let this servant girl dampen his spirit. Yin Meng thought deeply and said, and this Ling Xiao actually exposed his strength from the start. In order to achieve a one-hit kill, he probably exploded with all his yin and yang energy. Now that he has kicked an iron plate, it's good to learn a lesson. Otherwise, he will think that there is no one on our White Tiger continent. In Yin Meng's view, Ling Xiao's so-called one-hit kill was completely achieved by exploding with all his strength in an instant. Even if Ling Xiao still had hidden strength, it could not be that strong. He thought that even if June Macho's servant girl could not stop Ling Xiao, she would still make Ling Xiao suffer greatly. However, Fan Ruohai just smiled and said nothing. Mu Wanchuang sneered secretly. The two of them had been paying attention to Ling Xiao ever since he stepped onto the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower and killed several White Tiger meat candidates. They knew that Ling Xiao had been able to dodge a move from the sacred sword of the Wind Demon, so he must be very capable. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's one-hit kill was purely because his opponent was too weak and he did not want to waste time. June Macho's servant girl was a warrior who used a dagger. Naturally, this dagger was also selected from the weapon rack. Ling Xiao looked at her and still had no intention of using a weapon. You'd better get a weapon. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not showing mercy. June Macho's servant girl looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Make your move. You can't kill me." Ling Xiao's words were still the same. Even in the face of the 10th floor's champion, he did not care and his expression was as indifferent as before. It was as if June Macho's servant girl was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. What an arrogant boy. Today, I'll let you see the power of our Jingyi school's martial arts. Ling Xiao's tone made the servant girl very angry and she immediately flew into a rage. Because it seemed that she was being looked down upon by him. This kind of contempt made her extremely unhappy. The martial arts of the Jingyi school formed a system of its own. The moves were quite complicated, but definitely not useless. Every move was very scientific and very necessary. If one succeeded in cultivating it, it would be quite powerful. However, because it was too complicated, most warriors could not master it. Obviously, this servant girl was the same. She had only learned a little bit of the Jingyi school's martial arts. However, even so, it was already very powerful. When this set of dagger martial arts was displayed, coupled with her martial soul, it actually created a strange scene of snow flying all over the sky. This made Ling Xiao think of the swordsmanship he had once cultivated. Although that set of swordsmanship was no longer used, it was still a beautiful memory. The cold sword chi was overwhelming, not giving Ling Xiao any room to dodge. Moreover, these sword chi were full of freezing power, as if they wanted to freeze Ling Xiao's hands and feet. As a result, Ling Xiao could not make a move. The sword technique of the Jingyi school is just SOSO. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and then turned his arm into a long sword. Sword intent erupted, he suddenly became interested and wanted to defeat his opponent with his sword technique. And the sword technique he was going to use was the relatively low-level, Snow Lotus sword technique that he had previously cultivated. Although the sword technique could no longer adapt to the current battle due to the improvement of his cultivation. But the opponent was weaker. There was no harm in playing. Bastard, how dare you look down on the martial arts of the Jingyi school? The maidservant was even angrier. It's not that I look down on you, but your sword technique is indeed too weak. It's not even as good as my gold-grade martial arts. After saying that, he turned his arm into a long sword and stabbed out. Flying snow, this move was extremely fast. It was not as luxurious as the maidservant's sword technique, but it defeated the enemy with one move. The cold snowflakes flew out and hit the maidservant's shoulder blade directly. Then, an amazing force erupted and the maidservant was knocked out of the arena. Was it over? Looking at the arena dumbfounded, no one could believe such an ending. One move, another move, although he had changed his moves, he had indeed defeated the maidservant with one move. Ha ha ha, see, Jun Macho? I've already said that this kid is much more powerful than you think. Your maidservant tried to block his way. You underestimated him too much. In the VIP room, Sun Lingchan was smiling beautifully and was very pleased with herself. It was as if she was the one who had won. Congratulations to Ling Xiao for successfully becoming the champion of the 10th floor. He will receive a waste token. Bing will be rewarded with an additional 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The host stepped onto the arena, raised Ling Xiao's right hand high, and said excitedly. Interesting, I misjudged him. This person actually has some skills, but unfortunately, his sword technique is too weak. He won't be able to go far. Fan Roland was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. He still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Yin Meng also smiled and said, if he can continue to go up, he will encounter the place I am guarding. Then he will really be unlucky. As a martial artist of the Dark God Palace, it was impossible for Yin Meng to not know Ling Xiao. He had a special feeling of enmity towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had uprooted the Dark God Hall's forces in the Divine Phoenix continent. According to the rules of the Hell Tower, every 10 floors had half an hour to an hour of rest time. During this period of time, the other high-level arena masters would be challenging each other, so the audience would not feel bored. Ling Xiao was also fortunate enough to watch the battle of Jun Macho, one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school, as the champion of the 10th floor. Jun Macho was originally the champion of the 41st floor. While he was resting, he actually obtained consecutive victories and stepped into the 47th level in one go. Only the first 2 floors were left before reaching the 50th floor. The 50th floor was a huge hurdle. It meant a huge breakthrough. Not only could one obtain a lot of rewards, but it could also be considered a huge honor. On the 48th floor, Jun Macho met a very difficult opponent. This person was around 50 years old. His talent wasn't very good, but because of his age, his strength wasn't weak. He seemed to be good at fire-type internal energy. Even his martial soul was a flaming sword. Fortunately, although the weapons on the weapon rack weren't magic weapons, they were more durable and didn't break easily. Otherwise, with his internal energy, he probably wouldn't even be able to use weapons. Facing this person, Jun Macho really didn't have it easy. He actually used as many as 50 moves to finally defeat him. In the end, Jun Macho was also a genius. The martial arts of the Jingyi school were indeed very powerful and not so easy to deal with. Interestingly, Jun Macho seemed to have comprehended something in this battle. He easily won the next 49th and 50th floors. He became the champion of the 50th floor. As for the original champion, Ko Xiling, it was even more ridiculous. When Jun Macho was fighting, he also began to challenge and became the champion of the 60th floor. Ling Xiao regretted not watching his battle. However, since he was going to challenge the 100th floor, he would probably meet this person sooner or later, so he didn't care too much. Young Master Ling, it's time for the break. Do you plan to continue challenging? The host asked with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. However, once he started challenging, he couldn't stop anymore. Damn, who is this Ling Xiao? He has already reached the 19th floor. If he goes up, it will be the 20th floor. Is this guy going to defy the heavens? And from the 11th floor onwards, he defeated one person with one punch. I really don't understand. The martial artist guarding the 20th floor had a little relationship with Ling Xiao because he was the senior brother of Guan Hao, the champion of the first floor. Moreover, it was said that the moves he used were the same as Guan Hao's, but his saber was faster, fiercer, and more ruthless. Guan Hao lost, but I won't. It seemed that this senior brother was indeed stronger than Guan Hao. However, Ling Xiao still shook his head and sighed. He was a little disinterested. One punch is enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao was not looking down on his opponent, but the opponent at this stage was too weak. If it were Jun Macho or Ko Xiling, he would be able to pick up his spirit and fight. But now, he really wasn't in the mood. You are indeed very arrogant. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, senior brother Guanhao didn't want to continue. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was an arrogant fellow from head to toe. Only by using the saber in his hand could he convince the other party. Quick saber, flash. Senior brother Guanhao's saber was really fast. It looked like an ordinary move, but in his hands, it was much stronger than Guanhao's. In the void, saber light flashed, and the saber edge reached Ling Xiao's chest in an instant. Interesting move. I can let you have 2 moves first. Ling Xiao, who was attracted by senior brother Guanhao's saber skill, didn't make a move. Instead, he flashed and appeared at the side. He said indifferently. For him, a fight that could help him improve his strength was worth spending some time on. Senior brother Guanhao's saber skill was actually useful for his sword skill. He could take a look. What a terrifying body movement. Senior brother Guanhao was stunned for a moment. Then, a martial soul appeared behind him. It was a pair of strange wings. It wasn't a pair of wings, but a martial soul. The moment the martial soul appeared, senior brother Guanhao was obviously faster. The second saber was even fiercer and faster. However, when the saber slashed out, it couldn't move. Ling Xiao clamped the saber blade with 2 fingers, making it impossible for the saber to move. 2 moves have passed. Lose. It was still a punch, but different from before. On the 10th floor, Ling Xiao used the power of 200 Emperor Earth. Senior brother Guanhao's flying movement was almost exactly the same as Guanhao's. He was also defeated very easily. He was also completely defeated. After falling to the ground, he couldn't resist at all. Cries of surprise came from the audience. Ling Xiao's performance today was truly an eye-opener for them. Ling Xiao easily defeated senior brother Guanhao and became the champion of the 20th floor. This shocked many spectators. In the VIP room, Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanchuang's expressions didn't change. However, Yin Meng from the Dark God Hall frowned. This Ling Xiao is more difficult to deal with than I thought. This person's movement technique is so terrifying. Coupled with his terrifying strength, it's really not easy to deal with him. Scared? Fan Roland smiled. Actually, fast movement techniques are meaningless in the arena. Your martial soul is specialized in restraining martial artists with fast movement techniques. Then, you just need to use your long-range attacks to exhaust him and prevent him from getting close to you. Then, his monstrous strength will be useless. Young Master Fan, you're joking. Why would I be afraid of him? I just feel that he's more powerful than I thought. As long as he can reach the 30th floor, I'll cripple him. Yin Meng licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. After defeating Guanhao's senior brother, Ling Xiao stepped into the 20th floor. In addition to the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones that he was supposed to get from the 10th floor to the 20th floor, he also got an extra 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. According to the rules, the extra reward for every 10th floor would increase greatly. The 10th floor was 10,000, the 20th floor was 100,000, the 30th floor was 200,000, and so on. In fact, apart from the 10th floor to the 20th floor, it was equivalent to an extra 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for every 10th floor. If one could reach the 100th floor, or if there were special circumstances, the reward would become high-grade spirit stones. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. It was an astronomical figure. High-grade spirit stones were not mid-grade or low-grade spirit stones. They were almost impossible to find in transactions. Even in the Immortal Lyceum, they were still precious spirit stones. They were an urgent necessity for cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao was resting, in the VIP room where Fan Ruohai was, an old man said respectfully, "Eldest young master, third young master, you've seen it. This kid has challenged the 20th floor consecutively. He's very strong. Do you want to stop him? After all, he's only a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. If he wins too many times, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of the White Tiger continent. It's not worth it." The 30th floor is Yin Meng. He can't pass it. Fan Roland waved his hand and said, now, you should be concerned about Ko Xiling and Jun Macho. Ko Xiling has already reached the 60th floor. Jun Macho also reached the 50th floor. Can the arena master above do it? If not, we can switch to our own people to stop him. No one will know anyway. Let's do as third young master says. Fan Ruahai smiled slightly and said, as for Ko Xiling and Jun Macho, there is no need to deliberately block them. The higher he went, the stronger the champion was. Ko Xiling's limit was estimated to be the 70th floor. This person's level was about the same as the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. As for that Jun Macho, he is even more difficult to deal with than Ko Xiling. I estimate that he can reach the 80th floor, or even the 89th floor. This subordinate understands. The elder retreated. Since the eldest and third young masters felt that there was no need to stop these 3 people, then he would do as they said. After all, the current champion of the 90th floor was Sun Lingchan, one of the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Whether it was Ko Xiling or Jun Macho, it was unlikely that they could defeat her. As for that Ling Xiao, it was still too early. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had become a very eye-catching existence in the Hell Tower. Many people were watching him, wanting to know how far he could go. Moreover, he didn't need to know. This time, he only had one goal, and that was to reach the 100th floor. No matter what method he used, he had to obtain the map of the secret realm. While Ling Xiao was resting, Jun Macho and Ko Xiling started their challenge. Just as Fan Ruahai expected, Jun Macho encountered a very terrifying obstruction on the 70th floor. His opponent was actually the 3rd young master of the Fan family, Fan Roland. This Fan Roland's methods were simply unfathomable. After fighting for 200 rounds, Ko Xiling was defeated in the end. He had no choice but to temporarily stay on the 69th floor. Haha, I haven't been challenged in a long time. This Ko Xiling is really not bad. To be able to fight me for 200 rounds, he should be the strongest challenger in the Hell Tower this month, right? Fan Roland said with a smile after returning to the VIP room. In fact, he could continue to challenge, but he chose not to. It was more fun to stay on the 70th floor and abuse people. Don't forget, there is still Jun Macho. Fan Ruahai reminded. Fan Roland smiled and said, although Jun Macho is powerful, he may not be able to defeat Ko Xiling. His insight was not bad. Jun Macho easily passed all the rounds. When he met Ko Xiling, it could be said that he met his match. After fighting for more than 500 rounds, he finally defeated Ko Xiling. But she was also exhausted. At this time, the recovery wine's effect was not so good, so she had to rest for a long time. Ko Xiling went down 1 floor and became the champion of the 68th floor. In this way, the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors were simply terrifying. 3 people in a row, all of them were super strong. But then again, after the 50th floor, there were basically no weak people. The reason why Ko Xiling and Jun Macho could go up 1 step was because they were stronger. While the 2 of them were resting, Ling Xiao went up again and continued to challenge people. From the 21st floor to the 29th floor, Ling Xiao basically didn't bat an eyelid and easily defeated his opponents with 1 punch. At this time, outside the Hell Pagoda, many martial artists who had just arrived were discussing a matter. Did you hear? There's a kid from the Dragon Phoenix continent who defeated all his opponents from the 1st floor to the 20th floor in 1 move. He's too powerful. Bragging. I'm not bragging. I just got the latest news. He has already reached the 30th floor and still defeated his opponents with 1 move. But this time, the champion is more troublesome. It's Yin Meng from the Dark God Palace. Yin Meng? That White Tiger Empire's Yin Meng? Yeah, who else could it be? I heard that his hidden weapons come and go like ghosts. It's simply impossible to guard against. I don't know if this Ling Xiao can continue his miracles. It's useless to talk about it here. Let's go and watch. A group of people rushed into the Hell Pagoda. After paying enough spirit stones, they came to the 30th floor to watch the battle. At this time, Yin Meng had already entered the arena. Ling Xiao on the other side was still barehanded. He didn't have any intention of drawing his sword. Yin Meng didn't talk nonsense because he wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to look down on him. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! A hidden weapon pierced through the air. It wasn't a magic treasure, but a hidden weapon made with a martial soul. His martial soul was actually a huge spider. Ling Xiao had encountered such a martial soul when he was in the Yuehua school. Moreover, that martial soul seemed to be the queen of spiders, which was even stronger than this spider martial soul. However, the martial artist who used the queen of spiders was too weak and couldn't be compared to Yin Meng. Yin Meng was a Yinyang realm expert. That martial artist was only in the martial vein realm. End of chapter 1732. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.